can't hold on to the other side, 'cause it's been gone for days and I won't wait. No. Shine ashes for me to explore. Every bit of your heart, never seen before. And don't know what to tell you, I don't know if I should. Everything's burning like fireworks. Out with the old, in with the new. There is something so intriguing about you. You, up in the clouds, no coming down. I am absent-minded, only minding how. You take me and immerse me in your stare, till I'm almost there. Shine ashes, call me to explore. Every bit of your heart, never seen before. I don't know what to tell you, I don't know if I should. Everything's burning like fireworks. My little secret, you're my little secret. And I can't hold on to the other side, 'cause it's been gone for days and I won't wait. La, 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 la. You're my little secret, my little secret. La, 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 la. One finger on your lips. Oh, shine ashes, call me to
Yeah. Turn my music up. Yeah, turn my music up. Turn my music up. Yeah, turn my music up louder. Turn my music up. Yeah, turn my music up louder. Turn my music up. Turn my music up louder. Turn my music up. Yeah, turn my music up louder. Nah, I'm not new in this biz. I shine bright in the dark like luminescence. You're not a failure at all if the shoe doesn't fit. It means the picture was bigger than you did expect. Never give up, keep it going till you get a check. Dude, my game's so lucrative. But it's all about real hip hop, you know. Cause we make pop lots more popular. The same game every day, they know ain't nothing changed. Ain't nothing changed, fam. Only the strong survive, the rest will go up in flames. They should know by now. 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 Now. Turn my music up. Turn my music up louder. Turn my music up. Turn my music up louder. Turn my music up. Turn my music up louder. Turn my music up. Yeah, turn my music up louder. Killer with a sound, yeah, killer with a sound. Made the beats go bang when you see me in the town. Made the speakers go numb till they bust. Getting the party crushed. People moving around like they're rushing. Yeah. Tunes in the make, yeah, I'm on it. I'm living in the beat like my house is a drum kit. It's all about hip hop, you know. Cause we make pop lots more popular. The same game every day, they know ain't nothing changed. Only the strong survive, the rest will go up in flames. They should know by now. 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 Now. Turn my music up. Turn my music up louder. Turn my music up. Turn my music up louder. Turn my music up. Turn my music up louder. Turn my music up. You better turn my music up louder. Yeah, you know the dealio. Get the cuts in there, you know the dealio. Woo!
Something's building, it's a picture, it's a rhythm, it's a context. It's been snapping at your heels, trying to feel what is up next. Everybody's on the pulse of it and dancing to a new groove. You can sit, you can lie, but you know your feet have gotta move. First cross the line, I'm in the mood. Hot wire, light the ground, turn me on and melt it down. Table tipping, record skipping, it's equipping us with more to say. It's a movement for the people, for the lovers, and it starts today. First cross the line, I'm in the mood. Hot cross the line, hot wire, light the ground, turn me on and melt it down. Hot cross the line. First cross the line, I'm in the mood. First cross the line. I'm in the mood. Watch me.
Maybe all I need is you. Nothing else makes a difference. Maybe all I need is you. You make all the difference. Back to the rhythm of my empty soul. Nothing here to let go. Back to the rhythm of my empty soul. Nothing here to let go.
Give me something to let go. Give me something to let go. Give me something to let go. Give me something to let go.
It's you. Nothing else makes a difference. Maybe all I need is you. You make all the difference. Back to the rhythm of my empty soul. Nothing here to let go. Back to the rhythm of my empty soul. Nothing here to let go.
Give me something to let go. Give me something to let go. Give me something to let go. Give me something to let go. Give me something to let go. Give me something to let go. Give me something to let go. Give me something to let go.
Put your best shoes on to see what it's all about. What you're never gonna lose on. Yeah, you make me wanna shout out. We're traveling double quick, like a rocket to the moon. Systematic, I'm automatic, cold static. Everybody's a fanatic.
There's poison in my blood. Feels so wrong, but tastes so good. One perfection, one desire. Feed the monster, fuel the fire.
Seven-seater jet plane, hot in the sky. Everybody's looking at us, all know why. Systematic, I'm automatic. You can pin disaster on me, I'll do the time. You can try all night to wrong me, but I'm bad by design. special secret. Don't waste your time on me. If you can swear to keep it, I might just let you see.
There's poison in my blood. Yeah, feels so wrong but tastes so good. Ooh, yeah. Feed the monster, fuel the fire. The sun is setting, girl, this time I'm betting. You come alive and whisper in my ear. It's getting colder and I'm getting bolder. You be the heat and we'll figure out feels. Can you feel it, girl? I'm gonna steal it. You got us down, it's like we're in a trance. Drop is coming, think this time I'm coming. Let's get on the phone and dance. Let's get on the floor and dance. Do the water dance. Dance. Do the water dance. Dance. Do the water. Fly up to heaven, fly up to heaven. It's way past 11. Do the water dance. No one around us, no one around us. The music has found us. Do the water dance. I've been tripping, girl, losing my gripping. A little something just might do the trick. It's almost morning, came without a warning. If we're gonna do this, we better make it quick. I'm getting closer, gun out of my holster. So intoxicated in my trance. This drop is coming, think this time I'm coming. Let's get on the floor and dance. Let's get on the floor and dance. Dance. Do the water dance. Dance. Do the water dance. Dance. Do the water. Fly up to heaven, fly up to heaven. It's way past 11. Do the water dance. No one around us, no one around us. The music has found us. Do the water dance. Dance. Do the water dance. Dance. Do the water dance. his arms, and time would pass us by, and I really need you. I know there's a choice in everyone, and I know there's a promise of a way out. It's not just anyone.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the LPL playoffs. We have got an exciting set of games coming up for you today as fourth place takes on second place in both of our quarterfinal matches. My name is Dom Roner, and I am happy to be showing you this first match with OMG running into their rooms as they prepare for their first game. Of course, IMA feeling very happy after their win just a few days ago over Chaogu, looking to upset them once again and continue their chase towards the top of the standings in their eventual rivalry against their opponents of WE. Now, joining me here on the desk is Indiana Frosco in black. She's going to help me break down the games and get through our first set of casting. Frosco, how are you?
Pretty good. Excited, a little bit tired. It's been a really long stretch for us here at the
Yeah.
LPL as well as the teams, but we're just starting to ramp up, and it means that it's only good teams from here on out.
Absolutely. So, as you said, with our first set of games, we've got the quarterfinals with EDG taking on NewBee later on today. Of course, our first game is IMA versus OMG. The winner of this will advance on to play Team WE in just 2 days in the semifinals, and the winner of our second set will play against Team RNG in the semifinals as well. And then after that, we're on to the finals, the final decider. Who will go to MSI? That will be determined in Nanjing, China, in the Nanjing Olympic Sports Arena, where you can buy tickets and meet up with us, the casters, where we will be at that event bringing the English coverage to you live from Nanjing, China. So we're very excited to be having that happening. But of course, as you can see, that's still a few days away, and we still have to determine who's actually going to Nanjing.
Yeah, the work's not over yet, Dom. We got some long flights ahead of us, but let's focus in on here today. So it's going to be NewBee versus EDG as our second series of the day. Today's first series will be OMG versus IMA. You can see that IMA triumphed over QG despite having a seed disadvantage, as well as NewBee triumphing over Invictus Gaming. Don't be fooled, that IG1 win, that was a clean sweep by NewBee. IG got the extra point, just as like some salt on the wound.
As we said, these are, at least in round one, these were slanted best of 5, so third place came in with that one additional win. Only had to win 2 games, but neither of the teams could do it. So, the Usurpers now racing towards the top First in our set, we've got Aimee taking on Team OMG. And Aimee, they have got a statement to make with this match against OMG. Obviously, they made it into Worlds last year. A lot of folks will remember them from their performance, just barely sort of eking in at the last second, sneaking their victory out from under the feet of WE. And now they're making a bit of a statement themselves here as we get into playoffs that, hey, we're still that hardworking team. We're still capable of taking these rather unexpected wins.
And that's the important word that I want to just really label Aimee with, and it's hardworking. When we were over in China last year for the finals, we kept asking backstage, who's going to win? Because from our perspective and from the global audiences, everyone was favoriting Team WE to win. But every single person we talked to, whether they were, backstage manager for a team or a coach, was just like, Aimee are the hardest working team in the LPL. They're going to win. And we just found that so interesting and so bizarre because we'd never heard that. But it keeps getting echoed. It keeps getting repeated. And when it comes down to the grind, Aimee again rise to the top, taking down QG despite all odds against them. And you have to know that as they start eking closer to Team WE, they may have beaten them during the regular season, but when it comes to regional qualifiers, when it comes to the deciding match last year, Aimee beat them twice in 2 best-of-5. So I feel like Team WE getting a little bit nervous.
Just sort of preparing themselves for the inevitable rematch at this point, because Aimee, they were certainly prepared for their match against Chaogu just 2 days ago. Obviously, they did win the series 3-1, so they were able to advance. That brought it, of course, to 5 games. But that they came in so prepared. They prioritized the jungle. They shut down Clid. And more importantly, they set themselves up from success from minute 1 with how they played. Their style was very clear and defined. Put Jin Zhao on something big and let Amazing J just continue to soak all the pressure that you knew Chaogu were going to throw.
Which is really interesting because when you look at that roster, Amazing J is kind of the big name that stands out. We know he's the shot caller. We know he's the captain. We know he leads a lot of the direction, but none of the resources were really going there. They set him off on his island and they're just like, can you hold? He was like straight up Hordor.
Yeah.
And they just threw everything at Jin Zhao. And Jin Zhao stepping up and saying, I'm the AD carry now. He had a pretty rough 2016 season. 2017 has been the year of the Golden Horn. This guy is on fire.
Yeah, and it certainly shows. He's feeling very happy. Of course, their opponents on the other side, OMG, they got 2nd place in their groups after a rather tumultuous start. Of course, this is the all-Chinese roster. After the summer split and they did not qualify for Worlds, they stayed with the exact same 5 players over the break. They continued to practice, came into the spring split. You can see them all on your screen right now, looking rather calm and collected getting into this next one.
In fact, the only adaptation that they've made, and that they did have him sitting on the roster earlier, is in that jungle position with World 6. Now, this roster also went through promo relegation, so it's not like OMG just kind of fell down in playoffs, decided to stick with the same roster and, roll the dice, let's see where we climb up next. They actually almost got kicked out of the LPL, had confidence enough to say, this is fine, we'll stick with the same roster, and took another run at it.
Yeah, and here are the challengers. Amazing J, Ben 4, Athena, Jin Zhao, and Road, running back the same roster that they've been sticking with.
Yeah, should be noted that it's Ben 4, your Chinese jungler, and Road, your Korean support. There was a couple of instances of Flawless and Starlight appearing, but we haven't seen them on the playoff road.
Yeah, and now the defenders. Xiyoung in the top lane, World 6 in the jungle, Icon in mid, along with SMLZ and 5, rounding things out.
No one ever expected OMG to be in the conversation of kind of top 5 teams in China right now, but they are making a run for the money. The Dark Forces never give up, and they are here to stay. If you're new to this team, you want to be looking at Icon, and you want to be looking at World 6.
Yeah, and that is going to be a really fun matchup. Again, mid-jungle has been such an important matchup for the LPL in general, just how the meta has rotated around it. But more and more, we're seeing teams prioritize bottom lane, particularly Aimee. Jin Zhao really stepped up in their match against Chaogu, and now he's going up against SMLZ. It's not going to be a free pass this time in the bottom lane, and you've got to wonder, Aimee, they were so prepared for Chaogu. Do you think they have something ready for OMG?
I'm glad that you bring up this idea of being prepared for Chaogu, because what we saw against the QG Reapers was that Aimee were doing a lot of denial picks. They always made sure that they had the karma, they were denying 80 carry picks, and they were pinching pools up into the top lane. So going against OMG, obviously it's not going to be the same strategy. There's going to be different champions to focus, but if you start seeing things like the Shin banned or priority picked, that's a direct hit against Xiyoung, as well as it works well into Amazing J's natural tendencies. as well as, again, that Jin pick. That's a huge thing for SMLZ. He does play it on 7.6 as well as 7.7. Ashe is also going to be a big contested pick between these two AD carries.
Yeah.
But if you see the Jin come out in early rotation, you know that that's IMA throwing the gauntlet and saying, we are not giving you this weapon.
Yeah, and we're hoping to see some very intelligent drafting around that. IMA showed us that they were really, really ready with their plan going into their set against Xiaogu. And this is really sort of the big statement. As you can see, the fans are really cheering on OMG. They are one of the most popular teams in the region.
I mean, they're the all-Chinese roster alongside RNG, so the popularity comes with the title as well as just the legacy that the organization has built from the ground up. What's kind of cool about this split of the LPL is we've been redefining so many of those legacies, not only in EDG Team WE, but also in OMG. And again, no one expected them to be here. You know, when we came in with the power rankings at week 1, we were like, OMG, we think they've gotten better, but they're still going to be, you know, a bottom 6th, 5th place team, and they skyrocketed it up to 2nd, and now they're contenders. You know, it's now that we start redefining everyone's expectations of OMG. They are no longer just this little tiny dark horse that you can kick around. They're actual contenders for the title, and they can catch you off guard.
Yeah, and we are seeing some big smiles from IMA as they seem to be ready for this, of course. And I think that this is a really great opportunity to look at sort of the storyline for IMA, just barely making it into Worlds and then having that performance. And now they're coming back into playoffs once again, just barely sort of eking into playoffs, but then playing a really good set up against Xiaogu.
IMA is a mistranslation of I Can. That's actually where they got their name from, but they are literally the little team that could.
Yes.
They had big dreams when they qualified from the LSPL. They said, we are going to Worlds. Everyone laughed on them, and they got to have the last laugh because they proved everyone wrong, went to Worlds. This time around, they had 2 goals. Don't get relegated, beat EDG. They took down both of those goals, and so now anything else is just a victory lap for this team.
Yeah.
But if we know anything about IMA, when it comes to playoff, when it comes to crunch time, they go Super Saiyan.
Yeah.
And you can never count them out despite how far back it looks. 55 minutes, they'll throw the Hail Mary.
And that's why it would be so exciting if they were able to take the win here. Not only would they play up against WE, the team with that sort of grudge against them for stealing that final world spot out from under their feet, but it also would open up the conversation of not only is it the team that can, but it's also the team that we should expect to be able to succeed.
The
Instead
team
of just
that
sort of
did.
like, yeah, exactly, going from the team that can to the team that did. And looking to put a damper on that is Team OMG. They're looking very happy as they get ready for this one. They haven't had to play in a few days.
Yeah, both teams look in very high spirits. Of course, you got Kesman, the coach behind IMA, used to coach for Zubu, Frost, and Blaze. And what's interesting to me is that when we peeked in and we looked at IMA, they seemed to mimic a style that looked very familiar to me. They were playing a lot around bottom lane. They didn't really pay attention to their top laner other than using him for those big 5v5 flanking plays, and it reminded me a lot of EDG.
It's almost like they were a sister organization at some time in the past, or a B team, if you will.
We do know that EDG and IMA scrim a lot.
Yeah.
That the teams are still very close. Kesman does have that reputation that Frost and Blaze, as a technique, he used to send Frost to scrim teams, and then he would bring it back and they would mimic the team that they scrimmed and scrim against Blaze. So Blaze could get information from other teams without revealing their own strategies. So I definitely
Very
think
clever.
that there's an organizational thing and that's leaving its fingerprints all over IMA's current style.
And if we're seeing this sort of growth from IMA in just a few days against EDG, you have to wonder what EDG is going to be bringing in that match later today. But that's neither here nor there. We are in pick and ban for game number 1 between IMA and OMG, and you can immediately see some very intelligent bans coming out. Rengar banned away from World 6. You don't want to get that. Icon's Jace stricken away, and Xiang's Shen. So very deliberate target bans coming out of IMA that also sort of cover those priority bases.
And a reminder that we are on 7.7, so what I actually find interesting is kind of the popularity or rising popularity of the likes of Jace. We've seen him kind of tearing through the LPL playoffs so far, and to be fair, we do have a lot of kind of, not Jace one tricks, but Jace primary players. Coco comes to mind as NewBee were able to move over Invictus Gaming. Doinby also pulled out a ton of Jace. This is interesting though, a Camille ban on 7.7. She's been hit with the nerfs. Other teams seem to have completely forgotten here, but OMG are giving Amazing J so much respect.
Yeah, and that is an first pick Kog'Maw from IMA. If I remember right, Xiaogu banned it in every single game of this set. They did not want to risk that late game powerhouse, and OMG give it over without a second thought. I think I might be in the same boat as OMG. They're going to first pick that?
It does mean that OMG need to prioritize the Lulu here on second rotation to make sure that Road and Jin Zhao can't get that powerhouse bot lane. Now, Kog'Maw is a shared primary champion between both Jin Zhao and SMLZ.
Yep.
I believe SMLZ has had a quadra kill on it this split. I know he's definitely in the top 10 as he sit and spat his way to victory.
Excellent use of the cooldowns from SMLZ, very knowledgeable on the champion, so he will know how to play against it in lane as well. That's Lee Sin picked away right up for World 6, and then a
Wow.
Fizz from Xiang. So that means Lulu falls over towards Aimee. And seems like OMG, instead of sort of denying Aimee, they're focusing on their own priority picks.
Yeah, and what's interesting is that it's a flex pick as well. So Fizz we've seen mostly in the mid lane when it's been super dominant. A couple of top laners have picked it up. I believe its first loss went into the hands of Gimgoon in the promotion tournament just yesterday. So unfortunately didn't work out for him. Icon is an assassin player, so he can certainly take it into the mid lane. Xiang's not necessarily known for his assassin bruiser play, but he can be flexible and branch out towards it, and you can never discount it.
So we've actually only ever seen Icon play Fizz once, and it wasn't in 2017, so he's going to have to show us something new if he takes that. But with that pick, we're actually getting a Karma priority pick for Aimee, and that is also Elise locked in for Ben 4.
So right now, Aimee are setting up for a Renekton pick or some sort of other AD-heavy champion in the top lane. Usually you pair that with the AP jungler and Elise. Renekton works well because you have so much dive potential, and because they're prioritizing Karma over Lulu, it tells me that they want to run a 1-4, and they need that extra, you know, AoE movement
yeah.
speed to keep them safe in that middle lane when they're all hunkered together and waiting for Amazing J to split push versus having the Lulu.
Yeah, and OMG well aware of that, banning away Kled from Amazing J just in case he were to get that very strong sort of flanking engage. The go button for that Kog'Maw. And now with a LeBlanc ban away from Icon, we're starting to see where the remaining focuses lie.
Yeah, and here's the thing. So they are calling OMG's bluff, and they're saying this Fizz is going to go up into the top lane in Xiang's hands. Now, naturally, they can't see the summoner spells, but we can. Xiang's still sitting on Flash Teleport, so nothing... There he goes.
Yeah.
Now he's indicated.
Excellent timing, Frosco. Great job pointing that out. But with that, we now see that it is Teleport Ignite, likely going to be seeing that Fizz up top. And immediately there is a Lulu ban away from Road, so OMG expecting that to go towards Athena. And now the Syndra ban away from Icon. Huge power pick for 7.7.
That was funny. It should be noted, yeah, that Athena does play the Karma in the mid lane. We've got quite a few Karma mid players. I'd still like to see it go into the hands of Road just because I'd like to see Athena on a champion that's a bit more proactive, a bit more getting to those side lanes and helping out. Not that Karma's not mobile and doesn't control waves, but something more in the realm of Talia I think would work better.
Seems like Echo is in fact the priority pick for Icon, giving Ashe a hover for a brief moment, then realize we don't need to pick our AD carry. They're not going to take Ashe and Kog'Maw in a composition.
This also gives them time because then you're giving away your counter pick. But if they already suspect that it's the Karma, then it does give advantage to Icon. But it's really SMLZ feeling comfortable then to say, can I take Ashe into this composition, or do I need something with a bit more self-sustain like a Lucian?
We're now seeing Amazing J lock in Kennen for himself in the top lane. His sole purpose in their game against Xiaogu was to soak pressure and shot call for his team. Wait for Jin Zhao to get big and let Athena sort of bridge that mid-game gap. Now he's going to be doing a lot more work on this very heavy sort of AD bruiser Kennen in the top lane.
Yeah, going for that on-hit build. Unfortunately, again, Kennen top has really started to slow down in the
Yeah.
LPL. Gimgoon played it yesterday to so much...
Camping.
Yeah, it was
Poor guy.
bad.
Yeah. Oh, man, and Road gets Thresh. Oh, I love it. Okay, so you've got Karma in the mid lane, Thresh down in the bottom, Elise, and then Kennen split pushing, plus a Kog'Maw. There's so much pick. If they find themselves diving or out of position, Aimee can turn around any aggression from OMG real quick. Oh, I love it.
And they can keep that Kog'Maw safe. So that's the
Exactly.
big thing, is that's the gauntlet
He
being thrown.
actually locked in a Twitch here, despite Ashe being open, despite Caitlyn being open. So many power picks in 7.7. Heck, even the Jhin, SMLZ's preferred champ, he goes towards that Twitch for the extra range and huge burst.
And that's the thing, if you see that they have a hyper carry ADC, you need to find some sort of answer in that late game, and SMLZ feels confident that it is in the Twitch. Now, we've had a couple of Twitches in the LPL, so it's not a brand new pick coming into playoffs, but the 2v2 will really be interesting because Twitch is so fragile that if any death sentence hits him, you have to assume that it's going to be exactly that, a death sentence.
So just double checking, looks like so far SMLZ has not played Twitch in 2017. Looking at his career stats, he's played it 3 times and has won 2 out of those 3. So he is familiar on the champion, but it's been a long time since we've seen it. And as the coaches shake hands and depart backstage, with these compositions lined up, seems like IMA have got a very strong comp that they set out to get from the beginning and actually were rather unhindered in acquiring, but OMG in doing so have picked up a pretty strong comp for themselves as well.
I also like the fact that Twitch was the last pick because it denies the ability to pick up Braum. So the thing about Braum is that when he throws up his shield, especially late game,
soaks all of that,
he'll
yeah.
just die pretty much because he soaks all the damage, but it still absorbs so much damage of Twitch's ultimate. And we know that Road is a big Braum player alongside his Thresh, which the last time we saw Road's Thresh, it was immediately then banned against him.
Yeah. Suddenly that sort of Ashe hover into Echo makes a lot more sense. Like, don't worry, we'll just go with the standard meta. Just kidding. Last second pick for that Twitch. Athena with a very uncharacteristic smile on his face as he gets into game number 1. He's taking on OMG, the Defenders, the second place team of Group A. And coming in from 4th place, heck, barely making into the playoffs from 5th. I may have got their work cut out for them.
And Athena in particular is not just taking on OMG, but he's taking on the Hitman himself in Icon, especially on his signature pick of Echo. Icon is known for his 1v1 outplays across the league. He is not to be trifled with.
Oh yeah, if you make him mad, he will find you and he will solo kill you at some point in the game. And on that split push Echo, we're expecting to see Amazing J sort of have to deal with that in the side lanes. But as we have now loaded onto the Rift, we'll take a look at the initial setup and see where everybody decides to head out. Looks like 5 point pretty early on. Standard items, Dark Seal from Icon. He's likely going to go for an early Corrupting for some sustain. And the fans are going crazy in the audience. They are hyped as heck. So before we get into the actual... That was the IMA side.
Go IMA!
Yeah. Before we get into the actual stats for voting, be prepared. OMG is a huge organization. They have an enormous back sort of founding as Athena finds Icon. Oh boy, he's going to have to try to trade back here. Dodge the next Time Winder. Oh man, he's even pulling Ben 4 into this. And actually turns the trade back in his favor. Okay.
Yeah, that's a range champion versus a melee champion. Icon had that feel on the back half there.
Yeah.
When you could chase endlessly because there was no fear of the incoming creep wave. He's certainly going to feel that one as he's forced to pop one of his potions before the creep wave even sets. But the thing that I wanted to point out is the teleport. So we have double teleport on both sides. And you did say that Icon is known for his split pushing Echo. That's 100% correct. But Xiong is also known for his split pushing Shin mostly. He does have that option on Fizz, and I feel like this is a great beginning of kind of a really scrappy pick-based comp, especially when you pair it with the Twitch. Like, when these towers start falling down, when the map starts opening up, it's so dangerous for IMA to ever overstep with the assassination potential of Fizz, Echo, and Twitch at any time.
That's why we see them sitting back with the double shields on that Thresh Karma and then the split push cannon if they manage to find anything. There's a ward going down on World 6 as he's spotted finishing out his Raptor camp. And he makes his way towards that side. Already you can see Ben 4 going for a quick buff to buff, and World 6 looks to do the same.
Both of them high priority and aggressive junglers. There's that fan vote that you were talking about.
I wanted to prep you in advance so that everyone would know how crazy large the fan base for OMG is, but even so, 85 to 15%.
Hold on though, World 6. Looks like he might spot up the spider. Uh-oh.
Bubble actually catches Jin down. He takes a few hits, but a good play pulls SMLZ in. And wow, he takes a lot of punishment. Ebb and Flow brings him right back up though, and he's already burning that health potion. World 6 on the invade gets the initial burst damage. He's actually teleporting onto a ward, Xiong. Or no, excuse me, Icon, before making his way back into the mid lane as World 6 smites the large Raptor.
And this is why OMG have actually been so successful over the course of the LPL. It's because of their strong cohesion between mid and jungle, World 6 and Icon. That was actually quite a clever invade. Icon had already made an early back anyway because he wants to refill on his pot as well as getting that early back for the Doran's Blade to survive the lane. So why not invade knowing that you have the TP available to bully off the Raptor camp and open up space for 5 and SMLZ to continue to be aggressive.
And look at this, OMG are still a step ahead. Ben 4, Xiong well aware that Ben 4 could try to answer back by ganking top, gets himself a nice defensive ward on Krugs 4 playing back a little bit. He still doesn't see Ben 4. He's hanging just outside of vision.
And he needs to be that much more careful because he burned his troll pole. So without that ability to dodge tower reset aggro, he knows that he doesn't have the health and he needs to respect. So it will be a sacrifice, 7 creeps there on the tower, and that means a lot at level 3.
Especially against the likes of Kennen, who's just going to be able to auto-attack, doesn't have to worry about those large, impactful abilities and trades.
Yep, and now there's a window. Never mind, there it goes. Slam shot. Amazing J's like, you use TP, that means I get a free TP back, so let's reset, try this again. I'm already winning.
Yeah, and as you said, 12 CS advantage in that top lane. Athena's holding on mid lane as we now see Icon just roaming around, getting vision. Didn't go for the corrupting potion first, went for the Doran's ring, as you said. Trying to look for a little bit more sustain in that lane against Athena, some mana and health back as he's expecting to take punishment.
I mean, that's the thing. You're pretty much on both Fizz and Echo, trading your health for CS just because you're against 2 ranged opponents.
Yeah.
But they're fine to make that trade. It's getting them to that level 6 point where they can have that kill threat.
And look at the setup from OMG. They have got some really defensive wards as World 6 now is going to walk through his own jungle. Quick control ward in the Tribush, quick control ward behind red buff. If Ben 4 ever tries to gank top, if Athena ever tries to roam top, almost kind of like a Chao Gu style thing, they will be spotted out well in advance. So OMG putting a lot of defenses up top. Jin Zhao steps forward and takes a quick lantern to safety.
And that's what's made Jin Zhao really the standout for the 2017 AD carry pool, is that ability right there. It seems so basic, so simple. He just steps underneath the bubble so he doesn't get locked by the CC. But in chaotic team fights, he has been the make or break difference with those side steps to win IMA these close cut games. And on a champion like Kog'Maw, it's that much more devastating and that much more impressive.
Yeah. Looks like in game number 1, we're having a nice slow start. Everyone's playing very respectful very early on, aside from World 6 going for a bit of a cheeky gank organized with Icon to find Ben 4 and scare him away from his Raptor camp. On respawn, though, he's going to spot him out, and Athena's already there starting to set up some defensive vision on that side of the river to keep that Elise safe. But World 6 now sneaking into lane. Might be time to break this fight.
They could definitely do a lot of damage in between the creep waves, but it looks like he's actually stalled out on Gromp, so he won't get that advantage, but continues to ping down there.
We actually see Ben 4 being pulled down as well. He's sitting just inside of the river.
It's because they know that since the red buff's about to spawn, that he's going to be on the bottom side of his jungle, clearing it out before rotating top. So Ben 4 is hanging around just in case something happens.
You can see him doing that scuttle crab right now as he finishes it off. Icon ducks out the vision, and Athena immediately pinged for Ben 4. So just a little bit more trading. Hook finds SMLZ, plays him back. That's Ignite used as well. There's the Dark Passage. They've got more than enough burst. They need to finish off the kill, though. First blood gifted over to Jin Zhao.
And that's the problem with Twitch in these lanes and why he hasn't been sitting in the ecosystem of AD carries. He is so fragile. We said in Champions, like, if Road ever finds one of those death sentences, he will die. So it's that much more important that 5 and SMLZ are able to control the creep wave, so they have an army of creeps standing in front of them to block the incoming hooks. But good use of Fog of War means that Jin Zhao is now springboarded ahead.
Yeah. You can see he was at a slight CS deficit in the lane with how effectively SMLZ and 5 were holding that minion wave back, especially when they had their jungler sitting behind them. So they were just trying to deny that CS to Kog'Maw. It's a ticking time bomb, and now the clock has been started for IMA. And they find themselves with that 1 kill advantage. Still very even overall. Taking a look at the CS in the other lanes, Icon opening up a slight advantage over Athena. As expected, Echo, such excellent wave clear. In the top lane, Xiang not having a great time, but he's gotten another recall in, refilling that corrupting and now going for a Negatron and Ruby Crystal.
I'm sitting here and I'm trying to quickly think back on what are the big differences between Twitch and Kog'Maw, because they both hyperscale into late game. They both have very similar item builds, although it has been mixed up a bit by Imp. He actually went towards an Infinity Edge the last time we saw him on the Twitch. This time around, though, it looks like SMLZ is going much more stock standard with that Blade of the Ruin King itemization as well as the Kog'Maw. So they're both kind of going to peak at the same time or go along the same routes. Kog'Maw does bring the advantage of a bit more mixed damage. But they both do massive amounts of AoE, incredibly long range, great siege potential, fragile.
I think it really comes down to the sort of way in which they do damage. As OMG currently invade the red buff. They brought out 5 and Icon. You can see Road is on top of the Chronosphere, flashes away from the stun, and World 6 steals the red and gets out. Athena will see them go. give them a nice pat on the butt to get them out.
I mean, the thing about SMLZ and OMG's comp is it's so much more important for their line damage that they pick the terrain on which they're fighting with. They kind of have to sculpt it much more than IMA do, who want to fight out in those big open areas where Kog'Maw can just kind of sit, plant his feet, and let his Hurricane do all the work for him.
The Hurricane Gwinsues, or see what he decides to build as he goes for that. As this is a very successful invade. Take a look at that vision on the bottom side. OMG, they've still got those defensive wards protecting Xiang if Ben 4 ever heads up there, but now at the 9-minute mark, they see Ben 4. They know where Elise is at all times on that side of the map. They've even got a control ward in River, and so SMLZ is safe to push back and try to open up that lane advantage over Jinzhao once again.
And what this ward line is doing is it's creating safety for the 1v1 and the 2v2 in mid and bottom. But hold on.
Xiang's doing a lot of damage to Amazing J. Chases him up, slicing Maelstrom pops a stun, but that's Ignite. Amazing J might die, and that's a solo kill for Xiang.
The W in the Ignite doing the last ticks of damage right there. So good explosion from Xiang to cater back towards top lane. He still had a significant CS discrepancy between them, so the gold will actually be very even between those top laners when it's all said and done. But it's a nice little cherry on top. Because what I was talking about is this ward line that World 6 is set up on the bottom side of the map is actually just protecting the mid and the bottom lane and allowing them to naturally continue to win their lanes. You can see that 84 to 100 between Icon and Athena. Athena very much respecting the Echo at this point in levels. And the fact that SMLZ and 5 has also opened up their CS. Yes, they went down to the kill, but
It's even in lane, technically, with that first blood gold on Jinzhao, but we are seeing an experience advantage for SMLZ as he was able to catch those minions while his team was roaming around. Very slight experience advantage for SMLZ, not going to yield any huge rewards. And with that being Cloud Dragon for the first one, we're expecting this laning phase to go on for quite some time.
it should be extended, which is why it's that much more important that Xiang was able to find a small victory there, because he wasn't going to get any help.
Yeah. And look at this, Road and Ben 4 are doing the exact same play, sitting just outside of Vision in that river. World 6, he's found a little bit of a better position, answering by Scuttle Crab instead. And now that Scuttle has been taken, that means that Jinzhao and Road are going to have to back up. But World 6 kicks him over the wall, follows him with the slowest resonating strike I've ever seen. Meanwhile, bottom lane, they immediately engage now that the junglers see each other. Jinzhao doing a lot of damage. Teleport from both top laners. Icon is the one who shows up, and teleport is in fact canceled by Athena, so it was the mid laners. Top laners are still going toe-to-toe.
Jinzhao and Road need to be very careful, though. Icon still has his ultimate, so a dive could be inevitable, but instead they turn on the dragon. So a lot of things happened all over the map at once. It was OMG really just trying to expand on the fact that they have so much bottom control over the map and invading that red jungle.
And now we do see that Cloud Dragon being taken, so suddenly any incentive to break open this laning phase has been removed from the map as another great carrot catches Amazing J. He's going to be chunked out. Still no flash. Xiang just takes the trade, trunks him to half, and pushes him back.
So we take another look at that replay. Like you said, the slowest Sonic Wave I think I've ever seen. Excuse me, Resonating Strike.
So World 6 actually technically hit and collided with Ben 4, but because his back was to the wall, there wasn't a place for Lee Sin to stop moving. So he was considered still in motion while the game was trying to find him. When the CC from the kick ended, Ben 4 panic flashed over the wall. World 6, the game's readjusted and placed him next to the wall. So if Ben 4 had actually stopped, Lee Sin would have dropped there on that side of the wall and he could have flashed to safety. Because he panicked, he died.
All I'm hearing is spaghetti code.
Yes,
That
it's
is-
a lot of spaghetti.
And that was one spicy meatball. Like, that hurt.
That was very unfortunate. But it's still 2-2. It's still dead even in gold. Really, the big thing that we're seeing is OMG's mid and bottom lane are starting to open up those CS advantages. And now World 6 is going to have much stronger of a presence around the jungle to enable that mid and bottom lane. So perhaps the strategy that Aimee ran against Chao Gu, let Amazing J soak any gank pressure and prioritize safety in the bottom lane, might be taking a different turn here as World 6 again invades, finds Road, Bubble misses, he doesn't have Flash, but he's got the Blast Cone, great Sonic Wave, and again, the panicked Flash costs Road his life. Another one lands. World 6 is on fire right now. He's got to respect that Kog'Maw damage as Icon shows up to finish what World 6 started. Like Kylo Ren, this guy is on fire.
There's a reason why World 6 normally has Lee Sin banned away from him. It was kind of his go-to one-trick champion when he first entered the LPL. Since then, he certainly has expanded his pool because he's been forced to, because no one ever lets him get Lee Sin.
Yeah.
And you're seeing exactly why.
That very high priority pick for OMG. First pick, first round of draft. So that's paying off huge dividends. Bottom tier 1 goes down. All of that solo gold on SMLZ. And again, Road panic flashes. If he waits, then he might not have to go without that summoner spell.
But at the same time, yeah.
I think he would have died anyway, so he just puts his summoner on cooldown.
That's just what I was going to say. Like, the patience also from World 6 about how smart he is with his cooldowns on Lee Sin. And the thing is this is just in kind of the 1v1 phase. You know, he's just hunting in the jungle. He's just a predator right now. Watch World 6 as we start moving into the 5v5s, because he's also incredibly intelligent with how he positions himself and who he isolates as targets in those big 5v5 brawls, which is hard to do on someone like Lee Sin. I mean, it feels like kind of the S tier play that you're always looking for is kind of like the insec on the AD carry or the AP carry. But World 6 is so great about saving his kick or holding Dragon Rage and, you know, maybe repositioning a tank or isolating that carry or resetting a fight.
Certainly going to be exciting to see him in this match. Currently 2-0-1, and of course with the rest of OMG picking up a few kills for themselves as well, he has now been set up for a lot of success. A full 2 levels ahead of Ben 4. And OMG on cooldown. Reset up that vision. You can see now the rotation from Aime with the bottom tier 1 gone. Keep Kog'Maw safe. Let him farm. Put him under that tier 1 in the mid lane. Get it some vision around to keep him protected. They see this play from OMG, and with Athena catching waves bottom and Amazing J still holding Xiang's attention up top, that's a temporary window where he can farm, but if they have to hunt this aggressively for windows to get Kog'Maw CS, that could be a problem.
I mean, they are getting the CS2 Kog'Maw. I feel like the bigger problem is Athena, actually, because he's the guy who's kind of taking the short end of the stick just so Jin Zhao can get that CS, can get that experience by having the safe short lane to be in.
Xiang again gets a good trade. Teleport from Athena
Athena
to get top. It's currently 1 versus 2 without flash. Goes back in and will in fact die. Meanwhile, World 6 with a dive in the mid lane gets 2 kills with his team, and suddenly that Jin Zhao is really far behind.
And there's 2 things at play here. So the first being the fact that, like we were saying, Athena has nowhere to be safely. Yes, he was going to catch the incoming bottom wave and try to farm back up, but he's kind of sacrificed his gold income to Jin Zhao. They've made that statement, like you were saying, you know, the Kog'Maw, he is all important. You can have my lane, I will throw myself on the sword. But because he has nowhere to be, he's able to make that cool teleport play top just to try to get something out of it, because he's like just looking for busy work at this point. On the other side, OMG see the teleport from Athena. They know that the Karma is no longer on the bottom side of the map, which gives them the free dive of the 4v2 or 4v3 best case scenario.
Yeah, if Ben 4 were there. And tragically, that does not work out for Aime at all, as they find themselves dived under their mid tier 1. There are still 4 members of OMG in that mid turret. And last time I checked, Elise not great at wave clear, especially against the likes of a Twitch and Nami, who's going to be tossing out those bubbles. So could be a bit of difficulty there. We do have a small mouse issue for one of our players. We're going to see if we can get that fixed as quickly as possible. And you can see OMG find that hilarious. Yes, mouse issue, quotation marks.
I feel like it's definitely World 6 because he was the one talking.
Yeah.
I don't know. I hit that kick anyway. My mouse turned off halfway through.
My mouse was fine. I don't know what's going on.
It reminds
over
me
there.
of the first time I ever played Akali. This is a true story. So when Akali was really broken and everyone was playing her, I was like, I gotta get on this hype train. I gotta try this out. This is a long time ago.
Okay.
Get into a game. I'm in a 1v3. My mouse goes out. I get tabbed out of the game. I can't see what's happening. There's like that 15 seconds where you're just scrambling, trying to fix everything. Come back into the game. I've got a triple kill. I'm still just sitting in the bush.
Because you're just passively auto-attacking.
Yep.
Because you're Akali. Yep. Nice.
Did all the work for me.
I'm pretty sure that's what the rest of OMG is thinking of World 6 right now. Like, we're just winning lane. Oh, look, we're also winning game. Huh, that's nice.
And it starts with this guy on your screen. It was with SMLZ, so all the attention still went to OMG over that bottom side. They make sure that that was the first tower to drop. Now the Twitch is unlocked. Now he's going to start roaming around. It forces the Kog'Maw that he can't be in that elongated lane by himself because he'll just get dough, so he moves up into the mid lane to try to slow down OMG's siege because he's got, you know, one of the better wave clears, or he needs that prioritized farm. OMG exploiting them.
Yeah, and we were talking a little bit earlier about we were hoping that IMA would come into this with a very clear, prepared strategy, running the same thing sort of back again. Let Amazing J soak pressure in the top lane with that split push cannon, get Jin Zhao on a huge priority carry such as Kog'Maw, and OMG come out with such a clever draft, prioritizing the Lee Sin for World 6 because they have faith in his ability to pop off, and then saving that Twitch Nami for last, showing, hey, we'll let you take that Kog'Maw, but we also have late game insurance and some stronger mid game fights if we can catch you unaware, and that is definitely what they're doing off the back of World 6.
And it's so punishing that IMA had the opportunity to look for Lulu and they didn't take it. So imagine how much, like, naturally the play was we're going to use Karma as the flex pick and hopefully catch OMG off guard. We have a lot of Karma mid players. OMG guessed correctly. They start banning out, know that the Karma is going to the mid lane, and they ban out the Lulu. But just imagine how useful that champion would be against a Twitch. Bam, he opens up an ultimate, polymorph. You're donezo.
Yeah.
You chain that with an exhaust. Twitch means nothing at this point. I feel like it was a pretty massive oversight from both teams.
I like the idea to look for pick and sort of convert onto that Twitch, but that was pick that they picks that they set up beforehand, not something that they did reactively. And you can see them sort of adapting to that style. The two attempts that we've seen from Road and Ben 4 to find the picks onto SMLZ have both been from the river. It paid off once, and SMLZ very intelligently says, fool me once, shame on me. Fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice.
Stand at the bottom side of the,
exactly.
the lane and you're never going to hit me again.
Nami go first. So he is playing a lot more defensive down in that bottom lane, and it definitely shows.
That is a name that we haven't talked about yet. It is 5 on the Nami. So the thing is we've given a lot of praise to Rhodes Thresh. You know, the last time we saw it, it was then quickly banned away from him, and he never got it again. He's a massive playmaker. He's a support that likes to unlock himself, roam around the map. We used to always make the joke that he's the road to success for IMA. He was the big Bard player, if you remember, last year. 5, on the other hand, no one really knows who 5 is. He was just kind of that quiet backbone, like just this random, you know, challenger level support, came into the LPL. OMG seemed to like him. They're sticking with him, but nothing really special is, you know, making you look twice at 5. He was a Thresh one trick as well, and that would be all he would play. And now suddenly he's playing the Zyras and the Karmas and the Namis, and he's probably one of the best Namis in the LPL now, and kind of known for his caster mage support. And I feel like 5 quietly went from this no-name status to now competing with maybe, I want to say, top 5 supports in the league. He has been the hard backbone and the support that someone like SMLZ needs to really shine.
Yeah, his Zyra is absolutely huge, not to mention his Malzahar and Lulu, which he could have picked, but emphasizing the fact that they wanted to go for that sort of priority for the rest of the team, so still definitely supporting in that aspect as well. And he does still have those tanks. Heck, he was the first person to break out Gallia support, though it was unsuccessful in that win. The
That
night
win
is
also
young.
meant nothing.
Yes, it was the night is young.
Please, no more Galio support.
Yeah, exactly. Galio is so very fun to see right now. You can see Icon having himself a grand old time, giving the stink eye.
That's a mean mug.
Yeah, I know. Who's he looking at? Because he's on the other side of the stage. That's not Aime that's over there.
He's looking over at SMLs. He's like, this guy gets all my gold. He gets
He's on split push. That's probably why he took the split push Echo. It's like, I will have my own lane with Blackjack and minions.
And Poros.
Yeah.
So many
We're just gonna be
Poros.
pushing down this lane all the time. And OMG taking this match very seriously as we were setting up the preparation for Aime, but it really looks like OMG were ready. Very early on, they've picked up this momentum lead off the back of World 6, and they just look so confident moving forward. They aren't hesitating at all to dive.
I know. That's what kills me is that we looked at OMG. You know, we saw NewBee yesterday and Invictus Gaming. You know, normally they're all jovial. They're bouncing around in their seats. Everyone was super serious. Like, comes into playoffs, the flip switches. Like, it's go time. You look at OMG coming in, everyone's laughing. World 6 is like bouncing in his chair. He's
This
like,
is great.
Did you see that kick? Yeah. That guy failed his flash again. And like you said, it carries over into their play on the Rift because you're seeing them look for these pretty crazy dives. Like, they're not hesitating to pull the trigger, whereas when other teams get on the international stage, you don't want to be that guy that makes the crazy play, which normally in a normal game, in a scrim, you would 100% go for. but in a high-pressure situation, you hesitate. You say, let's just play it safely. You know, we don't want to throw away our entire split just on this risky gamble.
And that's what we're seeing that's so intelligent from OMG, is that these gambles are well thought out in advance. They are actually relatively low risk. Whenever World 6 is invading, it's when he has vision of Ben 4, when he sees the bottom lane is pushing out of position so he can catch them prepared. And then he just has the casual outplay. When you're playing the game long enough, you have that confidence to be able to sit back and pull it together and be like, I killed this guy.
I mean, so many people forget World 6, but the team that he was on before OMG was Vici Gaming, and he was unfortunately the jungler that, when he was brought to the team, put Dandy up into the top lane.
Yeah.
But while he was on Vici, he had both Mata and Dandy fresh off of their Season 4 World Champion, like flanking him.
Yeah.
And you can imagine that, you know, some of that intelligence is going to rub off, that he effectively got to train up to be a jungler next to one of the best junglers to ever play the game. And I think you can see some of those imprints.
Yeah, it definitely shows in how intelligently he's playing here. Of course, his opponent on the other side, Ben 4, is rather new for IMA. We used to call him the highlight hunter a whole lot. Here's a replay of that positioning on the thresh, just the delay. He waits for it, lands the Sonic Wave, and then follows through.
And there's the panic flash, like you said. That said, I feel like he was still going to die either way. But then to follow it up, guess correctly on the second Q, he will disengage because Jin Zhao does have Blade of the Ruined King, is starting to put out heavy damage. But just the 1-2 punch from Icon and World 6, this duo is on fire.
Definitely synergizing rather well together. He even finishes that off on the other side. A very good play from him. Hopefully we'll continue to see these plays on that Lee Sin. And like you said, this is something that's been banned away from him quite a bit. Taking a look at some of the most banned champions from OMG, most of them are actually towards both Icon and Xiang, with the one exclusion being World 6's Rengar. Sort of the Shen, LeBlanc, Syndra, Jace, because you see that and you're like, okay, these are the priority champions. They want to go for the big outplays from Icon and Xiang. But now we're also seeing World 6 step up and become a threat in his own right. And again, there's still always SMLZ in the bottom lane.
It's always going to be about SMLZ. Jin Zhao knows that. Look at
He
how
has learned his lesson.
that side eye.
Yeah.
What's curious to me is that World 6, we had a lot of hype driving for him kind of in the... He joined OMG in week 2, and then instantaneously they saw kind of the benefits of having him on the rosters. They started picking up games and then turning those into series win and then climbing through the standings. But right before playoffs, World 6 actually really dropped the ball.
Yeah.
There was kind of the meme going around of World 060, because he definitely had a really rough couple of games. I think it was 2 series back-to-back where he was just falling flat on his face. It's nice to see him, you know, with that rest, recouped, re-energized, refocused,
Pulling
and
it back together, yep.
doing much better across from IMA.
Certainly showing a good performance. So now getting into a little bit of the story for IMA on the other side. They have come back from worse situations than this. This is only game number 1. They have come back from a 2-0 deficit in a best-of-5, and then losing effectively games 3 and 4, and then winning at the last second with crazy clutch team fights. We know IMA is not the team to give up so easily after finding themselves at a deficit early on. Heck, they've got Kog'Maw. They are so happy to just sit and wait for a couple hours.
And it's always been about Jin Zhao. My biggest gripe with IMA is that their mid-game tends to fall apart. And that's
Yeah.
because it's on Ben 4 and Athena. That's when the mid laner really needs to usually step up and kind of be that bridge over to the AD carry, especially when you have someone like Jin Zhao on your team who will consistently carry late game team fights alongside Amazing J. But the problem is that when Athena gets rocked in lane, when he doesn't quite get a high impact champion, there seems to be this weakness or this big hole in the
Yeah.
middle of IMA's.
He really turns off in the mid lane, which creates this really terrible situation because then all the pressure falls to Amazing J. Sometimes we see him pop off and carry the team through that mid game, but then sometimes he ends up going up against the likes of Xiang on Fizz.
And then it leads to so many of the scenarios, and you'll see IMA in them time and time again, where it's like 45 minutes, 55 minutes, all their inhibs are down, but Jin Zhao is finally online,
Yeah.
and he's just holding the line. And that's all they can do, and then they just have to slowly fight from that point.
Yeah.
But if they can stay neutral or even and just get Jin Zhao to late game at like 35, 40 minutes and not have their base, you know, devastated, then I may look like a completely different team.
Absolutely, and the timer right now has certainly been set back a little bit for Jin Zhao on that Kog'Maw with that dive that we just saw, and the laning phase. excellent play from SMLZ, holding the minion wave like that for a good 3 or 4 minutes. Sure, he gave up his life trying to get some vision, but then he immediately came back and reset the wave, held it back under his own turret once again. So using Jin Zhao's lane aggression against him. And with this sort of presence, really we have to turn our attention towards Ben 4 and Road to breaking that, as tons of signs for the audience.
We finally found the one IMA sign.
Yeah.
I was looking for it. I was like, this camera guy is not doing IMA any favors. Keep showing the team, and then we go back, it's like all OMG signs, just as far as the eye can see. And that 6th man of the crowd is certainly going to hurt.
Oh, yeah.
That's a big arena in the LPL. I believe they can seat up to 500 in the main stage.
Wow. Yeah, and you saw how packed it was earlier. You could even hear the audience chanting out the names for OMG.
Fun fact, the shirt that SMLZ is wearing right now is part of OMG's clothing line, and all of the proceeds go to benefiting children with autism.
Very nice from the organization to see them support folks like that. Taking a look at the scoreline right now, you can see it's about 16 minutes in as we bring it up, and we're seeing a defensive setup from IMA. Looks like Athena on that Karma has Athene's Unholy Grail.
Going for the double defensive items.
And the Ardent Sensor afterwards.
The nice thing is that it'll give it a really strong mid-game power spike on top of the Kog'Maw having 2 completed items. So the thing about going that direction with Karma is, yeah, you'll still be doing damage because no one really has their big resistances up or has enough levels to shake off Karma's damage. But more importantly, Kog'Maw will also be hitting those breaking points.
Yeah.
And if you have Karma's 2 items on Kog'Maw's 2 items, then it's pretty much like a 4-item Kog'Maw. And why this is important for this game is the next dragon is Mountain Dragon.
Yes.
It'll spawn around 18 minutes, and Kog'Maw should have his completed Bork, which he already has, moving towards that Hurricane.
Oh, well, with the current dive on the mid lane, you're actually seeing about a 900 gold lead for SMLZ, not to mention the CS advantage he was able to eke out. In the mid lane, another 600, and then in the jungle, an 1100 gold lead for World 6 as he's picked up those kills. So far, it's a dagger and boots for Jin Zhao. He's got a long way to go in 2 minutes if he hopes to finish that rune in time.
They can stall it, though. They just need to control the waves.
Yeah.
But the thing is OMG...
They have to do that against the likes of World 6 and 5.
Yeah, and OMG have control over the bottom side.
Yeah.
So if OMG are smart, which they have been for the majority of their split, OMG are interesting. They're really good at short-term goals, but not necessarily long-term goals. They always have the right idea, but sometimes fumble the execution. You'll see it time and time again. So what they should be doing is controlling the bot lane wave, continuing to move their deep vision around the red buff, and then secure Dragon, Mountain Dragon, and start putting all of that attention back into that mid lane and back into the top lane. So, Xiang, you've been left on an island, but hope is coming within the next 4 to 5 minutes.
Yes. And hopefully within that window, we will get a chance to see IMA fight back. They've got a Sight Stone already, the Tracker's Knife finished on Ben 4, so they can set up vision well in advance. They did burn Athena's teleport, so we're expecting him to go back bottom. Now the pressure is going to be on Amazing J. He managed to get the kill onto Xiang. Does Xiang teleport back to top lane to defend against that Kennen Karma? Or does Xiang hold onto that teleport, sort of soak some of that damage onto his top tier 1 turret as Karma and Kennen will shove?
Unfortunately, I wouldn't be able to answer confidently without seeing the rest of the minion waves, because
Okay.
it could also be a scenario where if OMG have a sizable minion wave behind them and they did execute the dive cleanly, killing both the support and the AD carry.
They could just try to break down the mid tier 1.
Exactly, or even mid tier 2, especially if they have the teleport, because then they can preserve a lot of the wave. So unfortunately, without that information, I can't call the play. You would assume that if he teleports back top lane, he'd need some sort of assistance like the jungler or even 5 pulled off.
It's entirely possible. We are still looking for that, but hopefully we're going to get the issue resolved soon. Again, one of the players' mouses was having issues. Hopefully that'll be fixed up rather quickly. As you can see, just like the rest of the players, a hard reset in the middle of the game. Not quite the best way to go through this series, but perhaps this is exactly what I may need. Like the first 15 minutes, they start falling behind. All right, we made a mistake. That's fine. We'll just bring it back, calm down, get back in. Tragically, though, they don't get to communicate that.
We also need to start asking the question of, you know, when morale turns this way, when the game starts slowing down, can teams stay focused? And the thing about IMA is they have shown that they can. If you go all the way back to the regional qualifiers, that was a grueling gauntlet. 15 games in a single day. IMA didn't have to play until the very end, but...
Yeah.
There was a couple of pauses in there. We had to clear out, like, the games went so long that we had to clear out the arena that we were sitting in and then resume the games afterwards with just the players playing on stage. And IMA found success there
Because
despite...
public transport closed and people had to go home.
It was actually the police.
Oh,
So,
really?
Yeah, you need a certain number of police to be in venues.
Gotcha.
And they didn't, you know, the arena's closed. They didn't have the authority to keep the police or hold them there to pay the salary. So the police wanted to go home, which meant that everyone in the arena needed to go home because there was no safety measures taken in place then.
Bit of a tragedy. Hopefully we're not going to get anything quite as terrible in this set. Though with the delays, 2 best-of-5s, you never know.
It's also very different because that was like a big arena, whereas
Yeah,
this is
yeah.
the LPL's normal domestic arena.
The actual studio built specifically for this. And
I believe the finals are going to be in, what, a 15,000 seat
the
arena?
Nanjing Olympic Sports Arena.
The gymnasium
The
specifically.
gymnasium, yes.
I'm excited. I've never been to Nanjing. I've spent a lot of time in Shanghai and
Capacity
Guangzhou.
13,000 people.
There we go.
It is going to be absolutely packed.
I remember last year at summer finals, we were sitting, and how they had the final set up, the stage was right next to the players. Like, literally, you could take some of the merchandise off of our table, and if you threw it, you could just peg Clear Love, like right in the side of the, right in the side of the dome.
Shouldn't have done that dive, Clear Love.
And we're sitting there, and you know, Fish, Rusty, and I were looking around, and the stadium's massive. It's just like this huge bowl, but no one's really there. We're like, oh man, you know, this venue's probably way too large for, you know, an esports venue like this. We're probably not going to fill up the amount of people. I mean, maybe the first few rows will be filled up, but that'll probably be about it. The cosplay show starts. Cosplay shows are always a staple of any sort of big LPL grand event. It's just something that's so quintessentially China. I love it. They're super fun. They're even better live. It was incredible to watch, and you know, kept looking up at the stands to see if more people were filing them. No, it's still super empty. I'm getting kind of bummed because you like to ride the energy of the crowd being there. Unfortunately, we cast, you know, most of our careers from a quiet studio. We don't get that same crowd hype at those live venues that you can get. But as soon as the players take the stage, as soon as the announcer starts calling out, you know, Team WE or EDG starting to line up and face the stage, suddenly the arena just roars and it echoes and it shakes. And I look up and every single seat is filled. I don't know when they got in there. I don't know how they did it, but they filled up like a 15,000 person stadium to the limits, to the
brim.
nosebleeds.
Yeah. We're expecting something very similar for the 2017 spring split happening in just a week and a half in that Olympic Center in Nanjing in the gymnasium. And looking to fill that one up for a very fun match between the teams. And again, it's actually pretty exciting to see the teams that are in contention for that. The fact that we're seeing IMA still in playoffs, still making a race. They have to go through WE. If IMA were to make it to the finals over WE, over OMG, it would be an amazing story. And meanwhile, you look at the likes of the other teams on the other side of the bracket, EDG sort of coming back after losing some of their star players and trying to rebuild their legacy.
I mean, I always say this about QG, that they're such an easy team to be a fan of, but I feel IMA are in a very similar boat. You know, the fact that no one ever counted on them, that they were pretty much always thought to just be the little brother of EDG, just, you know, straggling along behind them, trying to keep up with everything. They kind of had this one gimmicky style where they look for a late game flanking teleport. They just throw this sucker punch, and if it lands, you go down with them. But they were just constantly missing, like couldn't consistently connect with it. And then they beat Team WE in 2 best-of-5s.
Yeah.
To make it, to qualify themselves out of the regional qualifiers until the very last best-of-5, and then beat them in the regional qualifiers. And just watching Team WE's faces after that, going one game, 55 minutes, they were ahead for 99% of it, and they lose on a single teleport flank. They were crushed. They were devastated. Mystic was just like head in hands, and Amazing J just started sobbing, just like ran and jumped up into his coach's arms.
Happiness for actually succeeding, the celebration of the moment. There are still some amazing photos from that moment.
And then they go to Worlds, and you know, it was a pretty rocky start. I think they took down the Flash Wolves, and that was pretty much their only big accomplishment. Exited in group stage, but not a lot of people ever really count on them. You saw the crowd vote, 16 to 84 in favor of OMG.
Yeah.
They're still just the little brother of the LPL trying to grow up, but they continuously prove people wrong.
Yeah, and we're hoping to see them continue doing it here as they climb uphill against OMG. Game number 1 looks to start in a very similar fashion to the IMA story, finding themselves coming up from behind, trying to catch back up. And if they can continue this momentum, it really sort of creates this interesting conversation for the team. When you look at the likes of EDG, that's been around forever, the like of OMG, that's been around forever and is now finding success, and then IMA, this is their second split in the LPL. They've gone to playoffs twice now, and going to Worlds after one single split in that regional qualifiers, and now making it to playoffs once again. This is a team that, sure, they don't always see the best results during the regular season, and it seems like they're always trying to fight from behind, but they are continuing to make a name for themselves.
When push comes to shove, you can never count IMA out. They are the ultimate comeback kids.
Yes. And hopefully we'll see them continue to try this against OMG. Meanwhile, OMG, as we said, sticking with the same roster after coming out of relegations and now turning it around and coming into second place in playoffs. Now that is growth.
I mean, they've got 2 veterans on their team in SMLZ and Xiong. Xiong's going to be the more notable name to a global audience. We saw him, you think all the way back to All-Stars where OMG fell down to Cloud9.
Yeah.
Xiong was the starting mid laner for the team. Originally, he's actually played in 3 different roles, support, mid, and top lane, all for OMG when Cool decided to take his injury due to eye strain. Took a year off, and Xiong picked up the slack for the team. SMLZ peaked pretty early in Season 3 and then disappeared for a few years, has come back, and the thing is, like, if you're new to League of Legends, you've probably never heard of SMLZ. He was really before the times of, like, Season 4 World, Season 5. So it'd be something pretty special if he was ever able to get to an international stage. The funny thing is he came up at the same time around Uzi, and so their career trajectories just went completely different directions. Uzi is the big helmed name on the international stage, and it could have been SMLZ because they were competing very at similar times to each other.
It's always the story of what could have happened for him instead of what actually did. Always playing second fiddle just behind him. Now he's got a chance to make a name for himself here and demonstrate that he deserves to be seeing just as much success. They always wear their headsets just off the side of their ears.
It's because I'd like to keep their hair really nice.
That seems very uncomfortable.
On the left-hand side is Xiaoyan. She's actually quite funny. I remember the first time I met her, we were going back and doing makeup together, and when she was getting her makeup done, she just had you could tell that she'd been working with her makeup artist forever because she just had her phone in front of her and didn't ever even move, never looked up, and the guy just worked magic around this orifices. It was excellent.
Good to see that we're seeing synergy for the production setup for the Chinese broadcast. We're still sticking with those difficulties. Thank you for bearing with us. Again, we're having some mouse issues from one of the players. Mouse issues. We're also having some mouth issues from some of the casters, and trying to get that resolved as quickly as possible before we get into this setup once again. And again, this is really sort of difficult for IMA to push back from this. They've got the timer, they've got the opportunity with this Cogmom, but coming into a 1-game deficit against OMG, a lot of teams would look at this momentum and be like, shoot, we're down 1 game, that just means we have to fight harder. I feel like IMA is the kind of team that's like, yes, we're down 1 game, backs against the wall, now we can push harder and go for that sort of late game style that they love so much.
Oh, I see. You're saying they're down the early game.
Yes.
I'm like, Dom, I know it's been a long time in this pause, but they haven't lost the game yet.
Yes. It's only 16 minutes in.
Yeah. I mean, it's the classic IMA thing. They're able to play well from behind. They have plenty of practice doing it. If you look at some of their, most of their notable wins that stick out to me are never before 35 minutes.
Yeah.
It's always these super late game, 55-minute victories where Amazing Jay's just like, I'm teleporting now, get my backpack because we're going.
Or I'm on that Kled and he just charges in, brings the whole team, is like, it's time to go. And then you look at the likes of their opponents, OMG, and they're also doing some much more intelligent play more lately.
And again, it's kind of the small goals for OMG. They say that, okay, SMLZ is ahead right now. We're going to start picking this guy up and okay, go for the mid tower. Okay, he's stunned there. Now pick him up. Now move him up into the top tower. Okay, dragon spawning. It's just like it's very methodical in trying to connect all of the dots. But the problem is when they hit a road bump, trying to connect those two dots. When you do put them on the back foot, they do struggle a bit to play from behind. They're not a super. What's the word? They don't plan super far in advance. Like maybe their plans will be like 3 minutes, 3-minute 30 out in advance, but you're never going to see the same like EDG, RNG where they're planning like 6 minutes out in advance on like a buff respawn, timing all of their backs, making sure that it's warded, luring you and picking you off.
And we will be getting the chance to see EDG take on NewBee later today in our second best of 5. And that's also looking to be a very fun matchup because EDG, they've had a bit of a shakier season. Yes, they managed to get second place in group stage, but this is not It's not always about the best for EDG. It's always about first or nothing. And we do have an opportunity to see if they can try to chase that back down. We're actually going to go ahead and take a quick break while we get this pause issue sorted out. We'll be right back rather soon.
远古巨龙的血量非常低了，看孙子这边有机会抢到了，而且是摸眼下去直接抢到的，再 Q 过去一段。大到了，想先杀泰勒斯这边给了一个女警，给了个治疗，自己再给个大招 ，Mistake 的位置有点差呀，岩雀过来 ，Mistake 是爆人，
拿了一波双杀，这个泰坦交了闪现过去，好像还是没有办法救到自己队友。
这边是没有闪现，没有那个治疗的。哎，这边是有一个小破败，闪现，哇，闪现这一波伤害计算非常的漂亮。哎，这边的话感觉两个人要完成 PK 了，哇，这个瞬间的伤害直接把姿态打到了残血 ，W 还定到了，哇，这个 QW 是在空中把这个鱼的第二段给挡到了。怕的就是对面的新上场的选手打顺了，自信了，自信打出来了呀，很可怕了。这边一炮打到，挂了个虚弱，这边是绑了一下宝蓝，伤害够不够？二神这边有点打不过，往后一拉，这边有机会吗？能换掉 Echo 吗？换掉了 ，Echo 这边是看见这边吸血吸起来了，没有伤害，还是这边少 A 了一下，但反正一个 W 是带走了蜘蛛。一个人成功的守住了 OMG 至关重要的一个中路外塔，这波要跳进去被踢出来，盲僧跟到右边，这边的一个这个沿途，双 C 位全部倒下。6的血，1600的血，1400、1500，谁的龙下子抢到了，而且这一波2v2怎么说？秀了，这波斯科特秀了，看一下这个梅口也过来，哇，完了，又踩了一脚。哇呀，这一波的话 ，QG 打龙出了大问题，他们最大的核心点狮子狗被带走了，才2个，打龙没血。在这边还要踩过来，还要杀吗？但是这一下踩是刚好在印记的 CD7啊，没有打出印记。这里又是抓了一个妈，这一波射到杀不了蛤蟆的，这一波感觉 EDG 有点失误。上台传了过来，艾伦这边残血，这边探探的位置非常好，九桶全部杀了过来，一个大招，九桶这一波太可怕了，一桶双响就是怼死了一个。勾起了一波机会，泰坦来了，大招给到 Scott， 被勾到了 ，Scott 要被秒了，上的危险 ，Scott 漂亮，来波的大招放的很不错，安心疯狂的输出，这波的话还不好说，这边是破败吸了一口 ，Q 这边全员被打完，这边来抢 A 人，结果被 Q 到了，杜威斌的状态很好，这边没了，又是磕到了艾罗莉，这波 Scott 被秒，对 ED 来说非常的关键 ，Z 也被杀掉，那这的话是 QG 打了一波0换4。
先手打兰博，兰博中间上路给上去，而且大招也交出来了。
看死马老贼这个位置，
大招打到3个人，还看一下正面的一个团战，但是生姜哥这边也是扛不住。老贼在后面被双粉给偷掉的话，那 OMG 这波要想办法撤退，因为对方的双膝状态很好，是及时的一个反手大招大到了，姿态也是被打出了闪现。来看这一波的反手大招很漂亮，小五在旁边控制住了以后，让中路的蛇女可以一个人在高地上追杀对方的2个双膝。OQ 知道自己走不掉，最后被毒牙给咬死。
icon 在后面猥琐，等到对方能走进这个腹地，一个大
是的，
全部都搭在自己的 W 腹地上。
姿态进化交了以后，还是被毒死了。
我们看到这边弗兰多路也是被一个 Q 技能毒死了，这大 DP 加 Q 技能的持续伤害太猛了。
Welcome back, everyone. This is the LPL playoffs, and hopefully we should be resolving things rather quickly with the pause that we had between game number one between IMA and OMG. Once again, my name is Dom Romer. Joining me here on the desk is Indiana Frostgear in black, and we do get a chance to sort of reset during that duration, try to figure out what exactly these teams are going to try to do to get back into this, because IMA, they're at a pretty big deficit now in game number one. They've lost bottom turret, all of that solo gold on SMLZ. Jin Zhao on that Kog'Maw has been put behind several times at this point, and World 6 is really popping off across the map.
I think the biggest thing is trying to keep up with the momentum that OMG are riding right now on the back of World 6 and his particular Lee Sin performance. Guy looks like Loveling right now out on the field. But they definitely still have the options. You know, the fact that they're running a double support comp with an 80 carry Kog'Maw, if they choose to, they can spike on Karma's 2 completed Athene's Ardent Sinsa, as well as Kog'Maw's 2 items. So despite the fact that they're already at a deficit, that would more than leapfrog them over the line.
Yeah, if they can actually complete those items. Of course, as you said, Mountain Dragon will be coming up rather soon, and with where we saw the state of the game when we last left it. OMG picking up a few kills and a slight gold advantage. They had just dove mid for a quick 2 kills, and though we did see IMA make their second aggressive play of the game with Athena teleporting top to collapse on Amazing J and kill Xiyoung as he was overextending. Xiyoung is still, despite being down in CS, winning top lane. We're seeing Icon win mid lane. We're seeing bottom lane from SMLZ and 5 get more CS, and now they've definitely got way more gold than Jinzhao and Road. Not to mention World 6 is popping off. All 5 lanes for OMG are ahead of their counterparts.
Yeah, just to echo Pulse from yesterday, Fizz is just absolutely nuts right now.
Yeah.
It's 7.7. We've seen the return of Fizz in the top lane, building that Blade of the Rune King, or going more of kind of those on-hit builds, and he just blows people up
Yeah.
with W. Or he can choose to build the tanky and kind of be that secondary pseudo-tank, especially when you combine that with tanky stats and the troll pull or the E. But I like the
Playful
fact,
trickster.
yeah, when he builds damage and then he gets to be the superficial tank because he just negates so much of it by jumping
On-target
up.
ability, such a strong ability, especially on low cooldown.
Strong is not the word I would have used.
Overpowered, perhaps.
I have words.
Too many assassinations. Here's a look at the current bracket for the teams. You can see we're in our first match, OMG versus IMA right now. We have not had a resolution to game number 1 because of that mouse issue that is still being looked into. Later on today, we're going to get the chance to see NewBee take on EDG. And again, this is the 4th place seed, winning both of their round 1 matches and advancing to play the 2nd place seed.
Yeah, and it only gets harder from here as well. So you'd think that NewBee probably have the hardest battle just because they're looking across from EDG so early on. But RNG and WE, claimed their spots at the top in both Group A and B. So we're just starting to ramp up. And if IMA and NewBee can continue to go the distance, it's almost like, oh man, we finally took down that Titan. And then bam, here comes the Cyclops. You're
Exactly.
like, oh god.
It's like Dark Souls. You go through one dark room, and then immediately the next boss after is just even worse than the first one. And you're like, well, should have saved.
Pretty much.
But again, this is significantly more difficult than Dark Souls in that all of your progress, you don't get a chance to get it back. You lose the best of 5, you are out until you make it to the semifinals, where then if you lose, you will be dropped into that 3rd, 4th place match happening on Sunday. And of course, a week from that, on the next Saturday, we have our grand finals, the LPL finals being held in Nanjing, China, in the Nanjing Olympic Sports Arena Gymnasium, seating up to 13,000 people. That's right. We're going to be playing and talking about League of Legends and an Olympic stadium.
Gymnasium.
Still necessary for the Olympics.
Yes, it was
Yeah.
still an incredible event to go to. We're very excited. We get to cast live there. It's going to be a long flight. Dom, buckle up.
Oh, yeah. It's going to be fun. I expect to just be reading books and doing research on all the teams the entire time. And people are going to be like, what's this guy doing watching League of Legends on a plane?
So Dom's like, I got it. I've got something for the long plane ride. And he pulls out a brand new Switch. And they're very hard to get into Australia, so I was actually quite impressed. But for those of you who haven't seen Dom in person, he's massive. He's just a very long, tall human being.
Yeah.
And so he literally looks like he's holding a card.
It is a very small device. I have big hands. I am a large individual, and it is a small device. Listen, half the flight I'm going to be studying League of Legends. The other half I'm going to be having fun.
Yeah,
And
I'm sleeping.
yeah, okay. Hopefully we're going to get that resolved rather quickly. But that's still not happening for another few days, of course. Here and now at the LPL studio, we're trying to figure out what's going on up next with this game and trying to figure things out. Let's actually talk a little bit about the next match that we've got coming up. I'm pretty sure we've hit just about everything we can about IMA and OMG. But in our second game, we've got EDG versus OMG, and we have an opportunity to sort of set the stage for viewers who might be a little unfamiliar with the storylines since last we saw EDG at international play and have, in fact, never seen NewBee go international.
If you haven't been watching the LPL, if you're a brand new viewer, you've never seen either of these teams effectively because both rosters have changed so dramatically. EDG no longer running Clear Love. He's appeared, I believe, one series this entire split, but it's just been Mouse, Fire Lily, Scout, brand new AD carry Zet, as well as the classic staple of Mako there. Scout in particular has really kind of set up his new career. He used to be the sub behind Faker. He then came into China and he's like, okay, I'm ready to start, and I'm a sub behind Pawn. He got his start in 2016 and he's really cemented his legacy, or starting to cement that in 2017.
And because we are sort of seeing this growth from the team, we actually get a chance to look at the new EDG, of course, because they have lost those players. And it did look a little shaky during the regular season. There were moments where they ended up losing to teams that they should not have lost to. They got second place.
Exactly. There's a reason why they're only in the quarterfinals and not in the semifinals. the EDG has really fallen, although we keep trying to, question, is this the last time that we're going to see the dominance from the kings of the LPL? And against Team WE, we thought that was going to be that Team WE, or excuse me, EDG were just like barely hanging on, that Team WE were going to walk by and just, Mufasa them off the rock, that they're going to fall to their doom. But instead, they lunged back up and 2-0'd and perfect game Team WE in Game 1.
And that can't be understated enough. A perfect game in League of Legends in professional play. No kills, no deaths, no turrets, no dragons. It was effectively a flawless win for EDG.
And it was something that we didn't expect that they had left in them. We thought that this was the dead horse and they were going to ride it straight into the ground, but there's obviously some fire and some flames still left there, so hopefully it continues to burn as they make their race towards the playoffs. But unfortunately, they weren't able to get that first place seed, which means if they even want to make it towards the finals, towards the chance or the opportunity to represent at MSI, they have to go through RNG. And this is the classic, final match that we see almost every single year. Starhorn Royal Club, Royal Never Give Up, whatever you want to call them, EDG.
But now we're seeing them in the semifinals. It's a chance perhaps for the story to rewrite itself. Of course, on the other side of the bracket, you've got WE, who will play the winner of this game between IMA and OMG. And WE, for a brief while, they looked like the best team in the league in the spring split. They were just rolling over teams. I think they went for a grand total of 4 best-of-3s without dropping a single game before playing up against RNG, where they dropped 1, but still 2-1 to the series. So they have one of the longest winning streaks of winning teams in the LPL, RNG excluded.
To be fair, RNG weren't playing MLXG.
Yeah.
But the big guy who's riding Team WE is going to be Razzleplasm. He says that they're the best team in the LPL, and I can see some merit in that. When you look at Team WE, it's pretty much like a rock, paper, scissors between RNG, EDG, and WE right now. EDG feel like the more consistent team out of the two of them, but I feel like EDG, you never know what you're going to get. You can never count against kind of the legacy or the premier organization itself, because they'll just kind of go back to basics and fight their way out of a hole. Whereas RNG have more of that explosive factor. There's a lot of untapped talent on that roster. You've got Let Me in the top lane now, Ming in the support position, brand new players. I mean, Let Me's played a little bit competitively, but never on this caliber of team next to someone like Uzi, MLXG, and Xiaohu, that they just have these really high peaks, but these kind of meh or whatever troughs, and they're currently really kind of slugging through one.
So I do have a quick announcement. Sorry to cut you off right there. We do see that Road reported a peripheral issue. He was unable to move during that dive on the mid lane, claiming that it is his mouse. It is currently being looked into. We're still trying to figure out what exactly happened, and we are going to go ahead and take a quick 10-minute break while we figure this out. So a chance to refill your coffee, get yourself some new popcorn, some fresh snacks, and revitalize before we get ready to get back into this best of 5 between IMA and OMG. We're going to be back soon, but don't go anywhere. The LPL playoffs will resume shortly.
瞎子能不能够再留下一个？但是自己被留下了，所以赶到这边一起来传导一个大招，结果跑不掉了。那人头是给到了辅助，但是搜本这边也被打残，
极限吊起来，
赶到了岩
金角点了一枪，伤害还是不够，
金角
很尴
闪
尬
现 AA 不出来
，Q 被躲掉了。
哦，这个小走位，搜本还在
网子还是被躲掉了，
卡都没了。
哎呀，这波是先开北神，北神这边被定到，
好的，能秒下来吗？代表凯出来了，
开出来，但是伊普被打残，伊普这边交了一个闪现，还在输出。哎呀，马达再一伤，
一脚踢
回来高位，这样的话老哥队的双这边直接阵亡，
而且毛森现在还有个春哥再度复活，
艾米血加一下，哎呀，直接被蓝
来这个大招放的。杜宾有先抓到位置，让队友调整一下，勾到西叶了，勾到西叶时间直接被勾到了锤神大招上面，被秒杀。哇，正面的团战有点难打，大舅这边也中招，2个勾剁下这一波太强了，957这边感觉是走不掉了。赶紧用大招掩护一下队友，这边想要反打，还没一见射到是朱茵碧，这边勾到了谢，谢有金身了，猪猪大招也套下去了，救赎照下来以后，957这边绑上朱茵碧，朱茵碧有双盾，这边落下是砍不住，大舅子的一个伤害由康帝这边正面已经把卡比给打残，但是可以的忽然一脚把西叶给踢回去，踢到正中央，这时候要看一下大舅子的输出，大舅子反向闪现以后，现在还有闪现，这波就看小虎能不能秀起来了，秀得好。 这个五杀的局
这个就可有意的技能情况下，他还是不好秀的。
啊，在兰博这边要
直接交了
过来，脚闪现要来追击
一个夹子，
一个夹子，雷米进来的位置很不错，把对方给烤残。雷米已经是倒下了，小五往前，一个 Q 技能透底神风穿掉两个人，威武是拿下双杀，最后是把九董给杀掉。另外一边麻辣香锅在追，血量不是很健康的一个 Lucky， 一个 Q1连续。
这一波是被辛德拉截在外面，被推到了，然后一个大招是不是换下去？
哇，这边是
的话，
叶灵
抢龙
吐出来要惩戒，拿到了，这是什么样的鬼战法？是塔姆带着打野过去抢掉这个大龙，这边兰博到达一个战场。
这把乌德凯其实在前期的压力都非常大哦，这边直接击到了两个人，配上一个大招，我的天，这一波瞬间爆炸！辛德拉是配合瞎子一人一个人头。哎，这边的话，先手打到狙手了，击不够，这边直接一个闪现过来，狙警被秒了。这一波一个嘲讽到了两个人、三个人，全部被留下。哇，西游哥就拿到双杀之后，击不够开了一个大招跑了。
Kid 的位置并不远，看一下能不能成功的夹到手。
两辆车一起开，
两辆车同时来，这时候就是强抓 Duke 开启大招，大树够不够弱？用 W 为了一小段绑到的是小虎，最后雷米是扛着塔的伤害终于是落地。Kid 这波上来的一个大招伤害还不错，麻辣香锅来200滴血，差最后一枪，但 Q 技能缓速到以后，雷米粘上来，三下最后一下补 A 能不能砍出来？砍出来，打出怒气上车，这时候再往一个 Q 技能一个 Q 技能打到，最后被石化，小虎夹闪现过来，最后是雷米一下普攻。
哎，这一波一人后的位置，哎，还可以直接一个一闪，但是这一波一闪的话，想要贴女警的话也是被嘲讽到了，一炮双杀。那这样的话，击不够，往后想交出一个大招，被闪现直接挡住了，三个人全部倒地。
这个位置是节俭截到了小鱼的位置，
局能不能救出小鱼？这一炮打到了，伤害很高，是异丝血的翠神已经是闪现躲过，但是哇，后面威斯特被爆裂果实给炸下了。
没这个直接给他一个快餐，一个快递，直接拉他下来跟我皇城 PK。
这一波就不掉一边卡，这一波就赚。这一波
伤害很高，
要追吗？
这波还要追，
放得很远。
有红 buff 有机会杀，漂亮闪现地到了 ，AJ 这边没有闪现的，
逼出了一件大招，
红 buff 一直粘到 ，AJ 这边很难受，好像直接敲死了。开口这个 W 的预判。QG 其实是打大龙的时间很快，想要出来看一下可丽的这一脚又是一个2-3。
这没什么办法了，因为南墙闪现刚才抢大龙用掉了。
一泽软闪现红 buff 留人，留下一个合同
倒下，有可丽又是一个金钟罩往上飞，龙选择开大招，但这边直接被 EG 给点死，只剩下 Endless 一个反向逃跑交了闪现，还是被 EG 拿下一个跨抓 kill。时间上面可以被拖过去，现在 Q 的一个时间已经结束，但是RNG 选择是这边要开团，看到的是小五原地给了一个鸟盾，以后夕阳已经进场，麻辣香锅这边被控制，剩着一个 W 打高出一个区域，正面的九桶已经是被打出春哥，小五进场被瑞兹给吓到的话，雷米进场在后面的输出，看一下小狗的位置，小狗在被左边的瑞兹逼迫了一个输出，之前必须要拉撤，雷米这边原地又被打出一个春哥，那这样的话 OMG 这波团感觉要赢了，但是麻辣香锅再一次的进场，现在就看小狗的输出能不能打赢了，没办法，正面的两个前排已经倒下，现在这波是司马老贼的局了，追击两边右侧的人，最后是露露跟纳尔同时找到小狗在正面，虽然带走了一个破天使，但小狗这边有射手的专注，瞄准的是后面的涡六，现在还能都拉大，小狗他最后一次捡换掉了生的春哥，但没有办法，司马老贼这边上来跟上2枪，拿下了这个人头。
罗莉现在血线有点低了，一剑献给了大招，结果能不能下来？完了，伤害爆炸，
大秀已经残血了，这样的话他只能撤，把那个身家血血已经被
没扣，血量很残，会不会被秒掉？
都挂了，夕阳也死，
没了，卡兹克要自杀了吗？
哇，杰拉是知道卡兹克这边是人头，你看看 Mistake 跑不掉啊，这残血的 Mistake 一直在打伤害，但是没用，又是被艾希2剑破败吸死。他要有机会去摸塔，他有无妖，
技能全部都掉了，没什么意义。艾克等级还领先呢。
是的。AP 人1技能来躲技能的话，伤害哇
好凶啊！哎，
踩到一个加强有鱼，
吃到鱼了，但是怎么说金身？
皇城 PK 最后两边的上单都传送过来，
金身我再来，你来完金身我来。
哇，
但是我有队友的支援啊！
圣枪哥还有金身的，我觉得埃及特拉被金身气死了。
来看看最后落地，金身，姿态一个1级的开始
，3个金身，但是我都是后用的金身威力太大，我的队友可以空架，
还是一脚踢到 Q2，
但是会被晕住吗？不会，
但是克连打艾克打
能打得过吗？小人能 Q 住吗？
下课没 Q 到被秀了，闪现，断一绝这下。来了，
这边正在主动发难的，
有大招的，看怎么秀。如果哇，这个要被踩吗？
金身相按，但姿态也还有个金身打招。
哇，有鱼，金身再来。
哇 ，The winner is Rookie。
这边要杀泰坦吗？能不能杀掉？
杀不掉啊！这个盾给出来一剑，射到了笨。
连拳打到风下走位 ，W 这4个人
被关住门来打呀！这边笨交了一个闪现，
在这个岩拳打到还没有上去，抬过来3个人。这一波岩拳的沿途，知道这边又是秒到了7的吗
？95期的伤害不足以秒掉这个 Scout， 还能追击。
到后，到后，绝命一波了，绝命一波。正面大招 AJ 能不能开起来？很关键 ，Amy 进场，哇，希拉这个推起来，而且救赎之光洒在众人身上，给鳄鱼回到了半血左右，先勾到了 Amy。
一闪打到金角，就是要秒金角，大招秒金角，秒掉了。
闪现水炮，伟神这边上去想收雅典娜，直接被节俭，雅典娜打一个喷射球，我没有下去，面前还有一个激斗一个 W， 雅典娜这边还在风筝，但后面伊普已经处理到了后排，这波老人打了一个团灭出来。龙血量很低了，看一下 Amy 下去能不能抢到了 ，Amy 抢到了大龙，而且这个时候伊普进场，
全部的全都打出来了，只剩奔赴直接跟大招
哇，金角起来也被收了4杀，大招开下来跳下去 ，QA 惩先惩掉了，然后 Amy 的第2个惩再加 R 闪调角度踢到双 C。直接开大招，水银解掉4星的网子，但是打得比较散。哇，最后一枪
穿过了 UZI 的身体，打到了麻辣香锅，把香锅给打死了。
这一波有 TP， 这局想打闪现想挡箭没挡住啊！这波过来吸的是 Z， 看一下在这边直接被大招顶起来，反而是 EDG支援更快，金刚也进场直接大招盖住了马尔扎哈，管手还要打，做火枪弹给出来，但是已经扛不住了，大招回来，伊芙这边被射手专注黏住，回身地上地狱打到给出一个小小的加速，最终瞎子过来帮忙挡住了这下万箭齐发，但是在这边攻速太快了。这个现在蛋糕里下毒的人很少，看这波杰又来了，上一波没杀掉，这波过来，杰大招大出来了，但是
疗术给下，一出的没有被大招，但是 Scout 过来大招一波
到了，
再杀一个普攻，直接带走 double kill。
这波2个人感觉把目标选择错了，而且下路也同时开打，皮眼雷这边差一滴血，开启个大招套了一下，这边贝特还有一发子弹打出来，一个 W 没有定到硬普，但硬普这边1v2有点难受，一个爆头再跟上来，一枪是点死了对方的火车，一个 Q 技能加一个
雪崩，雪崩。
哎，这边有机会，艾克在哪里？要接贝特
定住了贝特这个闪现的位置实在是太差了，
够不够看？伤害够不够？伤害好像不太够，还是最后一枪是敲死了对方的。
完了，这一波有点炸，他们那个还有个中亚没有点出来，这边闪现上去，
金钩也是被控到，哇，这波老爹找到了一个千载难逢的机会。
没有中亚杀了，死了。虚弱给一下不一定，直接回去死了，还是死了。闪现给个标速，艾伦闪现过来了，哇，这个时候大树进场，硬普已经死了，
大树再走过来还要捆后面的Funny，
回身捆一下，然后螳螂跳上来打一套，把一出的闪现打出来，
有伤害，艾罗丽有机会，
被烧死了，艾罗丽这波有点冲动了，其实，
但大树应该能完成接下来的收割，哎，这一波大招杀掉2个，这一波Funny用中亚烧了还活了下来，3杀。 又开车了，开车配合传送。
这波 GT 是想抓硬普，硬普这边招了一个治疗。
对，听说你是老人家的核心，而且后面还有克烈。
哦 ，Q 没 Q 到，而且克烈这波是没大的，挺可惜的。闪现过来还要追，
伤害是很高啊，杀了一个，这边做7没有了。
感觉老坑哥这一波有点溃败了，你说在这边解一下控制，别怕路的还要追。
下一发定，看能
过来
谁？
法王过来，跳过来只能反打。
哇，这个闪现给的好，直接躲掉顺的一个嘲讽。
这边高的位是被拉
完了，这波老坑爹感觉要黑啊！要扛打，要
哇，0换5。
GT 依然是比较难打，这边维鲁斯 ，Poke 依然
开车
这边9总直接过来，一个人炸到4个人，哇！发条魔力被秒了，没有丢出技能，这怎么办？这边兰博也死了，小鱼被杀掉，只剩下下路中央组，9总再次移到小西，
一波了，开得好，这个小虎跟 Let Me 无间配合。
现在的话，小狗这边是跟进出了一个水银刀。
但你觉得小狗这一把有什么太好的突破环境吗？来，大哥回来，卡米尔有没有大招把卡米尔推出去呢？
这个虚弱没有伤害，直接被小狗给 A 推了。
哇，小狗这边在疯狂的 A 人，这个狮子狗
全部残血，大招炸一下，炸到2个卡片子上，妹狗这边肯定要被
完了，这边感觉小狗要跳起来了，
又在第3次，
好久没有看到小炮这样的一个操作了。这种出招的维鲁斯只能是一下一下的，
啊！狮子狗这边开大了，剩给一个大，看看要跳谁。傻窝是被粘了住，这边有一个红 buff， 傻窝
这个大招直接给到李出的，李出的这里，
李出的这边还好比较肉，小雨也是被秒，这边是传送过来一个克烈，要他3打5吗？
打吗？哇，好凶啊！
胆子非常大，这个克烈要杀高的位，高的位这边发了个虚弱，高的位这边还没有死，一个 W 俯冲，这边金库可能有点扛不住了。这一波的话，GT的选择会不会有点太冲动了？金库的克烈坐骑没有打出来，直接被秒掉，瑞帕鲁又被变羊，这边一个小雪人
没有定，
这边跑速很快，反手一个出来，
这边不敢追了，这个瑞兹好可怕，
这边又是一发技能
回家，
传送过来，感觉这个瑞兹要收割了，哇，这边是 boss 的一个哇，3杀4杀的瑞兹配合女警是完成了收割。
9桶过来了，这一波大树要回家，大树有 TP，
对，但是后面有没有眼位？后面眼位还挺不错的，这边如果打起来的话，大树有一个很好的 TP 眼位，
很好的位置，但这边要封住了，
哇，这边的话其实不用杀人，就直接拿塔就行了，哎，这边还有2个人
秒了，哇，这一波大招放的太好了。
果然是来针对这个 Duke，
这波变得很漂亮，塔伤把人给杀掉，而且 King 现在的热能是只能用一个 Q 技能回烧，最后 Duke 2下普 A 带走 double kill。
哎，他有个红哎，这还有个红啊，
被晕住了，但是哎，这个
反向火箭腰带
回来直接大死了，闪现没有躲掉这一下伤害，下一个1技能感觉要杀掉啊，一个人单杀了对面的艾希，这一波打出一个3环加速，水炮被一个1技能躲掉，没了。哇，还有30秒钟，这里一个 QQ 到居民了，大招炸回来了，秒掉了！哇 ，Crystal 这个水炮，而且回身一套圣江洗礼是灌掉了辛德拉的人头。圣江哥在前面继续留人，还在留，萨乌 K 这边跑快，但是跑不掉，虚弱到金贡这边金水烤火拖时间，但是起来之后还是要被收。
这边直接跳过来打到了激进，先打一套分级，这个话1D刮了一个刀，打残了之后的话，星盘过来 W 没有推到，回头一个一拳是打断了龙的翼。那这一波小虎能不能跑掉？差的一发普攻往后一个闪现，先是秒掉了蜘蛛之后的话，3个人全是残血，又在踩了一个夹子往后溢过来之后，龙这边也是跑不掉了。
就是又是上墙壁上来，然后想要打断你们。
哦，一个 Q 闪过来直接收掉了，溢过来的同时的话，这边已经追不到绿姐了，直接打歪一个破败吸口，2发普攻直接收掉，拿到了双杀。这波还想再杀吗？一直后在等一个1+W 的机会，这边弹过来之后的话，一个近身，这边的话辅助过来给了一个盾，最后是全部死掉了，团灭 S 一波。
可能以后这也是为什么哎，
你先来看一下塔下这一波爆掉了3个，哇，男枪最肥的卢锡安直接把能量给终结掉，而且鲁乔这边吃到了 Key 的以及圣江洗礼的伤害。
这里的话，看蜘蛛的支援
有没有队友
速度了，
蜘蛛来了，
连线也来了，这波不好说 ，W 要反打
哇，
了。
炸开2人，蜘蛛过来一发 W 技能，这边夕阳
要反打了，夕阳怎么说？夕阳没有大招的，
交闪了，但这里面封住了，
被抬了过来。夕阳这边反正捆了一下，能不能换掉一个？没有换掉，蜘蛛这边掉起来，救线还是没有死，抓了个闪现，蜘蛛这边又是招了个闪现，哇，沃德这边很
这一脚
尴尬，
踢得很漂亮，
这边要被粘住了，这边严选疯狂的 Q， 这边又踹过来，哇，这边3个闪现，沃德6这边又被捆了一下，这一波打了个0换3
，W 这一波细节太好了，捆住
防
人。
看这波可能命要进去了 ，SB 直接是一个一闪进去，先是开到了1人后，发了一个大招拉到了3个人。这边的话1人后回头的话也被录了一个大招弹起，又在后面疯狂输出，又是一剑直接点死了维克多。哇，这样的话本季还有一丝血，这个龙可能会落入到安基的手中啊。这边的话9头。不，这边的话，鳄鱼想要切死这个蜘蛛，但是的话，最后还是在春哥起来之后，一丝血的蜘蛛配合 AD 收掉这个鳄鱼人头。看这边9头能不能够抢龙，一个 EQ 下去，但是的话下去慢了。
再来上路抓一波蒂娜，可成功吗？可以反套了一个大招以后，伤害被虚弱给限制，但是
上来这个大招
3，杰拉击飞了 Scott 这波被小鱼人再次进场几脚后面给点掉 ，Miko 这边也是走不掉的，双杀拿到手以后，而蒂娜再往前拿下一个人头。好，这波是在野区里面，
哎，这个想抓一下，直接开了疾跑
，1技能推到进化解跳，由卢比给自己一个1，救赎之光下来，卢比还没有死，海浪到来，哇 ，Duke 这时候进场直接正面先把 Republic 给收掉，金库的金身被逼掉了，闪现躲过娜美的一个水炮，后方Luki 还没有走远，又是一个 Q 技能打到了 West，Duke 的一个飓风剑打出了很不错的一个效果，小鱼很生气，下方闪现一个1技能，终于是把这个 Luki 给收掉了，但是卢锡安也在正面战场拿下了一个 double kill。
远古巨龙的血量非常低了，看孙子这边有机会抢到了，而且是摸眼下去直接抢到的，再 Q 过去一段，大到了想先杀 Pinus 这边给了一个女警给了个治疗，自己再给个大招 ，Mistake 的位置有点差呀，岩雀过来 ，Mistake 是暴露。
拿了一波双杀，这个泰坦交了闪现过去，好像还是没有办法救到自己队友。
这边是没有闪现，没有那个治疗的。
哎，这边是有一个小破败闪现，哇，闪现
这一波伤害计算非常的漂亮。
哎，这边的话感觉2个人要完成 PK 了，哇，这个瞬间的伤害直接把姿态打到了残血 ，W 还定到了，哇，这个 QW 是在空中把这个鱼的第2段给挡到了。
怕的就是对面的新上场的选手打顺了，
自信了，自信打出来了呀，
很可怕了。
这边一炮打到，挂了个虚弱，这边是绑了一下宝蓝，
伤害够不够？
二神这边有点打不过，往后一拉，这边有机会吗？能换掉 Echo 吗？换掉了 ，Echo 那边是
看见这边吸血
没有伤害了，没有伤害，还是那边少 A 了一下，但反正一个 W 是带走了蜘蛛。一个人成功的守住了 OMG 至关重要的一个中路外塔，这波要跳进去被踢出来，盲僧跟到右边，正面的看到这个沿途，
这一波双 C 位全部倒下。
6的血，1600的血，1400、1500，谁的龙？下子抢到了，
而且这一波2v2怎么说？
秀了，这波斯科特秀了，看一下这个Remake也过来，
哇，完了，
又踩了一脚，哇呀，这一波的话 Q 技打龙出了大问题，
他们最大的核心点狮子狗被带走了，才2个，
打龙没血。但这边还要踩过来，还要杀吗？
但是这一下踩是刚好在印记的 CD7啊，没有打出印记。
这里又是抓了一个妈，
这一波射到杀不了蛤蟆的，这一波感觉 EDG 有点失误。
上单传了过来，艾伦这边残血，这边探讨的位置非常
哇，9桶爆炸，
杀了过来一个大招
，9桶这一波太可怕了，
双响就是怼死了一个。
估计了一波机会，泰坦来了，大概给到 Scott 被勾到了 ，Scott 要被秒了，
上到危险 ，Scott 漂亮，来波的大招放的很不错，安心疯狂的输出，这波的话还不好说，这边是破败吸了一口 ，Q 这边全员被打完，
阿洛走来想 A 人，结果被 Q 到了，
杜一边的状态很好，一般带走了，又是磕到了艾罗莉，这波 Scott 被秒，对 ED 来说非常的关键 ，Z 也被杀掉，那这的话是 Q 打了一波0换4。
新手打兰博，兰博中间上路给上去，而且大招也交出来了。
看死马老贼这个位置，
大招打到3个人，还可以。
这边的
一个团战，但是生姜哥这边也是扛不住。老贼在后面被收分给偷掉的话，那 OMG 这波要想办法撤退，因为对方的双膝状态很好，是及时的一个反手大招大到了，姿态也是被打出了闪现。ICON 这一波的反手大招很漂亮，小五在旁边控制住了以后，让中路的蛇女可以一个人在高地上追杀对方的2个双膝。OQ 知道自己走不掉，最后被毒牙给咬死。
ICON 在后面猥琐，等到对方能走进这个腹地，一个大
4个
全部都搭在自己的 W 腹地上。
姿态进化交了以后，还是被毒死了。
我们看到这边弗兰德路也是被一个 Q 技能毒死了，这大 BG 加上 Q 技能的持续伤害太猛了。
Oxbridge. I just do what I do. See me? I just do what I do. Man, I just do what I do. Don't know about you. I just do what I do. Check. That's the intro. See that? Yeah. I just do what I do. See me? I just do what I do. Yo, check. Let me flip this script. I feel privileged for all who can witness this.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the LPL playoffs. Again, we would like to apologize for the delay in this pause. We are still looking into the issue and are looking for a resolution. Hopefully, we'll have something for you soon. But in the meanwhile, to help us break down a little bit more of the matchup, we've actually swapped out color casters to bring in a new take and get some new opinions. We've run through Frostguren's notebook. It's hard to believe, but we've actually gone all the way through it. And now we have Zach Rusty Pie joining us on the desk. Everybody, I'm sure, is super excited about that. Rusty, what is your take on the IMA OMG match? We talked a lot about it with Frosco, but I want to see what your opinion is.
And just to be clear, I was not here during the conversations.
Of course.
I have no idea what she said.
That's just why I want to get your opinion.
Barely even know what's happening at the moment, but I'm here now to talk about the game. So the one thing that I would start with, if I was going to talk about OMG versus IMA Dom, and I'm not Frostguren, so it's going to be somewhere completely different, is always going to be the AD carries. I watched IMA get their victories last set that they played. They looked fantastic, and that was mostly through Jin Zhao. And now he's up against the Chinese superstar in SMLZ. I think that's the natural place where I would start talking.
Yeah, and that was a lot of the conversation that Frosco and I had a little bit earlier, was how I may focus that bottom lane so consistently in their set against Xiaogu by setting him up with Ashe almost every time when it was banned away. I think they priority picked Caitlyn. Yeah, Karma Caitlyn was their first round rotation. In this set, they got to take Kog'Maw in game number 1, and we saw the laning phase. He ended up at a CS deficit. SMLZ controlled the wave, and while they did get first blood onto Jin Zhao, just before the pause, we saw a dive. So not only is he now 20-30 CS down on that Kog'Maw into Twitch, but we're seeing SMLZ and the rest of OMG are prepared for this.
Yeah, and the Kog'Maw as well, interestingly enough.
Yeah.
Into Twitch, 2 hyper carries seems to be amusing almost that is the answer to 1 hyper carry. And it feels like we saw, and I don't want to say this with any seriousness behind it, but LGD did it first, and now everybody's realized that it can be good.
Yeah.
Not that LGD did it well. It's just that it has merit behind it.
Yeah.
And Jin Zhao was the second person to pick it up. So with SMLZ also playing a late game scaling hyper carry, he was also one of the Kog'Maw players. The fact that Twitch is being seen to me is just matching it and trying to actually best it, or be the same level of carry potential as you hit late game.
Yeah, and we're seeing sort of this strategy from OMG in which they are trying to counteract that bottom lane. 2 very early defensive wards, and then so far OMG have left Xiang on an island as World 6 has been living on that bottom side of the map. Now, there was a little bit of a question as to whether or not he could come back into form. Obviously, the last few weeks, he sort of stumbles a little bit and tripped, but they still got their second place spot into playoffs, and now coming here into game number 1 of this set, so far, it looks like he's online.
Yeah, definitely. And I mean, past that point as well, whilst they are big carries for the team, the interesting part to me is more how they get bridged into the mid to late game, because that's always where teams have struggled around them. And that is where I would actually start bringing, I'm going to say actually many times apparently, bring up the mid laners, because they are meant to be the big bridging points. Athena hasn't really been doing it. Icon has been.
Yeah.
And that to me, whilst we're around at that point in the game, I know the pause was roughly 16 minutes,
yeah.
is where those mid laners were going to get brought into play to see who can actually bridge them through.
Yeah, and we started to see that CS difference open up for Icon in the mid lane. He was about 20 CS ahead on that Echo into Karma, and he was able to get that very solid kill onto Jin Zhao with the dive along with the rest of World 6 and 5. So seems like OMG are prepared. Now, we know IMA is one of the hardest working teams in the league. We know they come into this with very clear, defined strategies. It worked against Xiaogu, and they have late game insurance in this game number 1 against OMG, but it looks like OMG, with their 4-day break, are just coming in at this at 100%.
Yeah, and late game insurance only gets you so far when you actually highlight OMG as a team, because they're very good with the lead. They're really good at closing out games, especially with their late game team fighting and scaling. And with both teams having that hyper carry, even though IMA are really good at holding on, they're very good at finding engages towards late game. Their vision is fantastic. Their setup is fantastic. If OMG are going to be one step ahead just because they're significantly more fed or they have the advantage, then you really do struggle to see ways for IMA to get back into those games.
Yeah, and this is where we can get towards the growth that we've been seeing from OMG over the past few weeks, in that they are closing out. Whenever they get these advantages, they are less prone to throwing them. Of course, they are still OMG. They do make mistakes from time to time, but but they have been looking a lot better lately.
And they play champions that make mistakes easier to cover up. They're like the
Echo,
makeup
yeah.
team, you know, like you
Fizz.
can't see all the blemishes on them. It doesn't matter because they've
They're
got the
concealer
Maokai.
champions.
Or they kind of are. And that's the funny thing for me about OMG when you actually look back at week 1. This team has played the exact same way all split long. They're just now better at it. And I think it's because they've learned how to actually win with their champions, not just play those concealers, like the Maokai Sivir composition. They can do the same thing with the Fizz instead of the Maokai, and with the Kog'Maw instead of the Sivir. So that actually speaks really positively towards OMG as the old Chinese roster communicating really well, but growing really well together as a team.
And again, this is a team that was in relegations just a few months ago, and now they are second place in their groups in quarterfinals and playoffs. And according to the statistics, the raw numbers alone, they are favorites to win this. Of course, again, it is OMG. They won 2 best-of-5s to go to Worlds on their first split in the LPL.
How was the fan vote?
It was 84 to 16%.
For OMG?
Yeah.
Oh,
You should have heard the
fans.
crowd. It was, you could hear humongous chants for OMG, almost shaking the entire stadium, and then about 4, 5 people shouting for IMA.
Yeah, well, those 4 fans are
They're
not
dedicated.
having a great time at
Yeah.
the moment either. The crowd's against them. The score seems to be going against them a little bit. No, that does make sense. You know, a lot of fan following OMG. 84, that's a lot though.
It really is. And with this sort of fan backing behind them, we saw how calm and relaxed all of OMG were. They were happy. They were smiling. Estimozy wasn't, though, of course. Keeping that characteristic deadpan face. But then we look at their opponents, IMA. They were also laughing and smiling as well coming into this matchup. And Frosco sort of set up the storyline for them. The big win for IMA was defeat EDG and avoid relegations. And they did both of that. This is all icing on the cake. And now they have won round 1 and are moving into quarterfinals. If they could take this win here, that would just be even better.
Better than expectations, right?
Yeah,
IMA said it themselves in that interview. What Frosco has managed to set up for us before is that they were happy with just avoiding those relegations. Getting into playoffs is obviously what it means to avoid relegations in the LPL, because if you're not in relegations, you are in playoffs.
Yeah.
And so to be able to win set 1, we didn't expect that from them either. That was a surprise, and I'm going to say an upset generally. Now coming into this game, they still have the easiest bracket to get to the finals, and every win is an advantage and another notch in their belt that they'll be happy with, and that's why they might be so happy coming into this set. But OMG'd feel the same way, right? Because both of these teams playing against each other, and then you've got EDG on the other side, RNG on the other side, just waiting to play against each other. Very serious faces. It's super important. And meanwhile, OMG and IMA just having a laugh going against each other in a best of.
And I'm sure waiting at their team house as well is Team WE, who's like, who's going to win this match? If it's OMG, great. If it's IMA, destroy them. Because again, WE is the team who had their world spot swept out from under them by IMA. 2 best-of-5s. Game number 5, 55 minutes in, was when IMA were able to take that final win and sort of secure that position.
I think destroy them is actually more than fair if you're Team WE, because that's actually the semi-finals, right?
Yeah.
To go against IMA in the semi-finals, if you lose that, you're then playing the 3rd place game. And that's where they don't want to be, because that is where the problems happened for them last time. And it would be IMA that have now forced them into that spot twice.
Yeah, and they do not want that at all. But again, getting a little bit back into this matchup, we take a look at we've walked through OMG's sort of PowerPoints. Looking now towards IMA, we have seen some growth from Jin Zhao, as you said. Been playing the Ashe a whole lot. He's got the Karma and the Kog'Maw and the Caitlyn as well. And his team is aware of this. They are playing around this bottom half of the map for IMA.
Yeah, they definitely are. And I guess it's curious to me that they have actually transitioned to this type of play style. They were originally a top focus team, but they bring in a new jungler. And so perhaps the change in jungler actually altered the way that they were playing around the map. Ben4 is a young, impressionable player who might have the loud road running around yelling at him, telling him what to do. Of course, the natural theory behind this is that we're changing junglers. We have to change supports, their pairs. And so Road and Ben4 have to get better together, where Flawless and Starlight have to get better together, because if one starts, they both have to. So it's about how good the duo is, right? So right now we come into playoffs, we see Road come in with Ben4. It speaks well towards how Road is playing, not just how Ben4 is going. So this bottom lane may well be the focal point for this team, just because of Road's form. where Starlight was underperforming and they were dropping games.
Yeah, I'm trying to take a look and see if we got a chance to see Road play his signature Thresh, in which he had a huge performance. But he's taking it in this game. Obviously, didn't get to play it against Chaogu.
No, he banned it every game against QG.
Against Alone of all people, or excuse me, Deceit of all people.
Yeah.
So again, this is just sort of speaking towards the pairing from Aimee and the conversations that we're expecting from them. And this is all happening on the bottom side of the map. In the top half, you've got Amazing J, whose job is to hold the pressure that the top lane is going to put in. Against the likes of Kabe, who just plays tanks, that's easy. But now we're seeing Xiang on this Fizz, who's already solo killed him in lane, who's already pulling the attention of Athena from that mid lane.
And I don't know why this is happening, but Fizz still exists in this league without being banned away. The champion is too strong. He has an over 90% win rate in competitive through the regular season. That's now gone up for the playoffs, and yet it's still being picked, still not being banned away by these teams that are on red side and letting their opponents first pick it or early rotate it consistently. This is going to be a problem. If Amazing J has the purpose of teleporting well, that's fine. You know, your team can set up vision, you can teleport, but if you're going to be teleporting as a 0-3 top laner and they've got a 3-0 Fizz teleporting, doesn't matter where you go.
Yeah.
Like, their player is
Fizz
going to
is
do
gonna be better,
more.
yeah.
So stop giving them Fizz. Stop giving Xiang Fizz. He doesn't always carry, but when he does, you're letting him.
It really creates this terrible situation because Amazing J is also the primary shot caller for Aimee. We know that late game, he's usually the one that calls these really big team fights that are sort of the calling card for Aimee. And if he's at a deficit, that just means he's much less prone to making these very decisive calls that his team needs to make to get back in.
And that's a consistent trend throughout most competitive leagues as well. I'm going to say that High is the exception from FlyQuest.
The mid lane shot
is that
caller,
obviously he can shot call from any position on the map, behind, ahead, doesn't matter. He's just really good at micromanaging the whole team. And I think he avoids tilting by micromanaging and thinking about how to win the game instead, which is good.
Yeah.
But every other mid laner or top laner or like important role that isn't a support or jungler that tries to shot call, if they lose their lane, it has been affected through their shot calling being either worse or significantly more sporadic in how they're talking, or the attitude that they have when they are talking is always going to be different because of this. And that has always been a factor, so I am surprised that Amazing J is the vocal primary shot caller for the team.
Yeah.
And I do suspect that it's mostly going to be Road and Ben 4 until that late game where it matters the most. And once you hit 50 minutes, you don't actually have any mentality issues. Your teleports are still going to be exactly where they'll always be.
Yeah, and that's what we sort of saw in a little bit of the early game in which Ben 4 and Road were trying to roam around together, but OMG were just so prepared. They set up so much vision in advance. They stole away the red buff from Ben 4 and took the Raptor camp on the way out. And even when we're seeing World 6 sneak in and go for the sneaky 1v1 kills onto Ben 4 and Road, who's looking for wards, he's got his team to back him up. I mean, the dive that he found onto Road, he was from behind red buff. He ended up following Road all the way down to the tier 1 turret, and then his team showed up and they just dove Jin Zhao and killed him. So we are seeing some very good cohesion from OMG to sort of respect this bottom lane.
Yeah, and I think relative to what we just said about Aimee before, OMG do seem like a much more cohesive 5-man unit. Their shot calling is reflected through their jungler, and I think that's the biggest difference for them, because earlier in the split they were struggling, but they had Juejue actually playing in the jungle role. Now they're World 6, and Juejue even played a game mid, and they still managed to beat good teams. And that's because they do everything as 5. So whether it is going down towards bottom, diving, Jin Zhao Road, getting the important lane of Aimee down, they'll do it as a unit, they'll commit to it, and whether it works or it doesn't work, you will see 5 of them, or as many as necessary, to do those actual things, to execute on those plays and try and get them the leads. But that's like... It's like QG when they play League of Legends, because it's good to a fault where there will be faults. Like 100%. If you're going to hit 25 minutes and you're doing the Baron every single time, if a team watches your VODs back and they see that you're doing Baron at 25 minutes every time, it's like a lightning bolt, or lightning light bulb even. Lightning bulb. New modern light bulbs.
Shock knowledge into you. Just...
electrocutes the knowledge into your face hole, and then they work it out.
Yeah. Of course, again, we do have to apologize for the delay. We're trying to get this mouse issue resolved between the two teams as quickly as possible. Still no word on resolution just yet, so we're just bringing Rusty up to speed and getting his take on how the matchup is going to go. And now that we are sort of seeing this early advantage for OMG, they were already favorites to win this matchup. Do you think that OMG are favored to win this? Are they going to run this down to the 3-0, or is this going to 5?
I guess after the first game, let's just say that OMG do win game number 1. Right? Let's just say that they're favorites. They got the early lead. They're going to continue through and win the first game. I would never count IMA out and say that it's going to be a 3-0. I look at this matchup and say this was probably the one that goes to 5 games, whether we like it or not. Because OMG, whilst they may be the favorites, whilst they may be better as a team at the moment, they're still inconsistent to a point where IMA can capitalize on that very easily, at least in one game in a set.
Yeah, and we've already seen them do that just a little bit during the laning phase, and from there, it's the conversion towards This has always been a bit of the difficulty for OMG, is that they have the right plan, they have the right idea. Where they have struggled is in the execution. We've seen them improve over the past few weeks. Of course, still did look a little bit shaky for World 6, I think in Week 9, week number 10. But here, he looks like he's in form, and that's when you have to start getting worried if you're IMA.
My biggest thing with OMG, though, like, even if their decision-making looks good, I still don't think they know what they're all doing. Like, they're all running around as individuals. There was an interview with SMLZ and 5, I think it was, where they were down in the bottom lane. They were talking about how they communicate as a duo and the things that they say. And the interviewer literally says, so how do you guys, like, talk to each other? I know you're both very quiet people, very reserved people. And the answer was, we don't. We just know what we're both going to do before we do it. It was like, there's absolutely no way in League of Legends that without talking, you know what someone else is going to do. We're not that good as a duo unless you live, eat, breathe, sleep, everything the exact same. So you're all one person, like Dothraki almost. I know SMLZ is, but I don't think 5 is.
Yeah, well, it certainly will be challenging if they do have to have that sort of communication. And when you've got the likes of Icon, World 6, and Xiang on the other half of the roster, you really sort of look towards who is the big communicating factor on this. Is it World 6 saying, I'm going bottom, get ready, and then SMLZ just kind of nods?
So that's why I do think it is World 6, though, and maybe Xiang having a say with him. Icon, to me, is the bad boy of the team. You know, he's got the tattoos. He's the rebellious teenager that does his own thing, disappears all of the time here and there. So I would say World 6 and Xiang are the ones that are meant to keep them level-headed, give them direction, and then they can be silent and do it all as a team if they want.
Yeah. Well, that is going to be pretty interesting to see. Again, we're going to be looking towards the shot calling for OMG in this matchup if they can finish up the execution in this game, number 1. And again, I do have to apologize for the delay. We're trying to get these mouse issues figured out as quick as we can, and we're still sort of working through this right now. Of course, meanwhile, in regular League of Legends, patch 7.8 dropped, and we got to see some pretty cool changes. First of all, the duo came out today as well. Have you played any games with them yet?
I have. I posted a video on my Twitter as well of a play that I got to do with Raz. I was learning how to play both of them. I needed someone that was a trusty partner in crime to be the AD carry because I'm a support main.
Sure, yeah.
Raz, whilst he wasn't the most trusty AD carry, definitely still did well in this one game that I posted. We had 2 horrible games and 1 good one.
Ooh, tragic.
No, they're really fun. Like, I feel like, for those who don't know enough about the champions, in layman's terms, Rakan is like Lee Sin and Braum in one champion. The tankiness and the mobility put together, whereas Xayah is just broken.
She does so much damage.
She's just broken.
The Q auto E combo is just a free snare plus the penetration damage, and then you refresh her feathers again for more penetration.
I have no idea what any of that means. I just watched Raz throw feathers. Broken.
So effectively, your Q is a line skill shot where the feathers pass through 2 champions, but that also gives her feathers passive. You auto attack immediately after the Q, actually animation canceling the second half to get a quick 3 feathers, and instantly proc 3. As they pass back through, they root the target.
Did anyone understand that? I didn't get it.
It's like if you're Jhin and you get to freely auto W, but from beyond range.
Okay.
So you just get a free snare and damage.
No, I know the snare part of it when you 3 feathers come back through.
Yeah.
I just didn't understand the W. And apparently Rakan can use the W in some ways.
Yeah, it empowers his auto attacks. Yeah. But only Rakan.
That's weird.
Because they're the duo. If they work together instead of sharing each other. But they also get the shared recall.
See, I don't believe that if a damage spell exists, it shouldn't be
it's
used
only attack
in
speed,
specifically a duo, but that is still damage directly, right?
Yeah.
Whereas like a dash, increase the dash distance, that's fine. Recall together, wonderful. But I don't actually think that you should get a damage empowering bonus from having them as a duo.
Do you think there's a chance we could see them competitive? I mean, it's obviously not enabled for LPL playoffs, but we've got MSI coming up in just a few weeks.
Are they on MSI?
I'm not sure. I believe MSI is on 7.8. They might be on 7.9.
If they are enabled for MSI, I think we will probably see Xayah, unless she gets hotfixed a little bit.
Yeah.
I just think her damage is too high.
She does a lot of damage.
She can probably play multiple roles, but
Really?
honestly, I think she'd be the one that gets targeted if there was a pick ban majority. You know how like we did the Juggernauts before Worlds, and the Mordecais are almost at the moment. like incredible damage comes out of her. She can build Blade of the Ruin King. It's absurd.
That's the thing that was really confusing for me. I looked at her recommended build and it was like Essence Reaver, Infinity Edge, and I was like, Blade of the Ruin King, Runans, just penetrate and kill everything. It was a really, really strong build. And again, just the interactions between the champions themselves are also really neat.
You can spam dance.
Yeah,
If you're on
they
top
dance
of
together.
each other, no, you don't just dance together. If you're standing there dancing and you spam dance, like animation, spamming the dance, you both do it.
Oh, really?
Yeah. So you can animation spam both of them as one person.
Get them both sort of dancing in that lane. Alrighty. But again, it'll be really interesting to see if that is going to be played in competitive again. And again, on patch 7.8, we also got to see some pretty interesting new changes proposed coming in the future, with the tanks also getting a rework.
As in the items? And the
everything. We're getting the new items. Guardian Angel is now becoming a carry-specific item. We're seeing much better tankier items being moved around as well. The adaptive helm, and I believe the I don't remember the second one. I looked at it once.
Yeah, I didn't.
And I got one of them, the adaptive helm.
You got to remember that as casters, if we learn too much into the future, we forget about the present.
Exactly, yeah.
And so, like, it's really cool, and you're looking at all this cool stuff, and you're like, whoa, Maokai is, like, plant army for no reason. Now he's Zyra. And then that's all you really pay attention
to.
He's
5 Zyras when he ults.
Except it only hits one person.
Yeah, I know, which is kind of a bummer. Like, I wish that it would just continue through like a Nami tidal wave and just root everyone, kind of like the March of the Ents.
And the Zac change is
his ultimate is so cool,
freaking awesome. I wondered, because you become a giant blob and you can now take people with you on your blob journey instead of just like bouncing around, which I think was still funny.
Bounce.
But he's too hard to hit. Then I asked in Twitter if someone could use Zonias as they were the giant blob, just to see what happens, and apparently you can't.
QA
you cannot? Analyst from Riot actually commented and ruined my dreams.
That's tragic.
So now I want that to exist.
Maybe. I mean, we've seen champions go back on that before. Like, the whole thing with Twisted Fate was that you can't use Destiny Gate and then Zonias to get a free escape, but Ryze has that with his Realm Warp, where he drops it and then he can Zonias to escape.
You also can't go through Ryze's Realm Warp as Zac when you're jumping.
Really? While you're traveling?
Ultimate,
immune to crowd control?
Because you're untargetable.
Oh, okay. Interesting. You would figure that would be a zone ability, though.
Actually, can you elastic slingshot into a Ryze? Like, if you're going over the Ryze ulti as it travels, you go with the Ryze, right?
I'm not sure.
Okay,
because he's not untargetable while elastic slingshot.
Yeah, but let's just say you do.
Do you maintain momentum?
Yeah.
Like Portal?
Do you land and you keep going?
And just finish the jump?
That'd be great.
Oh, man. I can't imagine so.
Oh,
that is absolutely crazy.
I can dream.
Yeah. But then, of course, we're also seeing all the new changes for the likes of Sejuani as well. The fact that her ultimate is pretty much awesome. She still got the same ultimate, but now it has the AoE slow as well for the Anivia. And then immunity to slow on top of that. So you're just kind of bristle charging at your face.
Remember, it only stuns one target now, though?
Yes, it stuns one target and has the AoE slow.
But like the 5-man stun was the Sejuani identity.
Yes,
so
yeah.
It's a little bit sad that's gone.
So it does do 2 slows. When it first hits, there's the initial slow when it pops out, but when the slow detonates, she gets a second slow.
There's not stuns.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it's like 70-80%. You can still go ahead and walk through. Yeah. I don't know. We're trying to keep ourselves entertained here while we're trying to figure out what's going on with the pause. We're going to take another quick 5-minute break while we try to get everything else sorted out. Thank you so much for sticking with us. We'll be back soon.
My little secret, I can't hold on to the other side, 'cause it's been gone for days and I won't wait. No, shining ashes call me to explore every bit of your heart, never seen before. And don't know what to tell you, I don't know if I should. Everything's burning like fireworks. Out with the old, in with the new. There is something so intriguing about you. You, up in the
Hello, everyone, and welcome to Late Night LPL. It's playoffs right now, and we're still trying to figure out the pause that we've got going on at the LPL. So we've brought in backup. That's right, the whole team is here with me on the desk, and we are here to talk what's going on in the LPL, because I think we already know what's going on in this game.
Nothing.
Once again, my name is Dom Romer, but as you can see on the desk, we got the whole family. Zach Rusty Pie, Richard Pulse Cam. I've never
You've
said
never
your full
said
name
that before,
Yeah,
yeah.
that's so interesting. And Indiana Frostier in black.
Hi.
Hey guys.
Yes. So
Hey.
we're bringing the whole family in here.
Concha.
Again, still, it's playoffs. It is quarterfinals. Let's go ahead and do reset, holistic view of things. Fresh day. Blank slate. Yeah,
Can you
easy for me
talk?
to say. Between IMA and OMG. And, of course, in our second match, we've got EDG versus NewBee. Obviously, we talked a little bit to Rusty and Frost, but Pulse, which of these two sets are you looking forward to?
You know what I want to talk about, Dom? GT leaving the
Oh,
LPL.
come on. That was yesterday.
I know, but we've spoken so much about playoffs and we've done it for the last 2 hours. I feel like we should talk about what
Dom.
happened in those previous days.
Yeah.
And my heart's still hurt. It's still bleeding because GT have left the LPL. More specifically, God Green left the LPL.
Oh, tragedy.
Yeah.
LGD survived, so you're probably feeling pretty good, Frost.
I don't think anyone's feeling good about that after yesterday. I don't know if you watched those games, Dom. Those were really rough to stomach. I mean,
Yeah.
LGD, even when they won, they just looked defeated. And, like, I thought Game Talents looked, like, emotionally crushed. And then I looked over at Pulse next to me, who was literally sobbing.
Yeah.
But
There
no.
were actual tears.
LGD, and they're still not even re-qualified. They still have to go through Young Miracles, which that's terrifying.
Which is another game talents for the record because they have a Kled main in the top lane. So
Oh, hell yeah.
there's still a possibility that game talents exists, if not literally with Gimgoon, but in spirit with another Kled main.
Klaus?
Yeah.
The spirit of Gimgoon returns. Well, I mean, they'll have their work cut out for them. Again, they're playing tomorrow.
I mean, let's be honest. We'll probably see the likes of Gimgoon appear back into the LPL. He's been hanging around the scene for so long that it's just like a matter of which Frankenstein team will combine over the offseason and like pick apart the remains of Game Talents.
Yes, but it has to do more than live. It has to actually win and succeed. How many times can you go through promotion tournament before you say, maybe it's not for me?
Apparently at least 2. If you're Gimgoon,
If
this
you're
is
keeping
the second
count,
time
yeah.
now, yeah.
How
So-
many zeros on my paycheck makes me keep going through that?
I don't know,
Yeah.
ask Bengi.
What? Vici Gaming are back in, though.
That's the...
No, they're not.
No, they're not.
They've still got one more game to play.
Yeah.
They're playing tomorrow against
Snake
Dan
are back
Gaming.
in.
Snake are back in.
I know
They
you try to like
3-0'd.
repress those memories,
I know.
but
it was,
Snake
it was
dominated
brutal.
Vici
Yeah.
yesterday.
It was 1 kill away from a perfect game in game number 1. Snake were right there.
Yeah, Flandre messed up, man. Like,
Oh,
I
yeah.
wouldn't get him for any roofing work whatsoever. It's an old
That's
meme,
the
but it checks out.
contractor. Oh, man.
Would hire again for like roofing or something.
It's an older joke. Oh, man. We got to start putting up these highlights or something so that people can, like, what is this? Is there, like, a
No one
LPL meme wiki?
No one wants to relive that moment.
Yeah. It just folds back in on itself. It's like Archer, right? Like, you don't understand the jokes later on into the season, only if you've watched season 1. It's like the LPL. You actually just don't know what's
It just
going
keeps
on.
coming back. Are we not
unless you
doing
watch
that
week
anymore?
1.
Are we just, is that done? Are we forgetting about that?
It is for a whole season, yeah.
Okay, yeah. And then it just randomly pops back up. But like another team that will pop back up, Snake got their playoff spot eliminated from them at the last second. Of course, they did 3-0 yesterday against Vici. And there was actually a really great interview that I want to get you guys' opinions on in the post-game. They were saying that now the hard times have started for Snake.
Oh.
They don't go on break. They don't go on vacation. Apparently, the coach is saying, now we go super hard.
I feel like Snake's coach is the greatest character in the LPL. Like, we see him after every single game. Even games that Snake win, he comes out and he's like, you suck. Don't even think that you're getting away because you suck too. And they're like, we understand. We know. Like,
Yeah.
everyone's sitting there. They just smashed Vici. And they're just like, we have to try harder. There's nothing we can do.
He's like a drill sergeant, is
Yeah.
actually what he is. Like, he
Yeah.
walks on and is like, you suck. Don't think I forgot about you. Like, it's like, geez, man, they just won a game 3-0. So, like, I get it. And I think, like, we expected more from the team as well because they so nearly made playoffs. And I actually think they could have maybe made a round as well. But it just came to that one best of 5, right? So, when we saw them in the promotion tournament, they're clearly head and shoulders over everyone else that came out there. So I understand why they're doing it. I think it's just kind of harsh.
Yeah,
personally.
and now they've got at least a month and a half to prepare. Well, we've got MSI going on, and of course playoffs finishing off as well. But then you look at the team that they beat, Vici Gaming. As we said, they have to play against Young Miracle. Is this a team that is going to make it back into the
Dan
LPL?
Gaming.
Dan Gaming. They have to play against Dan Gaming tomorrow. Sorry, I'm not too familiar with the LSPL teams. I've been watching the LPL. And again, they have to beat Dan Gaming. Is this a team that deserves to be back in? They've had world champions on their roster for years. They've been in the LPL for years, but they've never placed higher than 6th.
Well, I mean, do they deserve to come back in is a very philosophical, almost answer.
I don't feel like that's really up to us to judge.
Well, we're the analysts. We're the casters. We've watched the most of their team. We're probably supposed to be the most qualified to be able to answer it. And that's what I'm... Okay. Okay. Well, there we go.
Trying to impersonate me there for a second or something.
Yeah.
I think that Vici are a good enough team to get back in. They have no reason to ever lose to an LSPL team.
Yeah.
So they should come back. But the current split performance of Vici, fundamentally, the one thing that broke me, like that last straw where I stopped caring about Vici was when they put Easyhoon support.
Yep.
And it's because Easyhoon wanted to support for the record. They didn't just say, you're a support now. He said he wanted to do it. Why? Why on earth would you do that?
Because they saw Snake do it, and they were like, this is a good idea,
That's the
right?
second non-support.
Snake lost 8 games in a row with that.
They seem to think that by putting Easyhoon into the support position that he could shot call better from down there and he could coordinate better with Bengi than being in the mid lane position, which on record, Vici have also said as an organization that they believe having the 2 foreign imports in jungle mid is a better and stronger combination than having the foreign imports in jungle support. Not throwing shade, just reminding everyone.
Yeah.
It's like, the people at hotels that have the job of taking the luggage up to the rooms for you and stuff. Lovely people, right? They're very sociable, nice guys. But there's also the people behind the counter that have a harder job doing all the managerial stuff, admin work.
Databases,
Yeah, all of that. You would say it's easier to do the grunt work of carry the luggage up to their rooms and just put it at the room. But if you're giving someone fake hands, which is what you're doing with Izun here, right? Like mannequin hands, and you're saying carry the luggage because he doesn't play support. He doesn't know what he's doing. How is he meant to shot call when he can't even look at his own keyboard and know what to press at the right time?
I don't know.
It's a tough question.
Yeah, I mean, like, I thought he was going to pick Majors down there, personally. Like, when SOFM went to the support position, I was just like, all right, pick Rengar. Because Rengar is, like, kind of legit support around that time. It was, like, week 6 or something.
They were definitely scrimming it for a week.
Yeah, so I was just like, yeah, just bring out Rengar. You have the mechanics, and you can actually focus on being a support as a role. And when Easyhoon went down there, it's like, just play something in the mid lane, right? Like, anything you would have brought out.
Exactly.
Karma, for example, like a flex pick, but... They didn't.
Nah, me.
And
they're trying to commit to the full
yeah,
identity.
it just made zero sense to me,
Yeah, and this is something that we're seeing from a lot of these teams. And again, this is something that we see a lot during the LPL in general, is sometimes teams just make sort of wacky decisions that we can't really understand. Wacky is my way of trying to phrase it nicely. Are there any teams that are exempt from these wacky decisions who have been consistent enough to deserve placing high enough?
Team WE.
WE is like the only one, right? Yeah.
EDG.
Yeah. Well,
RNG.
Even EDG, you look at some of the substitutions that they try to pull in, randomly dropping in Min for a single best of 3 against WE.
Let's be clear. That guy was probably like hand-picked, hand-carved, crafted for that single
that
moment.
One best of 3.
He was the one hit wonder. He comes in, he perfect games Team WE. We never hear from him again. But like no one, like where did he come from? I just feel like
Where did he go?
Koro and Mouse are like, if we can just combine their DNA, we'll make this perfect. And all he has to do is find 957 every single game and just hunt that guy down in solo queue. 957 starts sweating because he sees Min across him. He's like, I can't get away from this guy.
So what you're saying is he is actually just like them Frankenstein together. Like,
yeah.
That's why we have. We've seen Mouse and Koro since, right?
In the same room.
in the
same
room.
time.
Good point. Yeah.
They just got out the easy bake oven and they just
duplicated him. And again, we're also seeing some of these sort of things with the likes of RNG as well, in which Uzi and MLXG sort of had some difficulty playing together for a while, and now they're finally back on the roster. And week number 10,
that was assumed knowledge.
It was that we did not see them play together for a while.
They had difficulty not being able to play it the same week with each other, so I would challenge RNG
illnesses.
for sure. However, one was an injury, one was God knows what. He eats too much spicy hot pot. Who knows what's going to happen to you?
Injury.
But they just never played.
But this is exactly what I'm talking about. We see these shenanigans with these teams in the
Same.
LPL all the time. The only team that has been exempt is WE. Are there any other teams that come close to that consistency?
Uzi with an injury. And most of the players that get injured are usually old players, if memory serves. It's because they don't understand when you were a younger player or an older player that has been around for a while that you're meant to have wrists on the table and small things like that,
Proper
so eventually
posture.
you do get injured, I think that's the only real reason for it with RNG. That was a complete side note to your question.
That's fine.
Yeah.
Thank you for the clarification.
Cool. I think OMG, actually, I think it's one of those teams because like they were for me very much a dark horse team. It wasn't until like week 8 I was like, oh, actually these guys are pretty good. They haven't like consistently lost weeks of games, like got 0-4 for a while, and actually been taking down like top of the table teams like pretty consistently. And I was like, yeah, IMA should definitely take this series, and then they got absolutely blasted. And it was like, oh, okay, OMG are good now. So I think like OMG as a team has just been consistently better and better and better, and just kind of building on themselves, which is something that we haven't really seen from other teams, like even from a WE, right? Like they get to the top of the table, then they randomly drop games against bottom of the table or mid of the table teams. So I think from OMG, they do what it says on the tin, right? You know what you're getting from an OMG game.
The thing is about OMG structurally wise, like we get a few glimpses into kind of the behind the scenes of a lot of LPL teams, and it's been this reoccurring narrative and this reoccurring theme and like motif that, you know, organizationally something is going fundamentally wrong with LPL teams because we keep failing or we keep having this hard time getting all of these assets together to succeed. OMG are one of the few teams in the LPL that whatever the organization says goes. Whereas a lot of the other LPL teams, the players have very loud voices.
Yeah.
You hear this all the time with like the building rumors. Some of the rosters don't quite make sense from an organizational standard, but OMG, the coaches come out, the managers come out, this is how it's going to do, you know, cool, we have this legacy player, you are not starting on the team anymore. Instead, it's going to be Icon. Cool now leaves for NewBee. So I think it's a strong organization that has built OMG back from the ground up.
Yeah.
And we're seeing success as they're playing now in the quarterfinals against the likes of IMA. Again, just to update everyone, we are still trying to work through the pause of that mouse issue and figure out what's going on between the two teams, so we apologize for the delay. So as a result, we've got all the casters here to talk about the state of the league and how things are going in the LPL.
And you know what? A mouse hasn't caused this much issues since EDG at Worlds.
Oh, I knew where you were going with that. I was like,
he had it ready.
No, I didn't.
Chambered and fired.
Definitely fired it.
You get that
for
one
you
for
guys
free.
at home, because I saw a lot of it because I was in Twitch chat, we can't just give them a mouse and it solves the issue.
Yes.
That's not how it didn't take 17. Which camera are we looking at? This one? All right. It didn't take 17 people to find a mouse in all of China.
Get to Walmart.
That's not what's good. Let's go to Best Buy. Yeah, don't have a mouse. That's not how it works. So there's other things going on
sure you
that
could
we
just
haven't been
shout at
informed
the
just
audience.
yet. So I'm gonna get it to you in a second.
Yeah, I'm sure you could just shout at the audience and somebody's going to be like, mouse,
Mate,
right here.
have you been in those arenas?
Probably.
They give away so much stuff when you go and watch the
Exactly.
LPL. They have this drawing where in between sets, they'll draw tickets, and if it hits you, they like give you this code, and it unlocks every single champion and skin in the game.
Whoa.
The thing they did at the 5th anniversary was dope. They had like 30 minutes worth of giveaways,
Yep.
and it was you'd text in with your dream. People didn't know that it was like whatever you said was going to be like actually happening.
And so they started slowly on their dreams, and then like one guy was like, "New laptop."
Yeah, it actually went
and
from
you won?
like some guy was like,
And
I'm
somebody
a big
just gave him a
fan.
new laptop.
Yes.
That's
legitimately.
crazy.
But the best part is people didn't realize the perspective of it or the grandeur of what they're actually able to give away. So the first person's like, I like Ari. Can I have a skin for Ari? And they're like, I mean, yeah. Like, have 6. Like, is there only 5 of them? Have 6 for some reason.
Oh my god.
Until they actually got to the point where a guy was like, I need a laptop to play games. And they're like, have a fantastic top of the line best laptop we have on offer.
So what was the highest scale of that? Was somebody like, could use a Porsche?
Don't think it went past.
We capped to laptop. I think that was like the last
Okay,
one, but it just like kept building up, and it started like really. Oh, there was the guy who wanted a girlfriend. He got turned down though.
Yeah, he did. They tried.
Did they? Did they like bring him out on stage? Like, does anybody find this guy attractive?
No,
It's like, what's your name? What do you do for a job? Life skills.
Okay, so we know the LPL is a whole bunch of fun. Again, what are some of the craziest moments that y'all have seen this split? Because the 2017 spring split has certainly had its ups and downs.
Probably you just referring to us as y'all.
Y'all?
That's one of the top
I'm
moments
from
for me personally.
Texas.
Are you really?
Yeah.
No.
Really, really?
Really?
That's why when people are
Wow.
like, Dash has a Texan accent, it's like, no, he doesn't.
doesn't.
Yeah, I don't.
Isn't
yes.
Dash from New York?
He's from
what
San
I thought.
Diego, I think.
But he went to school
SoCal.
in New York.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You go there for the acting academy or wherever it is.
To get the beautiful face of
Exactly.
Dash.
Yeah.
He spent 4 years studying hair and then taught all his tricks to Pulse. But again, what's the most surprising thing you guys have seen, excluding my use of the word y'all?
No, it's totally when Clid found that kick on Mystic, and Doinby blew them. You know which kick I'm talking about.
Yeah. The mid lane one?
Was that week 1, week 2?
There was a 5-second window where Mystic's flash was going to be off of cooldown, and it was kept perfectly by Doinby. And in comms, Doinby says Mystic has 5 seconds on flash, and Clid just automatically goes. And Mystic wasn't like near Clid. Like he went 2 screens down, found the 80 carry, and insect kicked him back into Doinby's Karma, who instantaneously blew him up.
Yeah.
I can't tell like what was more shocking to me, the fact that Clid found Mystic, or the fact that when Mystic was hit by Karma, he exploded into confetti.
And that's some of the creativity that we love seeing out of Doinby, because he didn't just straight go for the full hyper carry Karma build, the like slow to come online, slow to turn on. He sort of rerouted through the mid game, sort of middle power spike with that Rylai's Leandri setup, and then swapped over. So again, Chaogu, such a popular team to be a fan of. Tragically though, eliminated from the playoffs, so we don't get to see any crazy plays like that.
Yes.
What about you guys?
Speaking of Lee Sin kicks, I know I was giggling backstage of our producer because it was a Lee Sin kick onto an Elise that was hilarious because it was in slow motion.
In this
it was
game
like,
that we saw?
Yeah, it was for some reason he got stuck in the terrain, so the game didn't know what to do. It was just like, and then like that was pretty cool, but that was like 5 minutes ago. Cool moments in this split, man. There's been a couple.
But I feel like the thing is we get them every single night. Like every single night of the LPL, there's at least one moment where you're like, what was that?
Yeah.
Either just the weirdest thing that you've seen, or just a crazy outplay.
Yeah, was it Mystic who was on Cockmore and kicked the Ezreal over the wall? Was that?
It was Mystic's explosive.
Yeah, that was sick. When Raz called Seal with a Glock. When it was the gym and had the 4th shot, and there's just like the seal going around, it was like BAM! And it was like the 4th shot just blew up this guy in front of his face. It was amazing. It was that happened.
Hey, it was a seal, but it was a seal with a Glock.
It's not a seal you want to meet in an alley.
Yeah.
Rusty?
I mean, I could cast my mind back to yesterday and say Flandre is like one of the biggest moments I could look towards very much earlier in the split and find something from there, but like the craziest thing for me, and I was a QG fan when they first came in because we started casting the league at the same time as them coming in, is the fact that somebody in a competitive game of League of Legends can build Iceborne Gauntlet Banshee's Veil as Victor and do 57.7% of your team's damage. That is not okay.
Yeah.
It's just not okay.
And again, this is Doinby in the mid lane. Like, just crazy to see him do these sorts of things. Not to mention, he's the guy who actually takes Tank Akali in the mid game in a professional game. He takes Kled in the mid lane in a professional game. So, Chaogu willing to do some crazy things. Plus, we've seen some crazy change-ups in terms of role as well. SOFM playing support for a few weeks. We already talked about Easy Hoon swapping down to support. It's just been a wild ride.
Oh, Crystal coming down into the bot lane as well, and probably being one of the best supports we've seen in the league. Like, I don't even understand why that's a thing, but apparently it just kind of worked out for them. And like, he's still good now, which is just pretty crazy to me.
Yeah. The signature Draven.
Oh, here it is.
Here's the kick. We got to set up
this
for
This isn't slow motion as well. This is real time.
What? No.
Wait, we're going back.
Dom, walk us through like what is actually happening.
So he kicks him over the wall because Elise is pinned to the wall. The game tries to find positioning for World 6, but the only spot is on the other side of him.
What?
So that leaves enough time for the CC to fade off. But World 6 is still traveling. He should have technically hit by that point, but because he panic flashed over the wall, it followed all the way through. If he hadn't panic flashed, it would have dropped Lee Sin down, and then he could have flashed over the other side.
I'm surprised that it didn't acquire the red buff as his like landing point.
Yeah, I know. The whole algorithm was updated, and I think it uses a similar placement algorithm to the new command attack, actually, in terms of where to find targets, where to find locations.
I mean, if I was Benford, I'd be pretty triggered because he flashed at the right time if it instantly hit him and hit him as normal. So then he flashes immediately after Lee Sin lands in the pit, and then he's okay.
Exactly.
But he got trolled by the game. So
yeah.
Sometimes you get spaghetti coded, and you just have to live with that.
Yeah, Frosco said it herself. That was just spicy meatball. Unlucky.
Yeah.
But, I mean, we're seeing all of these junglers pop off. Which role has been the highlight for you? Because we always look at some of these really cool...
Mid.
Okay.
You all calm down. Let him finish his sentence.
No, here we go. I can prove this one. So mid has been the most stacked position in the LPL this split. Think about it. Probably our weakest mid laner was Republic, who got relegated yesterday. And Republic, even on his worst days, wasn't awful. You know what I mean? Like he was weak, but he also got a quadra kill on Rise like halfway through the split.
Yeah, after Gimgoon went in there for like 20 seconds and was 1v5ing, it's just like, oh yes, if I click all my abilities, maybe I can kill everybody. Excellent.
Xiaohu, Rookie, Icon, Scout, Athena, Doinby, like you can keep going.
Yeah.
Duke, Gimgoon, Let Me, Kabe.
You do not get to put
I actually
Just double tap it.
I mean, like, I would not say top lane.
This guy's
but-
going jungle.
Yeah. But like, I have got from week 1, I have looked at these matchups, and every team plays against every team, and it's like mid jungle, or is it jungle mid, or is it mid and jungle against mid and jungle? Because they're all very different variants of the exact same thing, which is the junglers and the mid laners are the best in these leagues. There's just consistently the best talent there. Like, you named all of the mid laners, but we could go through Clid, Condi, Ben 4, Athena,
World
not
6.
Athena, sorry.
MLXG.
Flawless, yeah, MLXG, World 6.
So many
like,
spectacular junglers here in the LPL. It was actually really funny. I was watching another league that shall not be named, and I was like, why does the jungler not do anything? Why is it so slow? And
Were
he
you
saw
watching
Lee
another
Sin.
wild card region?
Was it NA?
That league shall remain nameless for the pride of all of those fans.
it was Unicorns of Love.
I was
wasn't.
like, why isn't anything happening? Oh, wait, it's China. I've been spending 10 weeks watching the LPL go crazy with junglers, mid laners, top laners. And there was actually confirmation a few days ago from, I think it was in the patch notes, that AD carries have gotten the short end of the stick. Riot sees this as one of the most difficult AD carry metas to play in, with the assassin reworks and with tanks being so strong. Do you guys think AD carry has it all suffered in the LPL?
I was like that, right? Like when lethality was busted and we only had like Jin, maybe sort of misfortune with the lethality as well, but it was mainly like Jin, Varus, like every single game. Then yes, that was difficult because you're not an ADC, you're an AD caster in bottom lane. So I can understand that. But like nowadays when you have Blade the Ruin King coming back, I think specifically that change alone turned people back into AD carries because it's now about micro and auto spacing and moving in between and actually like hitting people with high attack speeds. Like it actually comes back to the cause of being a AD carry. So I think less so. I think it's still difficult, but I think with the current ecosystem of like tanks and then Blade the Ruin King just as an item as the first pick for a lot of ADCs has made it much easier.
Yeah. Rusty, your thoughts?
No, I think AD carries got blasted at the start of the split, but they're good now. I think they're in a fantastic spot. It is mostly Blade of the Ruin King. You know, if Cogmore exists, then AD carries are in a good spot because that means that you can scale, which means the meta goes or lasts long enough. And like in the LPL, Assassins always existed. So maybe everywhere else can complain, everywhere else suffers. But if you ever played Chinese solo queue, there will be Talon and Pantheon in the game.
Yeah.
And you just have to learn to work around it.
Just try to survive.
So we'd excel in this meta anyway.
My concern for me is not necessarily like the AD carry champions, but the AD carries that were left in the LPL. You know, losing Deft, having Imp kind of fall off was really hard on our talent pool. Yeah, we still have Uzi, but when kind of the next best one is Mystic, like Mystic's solid, but you're starting to go farther down.
I'd say SMLZ is better than Uzi right now.
I would agree with you. I would almost even put Jin Zhao there as well, like at least performing better. But this is kind of like low, slow burn that SMLZ and Jin Zhao really stepped up. For the majority of the split, you know, what was once a region that was built around this role of like the king of AD carries, think all the way back to like Wei Xiao, Name, and Uzi, we suddenly didn't have any of these strong AD carries. They're starting to come back, but they're still not to the point that they were.
And now that we are starting to see them come back a little bit, we've got the tank rework coming up in just a few weeks for MSI. Which of these teams do you think deserve to go to MSI? There are still 6 up for grabs. We've got RNG, EDG, WE. IMA is playing OMG right now, and NewBee's playing EDG in our second set of the evening. These are a lot of powerhouse names.
I think EDG are the best team.
Yeah.
If we're going to send one.
Okay.
I feel like when we send them, they never do well. Like, I feel like Fire Lolly would choke, so I don't want to send them, but I think they're the most deserving. It's really conflicting.
No,
that's NWE.
That's legitimately a concern. So Fire Lily's gone internationally twice with 2 different teams, EDG as well as IMA. He was the sub for Avoidless, and he's never played internationally. Like, he's never sat down on the stage and actually played. So we could have another case where EDG send a team again, and they choke. And they never perform.
Yeah, I actually want to see OMG go, to be honest.
Really?
Yeah, because like I think WE and RNG personally for me are like better teams when we send them internationally versus EDG. But I think like OMG have consistently gotten better and they play their own style. Like the fact I would have said 100% definitively WE like 4 weeks ago maybe when they were at the top of the standings and they had this like they were like these guys are turtles. Like they would just go through the game and the turtle would always win the race every single time. But then he made weird mistakes that just didn't make any sense. But I look towards OMG, I know exactly what I'm getting, and I don't think that would change internationally personally. I feel like Icon constantly look for those outplays, and 9 out of 10 times it would work if his opponent isn't rookie. So I think he goes internationally and he actually takes names. So I want to see OMG personally.
Yeah, so then I guess a little bit towards extending that point, the LPL really has not really had a successful international tournament since MSI 2015.
Yep.
what changes? How do we make the LPL a great region
again?
We need to build a wall.
I was walking down the path and I rerouted as
Yeah.
quickly as I could, Pulse. Thank you for bringing me back on track.
No workers. I don't know, man. I would say just like play towards the Chinese identity, right? And that's why I would love to see a team like OMG go. 'Cause
Yeah,
it's like
just
this
that
full
brawling.
Yeah, right. Like a full Chinese roster. And I don't even know if this split is the one that I would say this is the one that we have rebuilt. You know, everything is good to go. We've built the wall. Like
I'm
we
getting
look
so
towards the
triggered
next
right
one,
now, though. Like
where like
How
teams
so?
actually come back and we've seen more under their belt in terms of experience.
Like I get what you're saying, Pulse, and this like we want a team to actually play like their team because it feels like for the last 2 splits that we've sent international teams from the LPL and they just forget how to play like they did domestically, and you're like, I don't even know this team, I don't know what they're doing, they look like a joke. Whereas like you would get that with OMG, but this phrase like play like a Chinese team, people automatically think that it just means fighting all the time, and it just means like the Chinese aggression, like we're rushing towards you. But the thing is OMG as a team and as an organization, like on a legacy, actually didn't play anything like a Chinese team. The Chinese teams, when we were the super teams, was back all the way in Season 2 with IPL 5 and Team WE, and it was all about the bottom lane. OMG historically, before, were never about the bottom lane. They were about the Bash Brothers in going, cool, and leveling, and they just played super fast and just dove everything. And they were the first org in the LPL to crack that AD carry meta. So the AD carry mentality in China comes from Dota. Like having just one big super carry that's just going to sit back, farm all the resources, and then just like flying V straight through people. They carried that over into League of Legends, and that's why it started to exist. And then OMG came in and completely reinvented the Chinese meta and just started blasting people by diving towers. And now this new form of OMG is almost like the old form of Team W. We've almost gone like full circle because now it's all about SMLZ and getting him to that late game. So like, I agree with you from the identity perspective, but I hate using words like, you know, the classic Chinese style, because OMG were never a classic Chinese style team. In fact, almost like EDG, WE are probably the only 2 teams now that have that classic Chinese style.
I mean, you could even harken back a little bit to Starhorn Royal Club, just trying to go for that same sort of.
But even when RNG are playing at their best, it's not when they're playing around Uzi. If RNG go internationally and they play around the bottom lane, they will lose 100%. If they play around MLXG and they bounce between going maybe to Xiaohu or going to Uzi or going to Let Me, they will be far more successful. That's when RNG were best at MSI last year, and that's the team that needs to show up if they want to continue on in playoffs.
Yeah.
No more playing around Uzi.
I think it just kind of goes past semantics though for us, because I think nowadays, like at least for 2 years, the community and pretty much everyone who's in League of Legends thinks of China, and then you say style to them and they'll say aggression. And that's who they've become. And I understand that you are this old school historian, LPL, colorcaster, and that's how it is to you and maybe some analysts within the scene. But when you say open it up to the community, people will always say this is the aggressive region.
But my response to that is, like, while I agree that it's like aggression, they don't understand there's such a disconnect between the intelligent aggression from Chinese teams. People look at this region like, oh, the clown fiestas, oh, they're just going to fight all the time, oh, they're just bloodthirsty. And like we play into that joke because part of it is that, but there's also this beauty that unfortunately we don't have the tools to really showcase, like how Chinese teams team fight and how coordinated they are about how they manage their cooldowns or their target selection or how they craft out terrain and you know, set up these fights and understanding when they're strong. Yeah, there's that mentality of like 50-50.
Yeah.
It's going to go to a fight. I'm better than this guy and I can outplay him, so let's do it. Like that would be almost the quintessential Chinese style. But there's like so many subtleties. For so long, Chinese teams would play off of gimmicks. Like you think back to IME when they played their semi-global composition gimmick with like the Hecarim and the Shins and the Bards. And like they find these ways to break them out. Or OMG when they played Braum jungle with Thresh support. Like they do this shit all the time. They're super creative. So like I would rather China be recognized for that, but I've seen the numbers. I know no one watches this region, but they all go out and they spam in like the community and say, oh, it's just the fighter region. It's just the fiesta region. That's not true.
And I think that's a great topic that you can raise, right? But it's only when LPL does well as a region internationally, because it hasn't happened since 2015. We're into like midway through 2017. As soon as China starts doing well internationally, you can have that talk because people are actually interested in what makes the region good and why it works against other regions. But if there is a beauty in it, but it still doesn't do well compared to an LCK or even an EU to a certain extent, then it's not really worth having that conversation if you're an international viewer.
Just like I don't, and like to answer the original question as a part of this as well.
Yeah.
The biggest problem that we have when we go to internationals is not that we lose our identity, it's that we try and become Korean.
Yep.
Everybody
100%.
goes to international events, and we also get completely ruined by patches, to be clear. Like a new patch comes
Yeah,
out,
sure.
we take like
Every
an extra
time.
2 weeks to adapt to patches in China. We suck at it. But we go there, we scrim for 2 weeks, 3 weeks, we play on solo queue, we play in Korea for boot camps in Korea, and we come out the other end, and everyone's like, all right, we're Korean now. We're basically the best team in the world. We're
We can
making
play
the
SKT
finals.
style
This
against
is the best. We've beaten SKT in scrims, and then they just play too slow. They just make mistakes because they're not doing anything because they're defaulting to this slow style, and they're not as good at it as the Koreans are.
And just like, this isn't just us like having these crazy ideas. Like, this is actual teams. Invictus Gaming publicly in interviews said that when they went into Worlds and they crashed and burned, we tried playing like a Korean team. And then if you look at IG on the back half, they actually start picking up wins. They say that's when we decided to play like a Chinese team again. So this isn't just us crazy analysts being like, oh, they try to play like Korean teams, like making excuses for them. The teams have actually said, yeah, we tried to play like the Korean teams. It didn't work for us. We went back to playing the Chinese style. It was our mistake.
And that's kind of amazing that we've now gone full circle and that what we want to see out of China is to see them play like Chinese teams, but the Chinese teams that they actually are, and not the perceived crazy aggression, fighting, and just flashing walls all the time.
We're not Moscow 5.
Yeah.
We don't see hero, kill hero.
Yes.
We see a freeze, and we dive the freeze. You know, things like that. That's the fundamental difference between it. Because we're aggressive, but we're aggressive with purpose.
Yeah, really is a beautiful thing to see, and hopefully we will continue to see China sort of develop in that way. Again, 2017 Spring Split has been about regrowth and rebirth, sort of coming back together after the struggles that China has been through lately. And now, again, in playoffs, we're trying to figure out what's going on with the pause. Again, I have to apologize from all of us for the delay. We're still trying to get this issue solved out. We're at about 3 hours now, and we're hopefully going to be coming to a resolution rather soon. But for the while, we've still got all the analysts here on the desk to talk about all things LPL.
He's an analyst.
Yes.
Analyst.
Analyst. I mean, like...
Analyst.
Yes. Well, Pulse.
Oh, here we go.
Hey,
as
what's
an
going
analyst,
on? So,
what are your thoughts on effectively how the LPL has been moving as a region? Has it achieved regrowth and rebirth? Have we sort of followed through with this identity that we set out in week 1? I see Frosco's wanting to get it.
It's a Pulse question.
He's the
well,
analyst here.
As a person who only talks about micro, I think it's gone in a good direction. I don't think it's in a situation right now. Like, I don't have a huge amount of confidence if we were to send any team right now internationally to see how they do. Because in week 10, I was like, oh yeah, week 9, fantastic. But then we got into playoffs, and then it's just like a complete fiesta again. Like, we look towards IG, and I look towards Duke, and it's like, what happened?
Yeah.
Like, he's a completely different player. I look towards GT, who just play a completely different style. I'm like, what happened? I look all the way over playoffs, and even in the wins that I see from teams, I don't understand. They're not playing how they used to play. So I know what happened in the last 2 days, but something happened, and I don't know if you can transition that internationally and say that that's going to be something good.
Frosk, you wanted to get in?
No. What I was actually really curious about, because as you were talking, I was like, oh man, I would be really curious how Dom and Pulse feel about like going from NA and EU to China, like because it's pretty much
comparison.
been, it's been your guys' first complete split in the LPL. I know Dom, you were here with us in 2015, but then you went away, and like, is the region, because Rusty and I, we don't do other regions. We do the OPL, but we've never been on the NA or the EU, so I don't know, is it a completely different pace?
I certainly enjoy it. I think it's a lot faster than the NALCS. But of course, that means I also, as coming from NA, the thing that I really enjoy about the LPL is that teams will take these coin flips, but as you learn the region more and more, you can see that it isn't just that super crazy fighting and aggression. There are these subtle nuances that now, 10, 11 weeks into casting the split, I can read the teams much better and get a feel for their identity. They are willing to have so much more fun than in the NALCS, and they get into these crazy, huge hype team fights, whereas in NA, it seems much more subdued. Teams aren't as ready to take risks or crazy fights. I don't know if EU has a similar sort of style.
Yeah, I think nuance is a good word, because when you look at like the entire league as a whole, from an outsider perspective, you're like, oh, Chinese teams are all the same, and then some teams who are better at doing that aggression bubble to the top. But there is actually, when you look at the teams right now, very distinct differences between the teams and their identities as teams. I would say actually from EU, it's very similar to EUCS on steroids, because the teams are actually good at playing the game. So you actually like... no flame. Previous splits, because actually EUCS is really good right now. But like going into the LPL, I actually think that those teams, like they're not afraid to make experimental plays and different things in their picks and bans, for example, and just see if it works. Like I instantly think about NewBee or a rookie who would just bring random stuff into the mid lane, and then like Talia comes in, everyone plays Talia. Like we see, who is it, NewBee bring out Vladimir, and then everyone's playing Vladimir because it worked and it came into the LPL and it worked, you know.
Yep.
And that's something we saw in EUCS, but it was one of those things where it was just like one team would have a pocket pick and see if they can upset someone, like a Kozku, a Kali, or a Cassiopeia, for example, you know. So it wasn't as refined, but in the LPL you actually get the refinement. I think now EUCS has taken on a very different identity. So if you have just watched the split, for example, you're like, what is he talking about? But from earlier splits of how the teams played, for the longest time, I'd say like 4 years that I've been casting them, like very, very similar. Now, it's always become LCS 2.0 with a lot of money being pumped in, team houses springing up, and the way that they have been approaching the games. Like, I think the structure has definitely changed, and that is represented in the team's play. So I think there is that difference to the present day, but in the past, I saw that similarity.
Yeah. And another thing that I totally forgot to mention is casting with this region's casters has been great. It's finally awesome to be back after 2 years break. And this is actually a question I've got for you as well, Pulse. How is it casting with the LPL team?
Wow.
It's been
Look at this brown nose.
No pressure, but if you say something other than good, you're off the desk.
It's not like you're sitting in the desk in between two of them.
Yeah, I'm just getting ready to run off.
How does that smell, Dom?
We've got it was a question from a Twitch viewer legitimately asking.
Oh, it was?
What is it like?
You could have said that at the start.
I'm moving into a conversation.
Just like going in.
This poor guy on Twitch is like, I just wanted to know the question. That's fine. You asking the question was weird.
Okay, fine. So, question from a Twitch viewer.
Yeah.
What is it like working with the other region casters? I love it. I think you guys are great. This has been a really awesome split for me, and I like to think that you would agree.
Yeah, I'm going to change that question slightly to working with like international casters and how it is like working with other people. Because of course I came from like the EU team, very, very different team, right? Just from like the personalities and like how it is to cast with like a Crepa Deficio versus like a Rusty and Froscurian, because their styles are so different. So it's just like adapting to that, and then like also becoming a person who's like easy to work with, hopefully, like on the caster desk is something that you strive towards as a play-by-play, right? So you can fit into a different casting lineup. So I think for that, I feel like I've done a pretty decent job, and I think like when I look back on our cast now versus the start of the split, I can tell that the synergy has grown. Like there is back and forth. There aren't like awkward silences, only like, you know, not most of the time, just like some of the time now. So you know, it like actually does feel better.
Less.
Yeah, exactly.
I will say it was like a big upgrade doing like review with both Dom and Pulse. I actually just made like a conscious decision to be like, when they make a joke, I should just audibly laugh on cast, because so many times early on in the split, like you guys would make your weird dad jokes. Like he would make a pop culture. I don't know what's happening with you and like your roofing, but I would actually find it funny, but I just would silently like, huh, Dom, and I wouldn't say anything. And if you're listening on cast, you're just like, wow, Froscurian just totally burned that guy.
Just like, oh yeah, funny.
But now you can listen to it. When I cast with Dom, I'll actually make a point, and now you can like play a drinking game with milk or water.
Yeah.
We
soft drink.
We drink soft drink responsibly here.
Mm-hmm.
Anytime Dom makes a joke, I'll always go, ha, Dom.
So what you just said is just pity laughing
exactly,
at like all our bad jokes.
But
That's literally what you just said.
It just makes it feel more like I'm not just ignoring you.
Also, another side effect of casting with this team, once again, there are so many Disney references. There are so many Disney references.
Wingapo.
Yes.
Not Cinderella story.
Yeah.
Rusty's like, please get me off the desk.
Yeah, do Disney analogies.
Rusty, what's it been like for you working with international casters?
It's my first one that I did was All Stars, which was obviously a different tempo, more of a fun event, and I came into it with like 12 pages of prep work for everybody and was like, here's all your cheat sheets, everybody. I put it in spreadsheets. It's neat. It looks fantastic. And everyone was like, whoa, I didn't expect this. Like, they're all really fun, but like I noticed that Quickshot is basically Spawn in terms of how they work. Like they are the same person, and there's similarities, but they're very different people all the same. One's extremely Aussie and one is South African, so they're like culturally different, but like the work ethic, it's cool because obviously we all work within the same company too. So we learn very quickly how offices are different and how we all learn to work, because this is our job in these different offices and environments, but can still be the same people.
Yeah. And Frosco?
Oh, working with you guys?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, I really like it. I'm going internationally.
Thanks.
Dom.
That's called a pity laugh.
No, it's been a joy. I mean, it was really rough losing Atlas. So I'm happy that he's over in the LCK and he's doing well. I feel like LCK just keeps on. They're just like Papa Smithy, bam, got one. Atlas, bam, got
they
another
go
one.
fishing and it's just like finds another one.
They just keep landing in Os and pulling us out.
Yeah.
So
RIP pastry time.
oh, rip.
Oh yeah, going over to NA.
Damn you.
Pastry time. Miss Julian.
So that's okay. So that's the trade-off. We got pastry and Atlas for Pulse and Dom.
It's not okay.
You guys are
Is
different.
that
Put expectations on us to
You
answer
get it off
that.
for Twitch as well, Dom.
that was just for me, but that's okay. Fine, we don't have to answer that then.
He's like,
if you don't want to,
but really.
that's okay. I'm gonna corner them after the show. Don't worry about it.
Wow.
Oh man, I'm just laughing way too much now. Do you guys miss Pastry and Atlas?
Of course we miss Pastry and Atlas.
Yeah.
Julian was like
Julian's a gem.
He was like my mentor. So in Oceania, Julian was head caster and he ran and trained all of us up. And the thing is if you go back and watch Rusty and I in like week 1, it's rough. It's real rough. And so much of the progress that we've made really was led by Julian. He's such a commanding and like reassuring voice. Like you would just have to meet Pastry Time in person. He's just a wonderful human being.
I was fortunate enough to have my desk next to him for the 6 months in between MSI and coming here.
So you know about the Yasuo and the ribbon.
All of it. Jeez, anytime you
Pretty
try to
much all we
one-on-one
talk
that
about.
guy, it is crazy. But then he actually turned into a Talia one trick. I got him one of the easy buttons, but I recorded it for the Talia yell because he would just walk around the office going woohoo. So I got him a button
Like
so that he
against
didn't
walls?
have to do it. Yes, he just does that.
I only walking along walls for the speed
He's
boost.
got like a penny board. He's just
Just rolling on along.
Yeah, it's just like his ideas about casting as well are so interesting, and he's so dedicated to like pushing casting forwards. Like I even talk to him on a bi-weekly basis now just to talk about casting, and like just the way he thinks is like so good. I think so healthy for our community, and like it's so unfortunate because I feel like so many viewers just don't have any insight into that whatsoever, and even like a lot of casters outside of like the circle, just to what casters are like with other casters. So I just wanted to shout that out because you're a cool dude.
It's actually like really hard to have a discussion with the community about casting, and there is like some valuable feedback there simply because so much of it is behind the curtain, kind of like in teams. Like, it's really hard to comment on teams because you don't really see like the structure of the organization or how things are fundamentally working. Like you can go, a coach in one team can have a completely different responsibility in a coach in another team, and I feel like for casters it's a very similar thing. Like each of us all have like vastly different roles behind the scenes, and it's just like this 10% front that the community actually views and can comment on.
Yeah. Again, it's all of casting is 90% preparation, 10% casting.
Yeah, pretty much.
All about trying to set up in beforehand and being sure that you're nice and ready. Rusty, any caster favorites that you've got as well? Who's been the best person for you to work with?
I mean, I really enjoyed working with Rivington during Worlds. Obviously, it was my first Worlds experience, so casting with Rivington was like, holy crap, I'm at Worlds,
It's
holy crap, it's Rivington.
Yeah.
Like, put them together, it's like, woo! But no, I think he's my favorite, and it's not that he is like technically the best caster I just love Rivington. He's just so happy. He's always happy, and it like he's too happy to the point where it doesn't piss me off. It's just contagious, and I have to be happy. No matter what I do, I can't be in a bad mood.
It's also because he's the same off camera as he is on camera.
Yeah.
Like,
Exactly
he's just
the
the same
same.
person.
Just
I
such a
remember
great
I
dude.
was watching Collegiate when I was over there one time casting that. I was just sat in the audience. He sat down and had his biker helmet in his hands, and he just saw a player and just literally yelled at the top of his lungs. Was louder than the shoutcasters through through everything in the studio. And I was like, it's Rivington. Like, it's just that's who he is. That's who he is. It's just great.
Yeah, great dude. So we've got another question from a Twitch viewer. Is it hard dealing with pauses like this as casters?
When you have 4 people on the desk and we just chat shit for like 2 hours, then I think it's pretty easy, to be honest.
Yeah.
It's also something that our league is actually really accustomed to. The joke is it's the League of Pause League, especially if you go all the way back to like 2013. The LPL is notorious for having some of its technical difficulties. It's actually gotten so much better in 2015 to 2017. Like, I know today was really, really rough.
I think they're trying to make up for the good year right now.
Just gotta extend it now. But
we had a quota to hit, boys.
Yeah, it used to be really, really bad, and it's gotten significantly better. So, you know, I don't mind once in a while that you just have to go through a pause, because it's just the nature of, you know, sometimes shit breaks.
Sometimes it just happens. And it happens all over the world as well. Like, ultimately, we are a sport focused in technology. Like, it's sometimes the ball deflates in football or, like, something happens. But, like, there's so many other things and extraneous variables that can go wrong in League of Legends and every esport, right? So
the difference between reinflating a ball and resetting a server, pretty stark.
just throwing another ball on the field, you know, like it's so easy to
We're
like change
NFL
that.
now.
Yes,
They
you can
each
see the
have a
fans
sign.
being held up for OMG. And yes, as you can see on your screen, the players are returning. We are not quite ready to get back into game just yet. We're just getting everything set up. We're making sure that everything is all prepared so that when eventually we do get this issue resolved, we can get into it.
For what it's worth, though, getting through pauses, it's very difficult to find things to constantly have to talk about because when you're talking about a single game of League of Legends,
There's only so much.
Yeah, exactly. There's only so much you can talk
Finite
about.
amount of
So
content.
you very quickly go towards like the state of the league, the history of the league, and when I'm casting with Atlas as an example, we had a 20-minute discussion on if Zizirot minions look like
Rhinoceroses.
I know they do.
Yeah, they do.
Tell Atlas.
Yeah. But pretty much you have like a checklist, and if you find a tangent during the checklist, then you just go for it. And it just depends on how long the pause is for you as a caster to like mentally say, all right, I need to go in this direction, or I will go this long on this single topic. And you can flesh out a point for like probably 5 to like 20 minutes, right? You can go deeper on the topic, but if you know it's going to be like a 2-hour pause, then you just go full fill time. And that actually changes your mentality. So it's actually really nice when you hear from productions, because I've worked with lots of different productions, like if you actually know exactly how long you have as a pause. And sometimes you don't get that, and it's not their fault, it's not our, it's no one's fault, because it might be like, hey, we're just changing out a peripheral, and it's just like, okay, it's going to take 5 minutes, but then it's like you reach the end of that 5 minutes, another 5 minutes, and that just keeps happening because of the type of problem it is, versus hey, this is a league operations discussion, it's going to take an hour, hour and a half, let's just pause this, you guys just go on air.
Yeah, and we do have another question as well. We all play League of Legends. Obviously, somebody was asking, do we play ranked games? Yes, we all do. What rank are you guys? Are you willing to share that information on air?
Well, I recently decayed due to inactivity.
Oof.
What was your peak rank though? Let's go peak rank.
My peak rank? On the North American server, I was Diamond 1.
Ooh, nice.
Damn.
As support?
No, I used to play AD carry and jungle.
Okay, very cool.
I was actually, originally when I started playing League, I played on the female team before the Sirens, which, scary, I was almost on that team. Like,
oh boy.
Bullet dodge.
Oh yeah.
I was on Fornot's female team. They had like Fire and Ice. This was like Bloodwater, Kramer, and Big Bad Broad were on the main team, and I was on the girls team, and I used to jungle. And I was really mad that they didn't ask me for their jungle tryout because they were trying to find a jungler. And so Gracchus, old school, way throwback, had been training me in Shyvana jungle because like it was the big thing in season 2. And
season 2.
they wanted to try out junglers against us, and I was so pissed that they didn't ask me that all I did was camp this guy's jungle, and I just killed him like 9 times. He didn't get the position, and neither did I, but I thought it was fair.
But you dragged them into the dirt with you, and that's all that counts.
Well then, Rusty, you actually were a pro player yourself.
Yeah, I was at like Challenger 500 points, I think, but back, because I was a pro player before ELO, like what we currently have, the ranking system was even a thing. I was playing on the actual ELO system. In season 1, in our first ranked, I was like 1850, which was just below the platinum threshold. And back then we were playing on NA
there
from
was no diamond
Sydney,
at that point,
which was 220 ping. So I managed to get to that on 220 ping. The year after, I got to over 2,000 ELO.
Nice.
I don't know where I finished, but I was definitely over 2,000. That's all I know. And then, yeah, peaked at like Challenger 500, I think.
Yeah, ex-pro player stories, man. Super good at League of Legends.
XD.
and then we've got the play-by-play.
Then we've got me. Yeah, I feel so inferior being flanked by like a Diamond 1, an actual pro player.
Mate, you are destroying me in ELO right now.
Well, right now, but I used to be Diamond 4 in EU. So that's like Challenger NA. But yeah, I always like exclusively played cheese picks. So I played like some tanks, and every season I kind of have like a one-trick champion. I like personally believe the way to rise in solo queue is one-tricking and having a positive mentality. And I cannot stress that enough, because like if you were positive on a team, then everyone else is positive. And if someone's having an argument, you just break it up. And like having that mentality going in is so easy to like rise up the ranks. And then you just play cheese, pretty much. Like I just played a Lowy for.
So if you played StarCraft, you would just Zerg rush?
Oh yeah.
Okay.
Every single time, 6 pool. 8 pool.
Funny story. I actually got up to Diamond Zerg rushing.
There you go. Jeez. Get you Elo.
I mean, I did learn other strategies, but that was the primary go-to. Just fun. Anyways, I've never broken platinum.
I will get you there, Dom.
I've been one game away. Yeah. I've been gold 1 in promos, 1 game away. Never broken it though.
Just one-trick champions. Because if you
What are
one-trick
you
a champion,
He one-tricks Annie.
Oh
yeah.
He's
that's
an
true.
Annie Ari
He's Fire
main.
Lolly.
I am.
He is Fire Lolly.
I just run around stunning people.
Yeah.
You can see the players are preparing to get back in. Of course, we're still trying to resolve this. We don't have anything quite yet, but you can see the coach is standing behind them, and they have been allowed to start conversation. Goodness, I hope so.
That was such a play-by-play line, Dom. Like, as a play-by-play, you have things that, like, just sound so play-by-play. Like, all right, now he's going for the red buff, looking for this donation, and they'll head back towards the mid lane in just a second to resume his laning phase.
That's what we do.
I know, but, like, it's like a certain way of saying it where it's just, like,
actually
so
my job
play-by-play.
definition. I'm calling out the obvious to let you all know what you see in front of you is in fact correct.
The thing that the play-by-play casters do is that as a game is ending, and I don't know if you guys are conscious that you do this, but you do this roll with your hands, as in like a wrap it up expression, because you're waiting to take the win moment. So play-by-play casters will like, the color casters like, this is the team fight breakdown, and they're gonna go for the win. The play-by-play is like, okay, wrap it up. Yeah, and yeah, the next tower goes down.
Yeah, we need the soundbite, man. People are gonna clip that. It's important.
It's actually pretty important. True story.
Yeah, women would do a thing.
And
like, this is like the constant divide between play-by-plays and color casters. Like, no, I want to break down the game. It's like, well, yeah, but this is going to go down in history, so I need to say
You spent the last 40 minutes talking about how they're going to win. Well, now they're winning. This is my moment. Speaking of which, though, like hand signals are actually pretty huge. So just a little peek behind the curtain for you guys. We use hand signals to speak with each other quite frequently because, of course, there's what you can say in conversation, but there's also what you can say in physical subtext, sort of placing your hand forward to call out that you want to get in on a point or doing that wrap it up motion.
Which is why offline casting, especially if you're trying to become a shoutcaster, it is so difficult to cast over Skype because you can't look at your co-caster and signal. And it seems like something so minor, but it can make such a drastic quality of life impact on casting. And we don't just do things where we, motion that we want to talk. We do things like Crepo does this all the time, where he wants to let something breathe or slow down the pace of a game, and he'll just softly lower his hands in front of everyone, and it just reminds everyone, like,
yeah. Take a step back, let it calm down.
And the interesting thing is there's no universal sign language for it. Everyone has their own way of tapping in. I know Kobe does something that's very different from every color caster I've been with, where he'll take one finger and tap it on his whole hand. And that's just so different, but he's going for a point. So every caster has their own way of jumping in. Like, I know Raz will briefly tap on the table in front of him. I know he wants to go up next.
And
so
like Velociraptor is him.
Yeah, it's
he legitimately like attacks it like a snake would leap. And you're like, if you're not watching Raz at that one moment where he says he wants to talk, you don't see it.
Yeah. This is one of those things. You just have to get used to the nuances. And it's the same with conversation in everyday life. If you're talking to someone and you accidentally trip over them, like in Skype or something, like that's how it is, and that's how it would be if every color caster and play-by-play hadn't already, had that synergy with people. So
it's like going to the gym and having conversations with people. They've all got headsets in or earphones in, so you can't actually talk to them. You need to tell them that you want to use what they're using and know how long they've got left on it, but you can't talk, so you use hand signals and try and work it out.
2 minutes?
That's what
3
we do
minutes?
whilst
3
we're
minutes?
talking behind the scenes at the same time.
And you can tell when casters are looking at each other and talking during a game. Like, if you listen, it's the same thing. Like, you can hear someone when they pick up the phone and they're smiling. I think it's actually very like easy in VOD review to be like, oh, Pulse is looking at Raz while he's saying this, versus Pulse is looking at the game or Raz is looking at the game, and they're just talking at each other.
Yeah.
It is something that's actually really exciting, is that casting isn't just talking about League of Legends, it's having a conversation. And that requires 2 people having a back and forth. And just being open to that is super fun. We do actually have another question. What is the hardest thing about casting?
I think this answer will actually be different for every single person, depending on our own weaknesses. Like, for me, the hardest thing about casting is being concise.
You better be going into...
They're just doing the camera slam.
Please.
See, if they had done the camera slam and stayed on it, then they would have been.
Yeah, now it's flicking.
But they're going through. They're giving us the whole rundown.
It should be banners, arena, coaches, and...
casters. Big pan.
The hardest thing about casting is so relative as well to like what people or you discover that you aren't actually good at and want to get better at. And it really depends where you want to go. Like if you aspire to be Kobe and to be able to yell loudly whilst you're being a color caster, like if you can't do that, that's obviously going to be one of the hardest things to do. For me, casting one of the biggest leagues, one of the biggest regions with the most games, it's really challenging to be able to stay at a high energy and sound high quality in your casting when there's just so many games.
Yeah.
Eventually your voice will give out or your brain will give out, you're tired, your palms are sweaty, spaghetti everywhere, you're nervous and on the surface.
We're just going all over
Just
this.
calm and drop bombs. But he keeps on forgetting what he wants.
Pulse, what about you?
Yeah, I mean, I know we all have our own development.
Oh,
Does this mean it's going on?
Are we suddenly deflecting? Does he get to avoid it? Oh, man.
PogChamp.
We'll get that answer another time, but thank you so much, all of the casters and analysts who have gotten us through it again. Thank you for Twitch chat for bearing with us, all of our
Very kind.
viewers. We have finally gotten back into pick and ban. Now you'll notice the score at the top is 0-0. That's right, the game has been remade after the bug, which means a whole new set of pick and ban. So last time, IMA got the option to prioritize Kog'Maw very early on, and they immediately go right back into it. So taking a look at the bans, let's see, Rengar, Ivern, Nautilus, Camille. So far they have the identical bans, and it looks like we're going to be running the same picks as well. As Fizz is locked in, if he does Lee Sin here, yeah, it might be same picks.
Yeah, it seems to be the same pick storm. I wouldn't know that, but it definitely does appear to be that way.
Yeah.
What I can say is that I may have a higher priority towards the Kog'Maw once again. This champion with Jin Zhao in particular, the hyper carry on the team, I'm surprised that Kog'Maw isn't something that they chose to ban away from him. Even if this is the same picks and bans from game one, then
Yeah.
I am shocked that it wasn't banned from him in particular. The fact that there's a higher priority on Ivern is very curious to me.
Yeah, and it looks like it is, in fact, same picks and bans. Lulu, next ban is going to be Syndra. Yep, and then we've got Echo, Kennen, Thresh, Twitch. So
Look, they're going too quick for me. I haven't written this stuff down yet.
this is a fresh restart. You can copy off the notes that I managed to take earlier. And yeah, so we get the chance to see the exact same composition out of IMA. And OMG still looking very clever as they go for their final swaps. Technically, the most astute of you will notice that it is not identical pick and ban in that Fizz was picked before Lee Sin, but they were picked in the same round of draft for those two, so they just saved themselves a swap later on by picking those champions right here. And Rusty, we're getting into a new
it's
game
me.
one.
We definitely are. So we're in the quarterfinals. For those that haven't actually been here the entire time through the great pause and they're just joining us
The
now.
great pause of 2017.
OMG against IMA. Fresh best of 5. Game 1 never happened. It was all a figment of your imagination, and it starts now with the same picks and bans.
Yeah, and you can see the coaches going over and shaking hands right now as they part ways and head backstage. We're getting back into it. And
indeed.
now it's time to start talking about the story for these teams once again. IMA, 4th place, taking on OMG, 2nd place here in the standings. This is a chance for IMA to continue their progression. Again, their goals for the 2017 spring split was avoid relegations. They did that and beat EDG, and they did that as well. So playoffs is all icing on the cake for them. They already managed to take a win off of Chaogu, advancing here to the quarterfinals, and now they're looking to get even higher into the semifinals in this next round.
You have to remember their win against QG was actually a fantastic showing out of the side. They looked very confident. They cleanly dismantled Chaogu. And whether that was QG stumbling at the line or it was IMA showing up to play, IMA still looked good.
Yeah.
And so now coming into OMG, they know what happens with this team composition. They know what they're designed to do, and they should be able to at least come up with plans to play against it as best they can this time.
Yeah.
And try and weather what is going to be assassins running around everywhere.
The laning phase in game number 1 was really tough for that bottom lane, and we saw that priority down there from both teams. So we're looking for IMA this time to respond more appropriately to what we expect to be OMG's aggression with World 6, Icon, and Xiang. I believe they also took identical summoner spells as well. We'll find out, but it appears that we are now loading back onto the Rift. It is finally happening. The quarterfinals are back on.
It definitely is, of course. Game number 1 being fresh. We have to watch how these assassins, as we mentioned before, actually do show up to play, because they can snowball quite heavily. OMG did it a little bit in the remade game that happened beforehand. They get an inch, they can take a mile. They've got an Echo, they've got a Fizz. By the way, Fizz should not be here, but it is. Amazing J picking the Kennen into it seems to be a confidence decision that he can play a ranged champion with high mobility on the Lightning Rush. You get it at level 2, and you try and auto-attack the heck out of Xiang. Avoid the W damage that the Fizz can put down, and theoretically, you'll be okay in the lane. but it's not that simple. One mistake, and it's most of your health gone against an Ignite Fizz.
Yeah, and that's what we saw in game number 1 with Xiyoung solo killing Amazing J in that top lane. So a chance now to find out if he can show that he has learned from his mistakes as he went backstage and sort of reset for this next match. Double 5-man invades to go for wards to keep an eye on those junglers early on. World 6 is now spotted with Xiyoung as they head on over towards Raptors, and that will be spotted by Aimee. They've also got a deep ward behind Red Buff, and they see Ben 4 is actually starting on his own. That's a leashless start from Ben 4, whereas World 6 is getting some help from Xiyoung.
Lee Sin obviously needing a leash of some kind, or he's just going to die basically to the first camp. Ben 4 having Spiderlings will be able to hit level 2. He can take out this camp by himself perfectly fine, use both spells when he gets to the red buff to have 2 Spiderlings back again. And relative to the amount of health World 6 loses, Ben 4 will have the same.
And look
without
at this,
potions.
World 6 doesn't even finish off the Raptor camp. He gets level 2 off the Tiny Ones and invades the blue. Ben 4 is already there, though. Takes Blast Gun over the wall. He sees it. They do both have Smite, and World 6 decides to head back towards his own side of the jungle. Very cheesy play coming into this remade game.
That was cheesy from World 6, but Ben 4's awareness of the fact that it was being done to get there on time and actually push World 6 out. We already said the health that World 6 loses is quite important. He has no potions. He's pretty much dying to red buff. Will have to smite it to keep his health up. And we have to watch where he goes from this point. Does he just go back to base, finish the Raptors perhaps before going to Wolves then base? Like, it's risky now. And you'd say Ben 4 has the tempo.
Yeah, he's looping around towards that bottom side. Ben 4 seems to be heading into the river, looking to catch Scuttle or perhaps invade into the jungle and further capitalize on the low health of World 6. As Icon pops over for a favorable trade. You know he's recalling anyway, so
yeah,
just getting the best that he can.
He's actually going to stop the recall because that trade was so favorable. He can get another wave in, and perhaps that next wave gives him a little bit extra control wood with his Doran's ring or wherever he would like to go now. Just because he's able to actually chunk out Athena, he feels a little bit more confident pushing one more wave down. He does have teleport. He started with refillable potion Dark Seal, so it could just be a Doran's and corrupting potion if he's lucky enough to have enough farm.
Oh, we see a dive going on
That's
up top.
Athena.
Ben 4 is bringing Krugs. Xiyoung is level 3. He's got Playful Trickster. It's Ben 4 taking aggro, who lands the cocoon, and they get first blood. Ben 4's Spiderlings lock it down.
That was really well executed from Ben 4 in particular. Amazing J waiting for the cocoon, doing all of his burst. No chance to escape for the Fizz. Athena's teleport, an afterthought almost, wasn't even a part of the kill, just wastes the teleport. Icon's now able to be perfectly fine. Of course, it does get cancelled, I believe, from when he was in base to assist them. But he's going to get to lane a little bit sooner. So Karma gains nothing, but top lane and jungle for Aimee gains everything.
Ooh, Road is now going to spot World 6. Gets the hook onto Krug. World 6 gets it, but that's Ignite burned as well. He still hasn't recalled and has made a pretty good jungle clear since his early deficit, especially now that he can punish Ben 4 a little bit by taking that Krug.
The saddest part about that is that the hook was designed to try and actually take the Krug,
yeah,
not to go in and follow it up. So he follows it by not getting the Krug down, tries to flay it. Lee Sin still gets it, and then he gets a little bit antsy, ignites him, thinks he has an opportunity to kill, throwing out the lantern for Jin Zhao. None of it happens.
Yeah, now we get to see him trade down here in the bottom lane. Sidesteps the bubble as Jin Zhao gets a favorable trade. Ben 4 gets onto Icon. The cocoon tags him. He's got no teleport, but does have flash. They're doing damage. He's caught by the snare. And that is another kill for Ben 4, a completely different remake game 1.
And it's just as simple as giving him the blue buff at level 2, just getting that slight edge. Diving top lane now has 2 kills to his name. Top is snowballed, mid is a Karma, and the Elise is the member of the team getting these kills. So that money, that damage advantage they've got in the jungle position, as long as he doesn't die to Krugs, will be rotating
Raptors.
around the map.
You really meant to finish
They're
that
not
one
Krugs,
off.
they're Raptors.
26 health, 13!
No!
2 health! Oh! He takes his hand off keyboard. Woohoo! That was closer than it should have been as Road nails a hook onto 5, pulls him in. And 5, chunked down to about 200 health, is still pushing this wave.
That was getting spicy in the jungle, though. That's the kind of play that turns around very poorly for you. Not just from dying, but having to recall, being a little bit too efficient. Maybe he just wanted that extra item. He still has a good purchase, however. Just means no control ward, maybe.
Yeah. Now we see 5 in World 6 hanging out bottom in Tribush. They know they haven't been spotted.
Thresher's recalling. If he goes and Jin Zhao stays, at risk. Remember, 2 summoners are available for the Kog'Maw, but the play's still there. If the bubble connects, he dies.
Oh man, Jin Zhao is going to stay for the
His ward just
Cannon
died too.
minion.
That ward just died. He has no idea.
Steps forward. There's SMLZ. Chronosphere is already in front of him, but he sidesteps one direction. They've got more than enough burst. The 4-man dive to execute Jin Jiao.
And that's actually really tragic for Jin Jiao. He's aware something was up. He wasn't playing aggressively to try and kill SMLZ, but it doesn't mean that he's going to be able to save himself. Both summoners used. Ultimately, Jin Jiao should have used no summoners and just took it and died willingly for the trade potentially happening on the top side of the map, which IMA are doing.
Yeah, we see them rushing down the top tier 1. They've even brought Athena from the mid lane. And IMA, with a slight pace advantage, get there first. That is first brick for IMA along with their first blood.
Fantastic stuff from IMA. Obviously a nice turnaround between both game ones.
Yeah,
game one and game one. Yeah, exactly. I don't know what to call it. Anyway, the big thing here is that Xiang, non-existent in farm, non-existent in experience, being pressured by the entire team of IMA. And it's not that he is just behind, it's that they're continuing to put him further behind, ensuring that he plays no part in this game, does not get solo kills, just gets nothing.
Yeah, he's got a little bit of experience to his name, but that's about it. Nearly 35 CS behind when that wave is going to be cleared, as now we can see IMA going back to the same strategy as they lost their bottom tier 1. They send Jin Jiao back towards mid on that Kog'Maw. Here comes Road, and he's got Ben 4 coming up from the jungle. But Icon's level 6. Gets the flash, Chronosphere. He's got more than enough damage. The bubble to follow through, and a kill goes to 5. Oh, and the BM.
Oh my god, he even dances on the spot. Icon, you're a madman. Now going mid lane. That is good for OMG. You have to give them some credit where it's due. They've actually got 2 kills now under the Kog'Maw.
Ooh, plays it back.
SMLZ in trouble.
Tags SMLZ, that slicing Maelstrom. They've got so much damage. He flashes back and is saved by his jungler. Gets that stealth as Icon resets the aggro once again, and the play is turned.
The fact that they survived there is still the saving grace of OMG right now, because if they got kills under the cannon, something goes awry and people actually do pass away, then I may have control of more than just one lane on Summoner's Drift, but they don't. It is top lane where the big advantage lies. The Fizz is going to be super behind. He'll be able to catch up eventually, but that's a hard slog to actually get up that kill. Right now, OMG are banking on their mid laner. They're banking on their mid jungle, perhaps getting a duo off, and Fizz just needs to hit the fish onto a carry. Even if he's behind, he'll be able to kill that carry.
Yeah, and that's very important for Xiang to be able to land. He's going to be doing it from a huge deficit. You can see him freezing top to catch minions. But Aime, well aware of the fact that Fizz is completely out of the game despite that teleport, are using that to push mid lane.
There's an Echo flank coming.
Bring it down. Yeah, here he comes. Icon from the side. He's got no summoner spells. Amazing J, halfway for the cooldown on that slicing Maelstrom. And SMLZ is able to get a few hits to clear out some of those minions, but that turret is not long for the world.
The thing is, like, Icon is the wave clear for this team until there's level 6 out of SMLZ. Maybe he uses it to ult the wave if that's what they need to do, but without the Echo, I'm a siege, they will be successful. You can see now that he's here, no opportunity to take the turret down. It's just catching OMG sleeping.
Yeah. And with that, it's 1,000 gold lead advantage for IMA with that CS, with that first brick that they've been able to garner for themselves. A recall is going to refresh Road. Jin Jiao is still feeling pretty great as he did go for the very aggressive turret style build with boots and some long swords.
They're just sharing bomb.
And yeah,
oh, the stun.
Amazing J gets pinned by the Chronosphere. Bubble follows up, and they've got more than enough damage because it's a BF sword start from SMLZ.
A crazy amount of damage actually coming out of OMG's carries. Of course, you expect it from the Echo, but what we hadn't really mentioned is, yes, SMLZ spent that last fight running away, but he's actually sitting pretty. He's been farming well. All of the pressure that went on to Jin Jiao means the Twitch has an advantage. He's definitely scaling up and is going to be a force to be reckoned with as this game progresses, and that's the big difference between these teams. There's a Fed Cannon, there's a Fed Echo, but one of their hyper carries will be online far sooner, just because he is a Twitch. He has the 2-item gap that he's able to bridge towards a little bit sooner, perhaps more cost efficient in his build as well. The Kog'Maw's behind, he's going to take longer, he needs to ramp up.
Yeah, a lot of items are very important for that Kog'Maw, very item dependent. And with that, we can see him sticking in that mid lane for a long time, trying to catch as many minions as possible. This recall finishes off the Bilgewater Cutlass.
This doesn't feel like enough.
It's nowhere near enough at the 11-minute mark. Again, this is still very early into the game. We've had a very fast lane swap to put Jin Jiao mid after he got dove bottom, but then he just got dove again mid. So with that sort of presence on the map, how do you keep Jin Jiao safe? How does IMA ensure that they have that late game hyper carry safety.
Yeah, the problem is they've taken Outers in side lane, so to actually have the safe lane, he has to be mid. There's no opportunity for him to farm safely against assassins, against 2 teleports, unless he is sitting mid lane. And even then, they don't know where Twitch is if he's ever invisible. He could just be ulting on you immediately. There could be a third person around in World 6 flanking the Kog'Maw. So it's all about protecting him. And the way that IMA have been doing this as they take down the Cloud Drake is IMA have actually put the Kennen mid lane. They had him there for like 3 waves. They've got the Karma still mid with Jin Zhao now and again, just to try and keep him healthy and happy, because he is the late game. He is the guaranteed damage that comes out as they scale up.
And this is IMA's known, and I don't want to say patented strategy, but this is something that they fall back on so frequently, is waiting for that super late game hyper carry to come online.
It's just such a big investment though, Dom, because they let Xiang catch up a bit. He's now going to be pretty tanky. He's going to do a reasonably good job.
And you can even see bringing 4 members of OMG into the mid-tier 1 to get damage onto the turret. Yeah, sure, you land the hook, and here comes Ben 4. They might try to collapse, but the turret's already taking a lot of damage. Cocoon finds SMLZ, but there's no follow-up. Jin Zhao so far back. Xiang managed to tag Road with the Chum the Waters.
Well, they want him. He's actually on.
Yeah, Ben 4 is way out of position.
Flash.
Sonic Wave lands. There's the insect. He sidesteps to make his way over the far side. Rift Herald isn't there. He sidesteps the Sonic Wave with that vision, but there's nowhere for you to go, Ben 4. It's going to take one hell of an outplay. Tries to turn it around for a kill instead. Repel to stall this out, but that's just going to be SMLZ picking up that kill.
Yeah, and they make sure SMLZ gets it. World 6 could have followed the queue. I believe he chose not to as well, so kudos to OMG giving gold, and again, coming back from this really poor start for themselves. Better lane assignments for the most part, and just thriving in this chaos where IMA is suffering.
And now IMA might have to fall back on that late game patient strategy as they find their jungler with so much gold on their team giving up a kill here. Still, it's very close in overall gold, but it's where that gold is allocated. As you said, huge advantage for Amazing J, but Xiang, he's starting to go tanky. He's starting to be relevant.
201 is pretty much enough to win the entire game by himself already. The items, once he completes the first major item, if there's no Blade of the Ruined King there for the Kog'Maw, then SMLZ can 1v1 everybody on the team pretty much. He needs to have 5 around. Yeah, it might become a 2v2. Amazing J has stuns. Athena has the ability to survive, but I wouldn't imagine anybody's actually able to contest the raw damage output that the Twitch has got for himself.
Yeah, and we're seeing SMLZ actually going for a very heavy DPS-oriented build with that BF sword, and then Zerker Greaves, Zeal, and another dagger to finish off his attack speed item up next. So very heavily prioritizing those stats right now. It's yielded one result in that mid-tier 1, and now OMG are responding appropriately by sending him up top. Though we do see the trade as Chum the Waters is able to clear out that minion wave. Teleport stalls it for a little bit, but do they have enough minions to finish this off? They're actually giving up top completely.
Yeah, the teleport was under the cannon minion, even though it got knocked away, so ignore the animations. They have enough to actually take this down, so yes, they will be trading turrets. In fact, it'll take too much time for OMG to get the top turret down, so they send 5 back to base. They're probably going to put him bottom, and it will take one more wave for the Twitch to get this turret. Good tempo now from IMA if they chose to go for another turret, but for some reason, with no Drake available, they don't want to go bottom, even though Fizz has no ultimate. So instead, they're choosing to get the last remaining outer turret in the middle lane, the safest objective.
And you can see Icon pushing forward to clear out that minion wave against Athena. Echo great at keeping those minions away from the turret, but he will have his work cut out for him right now. Top tier 1 goes down, and all that gold drops into Xie's coffers. He's going to be quite happy for that, but there you can see the minion wave gets cleared out, and suddenly this push stalled out even longer.
And you have to wonder why they didn't commit to staying in the bottom lane. They had the resources down there. You can see the vision on your mini-map. Down in the bottom right, all of the blue wards there for IMA. They were safe. They were definitely able to keep threatening Xiang. It has worked for them so far in this game, IMA, to actually give them the gold. Not advantage anymore, but the lead beforehand. Instead, playing it too safe.
Yeah.
Not willing to take risks.
Perhaps that could cost them as time goes on. Jin Zhao is swapped over towards that extended lane by his tier 2. He has to catch these minions. You can even see the respect from Amazing J. He's already finished his wit's end, but he wants to play away from that Fizz because it is so volatile. As Athena finds 5 on a warding mission, tags him on the way out. SMLZ is sneaking his way through along with World 6.
They know World 6 is there. They don't know SMLZ is. They do now.
They should have seen that Luden's proc if they were watching the animation, but suddenly that's a hook to pull Amazing J in, but Chum the Waters used very early, and it's OMG setting the pace with this pressure. Icon is still mid, but he's got teleport.
Yeah, Icon can always be around, and Jin Zhao can't. He's actually top lane. Look at him immediately leave. does want to get the next wave, but by doing so, you can see how OMG may react to this, send Fizz top, or keep him around. He can teleport when it comes to it. They have no turret to defend in the top lane. They have turrets to push down in the bottom lane. OMG, this is the right decision.
Yeah, and it's certainly yielding results so far as they're getting a little bit of chip damage onto the turret, but more importantly, pulling the attention of Aimee away as Icon is just running them across the map. The 1-4 setup, just getting some free damage on here. Yes, this is at the cost of time for that Kog'Maw, but OMG, if they can make something happen, can definitely make up for it. Tidal Wave misses. Icon over the wall. They do secure the kill.
That was a lot of damage, more than I was expecting from Icon, but he has the Proto Belt, able to chunk him out. Compliments of SMLZ setting it up, and the zoning out of the Nami. OMG rinse and repeat this strategy. Jin Zhao's finally left the top lane, has collected some farm for himself, so he'll be happy with that. But that farm doesn't win your team the game this early on, 16 minutes in, where OMG can translate those kills into at least small objectives.
Yeah, and perhaps this is some big personality that we're seeing out of Icon. Taunting under turret, laughing while he's clearing wards, diving so aggressively for these kills. Perhaps his emotions showing up in this remade game.
He's confident, I can tell you that much. One other thing, however, when you are looking at Aimee is, yes, their Kog'Maw's a little bit behind. He does have one completed item. What they do have is Athena's item build. He's gone the very gold-efficient, support-heavy itemization choices of Ardent, Sensor, which will buff the Kog'Maw a little bit more anyway, and the Athena's Unholy Grail. So he's actually set for team fighting right now. He's in a point of power, almost exceeding everybody else on the map, just because his completed items are so cheap.
And as a result, we see Aimee utilizing that pressure. They group up as 5, collapse on the Ocean Dragon as it spawns and take it quite swiftly. Xion gets the opportunity to split push on the other side of the map, and once again, they're going to try to break down this tier 1, and finally they've got enough. Just put Kog'Maw next to Karma, keep him safe.
Ooh, World 6 still looking.
Yeah, finds Spiderlings when Xiong actually has a flank. Chum the Waters onto Road. It's not huge range. Flash Bubble finds no one.
Good hook.
As Road gets a hook to pull 5 in. They burst the support, but the Chronosphere is dodged. Meanwhile, a big kick delivers Jin Zhao to Icon. He flashes back. SMLZ flashes away. Icon's taking these hits. He replaces himself back in and gets flayed as Aimee turn the chase around. 3 kills for Aimee.
And Road legitimately just danced on Icon's dead body. Take that.
The BM in answer. Look at the face on the bottom right of your screen. He is not happy after that one, but Aimee certainly are. They're going to continue chasing. They've got a minion wave here.
Yeah, Aimee, they're able to actually turn around the tempo in this game, get another good team fight for themselves. This time, actually as a 5-man unit, but it's Road's hook. Road's ability to actually take these fights out. The fact that he gets Thresh and is now able to work his magic could be what Aimee need.
Yeah, Tidal Wave is used to clear out that minion set, just to keep the turret standing and stall this out as OMG going aggressive, and Aimee showing their characteristic determination.
And Xiang starts this off by getting a fish onto Road. Not the target you want. The hook onto 5 is fantastic. OMG choosing to engage, however, as after that happens, is almost like an afterthought, a reactive, but we have to engage now or we're committed anyway. By doing so, yes, the Lee Sin kick is fine. The Echo doesn't get the kill. They have too much protection for a Kog'Maw. They're able to dismantle OMG. If Fizz isn't actually going to play a threat because he's just going onto the support, he needs to reassess what he's doing and why he's flanking.
Yeah. It was, in fact, Amazing J who got the successful flank with the flash slicing Maelstrom.
Yeah,
is it flank if you go in from the front?
Nope.
Okay. The forward chase then, stalling that fight out long enough for Jin Zhao to sit and spit, as predicted on that Kog'Maw. And now, 20 minutes in, it's Aimee who are in the lead. Probably very glad that the game did end up being a remake, and despite the kills being on big people for OMG, Icon, and SMLZ, you're starting to see that Kog'Maw come online with the help of Athena.
Yeah, you definitely see the makings of Aimee's team composition, what it's going to be able to do when you hit the later stages. So the fact they won a team fight at 18 minutes perhaps in the game with an item disadvantage or even a gold disadvantage bodes well for them moving past this point in the game, but they are still against assassins. Remember that. So OMG lose a team fight because they don't assassinate the target in Jin Zhao. But if they do that, which is what their team composition will be very good at doing, then realistically, it will still be lights out for Aimee because OMG have a hyper carry themselves in SMLZ.
Yeah. And it's the question of which hyper carry will survive the longest or deal the most damage. Very dangerous game to be playing at the 21-minute mark. Recall from Icon as he split pushes and again slowly gets a little bit of chip damage onto that tier 2. And we can still see Amazing J catching those minions bottom. He's got Wit's End and is looking to go tanky on this Kennen. Hopefully we'll be able to see him continue to maintain his advantage. He's now 50 CS ahead of Xiang as he's left running back and forth trying to decide which minion wave I want. Icon's top, SMLZ's mid, I guess I go bottom?
Yeah, definitely a possibility. He wants to match where Xiang's going if Baron's going to be a priority. Ocean Drake's still not up for a little bit just yet, so definitely lane assignments towards top laners on the bottom of the map makes the most sense. The question for me with Aimee is, who do they send to answer Icon? And if they do send Athena, is it actually worth it when they want him to be protecting the Kog'Maw? When you think about it, if a teleport comes through from both of the side laners, mid laners being in top, whatever it may be, if Echo gets there late, it's okay. If Athena gets there late, it's not necessarily okay if OMG are the ones engaging, because that could already mean that Jin Zhao is dead.
Never want that to happen with that Kog'Maw. Now a level down, but he is trying to get some experience as his team escorts him through the jungle. Recall, he's got Zeal, and that's Runans. Okay, 22 minutes in, Kog'Maw is going to start doing some big damage, especially with the help of Athena and Amazing J now prepping this minion wave mid. As we've said, Baron has spawned, so they're setting up vision on that side of the map. You can see OMG have got plenty of wards to teleport to, and they do have both teleports available.
You would expect, however, because Road just recalled, that the vision will now get directed a little bit more so towards the Ocean Drake that is up in 1 minute. They'll go straight through the middle lane where they actually have a control ward prepped up and the wave crashing. If they had control, they would have translated that straight through it, because OMG are there first. Let's see where 5 is moving.
Yep. Getting right on down towards getting that vision with his team. World 6 is actually on a solo mission looking for wards. He finds Athena trying to single-handedly ward out the Baron. Luckily, he's not punished by the rest of Aimee as they are contesting the setup from SMLZ and 5. Just sneaking around. Jin Zhao sitting so far back.
OMG really wanted that one with SMLZ being invisible.
They really do.
Opportunity presents itself, then they'll always want to be the ones to take it. Speaking of opportunity.
Ooh, flash flay on the SMLZ. He's got to land the follow-up hook, and he finds 5. Not the target he wants. Jin Zhao's in the back, but there's teleport as Icon's coming to kill him, and they're trying to manage to kill Road as he split from his team. Ben 4.
Oh, there it is.
Huge sonic wave. Jin Zhao gets delivered into the team. He flashes back, but Xiang follows up with World 6. An easy kill for OMG as Aimee are falling apart at the seams here. Huge Soul Flare does some damage, but it's nowhere near enough. They're at very low health against Kennen and Karma, so they'll just decide to clear out Vision and Recall instead.
Do the easy option, maybe get the Scuttle Crab, go back to base, reassess their health bars, maybe look at an Ocean Drake. Very aggressive. This play from Road, too patient, waiting for the flash for too long to the point where a Nami Tsunami can come through. Xiang gets a fish on a flank, and World 6 with Icon able to completely body Ben 4 and then kick Jin Zhao towards SMLZ. Throughout this time, remember, SMLZ killed Road. If you're going to engage as the Thresh and the hook misses, oh, hello.
You're on the Baron. Aimee are trying to fight. Athena shows up. World 6 will die. SMLZ will die. That's 2 kills now to Amazing J. Icon's able to finish him off with
No one's getting the Baron.
But the Baron goes down. It's at 1,400 health, 1,000 health. Icon's
Elise
over the
is
wall,
here.
ready to go in. And Ben 4 racing forward. They're trying to stall it out. He leaps in, and that's Ben 4 getting the kill. Icon dies, and Aimee get the Baron over an aced OMG.
We just watched OMG go into a replay, win a team fight, and as we went into that replay, we said there is no reason for them to be doing a Baron. Well, guess what happened? They did what we said they shouldn't do. And from what was a win, one team fight, perhaps a slight edge going to OMG is now gone. 4k gold to Aimee, a Baron buff to Aimee. Kog'Maw's got his items, so because there was one poor team fight that goes awry, irrelevant. Summoners are now gone. Aimee are a stronger team.
Absolutely. And with that, they break down the mid tier 2. They've got a minion prep bottom. Here's that fight from the beginning.
So my assumption is that they actually sent Xiang to base to teleport into assist with this. But throughout all of this time, OMG, the smite was used already by World 6. He was never going to keep himself alive. They weren't going to kill Amazing J. He rushed Frozen Mallet, so he was super tanky. And then Aimee forced them. Xiang could have left here, Icon could have left here, but the decision was, before the Elise arrives, do as much damage as you can to the Baron. They get it to about 300. 300 is not enough to beat a smite.
It is close, but no cigar. Graves is probably rolling over right now. And just like that, the bottom tier 2 also has been defended by OMG. We've got recalls setting up. You just saw Ocean Dragon number 2 being picked up for IME, and they've got a third one coming up soon. Luckily, OMG are a very burst comp, so if they can get through Jin Zhao before the fight becomes too spicy, they don't quite have to worry about that, but we're seeing some big items. Luden's Echo now finished on Athena. Ben 4 has got his Locket of the Iron Solari. Amazing J now with the Frozen Mallet for dealing with Xiang and Icon. Not to mention the Kog'Maw himself, also finishing off his own Phage. So things are looking a little bit dire for OMG as perhaps some impatience coming out of that pause.
I think it's definitely just impatience from both of these teams. Ultimately, the engage that happened for OMG to win a fight was poor, but then the follow-up from OMG committing to the Baron was also ultimately just a bad decision. And you can see that reflected now in the goal difference between these teams. IME looking to Siege. OMG, their best way to deal with Sieges based off their team composition is fighting.
Oh, a great hook catches him as he comes down from the playful Trickster. Luckily, Locket keeps him safe as a slicing Maelstrom dissuades any chase. Amazing J chunks SMLZ down to half. Icon drops the Chronosphere, but there is no follow-up. Jin Zhao walks up to the turret and shreds through. Protect the Kog'Maw and protect your lives.
Exactly right. SMLZ has nobody to protect him in that instance, using everything that they have to try and keep Xiang alive because of another hook from Road. This man cannot be stopped.
Yeah, he's just continuing to toss these out left and right. Ben 4 has to dodge the Chronosphere. Protobelt is used to clear out some of the minions. They immediately race forward once they see it's gone. The bubble misses, and the inhibitor is broken as IME charge forward, and OMG are forced back to the fountain.
Move speed, health, attack speed, everything a Kog'Maw could want, and a free inhibitor to be seen now from IME with an advantage like this. Go back to base, purchase all of their items from the gold they just accrued for themselves, and maybe that then translates towards the rest of the map. They are well and truly in the driver's seat. OMG needs something special now.
Yeah, Jin Zhao working now towards his Trinity Force. He's got Stinger picked up. Another needlessly large rod for Athena. You're even seeing some more stats as Runon's is finished for Amazing J. Oh man, IME now very much in the driver's seat. Their Baron buff wears off and OMG are moving forward back into the mid lane. Seems like IME are setting their sights on that top tier 2 turret, and OMG will have to respond.
They definitely will, but really, we already mentioned this. With the Baron gone anyway, OMG will have a better time. They can actually clear waves again, but they need the Echo to be around. There is no option to 1-3-1 for this roster, or turrets will just start to drop very easily. IME complete control. One hook will pretty much just win the game.
Yeah. It all comes down to one shot. Icon
Spaghetti
sets up the Chronosphere, just zoning away the rest of IME. They're playing around it really well, fighting over Vision. Athena shows himself mid, but he's got teleport, and there are so many wards on that side of the map that he can teleport to.
Control wards also playing a big part in this right now, denying OMG flank vision. That's where Thresh can come into play. Karma can get a cheeky Mantra-empowered Q-off, put half health onto a carry, and you're in trouble.
Amazing J goes in. Icon finds Road. That's the support. Immediately leaps back around. They don't know at this fight.
SMLZ's
as
free
that's
hitting.
a big shot. Jin Zhao trying to deal some damage in the back, and as you said, SMLZ doing some shots. Super minions are still pushing in from the bottom lane. They've got double Ocean. They can just reset and set the siege again.
Best case scenario from IME right there is that none of them die. OMG engage properly, they find Road, and suddenly they have to send people to defend their Nexus turrets. So now this turret in the top lane will get siege from them, and they'll actually mean it because they can take it down. They can continue to look if they want. The only risk right now is perhaps their health bars. However, 2 Ocean Drakes, if Road stays out of combat, he'll be okay.
Yeah, he's continuing to heal up, getting 26 health per second. And you can see how effectively they're starting to chip away at these turrets. Icon, that impatience is suddenly going to become a really big problem. You saw OMG look for the fight. They knew that was their chance to break the siege before the super minions get in, but they were unable to find the kill, and thus they lost their tier 2. World 6 gets a kick, but there's a hook. Flash Cocoon, he dashes back and survives, but only just. As Amazing J escorts him back, and now that is a very low health jungler, they go right back top and try again.
You have to wonder what World 6 was doing. Why is he invading down there when he doesn't have the team to actually work around him? No support to keep him alive. He has to kick, he has to flash and dash. And now they siege top.
Yeah, the inhibitor turret breaks. Jin Zhao walks off the Chronosphere and is fine. Hook onto 5 as they're forcing a fight. Ben 4 gets the cocoon onto Xiang, and Jin Zhao is doing damage. A bubble catches Jin Zhao, but there's still no follow-up. And look at the shred on that Kog'Maw. When he is empowered, he does work. Icon is looking for a way in, but there isn't one. Super Minions are on the Nexus turrets, and Aimee are battering in from the other side.
So much damage coming out of this Kog'Maw. In the battle of the hyper carries, there's definitely one winning right now. And that is going to be Aimee, because he's got a team protecting him. He's got a Karma surrounding him, providing damage and support. And OMG are only left with desperation.
There's a hook onto World 6. He's pulled back, and they've got more than enough burst as the turret breaks again. SMLZ flashes back. Icon tries to chrono break to safety, but 3 inhibs are down. Jin Zhao is well and truly online. This battle station is fully operational, and the base of OMG, Alderaan itself, does not stand a chance as they are firing their laser.
This could just be the very simple game 1 picked up Aimee here, Dom.
Yeah, it looks like it might be. They're forcing them back onto the Nexus now. The Fountain trying to heal up, but Athena and Jin Zhao clean it up. You can see the big shout from Amazing J as he wraps up game number 1. And 3.5 hours later, they are able to do it.
It took an awful long time to finish one game, I'm not going to lie. However, the game has in fact ended. And what was honestly OMG having an advantage has now completely backfired right against them. Icon danced.
Yeah.
Road hit Super Saiyan and danced on his dead body.
Getting that Thresh, and this was with the exact composition. You can see them heading backstage right now looking perhaps very frustrated after that game. And here's the gold graph for that after all. You can see OMG did look good for the early game. It was fairly close. They found themselves at a slight deficit as Ben 4 managed to pop off and land a few hooks, but there just was no follow-up from that. Icon got an assassination, SMLZ got a few kills, but these tiny things themselves do not yield a game.
I mean, the first thing that we have to highlight actually about this game was that they were close earlier in the game, and OMG came back from a position where you wouldn't say they should have that handily, but it's because they were able to get ganks off bottom, keep Jin Zhao down. They gank off mid onto Jin Zhao again, and they forced really improper lane assignments out of Aimee, and they broke the game up from laning phase extremely early. But by breaking it up that early, remember that Xiang was so far behind because this is what Aimee had done. They empowered Amazing J. They gave him farm, they gave him kills, they dove people to try and actually take him apart. And the end result of this is that Aimee just scaled up better as a team, where OMG only had 1 or 2 members doing well.
Yeah, and while we did see Aimee sort of scale up, the fact that we got to see Aimee come in after this break and play a completely different style to game number 1 speaks to the determination that we so often allude to. The fact that this is such a hard-working team that even if they find themselves down so much in game number 1, they still had the comp to play it out. And we could see what happens when it starts to get ahead and it starts to snowball.
Yeah, they're a good mental team, so they'll always come back into what is now game number 1 that has just finished very well. They thought it out properly. They drafted themselves late game properly. They came into it with the right mindset, and even after having a slight deficit happening early in the bottom lane for Jin Zhao, he's the big carry of the team, they still brought it back for him, right? They still actually gave him the kills, set him up for success. The Karma built supportive to ensure that he was still doing damage, or just trusting that he will do damage when realistically a 0-2 Kog'Maw doesn't do as much as a 2-0 Twitch. They still do it. They still play around it incredibly well.
Yeah, and suddenly that Ivern ban from OMG makes so much sense, because if you could imagine the Karma and the Ivern all together, that would be crazy. We've actually got a replay to show you of that Baron fight that was so great for Team Aimee when they were able to get it back, but setting themselves up for success here.
Yeah, I remember during this time OMG are currently throwing at the Baron buff, but this is the one big fight that pretty much gave OMG the edge in this game. You would have expected that from this position, OMG would have been in a complete position of power to actually win the entire game. Tragically for them, try as they might, honestly, it didn't actually result in that because of the one positive play actually giving Aimee a 4,000 gold lead from exactly this moment. It's the decision-making of maybe getting overexcited, thinking they're further ahead than they are, or perhaps thinking it's later in the game than it actually is. Small things like that just result in a positive becoming a major negative.
And this sort of speaks towards the mentality that we saw a little bit from OMG in that set, with Icon dancing on the corpse of, I believe it was Jin Zhao that he caught, and then Road coming back and doing the exact same thing. And then in the later team fights, you could really see how desperate he was to get into the back line, find the kills, and just tragic that he wasn't quite able to pull it through.
Yeah, it's a little bit tragic, but at the same time, you have to actually highlight game number 1 and really think towards the second game and what they should actually be doing here, OMG, because I didn't like their draft all that much. I feel like their draft is fine in that they're like 5 separate entities that can hard carry themselves, or 4 in a support that's meant to empower all of them. The Echo can split push, they can 1-3-1, but they're against a team that is 100% going to dive you, and most of those dives started with this man.
Yeah, Road getting the MVP for this game. 1, 1, and 10. Those hooks almost single-handedly turning some of those fights around. The fact that they were diving a tier 2 and Road could turn that into a 1-team fight for them.
And the fact that he's hitting the hooks, honestly, as well. He's finding Lee Sin when he's aiming for Twitch, because World 6 is throwing his body in front of SNLZ to protect him. Things like that. Just knowing who to throw it at, when to throw it, how to be in the right place at the right time. You've got Amazing J flanking. And he really, Road had an easy job in that game. I will put it simply. He had a simple job. He had everyone around him doing their part well. He just had to place wards, walk up to the turret where everybody was already sieging and Akama was zoning them, and just throw Q. But he was doing it at the right time to actually ensure there was a kill.
Yeah, and time again, landing those kills were enough to convert that advantage for IMA. And from their Baron fight, it was a very swift closeout into a victory. So, moving forward into the next set, what are we looking for to change? Because again, OMG are the higher seed in this. They are the fan favorite, they are the analyst favorite, but you can't count IMA out. And now OMG find themselves down.
I think the craziest thing for me is that they still gave over the Kog'Maw to Jinjiao. Like, give him the Ashe, it's fine. If you think the Ashe is a bigger deal, then ban it away. But they didn't even ban it. They looked at a Nautilus and Ivern, and they tried to take away these other players' pocket picks that are working well for them. But realistically, you ban Ivern so they can't play Caitlyn. He'll play Caitlyn anyway.
Yeah.
You don't ban Ashe. He picks Kog'Maw because it's his #1 champion. Like, reassess your bans and your drafting phase. Be on blue side. Maybe first pick the Kog'Maw.
Yeah, we'll have to see if they can change things up. We're going to go ahead and get ready for a quick break. Thank you so much for bearing with us for the pause. We have finally wrapped up game number 1, and we'll have number 2 coming shortly.
血量非常低了，看孙子这边有机会抢到了，而且是摸眼下去直接抢到的，再 Q 过去一段。大到了想先杀Pythons这边给了一个女警给了个治疗，自己再给个大招 ，Mistake 的位置有点差呀，岩雀过来 ，Mistake 是爆人，
拿了一波双杀，这个泰坦交了闪现过去，好像还是没有办法救到自己队友。
这边是没有闪现，没有那个治疗的。
哎，这边是有一个小破败，闪现，哇，闪现
这一波伤害计算非常的漂亮。
哎，这边的话，感觉两个人要完成 PK 了。哇，这个瞬间的伤害直接把姿态打到了残血 ，W 还定到了。哇，这个 QW 是在空中把这个鱼的第二段给挡到了。
怕的就是对面的新上场的选手打顺了，
自信了，
自信
打出来了呀，
很可怕的。
这边一炮打到，挂了个虚弱，这边是保了一下宝蓝，
伤害够不够？
二神这边有点打不过，往后一拉，这边有机会吗？能换掉 Echo 吗？换掉了 ，Echo 这边是
看见这边吸血，
没有伤害了，没有伤害，还是这边少 A 了一下，但反正一个 W 是带走了蜘蛛。一个人成功的守住了 OMG 至关重要的一个中路外塔，这波我要跳进去被踢出来，盲僧跟到右边，这边的这个沿途，
这一波双 C 位全部倒下。
6的血，1600的血，1400、1500，谁的龙下子抢到了，
而且这一波2v2怎么说？
瘦了，这波斯科特要瘦了，看一下这个梅口也过来，
哇，完了，
过来又踩了一脚，哇呀，这一波的话 QG 打龙出了大问题，
他们最大的核心点狮子狗被带走了，才2个，
打龙没血。在这边还要踩过来，还要杀吗？
但是这一下踩是刚好在印记的 CD7啊，没有打出印记。
这里又是抓了一个骂，
这一波射到杀不了蛤蟆的，这一波感觉 EDG 有点失误。
上单传送过来，艾伦这边残血，这边探探的位置非常好，但是全部杀了过来，一个大招
9孔这一波太可怕了，
双响就是怼死了一个。
勾起了一波机会，泰坦来了，大概给到 Scott， 被勾到了 ，Scott 要被秒了，
上的危险 ，Scott 漂亮，莱蒙的大招放的很不错，安心疯狂的输出，这波的话还不好说，这边是破败吸了一口 ，Q 这边全面被打完，
阿龙走来想 A 人，结果被 Q 到了，
杜一斌的状态很好，这边
没了，
又是扣到了艾罗莉，这波 Scott 被秒，对 ED 来说非常的关键 ，Z 也被杀掉，那这的话是 QG 打了一波0换4。
先手大兰博，兰博中间还漏给上去，而且大招也交出来了。
看死马老贼这个位置，
大招打到3个人，还看一下这边的一个团战，但是生姜哥这边也是
老贼被杀了。
老贼在后面被收分给偷掉的话，那 OMG 这波要想办法撤退，因为对方的双膝状态很好，是及时的一个反手大招打到了，姿态也是被打出了闪现。ICON 这一波的反手大招很漂亮，小五在旁边控制住了以后，让中路的蛇女可以一个人在高地上追杀对方的2个双膝。OQ 知道自己走不掉，最后被毒牙给咬死。
ICON 在后面猥琐，等到对方的走进这个腹地，一个大4个全部都搭在自己的 W 腹地上，
姿态进化交了以后还是被毒死了。
我们看到这边弗兰德路也是被一个 Q 技能毒死了，这大 BG 加 Q 技能的持续伤害太猛了。
Welcome back to the LPL. My name is Dom Romer. I'm joined by Zach Rusty Pie, and we're about to get into Champion Select here for game number 2 of IMA versus OMG. We had a bit of a long pause earlier, so we're getting things wrapped up. Thank you so much for bearing with us. But we've gotten right on in. OMG, with side priority, have actually elected to take red side here, giving blue side back over. And with IMA actually banning Kog'Maw, it's time to see something new.
You have to wonder what IMA are going to be picking as their first rotation, and it does seem to be that Fizz. Kog'Maw banned from them, though, with a higher priority on the Fizz, is entirely justified based off what happened to Amazing J in the 1v1. In the last game where IMA actually beat them, it was pretty much a 1v3, where they spent the entire time keeping Xiang down, preventing him from being a Fizz, preventing him from 1v1ing, and he became irrelevant very quickly.
Yeah, and now we get to see a new strategy from IMA and answering back against OMG, hoping to take the series even further. And you can see OMG are looking a little bit unprepared, as that Kog'Maw ban might have caught them off guard, and now suddenly the first Fizz pick. We know Xiang has got a huge pool of champions, but with that Fizz taken away and the Shen banned up, we'll have to see something a little bit lower down the tier. And now that means OMG get to target Jin Zhao's 80 carries with that Ashe.
Now, there is no Camille banned this time around. It was banned from Amazing J, but he's already got the Fizz. The question to me is, do they flex the Fizz? Athena has played it in the middle lane once already, and they bodied people when Athena was playing it. So if they want a Camille, they can save it for their last rotation, pick their bottom lane now and flex it. I'm curious to see where they go, because they might even just force a ban from OMG and give IMA a free pick.
Yeah, they certainly could right here. They are still going to prioritize that Elise for Ben 4. Varus now locked in for Jin Zhao in the bottom lane, so he gets to follow that performance that he showed us a few weeks ago. And OMG, how do they decide to pick this out? focus on top lane, mid lane,
You pick
support.
your support now, you would have to imagine. You can go for a Nami for sustain if they want again. 5 was okay. Or they can change things up. This isn't changing things up. They can change things up in, there we go. Pick a flex.
Yeah, so the Karma now locked in. As you said, that can be flex. We know Icon great at those split pushing champions, but perhaps putting on a caster like Karma, someone necessary to support the team, might sort of temper the emotions that we saw in game number 1.
You'd expect that's like a 1%er though from OMG.
Yeah.
It's only like if bottom lane is desperately losing, we need to flex the Karma mid stat. Icon's not usually the person who'll actually pick that up for himself.
So far, he's played it once in the LPL 2017 spring split, so statistically unlikely, though definitely possible.
And I think given the Malzahar ban, it does indicate once again that 5 will be the person playing the Karma. They deny it from Athena. That's the only other big thing you can take away from this at the moment, is they can ban supports. They can now keep it at just the Malzahar ban and get rid of a mid laner if they'd like, or potentially something to deny from their opponents.
Looking towards the next ban for OMG. There's still the likes of Lulu, Nami, Thresh available, and they decide instead to target out Kled, assuming that Fizz is going mid towards Amazing J.
So they don't know. They just don't know where it's going to be. And they'll find out now for what it's worth after these bans come through and we get to see I may pick, but OMG have to pick a role first. And whether they want that to be top lane, assuming that it's going to be a Fizz top, or they ban the Kled, preventing him from being countered, is there something that loses to Kled is the question.
Yeah. Perhaps OMG caught a little unsuspecting by this very interesting change-up from Aime. This is the first game in 6 that they have not prioritized their bottom lane that early on. So we are seeing something new from Aime. It looks like it is going to be Gragas locked in for Xiong up top, so saving that counter pick for Icon. Effectively saying, we don't know where this is going.
Yeah, the Gragas is a fine pick into Fizz more often than not. We've seen this champion chosen alongside the Shen, can body slam him out of the combos and try and deny the worst part of the trade against Fizz, which is the 2-second mark beyond when you're actually trading against him. So Gragas is okay. They've got themselves now a tank in the top lane. That's expected. The Xiong known for his tank play above all else.
Now that Talia has been locked into the mid lane, you know that it is going to be Fizz up top into that Gragas. And
yeah, get it in there.
Yeah, do it again, Road.
Lock it in, Eddie.
He was getting some really great hooks in game number 1. Perhaps he can continue here in game number 2, but that means we'll look at the final pick for OMG. Icon gets the chance to counter pick into that Talia.
They have a bit of a harder time if they do look in the Thresh against an Ashe Karma. Just more slowing and speeding up available from the side of OMG. Maybe dodge their way around these hooks. A bit more mobility and anti-mobility to be seen. However, the Thresh, he was an MVP performer. It should be, frankly, banned away from him over the likes of the Malzahar. And especially the Kled ban, when you know that the Fizz should be the top laner.
Seems like OMG perhaps a little unprepared here in game number 2. They're going to have to demonstrate some mental resilience as they reset. Cassiopeia is the final lock-in for Icon. He was perhaps the most volatile player of OMG in game number 1. Now it's time to see if he can bring it back with our compositions locked in.
You have to feel like Cassiopeia and Syndra are the closest things that Icon wants to be to a control mage, because you can effectively be an assassin whilst being a control mage all the same. You've got a lot of outplay, high skill ceiling champions. Should be perfectly fine in this middle lane. Curious to see if he commits to having the cleanse, though, against the Talia. They have a Thresh, they have an Elise, and they have a Varus, so the cleanse will be very good outside of laning phase and avoiding ganks. But now there's a lot more volatility in this middle lane, especially in that 1v1, both just running cleanse.
You can see the coaches shaking hands as they run on back, but as you said, it will be a volatile lane. It's going to be a volatile match in general, as OMG are looking to run this back. They're currently 1 game down, despite being the higher seed in this tournament bracket. And Aime, perhaps the run towards the top of playoffs will continue, barely eking in at the last second by winning against RNG, the #1 team in their group, taking a win against Chao Gu, the #3 team who was able to take wins off of both WE and EDG, and now playing up against OMG. It's time to start changing the conversation from the little train that could to the little train that is, in fact, doing.
Yeah, but they've still got 2 more wins to get in this one before they're doing anything, Dom, or they'll be out of the running entirely. As right now, IMA have started on the right foot. They've got the momentum. I feel like they drafted well in this game. OMG definitely did not know where they were going, what they were doing, or how they were going to execute on the drafting phase. So they've got that. Pretty stock standard, however, from IMA, just a pick composition. You've got your Talia that complements the rest. You know, the Fizz to knock them up, Talia to knock them to the side towards your team. Thresh, Varus, Elise, all about finding that single target and taking that target out. But against Agragas, against Cleanse, against Karma, even Lee Sin with the kick away, it's not always going to be just that simple.
Well, have to see if OMG can see this coming and play around it. They've certainly got the setup to make it through. And SMLZ, we know he's an excellent AD carry. On that Ashe, he has a chance to have a huge impact if he can land some picks, or land some arrows and turn around the picks from IMA. As we have loaded onto the Rift, and you can hear the audience.
The audience has been around for quite a while. They endured the pause with all of you guys at home and us. They're still there, they're still loud, still energized.
I think the thing that is so amazing is that we're hearing the crowd chants in game number 2. We almost never do. It's almost always that we hear them for one team in game 1, then the other team in game 1, and then they let the series play out. But the OMG fans may be getting a little nervous.
I see you haven't casted many EDG sets, Dom. You wait until they play in the next set of the today.
Oh, yeah. The next set of the today? Yeah, we'll do.
Don't you try and England me.
It's been a long day here on the LPL desk, and we're only getting into game number 2. As we're already starting to get some wacky English. Taking a look at the junglers, they're both starting topside with Elise. Again, World 6 back on that Lee Sin, Ben 4 back on that Elise. But it is Amazing J on Fizz up top instead of Xiang.
Absolutely. So they've swapped the Fizz around, I guess, in the top lane. It's also one of those beautiful flexes that IMA had for themselves. But instead of having the Fizz mid lane, where Athena was so successful with it, they chose for the Talia. Again, one of those champions that excels at lane control, being able to take out the minions. Even nerfed, still does a pretty good job, I think it's safe to say, at controlling the minion wave, but it's more so the ability to roam around the map. Currently, the LPL's Twisted Fate is Talia. And all of the LPL mid lane is a Twisted Fate main, so it makes sense that they'll play the competitive version of Twisted Fate.
Yeah, not only does she move quickly towards the other side of the map, she also eliminates escape routes and sets up really favorable terrain if she can set it up properly, and that's where we really hope to see the excellent play, as World 6 will finish off his own double buff. We've got double buff finished for Ben 4. The junglers are set to meet in the river. Ben 4 gets a ward. Cocoon actually still lands. He gets the initial burst of damage. Repel follows through. He's got red buff ticking out. Athena is keeping Icon occupied and gets a favorable trade.
Yeah, definitely a lot of damage coming out of the Elise in particular. World 6 had spotted the Elise, but actually still gets hit by the Cocoon after a walk-up place. So the jump was there for the Lee Sin. The reaction from Ben 4 wasn't even lightning quick. He wasn't breaking any records. He's not Wild Turd or flashing ultimates. But he still just outtrades the Lee Sin and forces him back. A little bit confusing.
Yeah, and here you can see the punishment from Ben 4. He heads over to the Gromp to steal that away. World 6 will clear this blast cone, make his way top to find Amazing J, who will just walk back from the minion wave, though it is pushed up.
Amazing J had 2 wards actually placed. So one in Tribush, one just in the river that has died as we speak. Ben 4, World 6, and Ben 4.
Flash play. He's caught 5. Ben 4 needs to follow up. Doesn't get the Cocoon, but gets some burst damage with Ignite burning down. 5 walks away with his life.
Those minions are MVP. I would love to just watch the minions and how much they hated Ben 4 in particular. Screw this one spider in particular. There was no way to hit the Cocoon. They actually, Ben 4 moved to the right, the minions moved to the right. And they're like, screw you, man. Not going to happen.
Oh, he brings him back. Flash Cocoon, he's caught 5. The hook pulls him back along with an arrow. First blood for Ben 4.
No minions, no problem. That's all I'm saying. Ben 4 actually hits the Cocoon, but that's the team composition out of IMA. Just so much pick available, especially through this bottom lane. Really do appreciate that they were focusing this lane in particular, making sure they're down where their strengths are. Not just Jin Jiao, but also the team comp.
Investing in that composition. Varus will come online later on as the game goes. Meanwhile, World 6 has finished off his own top side of the jungle. No invade from him. Looking at the jungle CS, you're like, oh, 22-7. Things are great for World 6. He's even in experience. He's likely even in gold, as that jungle farm is probably about worth that kill, but definitely not first blood, as we've got Tracker's Knife and an Amp Tome finished up for Ben 4, and just Tracker's Knife for World 6 as they head back out onto the map. 5 without any summoners immediately starts trying to clear out the vision that Ben 4 and Road had set up.
Yeah, World 6 will still be okay, but that's the difference between these junglers anyway, is that the Lee Sin is happy to just farm up to level 6. The Elise can gank earlier.
Ooh, gets to the Scryer's Bloom to make his way out, and Ben Road is waiting just outside of vision.
They spot that the Krugs are alive by placing down the Scryers. Thankfully, Road nearby, obviously, to help with the vision levels up from the ward take. This is timed well from Aime, being able to come around, place their vision down just before the minions crash to the turret, knowing that Road will be here to save him, and Ben 4 has been spotted nearby. This means that SMLZ and OMG can't harass him. So the timing was honestly still good from Aime.
They're able to get all of those minions onto Jin Zhao despite the harass from SMLZ. He completes his own first recall. Boots and a Vamp Scepter. He will be going for that standard build water Cutlass, and despite Jin Zhao's early recall, he's going for a Vamp Scepter and the Longsword. No finished Cutlass, as Road will take a little bit of harass from 5 as he makes his way back into the lane. There's so much vision priority on this bottom side of the map. Once again, top is a complete island. No wards, no interaction whatsoever outside of those two top laners.
The funniest part about this is with all the pressure on vision on the bottom side of the map, there is none.
Yeah.
It's all around mid lane right now because everybody's killing each other's wards. So there's just no vision actually applicable or around. But it's all about who can bring their team members to the lane or to the river to place the vision more efficiently. Like Athena being there means that the control ward dies. The World 6 was just moving with 5, which meant vision died before that. And it's this rinse and repeat, this ebb and flow of setting up the vision and then knocking down the vision with allies.
With that vision traded back and forth, that means Athena's allowed to clear out these minions. Icon again opening up a CS advantage in the mid lane on this Cassiopeia. But he's going to have to do more than get gold.
The fact that Aime haven't broken the pace of this game to whatever they would prefer. They haven't sent 3 top lane. Only their bottom lane's winning. This actually bodes well for OMG. Not just because the bottom lane is losing, but because their top and mid lanes are winning, respectively. So having an Ashe, having a Karma, always going to be utility focused either way. They'll be fine, and they're not losing drastically. It's just that Ben 4 was down there. As far as the state of the game is concerned, OMG waiting for that level 6 on their jungler, perhaps. Then they can look to make the play.
We can see World 6 rushing through his jungle. He's so close, but yet so far. Xiang ticks over level 7 with a large minion wave. Amazing J actually did miss a wave, so this is not going to be enough to get him level 7. And we'll have to catch these minions as they crash into the turret. You can see he's going for a tankier route with that Null Magic Mantle. And Ben 4 actually is making his way up top. They might just try to break this the old-fashioned way. Or just perhaps keep Amazing J safe so we can catch the minion wave.
Yeah, good ward placed from Xiang in advance. Actually spots him. Xiang didn't leave the lane whilst pushing, was trying to bully Amazing J out. So the assumption was there from Aime that there was actually no ward in the bush, that he was just playing a little bit too up. However, ward's placed. The man's safer than you would otherwise believe. And Aime waste a little bit of time because that side of the jungle was already cleared out by World 6.
Yep. And blue buff now passed over to Athena as Ben 4 heads back towards the bottom. World 6, you can see, is doing the same as he gives it over to Icon. He's got his own level 6 and is rather high health with red buff. And with the bottom lane of Aime and Jin Zhao,
they might go straight to the red. Or they're going onto the Ocean Drake. Again, an objective is always going to be a possibility for them. They have committed? What? Okay, commit. This Drake does a lot of damage to the record. So after doing this, you'd expect World 6 has to recall.
They've got level 6 on SMLZ, so they feel like they can fight if he lands an arrow, but as you said, World 6 taking a lot of damage, is able to do enough damage back. Doesn't even use his Smite, used it early to clear out his Grom, so that he can take that first dragon.
Yeah, and a 9-minute Ocean Drake's going to be super handy, especially for the supports and junglers running around on Summoner's Rift extended periods of time without actually being in combat. Always a positive for them. So you'll be happy if you're OMG, at least for 5 in World 6.
Yeah. As they are now making their way around the map just a little more. Recall again canceled by Icon. He's fully topped off, but he's got 98 gold with only a tier. This man is sitting on so much gold in his inventory right now.
Yeah, he hasn't invested a lot of money into his items just yet, but he's 20 CS ahead of Athena, so he's still going to be happy. You know, forced to stay around another wave, so be it. It's unfortunate, but it means he's still getting a little bit further ahead.
catching all of these minions, sidestepping the Talia damage. Missed that one.
He's probably going to stay for another wave and try and hard push it in, but because Athena has complete lane control, really hard to do. However, with all of the worked ground now mostly around, it is a bit easier to poke your way in.
There he goes. Starting to clear out that minion wave. You can see junglers are on that side of the map, and 4 in road, secure Scuttle Crab, and set up before World 6. The hook pulls him in as he ward hops forward. Flash on top of the box to sidestep a play, but he's burning down. A kick is not enough, and somehow Athena gets in time to get the execution.
That was rather confusing. We feel like obviously with the ward hop forwards, he wanted to gank in some way or wanted to be the person initiating it by dodging the hook. But at the same time, he's lucky that Ben4 just didn't have his cocoon up because he used it on Gromp. The Scuttle Crab, rather. Like, lucky that that wasn't the case. So he tries to flash out to safety, realizes that he flashed on top of the Thresh box and was slowed too much, so committed to his death anyway. But also used his ult and used his flash throughout this. Big mistake.
We see a dive from Aimee building right now. Athena has got the Weaver's Wall, sets it up,
oh,
and
hook.
ISMLZ flashes way too soon. Road reads that flash and locks him down. They get that kill. Meanwhile, Amazing J looking for a kill onto Xiang. He flashed already and has more than enough damage. Amazing J solo kills him, and the cask gets him to safety.
Xiang gives him a free escape. So Aimee now 2-0-1 in the jungle. This is all being set up by Road, and a solo kill breaks out top lane. That's inexcusable. It's happening again.
Oh,
hooks on.
Another chain of corruption. There's a great petrifying gaze, but Repel just resets it. World 6 now dies as Ben4 drops onto the lantern and slides back out.
Man, Icons and Elo hell the way this game's starting to play out at the moment. There was an advantage in the top lane, but that advantage is now completely gone as Amazing J is able to kill Xiang. He's teleporting.
Cancels it.
Talk about greedy, though. He tried to clear the minion wave, tank the minion wave, and teleport simultaneously with the Q charging. Of course, if Amazing J is nearby, you're going to die.
Yeah, and you can see how that CS advantage is now working out for Amazing J, that he's been able to get that. And Amazing J still has got his teleport. So all in all, a huge setup from Aimee as the top laner is able to collapse onto Xiang. Again, that communication for Aimee. We talk about it time and time again. Amazing J, the shot caller, but we're also seeing Ben4 and Road really pop off in their own right.
And for what it's worth, Xiang was expecting either a teleport or a recall out of Amazing J. There's a reason that he was
in the brush,
tanking the wave, and Amazing J was invisible throughout all of that time. So it was still well done from the Fizz to be in the right place at the right time to secure the kill. But it's still the kind of mistake that you can't afford to make. Even if that's considered cheese, getting cheesed in a pro game just feels worse than normal.
Especially in the semifinals for playoffs, or excuse me, quarterfinals for playoffs. There are 6 teams currently fighting for one spot to go to MSI, and play like that will not be tolerated at the higher levels. Though Aimee are certainly already making a name for themselves in setting up that quick execution. Meanwhile, Icon, as you said, he might be in Elo hell. He's finally been able to convert some gold into stats as he's got a Pistol Scepter and is trading back. But with the presence Athena's got in lane, Ben4 and Road can keep harassing bottom, fight for the vision, keep SMLZ scared.
Yeah, they can. And the question for me, though, if you're looking at OMG, is how do they actually get themselves back into a position of power? So obviously the Abyssal is going to keep him alive. Maybe not the best first item, but the Negatron helps.
Yeah. Magic resist. Athena's now even fighting over blue buff. Ben4 is there too. They leash blue, and it resets. SMLZ sitting under turret.
Look how slow it is.
Yeah.
Speed up.
He's taking his time. Blue buff now going to be passed over towards Athena as he drops the work ground and finishes it off. Recall from Icon as he now gets an Amp Tome as well. And we're just seeing huge advantages just about all across the board except for that mid lane. Athena's working towards his Morellos. Blade of the Ruined King finished for Jin Zhao versus a Cutlass. Now Blade of the Ruined King finished off.
Yeah. Bottom lane is still good for Aimee. That's the area where you're expecting them to dive. The turret standing is ultimately the reason for that. So you will notice that every single time Athena leaves lane, he's on the bottom side of the lane. Always sitting on the bottom side of the lane. Icon pinging that he's gone. Could be diving bottom. There's no way for him to know where the Talia's gone. And so you have to assume that. So World 6 has to be around here, at least to help with vision control. And Aimee are literally on the opposite side of the map right now, farming.
Ben4 prepping blue buff for his mid laner, actually taking it for himself, never mind, and pinging top. They might try to set up a dive. Sheen onto Amazing J. He goes in, gets bopped once, doesn't quite get to proc his
That's why Gragas is meant to be good into this matchup. course, the one death from Xiang was caught unaware, so free damage is always going to be available if the fish hits. But you can body slam, you can prevent the full damage combo coming out of the Fizz passive.
Yeah, Amazing J is actually chunked to half trying to prep this wave for the eventual dive. Xiang has got a lot of AoE though, and they decide to call it quits instead. Ben4 heads back towards his own side of the jungle after stealing away those Krugs.
So Xiang does get back to a position of power, or at least lane control for himself. You have to give him that. He's going to be a super tanky member of the team. They're going towards Spirit Visage as his first item. Maybe Balmy Cinder before it, but at the end of the day, the Gragas is fine. OMG, they've been spotted.
Yeah, and the vision set up by Ben4 is actually going to keep Amazing J safe. I mean, not only is he on Fizz, but he's also got vision to keep him up.
It's not just keeping Amazing J safe, it's letting IMA decide where they want to go, right? They saw a Karma. So obviously the Ashe who has recalled is going to be going towards top lane. This is what they actually get for free. Jin Zhao hard push the lane, road work with him. They'll get the turret first, and they can choose. Do we want to actually get the free Drake on top of this turret that we're going to take for ourselves? Or do we early recall? Is there enough time to defend the top lane turret? They can work it out as they go.
Perhaps they're looking now to continue pushing. They're going to have to be up against Gragas as the first turret does go over to Jin Zhao and Road. Very healthy to see them get that gold. And with Ben4 now pressing mid along with Athena, there's a lot of wave clear on Cassiopeia, but here comes Road, and here comes Jin Zhao just behind him. They're going to zone him off of the turret and try to make it a 2-1-2 turret trade. The hook lands and Cleanse is used. Icon sidesteps, but the turret is defended.
Yeah, the Cleanse was necessary just because Road hit the hook. If the Cleanse wasn't used, he was dead to the Talia. You could see the seismic shove coming out. That's the combo that I may have put together for themselves. Really good at sieging with this comp, because if someone gets caught by crowd control, that person will die 100%. So QSS might be a necessary feature, but IMA, exactly what you expect comes out of them. They respond to OMG lane swapping better than OMG did.
Dragon is now finished off as I may take yet another advantage. 3,500 gold ahead at the 17-minute mark. Slowly but surely, they're eking out these advantages, and suddenly the strong bottom lane from SMLZ and 5 finds himself 20 CS and a kill down. As Jin Zhao is getting larger and larger, he's finished off Zeal and a Quicksilver Sash. So things are looking very good for them. 5 kills to 0, and OMG, this is not the OMG we saw in game number 1. This is an OMG we saw even in the remade game number 1.
No, this is just not OMG, but IMA are definitely in their comfort zone right now. Good series team playing with momentum. Rhodes definitely calibrated most of his hooks as well, which helps a lot, especially in those sieging environments. The QSS that you mentioned as well, actually, out of Jin Zhao, pretty much makes him a frontliner. He's able to play up. Ash Arrow is not going to be a problem. Flash, Petrifying Gaze can be countered now by the QSS or the Cleanse even out of Athena. Like, they're good to go. They're set.
They're trying to force a fight right here, but a good zone control from Athena as he unravels the earth. Keeps Icon and World 6 back. Jin Zhao pushes a wave bottom and then groups up, and so too does Amazing J. They could look to finish off the job they started earlier.
They definitely should look towards this. Remember, if Athena goes to a flank, he's able to use the ultimate and zone them all off the turret. That could be something they look towards doing. But as it stands, they're actually looking to generate a pick before the objective.
Flash from Ben4 as he tries to get away. Amazing J getting a good trade onto Xiang. Cask keeps him safe, and the hook will miss as he flashes to safety. But there's a lot of ultimates burned, and with Xiang gone from the fight and with no teleport, that's Athena and the rest of IMA swapping mid.
Look at the pressure that they're able to put down on this turret. If Jin Zhao gets the hits on it, 100% dying. The fact that Xiang has no flash anymore because he had to dodge the thresh hook means that the engage from OMG is now lacking. It is an Ash Arrow, but the Ash Arrow has 2 members that are going to be able to cleanse or QSS it off.
They've got a massive minion wave bottom, and with Athena with blue buff, level 2 Weaver as well, he can push in that minion wave and try to collapse, or perhaps even try to get them off of the turret entirely. There's the Weaver's wall, and they are now setting up. Miasma's not going to do anywhere near enough to clear this out. Jin Zhao goes through a huge Petrifying Gaze. They've caught Ben4. Jin Zhao kites it back and kills Icon in the meanwhile. The minion wave has been cleared and the turret is saved, but that is a 1-for-1 trade.
Unfortunately, they have to go over the Weaver's wall to do this. So Icon goes in, flash ultis, QSS cleanse immediately used by the 2 carries. They run away. SMLZ has to use both summoners to try and get over that wall, navigate his way through the fight and trade. They've got Xiang.
Hook onto Xiang. He's pulled into the unraveled earth. Doesn't have the cast just yet. The arrow goes
Look at
through.
Amazing J.
Amazing J dives in and kills SMLZ before turning to finish off the turret. He's got to respect its damage as it ramps up, though, and with Jin Zhao just behind him, Aimee take down that turret, and Amazing J nets his 500th kill.
Fantastic stuff again from Aimee. Not only is it 500 kills to Amazing J, but he does it 1v4 underneath the turret, so a little bit more stylish for the top laner of Aimee. And again, with that goes the turret, goes another gold lead over to them as a whole team. There is nothing that looks like OMG can do to stop them.
Yeah, they find themselves now down 6,000 gold. They finally were able to get one kill in this game, but with that tier 2 broken and Aimee continuing to just out-trade OMG better and better, they're in the driver's seat here in game number 2. And again, this is the 4th place seed. This is the team that just barely made it into playoffs. This is the team that barely took Worlds away from WE. I know you hate it, Rusty, but this team is one heck of a Cinderella story.
I just hate that everyone references the WE set like it's relevant against OMG, Dom. No, I understand.
Yeah, I think it's relevant in that we can't count them out.
I still wouldn't call them Cinderella. Cinderella. I'd call it a miracle run if they are able to do it again.
Sure. Well, they're looking good so far as World 6 gets pulled in, trying to follow the Sonic Wave as that flopping fish zones away the rest of OMG. They do survive as that skirmish over Raptors resets and Vision is cleared out by the Baron. Past the 20-minute mark with that tier 2 now broken. This is a very easy Vision setup from the rest of Aimee as they continue to push in and clear out the wards of OMG.
And both OMG and Aimee are considerably underdogs compared to, you know, the rest of the LPL itself. The winner of this set plays against one of the actual gods of the league. These two are fighting, scrapping it out to try and get to fight the god in the semi-finals.
They're now tagging onto Ben 4. Great Lantern. Road, excellent presence of mind to keep his jungler alive.
The second Lantern that actually saves somebody's life inside the jungle of OMG. So Road always at the right place at the right time. Almost killed World 6 by following the Lantern before. This setup, now the Vision is starting to go down. Yes, it was a little bit hard fought over, and they almost died a couple of times from it, but they're actually set up right now. So recalls, get some health, maybe establish a little bit extra in the way of Vision, and then try and set up, not just for the Baron, but for the Infernal Drake in 30 seconds simultaneously. Ben 4's placing Vision over at this side whilst Rhodes at the Baron, so they have all of the means.
Now they are getting closer and closer to the ends. Good staggered recalls. Support went first, then all the carries, now the jungler. They're fully topped off. Runan's finished for Jin Zhao. We're seeing the Morellos and Rylai's, plus another blasting one from Athena with all those stats. And just aggroing the Baron to get him to get a few hits on the World 6. He's got no flash, and World 6 has got nowhere to go. That jungler is dead, and with Ben 4 racing towards that side of the map in 30 seconds on the clock, this is a window for Aimee.
He was relying on the fact that he was a Lee Sin to try and keep himself alive, but aggroing the Baron was the clever decision out of Road. Also has the Ignite available, and good communication, honestly, out of Aimee, because Amazing J had Ignite. He didn't use it. They acknowledged that only one person was igniting. They weren't going to stack him up and make a mistake.
They decided to take the safe reward on the backside of it. Nothing risky as Infernal Dragon is cleaned up from Aimee. Amazing J has to respect the Cassiopeia. He's got Spirit Visage.
What's interesting, though, is that Ben 4 was also trying to gank Xiang, and still is.
Was trying to, or is trying to. He's finishing off Gromp right now. Athena's right there. Cass was completely ineffective from Xiang, and he clears out this ward.
He graduated from brewing school, so he throws his cask up in the air.
Hey!
Fortunately, nothing happens from it, so he just uses his ultimate. Ben 4 cocooned him and walked away. I feel like that's actually just pressuring the bottom side of the map still. Jungler deciding Baron's not a risk we're going to take. Blue buff more important for Athena. Athena also split pushing without teleport on the opposite side of the map to the major objective, so he'd take a little bit of time to actually get there. Still, however, putting Athena bottom, he can't rotate like a teleport can out of Xiang. It's curious stuff from Aimee, especially with Amazing J top lane, and their lane assignments being that the melee Fizz goes against the Cassiopeia, who has magic resistance.
Yeah, he's pushing a lot of these minions into that top tier 1, trying to get the minions
have to dive
break
top.
it down.
That's got to be the goal.
Yeah, but as you can see, the rotation from Road and Jin Zhao is
No, this
spotted.
is still good. They have Athena.
Yeah, he's finally grouped up with his team. Gets some damage onto World 6. Just pushing him away. SMLZ holds on to these minions, and that's recall now finished from Amazing J. He's heading bottom to deal with Xiang. So the slow play is just to get some chip damage onto that before resetting for more vision as Ben4 and Road group up with Jinzhao.
But it took them a little bit of time, and they've actually set up the lane assignments. They mentioned Talia doesn't want to be against the Gragas. They want to have teleports bottom. Well, they finally put Athena top lane and see what happens immediately when they have that happen. There we go.
Yeah.
Shocking.
Someone who has ranged auto attacks just finishes it off. And now they get to press their vision that much further, Road.
Oof.
I like the idea.
They stopped moving for no reason.
Yeah. They're still sitting just inside of that brush. Road eats a Sonic Wave. Ben4 and Jinzhao are there to help him out. They've got a lot of damage. Athena will recall and finish off a Void Staff. Xiang over the wall, Repel to dodge it, and then a quick Dark Passage.
Arrows on Road.
Eats the arrow. Cask separates Athena. Jinzhao gets kicked into the Baron Pit, but he's fine. World 6 dies in the back line as Amazing J has joined the fight. He's caught SMLZ despite flashing over the wall.
Oh, no!
Amazing J misses it. Weaver's wall has limited the escape, and Athena kind of pins himself onto the wrong side of it. But they do get the kill.
A conglomerate of mistakes, unfortunately. Icon, he wants it.
He really wants Road. The hook misses, and he's burning down, and he's saved by the heal. Amazing J's in the back, and Icon gives his life over to greed itself. Ben4, Athena, and Amazing J collapse and get another kill onto SMLZ as 5 flashes the turret. 5 members of IME are alive.
This is like the LPL's version of Nikki Taylor's song, When Mistakes Collide. Unfortunately, OMG are making more of them. And IME going to get a Baron.
Yeah, they certainly are rushing onto it right now. Xiang and 5 are there. They've got Smite available on that Elise. He's trying to finish it off. He's killed Athena. That's Baron finished. They turn onto Xiang. He's so tanky, but they've got so much damage. He makes it over the wall. Road about to line up the hook. A Cask is not enough to finish it off. Repel gets Ben4 over the wall. They finally managed to kill him as the rest of IME make for the hills. And Ben4 is saying, Dark Passage, Lantern. Oh, and
Good
the hook
hook
onto World 6. The Sonic Wave is still able to follow through. He managed to get that follow-up kill as Jinzhao zones the rest of the
World
way.
6 is...
Amazing J is there as well. And a kick as he dashes through.
Stop fighting, I want to talk.
They've already got the Baron.
They managed to kill 2 people, almost 3, from having the Baron buff. So OMG make that work for them. Unfortunately, all of this fighting doesn't mean anything for either of these teams. What matters is right now. And right now, there is a 9,000 gold lead to IME. They have the Baron buff actually set up for themselves. They have all of the makings to end this game, or at least break the base of OMG. But OMG are the kind of team that will pretty much do what IME does from a deficit, and that is fight you.
Yeah.
And so they will have to win a fight for this. Their team composition, hard to execute. On the side of IME, they need to hit the skill shots.
I mean, we saw Icon aggressively flash over the red wall to get a stun on, or not even a stun, excuse me, the Miasma Noxious Blast
already
onto Road. Icon is supposed to be the concrete sort of center for OMG. He has to keep his team together. We saw how emotional he was in game number 1. If he allows us to affect him here in game number 2, that could be terrible.
He made the confident play and flashed over the wall to make the play and just didn't ult. He just flashed.
He already used it in the earlier engage.
No, he ulted after 100%.
Oh, that's right, he did. Yeah. We gotta wonder what's going through OMG's mind right now. They're actually not responding to mid lane as they all rush towards mid. Excuse me, top is the turret that goes down, and 3 members continue pushing with Baron. Finally, Xiang is responding, but they've already lost the turret, and this is a large minion wave.
Currently relying on an engage. Once again, OMG, they have the Ash Arrow, but it's hard to hit. Everybody able to cleanse out of it. Xiang can hit the kegs, but they haven't been aligning just yet.
Athena lines up the Weaver's wall, sets them all off the back. The Cask goes down, but Amazing J tanking is more than enough. The hook misses, and Xiang makes his way over the wall. But as you said, the inhib turret has already fallen. This is IME breaking the base of OMG. Redemption to top themselves off. Icon walks up and walks back.
Icon just playing them for the fools. Again, he has the cleanse, so if Thresh turns around to hook him, he can cleanse out of the hook, turn on the ultimate, and nobody's really going to be ready for it. There are options here for OMG, but those options are limited. IME just brute forcing.
Yeah, they're continuing to go back and forth with these waves, playing with the minions. Cocoon lands, arrow finds Jinzhao, he instantly cleanses, turns around to the SMLZ. World 6 is in the back for a kick, but there's no follow-up. Icon is trying to do damage, but this is IME winning the fight wholeheartedly, and it's a triple kill for Jinzhao as they destroy the base. turn onto the Nexus turrets, and 30 minutes in, they take game number 2. IME, the underdogs, are 1 win away from moving on to the semifinals.
The only thing going through OMG's minds right now are brooms, as they're about to get swept away by IME.
Oh.
That was a pretty clean victory, unfortunately, for IME. The only reason it was clean from IME is because the messiness came from OMG.
Yeah.
And IME spent the whole time wondering why they were being fought and cleaning it up.
Absolutely. Perhaps they should be thinking of brooms because OMG really need to clean up their play. This is not what we expect from the team that got 2nd place in Group A. We finally started to see some good signs from them towards the end of the split with that growth, but just look at how smooth that curve is from IME. They took step by step by step to make their way towards the Nexus and close it out, and OMG were they just weren't on the same page.
Yeah, unfortunately the game 1 that never happened does feel like it's actually affected OMG's mentality just a little bit. Perhaps if they did win game 1, things would be different, but this is a very simple 2-0 to be seen from IME that started through the draft phase, where we do really have to highlight the fact that Road got Thresh again. They actually still gave the Fizz over this time to Amazing J on the blue side, and even with IME adapting through the ban phase, getting rid of the Cogmore, and then picking the Fizz away from Xiang, you have to wonder what OMG were thinking.
Yeah, nobody knows but them, and they have got to reset. I mean, we're about to go into what very well could be the set match, and it seems like we might see IME, 4th place seed from Group A, go 3-0 over OMG after going 3-1 against Chaogu. This team, you cannot count them out. You cannot disrespect them. And with how they've been playing so far in playoffs, they are making a serious name for themselves.
Yeah, they picked up some momentum. They're definitely using that momentum to try and get themselves into a much better position throughout the LPL. A team that was happy with just not getting relegated have now found themselves at the forefront, potentially in the semifinals. They're 1 game away from it.
Yeah.
And it all started with game number 1 actually happening.
The original
twice.
game number 1, yeah. And it looked so dire. Again, in that game number 1, they were down a few kills. Jinja was set so far behind. Ben 4 was effectively useless. Athena was getting ganked. It just did not look good. But then after the pause and the reset and the remake, we see a brand new, fresh IME coming into game number 1, the remake.
And also game number 2 as well, because this game
yeah.
definitely wasn't the best that we've seen from IME by any means. It was nowhere near the best that we've seen from OMG. It's super messy between both of these teams and how they're interacting, but one of them had the better goal. They had the long-term vision throughout the game. IME, they had the win conditions, they were setting up for the win conditions, and they were then executing on more than one thing at once. The Infernal Drake after a pick, not just going for the Baron, actually playing it slowly and going for outer turrets. They wanted to increase their team's gold lead before they make the plays. They're a pick composition, and forcing a Baron forces a team fight against a team fighting composition. So again, playing to their strengths, acknowledging how they should be winning on Summoner's Rift.
And this is something we have to raise a question for OMG. We know they often have short-term plans that usually yield good results, sort of gank bottom, get SMLZ ahead, let World 6 sort of go for the crazy outplays on Lee Sin, but it's the execution. Well, now it seems like they hardly have any plans whatsoever. I mean, we saw World 6 moving around the map. Icon didn't get a second recall until 14 minutes into the game. He bought Abyssal Scepter straight up, and you've got to really wonder, OMG, can they pull themselves together for game 3?
So to me, it is mostly World 6 as the problem point for them. And like the first thing that you can cast your mind back to was like the level 3 fight he had with Elise. Saw the Elise, didn't do anything, and then got bopped.
And you can see it's Ben 4 off the back of that advantage.
I'm good at this.
Who gets MVP?
That was accidentally a setup to the MVP. There you go, Ben 4. Honestly, this is a standout performance from him, someone that throughout the split has got incrementally better as time goes on. He looks like he is potentially, right now as it stands, the best jungler out of both Flawless and himself, which is no small feat, honestly. This is one of the examples of it where, again, Road predicting one of the best hooks ever, but Ben 4 is always there. Remember the dive that happened 3-4 minutes before this was a lantern into the Elise Cocoon, just constantly happening. Everything that IMA wanted to do was more than one places on the map at the same time, but also more than one strategy being implemented.
And we're seeing IMA really show us something new in that it's not just a hyper carry bottom lane, which is the same strategy they ran 4 games. And I say hyper carry, I caveat one of them was a Caitlyn with Karma. But playing towards Jin Zhao in the bottom, they still focused him, but as you said, they were morely playing around the picks that Ben 4 and Road could set up and letting the rest of the team sort of reap those rewards.
And this actually is like, yes, they're focusing Jin Zhao, but I still feel like, a part of me feels like they're focusing Road. And Road and Ben 4 are working as a duo so incredibly well, and that's why.
Yeah, I mean, it's worked out for them in the first 2 games. We'll find out if it works for them in game number 3. We're going to be right back.
They just want your words. I won't let them take me. No, I won't let them break me. No one on this earth can bring me down. Now I'm standing tall. I won't ever fall. Concentrate on the tightrope. The hope that you make it through to the other side. Let them see your perfect imperfections. Don't hide from bad feeling. 'Cause they just want your words, 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 Concentrate on the tightrope, the hope that you'll make it through to the
Welcome back, everyone. We're just about ready to get into what could be our final game in this set between IMA and OMG, with IMA taking the first 2 games very convincingly over a team that they were behind to in the first match of the day. Of course, that did get remade. Again, thank you so much to all of you who stuck with us for that entire pause. But we are now seeing that yield huge results. IMA, 4th place, the underdogs in this matchup, are up 2-0 over OMG. I asked you before, and I'm going to ask you again. Do OMG have what it takes to bring it back?
See, we usually look at a team like IMA and we say they have what it takes to bring it back every single time. You put them down 0-2 in a best of 5, they'll find a way to get the next 3 victories. But OMG are I'm going to say closer to the bad boys or the divas almost, in the way that they'll have to try and come back from this side. It's going to be super momentum reliant.
Yeah.
They'll need to start this game getting kills immediately, or they will probably tilt into oblivion. So can they bring it back? Yes. Is
Will
it
they?
likely? I'm going to say it's 10% at best.
Okay. Well,
but they can.
Perhaps they can. And where that's going to start is from the pick and ban. We talked a lot about it during game number 2, in that they didn't seem to have a coherent strategy with their pick and ban. And then when they got into game, they didn't sort of adapt to the team that they had. They seemed like 5 separate parts playing together, whereas IMA was one cohesive unit.
Yeah, and that's to me that's where it all actually does change for OMG. So drafting was potentially the biggest problem for them. I don't think their draft was bad, but they gave IMA a fantastic team composition. They just let it happen. They had no problems with it. They weren't even sure where the Fizz was going. And then suddenly it's a top laner. They banned Kled away from Amazing J, so they waste a ban. All of these small things add up to a very big deal, and then they miss the execution inside the game. So realistically, yeah, 10%. If they get an advantage, they actually start pushing leads. 10 becomes 50. 50 very quickly goes up to they can actually come back in this. So right now, I would look at their coaches. I would say drafting needs to be addressed immediately. They need to build themselves. Make it simple. Go back to the keep it simple, stupid method. Just pick Maokai Sivir, run at your opponents, and just try and blast them.
The classic, yeah. This is like the LPL 2016. Maokai Sivir, just run at them. And that's something that could actually help because that will force them to group together, play as a collective unit. Of course, in order to make it to that phase, they have to get through the early and the mid game. We've actually turned our attention towards World 6 in this recent set. He's been playing on a bit of a different page. Game number 1 before the remake was great. He was getting solo kills, he was invading, he was catching people alone and punishing them. But since then, we have not seen anything too stellar from him.
I can't help but feel like he's tired or something's going on with World 6 right now because his mechanics aren't on point. He's making lackadaisical mistakes. He's just slow. He's slow to the punch every single time. He needs to pick it up. Give him a new champion. Make him reset mentally. Give him the Elise if that's what it takes. We know he's a Lee Sin player, but something's got to give in the jungle role. Right now, I may have had MVPs on Road and Ben 4. Ben 4 getting an MVP says so much towards World 6's performance, more than it even does Ben 4's, because you're meant to be the better jungler if you're World 6. You're meant to be keeping him down, preventing him from doing anything. But you find him in the jungle, you watch him kill you, you run away. 2 minutes later or 3 minutes later, you come in at level 6, you ward hop to dodge a thresh hook, but it still hits you. You flash and die, and suddenly Ben 4's unleashed.
And to contrast this with the Ben 4 that we saw week 1 of the LPL, the highlight hunter, looking for those crazy aggressive plays. He had 2 highlight reels. One of them being excellent plays where he could get huge insect kicks, dives into the backline, that sort of thing. And one of them where he was caught warding without any support, dying and giving up kills. But the Ben 4 that we're seeing right now has matured significantly in the past 10 weeks of the LPL.
I think Ben 4's definitely shaped up a little bit, at least through his early pathing or awareness of where the enemy junglers are going to be. It just does feel like he's improved, if nothing else, through that strength. But he's also always been a fantastic team fighter. He excels working with IMA if they manage to get to mid and late game without a disadvantage. Is definitely a positive for Ben 4. His team fighting on Graves is incredible. You see a Graves in the backline, you know he's doing something right. He's always going to be a positive member of this team. But him working with Road, to me, is something that needs to be completely removed from the map. Just 100% take it away from them.
Ban
if the Thresh is the problem, ban the Thresh.
Right.
If you think you can counter the Thresh, then by all means do it. But win your laning phase. Win your 2v2. Give SMLZ the tools that he needs to succeed, and he will carry you.
Yeah, and looking at just the difference between the two teams as you see them walk out, IMA, this is another day in the office. They are ready to go to work and close out this series. But then you look at OMG, they aren't talking to each other. They aren't having a conversation. You can see a little bit of a smile from Xiang as he finally makes his way back into his seat. But this is do or die time for OMG. If they lose this here, then they are eliminated from the playoffs. They are removed from their chance to go to MSI. And with the crowd vote so heavily in favor, that 6th man in the audience all rooting for OMG, that would be a huge disappointment, not only to them, but also to their fans.
You gotta root for the bad boys sometimes. OMG though, very hard to go for them when they're down 0-2. Very hard to have expectations for them to succeed when they're losing this handily. Honestly, no effort even required, it feels like, from the IMA roster. They're just cool, calm.
Another day in the office.
Crack in the shell of OMG.
Yeah, well, that's a very dire situation for them. You can see everyone is getting ready as we prepare to enter into pick and ban for game number 2. We're hoping to see something different. And IMA have got side selection this time around. They have gone standard. They've been sticking towards blue for the past few sets of games that we've seen them, and it's definitely shown out. They have got some very strong priority picks that are capable of popping off if they can get them.
Definitely a possibility as we are about to jump in once again. This is game number 3.
This is pick and ban now. As you can see the coaches on your screen, they have actually chosen red side. So a third strategy from IMA. This is interesting. Ivern banned away, Nautilus and Kennen. So that is jungle and 2 top laners taken away from Amazing J. Fizz immediately locked up for Xiong.
It's happening again. Kennen's banned. They pick the Fizz. What is Amazing J going to play into it? That is the ultimate question that we won't find out, you would have to imagine, for a little bit. IMA being on the red side does mean they get the last pick themselves, so they get to see where the Fizz goes. Expectations to top lane. And what can Amazing J pick into it? Camille's up.
Yeah, it certainly is. There's no rush to pick it right now, though, as with Kog'Maw banned, that means I may go down the tier list in those AD carries. Jin Zhao gets to return towards that Ashe, which he brought out 3 games against QG and was successful in 2 of them. His arrows have been absolutely impeccable, though it will be a little tricky to hit someone who can go untargetable every 6 to 7 seconds. And now to help him is also going to be Karma. We've seen Road take that quite a bit.
Yep, so that's lane control. I may have got themselves a pretty good 2v2. This is an expectation that I wanted to see this from World 6. Not the Lee Sin. Pick up the Graves, hard farm, try and be a big carry for your team. It's something that you need to do. When you're looking at Aime's composition, you would expect the Elise to be seen again, however, from the jungle role, and that's a risky pick.
Yeah.
If Graves can out-tempo you.
And it's so interesting to see World 6 prioritize Graves over Lee Sin. His performance in game number 2 must really have set him behind, as he's showing a completely different jungler than his effectively most played. And now we get the answer from OMG, as Nami is now locked in for 5. So prioritizing that jungle support duo for OMG, and of course, the OP Fizz.
Nami's a better choice for them. They can still look towards the Varus if they want to pick something like that, but SMLZ also has this obsession with Lucian. He may still default to something like that, however, you'd be losing the 2v2, so you have to see where they go towards with their AD carry.
They've got a few choices here as they're still holding on to it. There's the Elise that you mentioned, and now I may get to start trimming away at the pool of either Icon or SMLZ, something a little unprecedented.
Maybe an Echo ban, something that's always going to have to be thought of.
Last 2 times it has been LeBlanc and Syndra banned away, but it's a Lucian ban from SMLZ. They are just targeting that bottom lane.
I'm not surprised. I mean, I did mention the Lucian for him. They picked Nami instead, which indicates AD carries perhaps as an option. They may even go for a Varus ban alongside the Lucian. Depends where their priorities lie. SMLZ still has a Caitlyn, though.
There's the Thresh ban away from Road, perhaps expecting that Karma to return towards the mid lane. That's Syndra, now taken away from Icon again. I love the Thresh ban for Road, knowing that they have that next pick to
Thank God,
through.
right?
Yeah. Finally.
Because Karma can be flexed to Athena in the mid lane, one of the few teams in the LPL. I think there's about 3, maybe 4 now that do still flex Karma towards mid.
And now with a Malzahar ban as well, they are expecting that Karma to be going towards the mid lane. We're still not sure quite yet, and I may continue to hold off a little bit longer, as now Amazing J is going to take Gragas into Xiong's Fizz.
Yeah, still the matchup was perfectly fine. We didn't see any problems with it in the last game. Only decision-making errors that really changed the pace of the game and how it actually panned out. So picking the Gragas, he'll survive the 1v1. It's not so much about the top lane anymore. It's about what the rest of the map does and how the top laners can complement it.
And now we've got the Varus locked in for SMLZ, plus that Nami to help him out. And Icon, oh man, if he goes for the LeBlanc, he's saying, you know what? Forget this. I'm a 1v9. I'm going to carry this game myself.
He doesn't know who he's against, though. If it is the Karma, I mean, even the Karma has a good time against LeBlanc, so I still wouldn't suggest the champion. Because he actually doesn't.
Yeah, swaps it over at the last second to Ahri in the mid lane. Much more flexible.
I think Ahri's great.
Yeah.
If I was Athena here, though, I'd still be looking towards something like the Orianna. Not to kill the Ahri, but because you'll never die in your laning phase, you will 100% scale up to your item stage and kill everybody. It should be the Karma support.
Yeah, we now see the mid lane being picked for Athena, and that's going to be Road on that Karma. So Vladimir now locked in. A lot of safety, a lot of sustain against that, capable of getting away from a lot of the ganks that OMG could try to throw his way.
Buffs up their team fighting as well. The Vladimir, very big deal when you hit the mid-game to late-game team fighting. Hit the Hemo Plague and power the damage of all of the magic damage on your team. And it's all reliant a little bit on Jin Zhao here, however. When you look at Aime's full completed composition, 4 magic damage dealers, heavy magic damage dealers, and an Ashe. That bottom lane 2v2 is the most important part of this map for IMA. And OMG have two big assassins, 2 damage dealers, and an army to protect them.
And you've already mentioned the propensity for focusing that bottom lane, especially Jin Zhao and Road in particular. Once he manages to pop himself off on that Karma, he will have a lot of mobility to set up wards and follow through on the Ben 4 Elise now for the 3rd game in a row on that champion. And what very well could be the final game of the series. OMG, if they lose this, they are eliminated from playoffs, and IMA advance to play against Team WE in the semifinals. A huge story. And you've got to imagine Team WE are watching this game at home, and they might just be starting to sweat a little bit.
No, maybe. Maybe. I don't know if they're even watching this game knowing WE. Their bottom lane might be having a nap.
Yep.
The rest of the map definitely still watching, however.
Sleepy bottom lane for them. But again, keeping it back here, OMG, they were the 2nd place seed, and now they find themselves down 2 games. It's time to show that you have the mental fortitude to bring it back. Xiong on that Fizz, you can see, is in the zone, and he is ready as we are preparing to load onto the Rift for game number 3. It is set point for IMA. Can they close it out?
And this is the most important moment of the split, not just for IMA, but for OMG. 0-2 down. Everything on the line for them if they want to get to MSI right now.
10 weeks of progress, all depending on the next 60 minutes. With that, we've loaded on. You can see everyone racing forward. And with the stakes set and Ocean Drake prepared to leap into his pit.
Another. That's 3 games, and it's OMG.
You can hear the OMG chants.
That was the 5
chants.
IMA fans in the audience having a yell.
Still a little bit of shouting from the audience. Perhaps they're getting a little bit antsy.
It was 6, he cooked it.
Yeah.
It's 2 autos, then a dash. The auto reset on the dash is the most important. But why did you start with a sweep?
Really wanted that ward. Interesting.
Yeah, there you go.
He will find Ben 4 and get a quick attack, but eats a barrel from Amazing J on his way out. The late ward. Xiang is still sitting in this brush, and Amazing J collapses. Volatile Spiderling getting a little bit of damage. But that means Skittering Frenzy started. Xiang with Grasp with the Undying immediately makes that trade worth.
Needless trades. Amazing J has sustained, though, with his passive, so he'll be okay. This is all in an effort to try and stop the red buff.
Why are they so aggressive here?
At the same time, if Amazing J sits here and throws out barrels,
they are wasting so much time. Ben 4, eats a lot of damage. Forced to use the Blast Cone to separate himself.
I still feel like IMA are going to do this.
Amazing J
they have no wards,
back in. And red
are you guys going to go to lane yet?
Reset. Nope, World 6 is still there. Tags Amazing J with a lot of hits, but eats some damage as he's slowed by the instant barrel. Volatile Spiderling is flashed. And World 6? What?
Well, World 6 has been a naughty boy and he's learned his lesson. He's going to go back to his blue buff. He has got E leveled, so even with no health, he'll be okay. In fact, he'll barely need to smite for it. However, I would imagine he does. Ben 4 can do his red buff. He'll be perfectly fine. Spiderlings to tank for him. We're just on a super delayed jungle clear, honestly, out of both of these junglers for both of these teams. Top laners, they were late to lane, so they're going to be behind in experience when it comes to hitting 6. Mid laners are going to be the biggest deal, honestly.
Yeah.
One is an Ahri, so I would actually have expectations that all of this fiesta is still favorable ever so slightly towards OMG's mid laner and Icon specifically. But the jungle from Ben 4 will be a slightly quicker endeavor.
Yeah, and this also opens up a lot of free time for that IMA bottom lane to abuse their early pressure. Road gets a ward onto the red buff, and now he'll see World 6. 5 is there, though, so he's even protecting his jungler a little bit safer as Icon gets another ward to keep an eye on a potential invade. Charm is going to miss, and Athena just gets a trade back. Road sneaks his way around, looking just to be
menacing.
Annoying.
He can... Karma's one of those champions that's really good at taking away Raptors from his opponent as well, so even if Ben 4 wasn't here, then he would look towards this. But World 6, Ben 4, we're at it again.
Yeah.
Level 1 all over again.
A lot of AoE as Athena gets some harass on the Icon and makes his way out into the minion wave with a good
sick.
Tides of Blood, and Ooh, flash as Athena respects that damage.
That flash was not necessary. Oh, Icon has no mana. Athena also, what we didn't mention, his Storm Raider's Surge is why he's able to run away so quickly using his Blood Pool, harassing under the turret. One of those subtle things that actually allow you to be slightly more aggressive, perhaps.
World 6 makes his way in to help Icon push that wave out.
So will Ben 4.
Ben 4 shows up to support as well. What on earth is the beginning of this game?
Oh, man. Whose line is it anyway actually reproduces a game of League of Legends? Where the lanes are made up, the score doesn't matter.
Yeah. Well, it does.
Nope.
In this match. Elimination for OMG if they lose here. The bottom lane for Jin Zhao and Road have been able to push rather freely. SMLZ finds his way under his turret, and he's down just a few CS under that harass.
Funnily enough, I do feel like this is OMG's attempt of shaking it up in a roundabout way. Obviously, this is not the most efficient way to do it. They're shaking it up. They're confusing Aimee. They literally sat at the red buff till like 2 minutes 20, just being absolute menaces. And then they go back to their own jungling. They're rotating around the map. They're 2v2ing mid lane to ensure an early recall for Icon because they want to utilize him, give him the experience, but also to get World 6 slightly ahead because he gets there and takes the farm a little bit sooner. They have this idea. It's just that Aimee aren't the kind of team to say, they're at my red buff, I'm going to go to my blue buff. They're like, why are they at my red buff? I'm going to fight them for it.
Yeah, and that's exactly what we saw from Amazing J and Xiang. Skirmishing around as well, burning that flash from World 6. He's still without it as we get towards that 6-minute mark. Jungle clear finished. Xiang uses his teleport to get top and catch this minion wave. As he's even using the exact same skin as Amazing J did in the previous match.
Amazing J have the yellow one? Or was that
Xiang had the yellow one in game 1. So changing up his skins in between. Amazing J without his teleport though, he used it a little bit earlier on to get into the lane. Forced to take the long way up there as Ben 4 holds on to the minion wave for Athena. Says, I got you, dude. No, don't worry about the cannon. It was going to die before you got here.
Oh, come on. That's 2 cannons in 1 lane. I'm disappointed. Still, it's the experience that matters the most. Disregard the gold value. I know that as much as people want to get the cannon minions, it does actually get him closer to not just level 5, not that level 6 is that important, but an experience advantage.
Xiang and Amazing J trade it on out. Junglers meet just a little bit in the river. 5 hasn't actually gone for a recall yet, so he's not able to group up with World 6. But you've still got a vision priority for OMG on that bottom side of the map around that mid lane. As that's the Fizz Gragas interaction.
That's the trade patterns. Every single time Amazing J has got his body slam, he will use it, but currently has no flash.
Yeah, he just used his flash. As you can see a skirmish going on right here. Follow up from Icon Ignite. He repels up, but he'll have to come right back down on the exact same spot. Dies to the Orb of Deception. Athena tries to answer back with Hemo Plague, and the junglers have both died to the mid laners. 5 gets pulled up, but so too does Road and Jin Zhao. They're right there. SMLZ is ignited. Athena looking for damage. Flash tether. He's trying to heal to break it, but he's caught by the snare. Athena pulls to catch up and avoid the slow. He gets another kill. 2-0 Athena.
And Aime's bottom lane and OMG's bottom lane are just having it out in the river. And conveniently they show up after Athena has the advantage. Icon has no ultimate or summoner spells to save his team. The Vladimir just runs rampant. And honestly, that was good from Road, being able to actually flash and tether, meaning that no flash was going to distance himself enough to save his life, SMLZ. He was just destined to die. 2-0-1 on a Vladimir at 7 minutes in the game. The sooner he gets that proto belt, the worse off you are.
Yeah, and you can see he's also got 4 stacks on that Dark Seal for just a little bit of bonus ability power. As Ben 4 makes his way top, Xiang just used the Trickster. Ben 4, not able to land the Cocoon. Xiang is about to get the cooldown. It's going up quick, but they've got more than enough time to follow through with a kill. World 6 shows his way up there. He finds Ben 4 and has got a lot of burst at level 6. But decides to hold on to it.
Unfortunately, the Q didn't get to double proc. If he did enough damage, there could have been an instant burst with the ultimate, something we've seen from Rio from Invictus Gaming a little bit here on the Graves, but not to happen this time if you're World 6, as that was really cute from Aimee, playing around the Fizz Gragas trade patterns and the tendencies of the player, not just the champion, knowing that he's going to use the play for Trickster, throwing the Gragas ultimate afterwards. No Fizz expects you to use it, but because Ben 4 is there, they don't even need the Cocoon because there is no escape tool for a flashless Fizz.
And now we see the immediate results of that as Ben 4 and Road, using that faster recall, make it towards the red buff of World 6. They set up some vision, pull it into brush, it's spotted out by 5. He gets a control ward down. Ben 4 has got his smite, uses it, dodges the bubble, and then makes his way out with the help of Dragon.
And gets to walk it out, so he's going to be perfectly fine. 5 level 4 for the record is pretty much an immediate kill for anybody that looks at him. A stiff breeze would actually murder the Nami at the moment. So he needs to be super careful and catch up in some experience ASAP. Well, the rest of his map starts suffering because of it. Level 7 and 5, more important numbers for Jin Zhao and Road.
Yeah, he's got that enchanted crystal arrow. They can start moving that ash around the map, or perhaps use it to break down that bottom tier 1 turret.
Leaving the lane.
Yeah, World 6 is clearing that out. 5, as you said, just trying to clear out some vision. Gets a little bit of experience from the ward, but nowhere near enough. Athena just continues to trade with Icon. He's got his proto belt.
Yeah, that's the thing. So he can absolutely destroy Icon every single time he has the proto belt up with his ultimate. The trade patterns are there. Icon is Ignite reliant, and he doesn't have Ignite at the moment, so definitely a point of power for Aimee in the middle lane, as OMG are looking to make a play down bottom. Still avoiding the vision, actually, from World 6. Still avoiding the vision, actually, from World 6.
Missed as he ducked down.
Did World 6 know, though, that it missed him? Because I feel like he was aware that he saw the Hawk shot and assumed it hit him.
That's Ignite as it's used onto Athena. Spirit Rush goes in once. Chain of Corruption onto Jin Zhao as Ben 4 shows up. Road overextends and will die. But Xiang is in there along with Amazing J. They're now trading back and forth. Flash from Ben 4. He eats the collateral damage but dies to the piercing arrow that follows through. And OMG answer back with a few kills of their own.
Really important kills for OMG to be able to set themselves up and also to give SMLZ something extra. Amazing J did not use his ultimate throughout that. He did not try and disengage and save the life of his allies. Really confusing.
Xiang is now trying to dive on the Jin Zhao. Tidal Wave. Ooh, is flashed. I think Jin Zhao might have been safe, but he decides to play it close to the chest instead.
Vladimir's rotating.
Yeah, the bottom tier 1 is so low, but here comes Athena. He's spotted out by the ward.
No ulti.
Rushing forward, he used it to trade with Icon, who's currently covering mid. Who's the target? Bubble, and Amazing J flashes, cast onto SMLZ, and they manage to get the burst. Xiang leaps over, and Aimee follow up with another kill. Athena has got to respect the turret.
The Vladimir's damage is absolutely bonkers right now. To be able to kill SMLZ with the pull and just the E at the same time. All of this happens, thankfully for Aimee, because Athena's able to handle Icon in the 1v1. If that went the other way, that would be OMG getting the turret.
And now again, Aimee are able to take the first turret of the game. They turn OMG's play back on its head as OMG bite off a little bit too much more than they can chew.
And seriously, something that everyone sleeps on. The one time we saw Athena play Vladimir this split, he was hard carrying in a loss. Like, he is so good on this champion, and now he's snowballed.
Oh man, Icon's almost got the Spirit Rush. He's thinking about it. If he landed that, he would have gone in, but the cocoon hits, and he's chunked down to about 2/3 of his health. With that, bottom tier 1 cleared out. Jin Zhao starts making his way down mid lane. Athena's already prepping the minion wave, and you can see Xiang is heading up top to catch the wave set up earlier.
This is actually like beyond a danger zone though. Vladimir's E clears the back wave minions and pretty much destroys the front wave minions now. So melee's in range, all die. The fact that they all die means he doesn't need to use Proto Belt to match any kind of wave clearer from an Ahri. He actually has the advantage in this middle lane. Clear the wave, disappear, gank bottom. There's no turret down there. They're trying to push and get the turret down themselves. Like, this is insane.
There he goes, Proto Belting for the minions, just trying to trade onto Icon. And with that presence that he has in the mid lane, Road and Ben 4 again are just contesting the vision of World 6, setting up these wards behind the Dragon to keep their AD carry safe as he actually returns bottom this time. Trying to keep onto that advantage. Ben 4 finds 5 and just chunks him out.
Yeah, I'm going to wonder what 5 was thinking. Walked into a Mantra and Power Q, walked out of it, then walked back into it to take some bonus damage.
Yeah, Jin Zhao starting the Dragon as a bubble finds Ben 4. Ben 4, yeah.
Giant hammer on that spider.
He now turns onto that Dragon himself, but he's leashed it to half for World 6. No smite available for Ben 4, and OMG!
Yeah.
Just get a free Dragon with Aimee fumbling the play.
Yeah, they just walk in and take the Dragon. I'm not too sure on the starting it off there from Jin Zhao. Fortunately for OMG, they have the members nearby. They have the ability to actually That's dirty.
Wow.
Oh my god.
Ghost
it's
Teemo
very
Plague
dirty.
forces out the Spirit Rush. Icon is going to be fine and survive, but that presence. Ben4 sneaks in, the arrow tags 5. It's going to be tough to land the Cocoon, but he does hold on to it. They managed to get the kill onto 5.
World 6 is here.
And zone SMLZ back. Certainly he is there, but there's no turret.
They know the
Cocoon
World 6 is
flash
here.
dodged. Road still going to continue firing these shots. Blast
Hello.
gun, surprise, Vladimir. Sanguine Pool, he gets onto SMLZ, turns onto World 6 instead. Repel gets him up, and this is Aime just cleaning up this game.
Athena is just winning the game by himself. No matter what you say, if everyone's playing it fine, you know what? The gank was great from Aime.
Oh, that's embarrassing.
That is unfortunate. But honestly, in the battle of the mid laners, one of them is impacting the map more.
3-0-2 on that Vlad. You can see 2 kills on Icon, but he's not impacting the map. Road, what are you doing?
Gets a red buff.
All right, Aime, come on, clean it up. You've got to actually finish off this series. Sure, they're ahead. It's 15 minutes in. They're up by about 3,000 gold. They gave over a dragon for no reason. They gave over a kill for no reason.
It's okay. It's reset time.
It is.
Everything has actually calmed down. From the turret going down bottom, the dive happening afterwards, mid laners slowed down. Now, the reason it's reset time is because they've sent the Ahri bottom. They actually are going to try and 1-3-1. I was wondering if they would try and do this. They have a 2-0 Ahri. She can 1v1 everybody except maybe the Vladimir and the Gragas. So if she finds any of the side laners, they get mismatched lane assignments, then perhaps Ahri can make it work. She can wave clear well, should still get the turret eventually. It's just that Athena's presence is too great. But what this also does, the most important feature of this, it takes Athena away. Like the longest distance away now from the rest of the team. He can't just rotate immediately after a trade in the middle lane or after clearing a wave. He has to walk through repeat amounts of vision, control wards placed down, all in an effort to stop the Vladimir from existing. So even if Icon doesn't exist, the fact that Athena doesn't is a win.
It's actually OMG finding the faster rotation onto mid lane. Here comes Athena, though. The arrow. Field goals between them is 5 flashes. Athena's waiting just outside of vision, clearing out that control ward, as Xiyoung and World 6 are skirmishing in the jungle on that top side of the map.
They'll go back mid right now. Every time they see the Vladimir disappear, they can go mid. They still might look to fight. However, Athena should come back in because Amazing J is flanking the turret.
Forces the Spirit Rush, finds World 6 over the wall, but he makes his way over. As you said, Amazing J flanking from the other side, forces them back. Charm misses. Collateral damage is enough. Ben 4 eats the Chains of Corruption before flashing to safety. And a lot was blown there, but nobody died, and the turrets, both of them, are left standing.
4 ultimates and a teleport used by OMG to keep their turret alive. Aime can be so happy with this trade that they can reset, go back to base, get some health, and then come back and do it again. Athena gets to go bottom, gets to clear the wave, has a grand time just being this indomitable monster running around on the Rift. He'll probably have his Abyssal Scepter right now as well.
Yeah, he has got a lot of gold.
Based off him not recalling.
Sitting back on the minions right now, though, might be trying to pull some attention.
You have to wonder what the rest of his team is doing, if there's a reason for him to do this.
Yeah, they're currently holding down the fort in mid lane. He should see that Krugs
He
are
wants
being
to
done.
1v1.
Oh, he's trying to solo kill Icon. The Hitman himself gets behind him. Ben4's on the other side. Charm lands, but that's also Hemoplague. Ghost gets Icon back, but the Cocoon from around the corner. Icon dies to Athena, even using Teleport and Road to support just in case.
And Athena with advanced notice on what he wants to do. Ben4 just listens, comes down towards the bottom lane, and is the major difference. Athena got a flank, forcing Icon to walk into the river, an area where OMG had no vision. So great moves out of Aime once again around their Vladimir, ensuring that he is not just the Fed member, but he's carrying, and they're giving him the resources to do so. Middle lane, Jin Zhao doesn't even have to do anything. He's having a good time.
Sit back, catch minions, hold the turret.
Eventually, they'll collapse onto him, and that's when the turrets break.
Yeah, and you can see Athena now cheating into the jungle just a bit. He's spotted out by plenty of wards, but he also has a lot of wards keeping himself safe. With that presence down there, he is going to try getting some damage on the tier 2. Jin Zhao actually pulls attention mid lane as well by pushing in the minion wave. And now, OMG are in between a rock and a hard place. Icon is trying to defend bottom while the rest of OMG are trying to defend mid.
They're stuck between a Gragas and a Blood Mage more than that. I mean, that's just the fact.
Really good. Yeah, nice. And
here all week.
They're still defending right now. Athena will find himself just outside of vision. Denies the sweeper from 5, who turns and immediately runs to the turrets.
This is
to
not a
group up with
safe zone,
SMLZ,
though.
yeah.
They really need to do something big to defend this.
Xiang is being zoned away by Amazing J. He eats a turret shot. Athena's still waiting on the wings for that Hemoplague cooldown. Just forcing out the vision, forcing out these small trades.
Ocean Drake 2 up in 30 seconds as well. I may have the inside track towards that completely. All of the vision in the jungle, you can see it, is entirely red with the sprinkles of blue here and there to try and actually get through. But 5, so unsafe trying to place wards. In fact, I think he's out of them. Every movement from this point onwards, if they ever break a neutral standpoint on the map, they're going blind. So.
Yeah. And with that dragon up, you can see it's Xiang actually leading the way towards the dragon.
And he did that blind.
Yeah, Athena actually will now head back out into lane. He's going for the Zanya's second, just to be as big a menace as he possibly can.
No, that's a very good decision, actually. It means that his team fighting is even further accelerated. If he gets poked out at the start, all he needs is an ultimate and a Zonia's, and he'll be back to at least some amount of health. However, 3 ignites on the team against the Vladimir doesn't make it easy for him, to say the least.
He'll have his work cut out for him, but now the rest of IMA are turning onto the dragon. Red buff passed over to SMLZ as World 6 hops over the wall.
A little bit early, World 6.
Yeah, Athena's taken a bit of damage from Icon from the bottom. Amazing J starting to prep this. The arrow misses, and they do set up with a shield. Icon's ready to flank, and World 6 tries to get in. That's the tidal wave. Amazing J's in front as Jin Zhao goes low. Dragon is finished off by World 6. Athena's in the back line, though. Does he have enough? He's able to get the bubble, and yes, he does. Solo kills SMLZ. He's taking so much damage that the Ignite is burning. He needs some help, though. He needs his team. Caught by the charm, he goes down. Ben 4 follows up with Jin Zhao. They lose 2 and back away, and OMG come out better for it.
You have to wonder, was IMA actually working around their Vladimir, or were they just running away? Because if they protected him, if they protected Athena, advanced with him, you calm down, then they might have actually got themselves the team fight.
Yeah.
But they didn't work with the Vlad at all.
Maybe a bit of mistrust in their mid laner. Or maybe just a poor play. Time will only tell. Here it is again.
Yeah, not just that. Athena goes very deep, right? Jin Zhao's court has to flash. So he's partially out of the fight. But this engage from Athena is great. I just don't know if World 6 has this big of a presence. But like, look at Road and Jin Zhao. They just don't really know where to go. They can't make their mind up. They're in, they're out. Ben 4 finally comes around with him, but by that time the Vladimir's dead. Like, the idea was fine. They actually were heavily chunked out, but they could have committed to helping.
Yeah, we're still seeing a gold advantage for IMA when it's all said and done, despite that mid-tier 1 falling for OMG. Xiang looks like he's going to clear the bottom one. And with that, IMA send their duo up top. SMLZ will have to hold this minion wave with the help from 5 and what appears to be World 6 as Athena, again, just trying to be a bully, forcing people around the map.
Yeah.
Now he's going to go mid and try to finish off the tier 1.
So the biggest thing is forcing the ultimate out of Icon. Every single time that he uses the Proto Belt, if the Ahri ults, he wins.
Ooh, the arrow misses and a flash just in case. Icon is still fine, but the mid-tier 1 is finally going to break.
Icon may be alive, but fine is another story entirely. If he has to go to base, that's a big part of the wave clear without ultimates being used that goes to waste. No SMLZ. He was clearing top wave.
Yeah, they're using teleport to get Amazing J in here. That's going to be the fish onto Road. He gets a tether onto Xiang as the minion wave is cleared out. They're still getting some good damage, but do they have enough to finish it off? Here comes the rest of them. Cocoon misses. Xiang goes in. Amazing J is the target. He's brought low. The turret is finished, and IMA break it down.
Whoa, the engage.
Flash, Chain of Corruption onto Road. He dies to the burst, but that's 1 kill. You've already lost 2 turrets, OMG. This is table scraps.
That's a major part of their engage just for the 1 kill. So you'll take that, IMA. You'll try and back away, consolidate, and just clear the wave. Clear this next wave, and honestly, you'll still be okay. All about how they navigate this exact moment, because the Baron vision is still IMA's. OMG have made a conscious decision to push mid before securing any kind of vision, but this gives the free opportunity for the recall. Now they're set up. They got 2 turrets. Items are probably going to be there, you'd imagine.
Yeah, there's the rune ends now finished for Jin Zhao. And you can see scrapping for gold from Athena. He's probably looking to finish off his Abyssal or maybe a Void Staff. As Leandres is now finished up for Ben 4. They're all fully stocked up on wards. Amazing J is getting nice and tanky as well as he goes towards his Frozen Heart.
So the easiest way to fix this if you're OMG right now is you've got a massive Ahri. Like, that Ahri can win you the game just as much as the Vladimir can for Athena.
And it's not just the Ahri, it's Icon.
Exactly. So he needs to actually be in a position to succeed. He doesn't want to 1v1 Athena. He's actually losing every single 1v1 because the Ahri cannot trade against somebody who can turn into a puddle in Proto Belt and still beat you.
Yeah.
He's just that fed. So plain and simple, the best way to do this is to have an invisible Ahri, not someone that has to clear the mid wave, which means setting up slow pushes inside lanes, building Banner of Command if that's what it takes on Fizz, which he is not doing. But small things like this can actually mean a bigger deal if teams were consciously thinking about, like, how do we engage team fights if you're OMG? Like, what would you use to engage?
Charm, Chain of
Yeah,
Corruption?
yeah. Very hard things to hit. Varus' ultimate confirmed one of the
Skill
hardest
shots?
spells. You have to either flash do it or they need to already use stuff. That's going to be hard to do, right? But then if you're going onto the Vladimir, he's got his own use anyway, or he can turn into a pool even when he's hit by it.
Yeah.
So it is Ahri Charm. And if Ahri's not in a position to use the Charm, then how are they going to engage if it's just the Varus?
Try to turn around a fight from Aime, but then it's up against the likes of Aime, and they've got momentum in the set. They've got that huge Athena on Vladimir.
And if you're turning around fights, you're assuming that Athena's already chunked out people.
Yeah.
Like, it's super dangerous, and like the point I'm making is that they're not setting themselves up to compensate. They're just dealing with it.
Yeah, it's only going to be a matter of time before they run out of hands to stem the flow, to try to stop the tide of Aime, as they are slowly but surely getting closer and closer to closing out this game. Now we're at the 25-minute mark. This game is in fact the most even game that we have had of the series yet. So perhaps this could be the best chance for OMG, with their backs against the wall, to make a statement for why they should stay in playoffs and why they should continue to play WE. SMLZ is getting nice and big. He's got his own Quicksilver Sash, and we're seeing some big items everywhere else.
It's definitely the closest game that we've had, but unfortunately, Amazing J's got his 2 completed tank items. There's very little that is actually going to be able to take apart this Gragas right now with a Frozen Heart, Spirit Visage, and Ninja Tabis. Not just that, a Void Staff for Athena. He will kill every single person if I may play front to back or Athena gets a good flank on. So whilst the gold is relatively close, I'm sure OMG don't feel that way. That's the real danger point.
Yeah, they're currently sitting on this game, trying to defend as Road. Ooh, you don't want to face check into that, Ahri. That's even the Spirit Rush being used. Redemption drops down late. He turns onto Ben 4. The arrow tags him, though, and Athena is there. Chain of Corruption stalls it out. Charm onto Jin Zhao. This is a very messy fight for Aime. If they can kill this, that would be huge. They get the slow onto Jin Zhao. Is their follow-up. Cocoon onto 5. And he's making his way towards the tier 1.
Careful, SMLZ.
Yeah.
Don't push your luck. That was still really good from OMG. They're able to push them away. Baron's still not being looked at, but a third Ocean Drake is also alive. If you're OMG, you'd be happy with that either way. The bottom turret's also now going to go down because the Gragas has rotated to ensure the Baron isn't even looked at. It is a trade overall, but the kill advantage and perhaps the third Ocean is still a big win.
Bottom tier 1 drops, and as you said, that third Ocean is now going over towards OMG. Ben 4 on the top side of the map is Athena. Clears out some of the vision. You can see that Ahri does damage, even to Athena. But is it going to be enough? Yeah, he can kill Road. Sure, he can kill Jin Zhao, but there is so much threat from Aime if they manage to find a favorable engage. They were trying to set up for it and stumbled a little bit as Icon found himself in a good position.
He just found himself at the right place at the right time. I mean, it's not unexpected that he'd be there, but Road also walked in without actually placing a ward down, just immediately next to an Ahri, and Icon just lapped it up. Still looking towards their outers, however, OMG, they need to get the top lane outer to unlock that lane a bit more. It's too easy for Aime having the top lane outer alive to rotate from it to Baron to actually control the vision through that area, because it's just as simple as one ward in the tri-bush.
It is. They are maintaining presence on that wave. Athena's trying to catch it. They're bringing Icon in the tri-bush, and there is no ward for Aime. There they go. Now they're placing down a ward from OMG. Aime are starting to creep forward on their own. You can see how delicate they're being, knowing that there is that pick from the SMLZ Chain of Corruption. Walking into the vision. Ben 4 leads the way, dodges the charm.
Ahri no longer has charms. That means vision will be secured by Aime. There's pretty much nothing else that can take it down, especially having Amazing J nearby. It's just that reassuring factor of a tank. But if it comes to it, he'll be the person that sets up the vision.
And now we see OMG actually falling back from that Baron side of the map. Athena has pushed that wave all the way up towards the tier 2. He's going to collapse onto the Baron. It's swept out, and now there is no vision from OMG. They don't have Sweeper. They don't have Hawkshot. They've got nothing but that Scuttle Crab.
They don't know if it's being done. With those two in the pit, safe to say that it is being done. OMG have no choice but to start getting in there, start trying to actually clear out the vision.
Ooh, Athena trying to clear out a ward. Arrow is going to catch World 6. Athena's already chunked down so low. Zanya's super early and might actually die on the backside of this. No, he flashes to chase Icon back to his tier 2. Chain of Corruption from SMLZ goes right in between them.
Oh.
Road gets the kill onto Icon. Ignite is ticking down the final tick.
No.
Oh my goodness, he survived.
Road missed the Q, I believe, on the back end, but I may still get the fight that they're looking for. Xiang's in.
Yeah, huge chum the waters. They found World 6. They know he doesn't have too much after the last fight. Road gets in, but the carries need to be the ones doing the damage, not the tank and the support. They're still chasing him down, though. They finally have enough. That jungler is dead, but Icon is fully topped up and making his way back onto the map.
Yeah, straight back into the Baron pit itself. No jungler alive means no smite to contest Ben 4. They still need to keep their damage dealers alive. Athena should be able to zone them off once he gets his health back.
Yeah, Xiang gets in. He eats a tether. Amazing J is charmed. He's actually died. Ben4's in the back of the pit. Athena's zoning it away, trying to heal himself up. He gets so much health back, and Baron is picked up by Aimee. Athena finally dies, and that's going to be the rest of Aimee running for the hills.
Oh.
Road drops as well. That's the ace for OMG.
OMG pick up a crucial ace for themselves as the Baron actually goes down. So OMG now on the front foot. They now have the advantage. They can push with all of the time in the world to get these turrets down. Clean out of the carries.
SMLZ and Icon putting up huge numbers in that last fight. We said it would be up to them to carry, and they are giving us a good showing. Icon 7-1-2 on this Ahri. And now they have broken the tier 2. They turn onto the inhibitor turret.
It shouldn't be the inhibitor. It should be just the turret.
Yeah.
See the ward placed indicating exactly that.
3 turrets now broken, opens the gold lead for OMG, and here's the fight that started it.
Keep your eyes on not just Icon, who hits a good charm at the start, making sure Amazing J's there, but SMLZ kiting around, hitting the right targets. They all want to take down the Vladimir. They're not actually hitting the Baron. Like, acknowledgement that, you know what, if we get the Baron, it's incidental because we're against the smite either way. It's more the fact that we need to kill these people inside the pit because a fight happened a minute beforehand. No summoner spells to keep them alive. Very simple stuff. Very well done from OMG. Just walk in, take him out when they really have no counterplay.
Yeah, go back to the basics. That's what we recommended. If it's not Maokai Sivir, it looks like it's Ahri Varus.
Unfortunately for Aimee, however, they bottleneck themselves inside the pit.
They did.
The easy solution there is to stand out of the pit, just have 2 damage dealers maybe inside, use Athena maybe to zone people off. Didn't work out as planned.
It certainly didn't. And now we're seeing huge setups from OMG. They've got Triple Ocean. They've denied the Baron for at least another few minutes. And with this, Aimee might be the ones who are behind.
Maybe.
As SMLZ, he's finished off his Mortal Reminder. You can see the Void Staff finished off from Icon. He's going to start doing some big damage to Amazing J, and he's now building towards an Abyssal Scepter.
Got him. Ben 4 got the scuttle.
Yeah.
That
Smite
matters.
fight. I mean, Infernal Dragon is up in 50 seconds.
Exactly.
Do Aimee even want to fight over this? The effectiveness of that Vladimir is tapering off now that we're seeing OMG get these huge items.
I wouldn't say the effectiveness of the Vladimir is tapering by any means. It's just that OMG are dealing with it better. If you want a team fight, it's important that you have the Scuttle Crab. It's not so much that they may want to exactly, but if they choose to, it'll help. Having the Shirelia's buff, basically. Or the Talisman now buff, rather.
So I just realized why it's called Mortal Reminder, because it denies healing, and you don't get your health back up to full, so you're not immortal. It's a reminder that you're mortal.
Okay.
The armor penetration item from SLZ.
Yeah, no, I know
I just
what
got
it
it.
is.
I just got it. Sorry.
Fair enough, I guess.
I mean, it makes sense against a Vladimir who can just keep on sustaining himself like this. Xiang split pushing top.
Remembering.
And 5 members of Aimee are at the Dragon. They are trying to take this. The final Elemental Drake. World 6 is over the wall with Smite.
Keep your
He's
eyes
spotted
peeled
him
for
with
the Ahri.
Vision. Oh man, that was closer than it should have been. Icon is the target. Road leads the charge as World 6 is slowly being whittled down. He dies as the rest of IMA make for the hills, but they are losing their tier 2 up top, and Icon is going to survive.
They'll have to send Amazing J back to base. Icon's about to cancel it, potentially. No, he does. Oh,
he's thinking about it.
He went. Okay, that's
still
unfair.
Gets the spirit fire.
He does go back, so that's important because he gets to save the day. Graves is dead. Icon is actually just trying to be a solo hero and get rid of the minion waves. He's bought so much time for his team.
Yeah.
The problem with OMG right now, as Ari ults, is that they're disconnected. They're not a team. Like, they're actually split this entire time. By being split, you're giving IMA opportunities to run at you as a team. And that is exactly what IMA live for.
Yeah, that's what they excel at. Those moments where they really come alive. They've swept out most of the vision on this side of the map, but now we've officially reached the late game. 34 minutes in, 3,000 gold separates the teams as they are neck and neck. In set point, game number 3 between IMA and OMG. And backs against the wall, OMG were able to take a fight and get themselves back into this, but now they have to actually close out this match if they want to advance to play against WE.
You have to watch the Icon show for exactly that.
Oh, but they've caught Amazing J. They're looking for a pick. He's stalling it out for quite some time. Jin Zhao is shooting in and doing damage as the piercing arrow goes down and Redemption resets this, but Amazing J flashes to safety.
That was a sick cask, actually, out of Amazing J. From what was a position where he was caught to the point where Jin Zhao was able to almost kill SMLZ at the same time. That was actually really close. 2v2 or 2v3 encounter that could have gone awry for OMG. Still, they get the flash out of Amazing J. They have a flash out of SMLZ as well.
And like you said, this is the Icon show. We saw an attempted pick from OMG, but they just didn't quite have the damage to burn through Amazing J. Icon's really the big star for OMG. He has been for quite some time, but now more so than ever, he needs to be able to pull this game together. He's split pushing right now just a few seconds behind Athena, who's prepping that top tier 2 minion wave. And with Aime now all rotating towards that side, including Amazing J, they fire an arrow at Xiang, catch him with a lot of crowd control, but that is a tanky Fizz. They've even got Triforce as well. Bubble finds Amazing J. He's down to 1,000 health, but it's not enough. The cast again is used.
Yeah, they have to be careful bottlenecking themselves into choke points against a team like OMG with all of their line area of effect damage. Really hard to siege into them, but they're trying their best.
Yeah, they're trying to get through this tier 2 turret. They've got teleport available for Xiang, but right now he's racing out onto the map. No flank wards for him really to get to. And with the minion wave cleared out by the excellent AoE from OMG, Ben 4 eats a charm, chunked down to 1,000, dodging. World 6 trying to pop it. Flash from Ben 4 to keep it alive, and a great repel to sidestep the collateral damage. He comes back down and makes his way to safety.
He lives, but 40 seconds till the Baron's up means OMG have the inside track, place down their wards, prevent IMA from having any control of the area entirely. They're all recalling. There's actually a real possibility that they try and catch someone out of position.
Oh, Ben 4!
Such as?
Greedy recall. Now 20 seconds. He's not going to be back by the time that Baron spawns, so you can see 5 setting up a lot of vision around that side of the pit.
Bottom also pushing pretty severely for OMG. They've set that up well in advance. They sent Xiang to top lane. Now they're starting to play the slower, more thought out game. They're hitting their side waves. They've found some momentum. All they need to do to win this game is generate a pick and turn that pick into either a team fight or a Baron. But it's all about that first step because they're against an Ashe. That Ashe could be the one that gets the pick.
Jin Zhao with those enchanted crystal arrows. He's now 2 levels behind SMLZ. There's a ward that spots Icon. A lot of wards, in fact, behind OMG, just outside of the vision, circling the control ward at their blue buff.
Oh, that's sad.
And the sweepers are missing that one as well. Amazing J is still taking his time pushing out that bottom wave, though. So Baron has spawned, and it's now being started out by SMLZ. Just testing the vision, sees a hawk shot spotted out, and Jin Zhao still holding on to that blue trinket.
Yeah, that's important. 2 hawk shots, 1 blue trinket, and there's only 1 blue trinket on the side of IMA. No second player actually having that one, as top laners are going to say what up.
Yep, Xiang with his Guardian Angel just trading a bit. Massive tanks. As the Cocoon misses from Ben 4. He gets good damage with that.
Lots of burn, actually, yeah.
Leandri's Torment slowly chipping away. And finishing off the rest of these wards as they are all just fighting over vision. Vision is everything right now. Xiang, 2 levels ahead of Amazing J, has actually pushed him all the way back to the inhibitor turret.
Which is okay. I feel like the Gragas, though he doesn't have an Iceborne Gauntlet, that would have been valuable for wave clearing perhaps. he should still be okay. Even though there's 2 levels for Xiang, the Gragas can wave clear as long as there's no Baron buff. He's legitimately just tanking the turret.
Yeah. Amazing J ducks into the fountain, doesn't even have time to buy an item as he has to deal with Xiang face tanking that inhibitor turret. The rest of OMG turn on towards the Baron. The hawk shot spots them out once
going
again.
for the inhibitor.
But they're
That's
still
the play.
going in. Yeah, Xiang is on the inhib right now, and it looks like IMA are trying to trade this. Maybe a miracle steal from Ben 4. They zone Xiang back. He's got a sweeper ready. He now sees that ward that's going to spot him.
They're giving up the inhibitor.
He's taking a lot of time. Xiang is trying to finish this off. It is the push and pull. Repel to get him up. Charm onto Amazing J as he leads the charge.
They
but
just
OMG
give it up.
Just falling back, playing this tug of war so excellently.
They have no minions in mid lane, so there's actually nothing that Xiang will go past this point. He may well just go back down to the bottom lane, threaten the next turret. This is the right play. OMG are doing exactly what they should be, setting up a side wave, pushing the side wave. Even if he goes bottom, doesn't get the tower, top's pushing as well for them. Like everything's just going right. And IMA, they need to team fight. They need to engage. They need something to hit.
Arrow completely misses. Flash from Icon escapes the tether, but Rhodes still doesn't feel safe clearing out that control ward.
No.
SMLZ is mid, and now Amazing J is finally answering Xiang bottom to keep his next inhibitor turret alive.
And it's not safe. I like that Icon flashed. Yes, it's like a 500-second cooldown compared to what his ultimate is, but he needs the ultimate for the damage. He needs to kill people. So his decision is that he acknowledges they're fighting within the next time period of a flash because he has to have the ultimate up.
Yeah.
Baron's a force. They really want to force it.
It really is, and they are trying so very hard to. Just pushing and pulling around that vision. Xiang really becoming a huge threat on that bottom side of the map on Fizz. And as you said, yeah, IMA sort of staggering these recalls. The wave up top is reset by World 6. Xiang catches the minion wave mid along with Icon. And say what you will about their early game, OMG have finally found momentum. 40 minutes into game number 3, the deciding set match. Down 2-0 in a series, but they finally have pulled it together.
And we're at that point actually where Elder and Baron are both alive. So this is where it gets a bit spicy for both of these teams. Occasionally when you put all of this effort and emphasis on Baron for 10 plus minutes and then suddenly the Elder's alive, no one has a ward there. There is a possibility that these teams just straight away go over there, do it right off the bat as IMA are starting the Baron.
Yeah, they can't quite make up their mind, however. Good poke finds Road and Ben 4. The arrow finds Icon. He's got no flash. He used it earlier, but he has Spirit Rush. He's positioned around. Ben 4's GA is popped. His Chain of Corruption catches a huge amount of members of the IMA roster. Xiang teleports in, but as you said, they've already killed 2. Xinjiao with low health means they might as well have killed 3. They turn on to the Baron.
This should just be the Baron going to OMG. No contest there from IMA. They have just thrown away their opportunity into this game by trying to team fight and by Ben 4 being on another page to the rest of his team. He was around the corner. You're not going to catch Icon if he's around the corner.
Yeah.
You needed Athena to flash in with everybody and maybe team fight, perhaps then.
They tried, but they did not succeed. Now with Baron buff, they make their way towards Elder Dragon, not taking any chances for IMA to get back into this. We know how much they love these late game team fights, their ability to take a huge 5v5, but they did not find it this time around as SMLZ got a huge Chain of Corruption.
And this is the most important moment for OMG. They have everything. If they don't win this game, then it is a monumental blunder. With Elder Dragon, with Baron, with full recalls, with red buffs potentially to be picked up as well, items to be seen everywhere, full builds pretty much. Even making sure that 5 picks it up.
Getting that extra support gold.
I mean, he'll probably finish an item with that.
That is wasting a bit of time, though.
It's wasting a lot of time. That better be a good item.
They're still hanging out on the bottom side of the map. Xiang is all alone with this Baron buff, pushing 2 waves. Finally, the rest of his team groups up. There's even a minion wave building up top as OMG prepped that before recalling. Icon with his Guardian Angel. Full build, 8, 1, and 2. Huge in this game. 2, 1, and 6 on Xiang. It took him a while to come online, but he is also enormous.
And again, one of those moments where we look at a Fizz and say, why is Fizz in this game?
Why indeed?
He's going to be a massive split push threat. The Gragas, more of a team fighter. Starting to run out of options to deal with the Fizz. It's good in laning phase, but that scales off quickly. Varus is scaled up. Ari's able to kill everybody.
Now Jin Zhao trying to clear out this Baroned up super minion. Another Baron wave, and the rest of OMG turn onto the turret. That's Chain of Corruption onto Athena. He drops into the Sanguine Pool very early, but the Mortal Reminder is preventing his health back. Arrow onto World 6, but he is so tanky. They catch Ben 4 with a charm. He repels up but dies in midair. Jin Zhao is firing shot after shot. Athena's in the back. He's trying to kill SMLZ. Zanya's to stall it out as Jin Zhao walks away in the back, and he does get the kill. Icon follows through, but his GA is popped, and Athena is still going. He's trying to heal up and gets in another Sanguine Pool. Look at the triple kill. Athena is single-handedly winning the game for Aime. He finally dies, but it's 4 for 3, and Aime are holding on to their base.
Athena legitimately just gets 1v5 and 4 kills come down for the Vladimir. One-man wrecking crew keeps Aime in this game against the Baron buff, Elder Dragon buff enemy team of OMG. What a hero.
Athena. Holy cow. I mean, we knew he was good on Vlad, but wow, that damage. Here it is once again.
Yeah, note that it starts with World 6 being caught, Ben 4 dies to the Elder buff. So Jin Zhao kiting, doing a lot of damage. But who's going to stop Athena? How do you counter somebody that can't be targeted? How do you lifesteal against someone that doesn't take damage? This, like, instantly killing him, choosing to actually get rid of his stacks, get his health back, instantly popping everybody. I hate that champion, but it's so good.
Yeah. Meanwhile, that mid inhibitor has respawned. The top one is still down, but that will mean that Baron is the first epic buff to respawn as Xiang has found Ben 4. They're both sweeping each other out, and Amazing J is pulled over to keep his jungler safe. Smite means that it is an Aime buff. But 45 minutes into the game, again, Aime, take a late game fight. This time off of the most unexpected member in Athena.
Yeah, the thing is, with nothing to take now, with all of the buffs removed from the opponents of OMG, this is that window of opportunity for Aime to actually win back the map. So Athena didn't just keep them in the game, he set them up back to that even playing field. And that's the scariest point if you're OMG right now. They really need some assistance moving past this point. No Guardian Angel available for Icon, so he sells it too.
Yeah, swaps it over for more damage instead as Xiang just continues to harass and pull the attention of Aime back and forth. There are no turrets to fall back on.
Yeah.
It's up to Aime to deal the damage to keep these safe as Xiang is just being such a bully.
OMG win a fight, they win the game. If Aime win a fight, there is a chance that they run it down mid lane and also win the game themselves. That's the state of this 46-minute slugfest.
Yeah, Jin Zhao is sitting back, holding on to these ultimates. Piercing Arrow is launched across, but barely even tickles him as Xiang gets some damage onto Ben 4. Triple Ocean is paying off huge dividends for OMG. They can just sit here and continue to trade, harass. Arrow finds World 6. Once again, very tanky. Chain of Corruption is cleansed by Jin Zhao as he sidesteps back.
In trouble.
Road is caught by Icon, but he makes his way out of the back. Redemption tops them all off, and the fight resets once again.
But that means no ultimate from the Ahri. Athena may go.
He's thinking about it. That's the Hemo Plague. Uses Proto Belt for some initial burst, but a great Locket just absorbs that damage.
Unfortunately, nothing to follow up with Athena as they are in trouble, Aime.
Yeah, here's the push and pull once again with minions crashing onto the inhibitor, or excuse me, the Nexus. That's a cleanse. Jin Zhao's chunked down to half below. He's going to have to walk away, and without their AD carry, this is time to break that inhibitor line. The mid one is being turned upon. Cocoon drops as Xiang drops on the other side. Jin Zhao is still staying. He turns. He's already gotten the inhib and might have to give over his life, or at the very least a GA. That's one. Athena dodges under that one. This is so close. He makes his way to the wall, but now dies. 5 versus 4.
He has flash.
2 inhibs down. Charm is going to stop the chase from Amazing J. Someone has to defend the base. They're continuing to move forward, though. Super Minions drop the first Nexus turret, and Arrow tags SMLZ, but it gets Chain of Corruption to stall the follow-up. Athena finally heads back, and Amazing J does not land the cask.
Yeah, Athena has to go back and defend the second turret. The minions cannot stop. The Super Minions, man, I really love those turrets. Everything calms down one more time, however, that's the second inhibitor going over to OMG. They whiff the engage. Then Aime, Athena decides to go in, doesn't have the flash, so he can't commit on top of everybody. So the engage is then whiffed. He doesn't have the ultimate. OMG turn back in. Then they kill the Fizz for it. So it's now a window of opportunity to at least clear out the base themselves, Aime. but with the super minions spawning in the bottom lane, it's not going to be easy with Baron up in 10.
Yeah, already OMG are setting up vision. 5 and Icon moving forward to start dropping some forward wards and zone IMA back. Amazing J with teleport will have to try to defend against this, but he's full tank Gragas. He doesn't have a single damage item to his name. So that will certainly be a challenge. He's currently holding 1 wave, but he can't manage to hold on to 2. OMG just need to wait.
What's the charm?
Oh, they managed to catch Road with 1, but the bubble from 5 misses the follow-up damage.
It was the pathing out of Road, actually, from the charm auto acquiring the closest route towards Icon, so the bubble was in the right direction. Should have hit, didn't.
Xiang now split pushing bottom. You can see he's traded in his own GA
He's gonna win
for
the
a
game.
wit's end. He might just try to go back door. Amazing J might have to pull somebody back, and with Xiang down there, this could be trouble. Actually, the top inhibitor has respawned.
Yes, but the bottom one is open, and Xiang's using the bottom inhibitor. He may go mid, may go top, just take all 3 whilst I may hang around the Baron area.
Yeah, he's turning now onto the middle inhibitor. That Wit's End is shredding through it so quickly with super minions and Xiang battering onto Amazing J. They're running out of time. The arrow catches World 6, but a good cleanse keeps him safe. Road eats a Chains of Corruption, and they manage to tag Athena and Ben 4. Xiang is just going from inhib to inhib, dropping 1, then the second. Aimee are falling back to try to deal with it, but this Fizz is just so slippery. Chum the Waters misses Jin Zhao. He's just... Xiang is almost single-handedly winning the game. They're now turning onto the Baron on the other side. Ben 4 has got Smite. He's level 18. Athena is there. He's looking to get into the back. Tidal Wave to zone him around. That's Baron picked up by OMG. They are locked down into the pit. The perfect placement. Hemoplague finds one. They're healed up, and that's Athena dead. Ben 4 and Road are running. They've managed to kill Xiang, but they've lost 2. And with the Baron and 2 inhibitors down, OMG are set to bring us to game 4, but they need to close it out.
End the damn game, OMG. Surely at this stage, with Athena dead, he is the majority of the damage now going to be missing for these team fights. They have enough to kill just a lonely Ashe.
Yeah, you can see SMLZ and World 6 are waiting for the rest of their team to group up. It's 3 versus 4. If I may win this, it's all off the back of Jin Zhao. Can he do the damage? Protobelt goes in. Baroned up super minions are under the first Nexus turret. Smite clears out the first, but they're turning onto Amazing J. The tank line has been broken. Jin Zhao needs to actually get in there. Icon goes in. He's killed him.
No
and
chance.
that is going to be no chance for Aimee, as you said. The Nexus turrets drop and back against the wall in game number 3. OMG are able to win it 50 minutes in.
It was a hard-fought victory for OMG, I think it's safe to say, but Icon, the man on your screen, definitely has that headache. Big victory from the Ari. Big team fighting out of OMG. Don't be fooled, he's probably happy inside. He's never happy outside.
And with that, OMG get a chance to reset and finally take a deep breath. All right, we've won 1 game. We're not out of the LPL playoffs yet. And they can take a nice 3 or 4 minute break before getting back on for the next one. But this has been a very long and a very trying day for these teams. And now OMG need to come back and do it 2 more times.
And it doesn't feel good for Aimee to lose a game like that. That was one of the games where you can see reflected through the gold difference down the bottom of your screen. They were ahead for 20 minutes, 25, even up to 30 almost before they threw it around the Baron area. 3 Ocean Drakes though, good control of the Drake area from OMG. World 6 looks like a reinvigorated player. Ben 4 did not feel the same because he wasn't against that Lee Sin. And OMG's mid lane stepped up where it mattered most.
You could see it was mid lane versus mid lane. When Athena popped off, he got that huge team fight. When Icon popped off, he would land a clutch charm onto someone important and just burst them down. Such a close match going for quite a long time. And with that sort of volatility matching up, this is 2nd place versus 4th. It is a much closer best of 5 than I think anyone expected.
Yeah, and honestly, the major difference between these teams was just having the Fizz in the top lane, having the carry available for themselves to break down all of these inhibitors. World 6, Nodi had that QSS. It's that last big team fight that really shaped the pace of this game. Aimee were constantly back and forth. They were stuck. They didn't know if they could deal with the Baron, and they couldn't make a decision. Their communication was definitely lacking this time around as to where they should be and when. And being pulled around the map smartly by OMG, most importantly, was the biggest deal. This was actually still an Aimee teamfight victory if Athena got off the Zonias here. Pops the ulti, goes in, but chooses in the active items to Proto Belt instead of Zonia's. Like 100% they would have most likely died, or at least people would have, Icon in particular, if he played that better. But Athena, you can't actually discredit him for playing poorly in one fight out of 20.
For Icon to landing the charm of a Vladimir proto-belting out of Sanguine Pool. Like, it's a very small window, but he got the animation beforehand. He was able to buffer it so that he could hit him immediately and follow through. So great play from Aimee overall, and we are seeing Icon sort of step back up in this. Not to mention, SMLZ did some huge damage in that game as well.
Yeah, SMLZ did a lot of work, and for me as well, when you mention Icon, what I like the most about him performing well in this game is he's effectively like the captain of the team. You know, Xiang's the old experienced member. He's going to be a calm, steady voice for them. You've got a silent, mechanical bottom lane, and your jungler World 6 in and out of the team, constantly trying to prove himself. But Icon has proven himself as the star player of the team. He is the man that needs to do the work, effectively the Russell Westbrook of his team at the moment. Yeah, he misses a lot is what I mean by that. But he looks good when he hits his stuff, and that was this game.
Great KDA, great scoreline overall, no matter how much he misses.
I would argue that Russell Westbrook's KDA is pretty weak.
Oh, well.
Yeah.
Time will tell.
Anyway.
But again, that's game number 3 going over to OMG. They are still in this set. Now they need to turn around and do it again. Do they run the exact same strategy back in game number 4? Because you saw the first half of the game. That was Aimee's game to lose, which they did. And no surprise, Icon gets the MVP. 11, 2, and 5 with the amount of damage he was doing. 211 gold to damage efficiency.
Yes, 35% of his team's damage is a pretty strong amount for a champion like an Ahri to be doing, a super ult-reliant champion. Didn't really exist in the early stages of the game. I think the most important part for Icon is that he still got the kills. So when he was around his team, it was meaningful, and those meaningful kills actually translated him to a point of power where you hit those team fights and he is able to actually take people apart. This is actually the moment, in my opinion anyway, where things go from bad to worse. Compliments of Amazing J casting the Ahri away. But ultimately, this decision is on the back end of saying we have to fight, we have to kill Icon. He's the priority member of the team. He's doing the most damage, but you can't simply kill an Ahri. A professional player from Oceania once said, I play Ahri because I can't miss position.
Yeah, exactly. Just use the ultimate all the time to get yourself around. We'll have to see if Aimee will set that up in game number 3 or if they will be OMG bringing us back to a game 5. We're going to take a break while we get ready for that one. everyone, and welcome back to the LPL playoffs. We're about to get into game number 4 between IME and OMG. After IME took the first 2 games in the series and the advantage in game number 3, we got the chance to see OMG finally collect themselves back against the wall, down by what, 6,000 gold, 7,000 gold, before they finally pulled it together and showed that they deserve to be competing here. They deserve to be making a run for that semifinal spot.
Yeah, the performance from OMG games 1 and 2 was not that great, but they came into the 3rd game and they definitely showed that there's a lot of fight in their system. They're channeling game talent's slogan. And they will fight tooth and nail to get themselves to the semifinals against Team WE. It all started with game number 3 being able to get that victory, but game 4 a little bit more crucial for them. Still things to work on, still things to improve. They spent 30 minutes of the game behind before they actually found themselves with a way in. And it wasn't that they found the way in, it was that IME let them in, and they took it.
Huge mistakes from IME in those fights and just not able to execute on the composition. I feel your pain, Icon. These headsets get heavy after a while, but he is still going strong, and so will I, as he is going to try to finish up this set. Huge performance in game number 3, as we said. The effective team captain for Team OMG. He's going to have to pull it together once again if he hopes to carry his team towards victory, because IME, even in their loss, are still looking like the team to beat.
He's the big man of the team, and he has to show up massive in this one. I don't expect an Ari ban against him. However, we'll have to see where he goes. A very strong assassin player.
Yeah, and taking a look at the bans, we can see Shen, Rengar, and Kog'Maw again banned away from IME. OMG going for a similar route. This time, though, they are respecting the Fizz, so finally taking a page out of your book, Rusty, in removing that right away, but that means that Karma looks to be the priority for IME.
I'm an honest man. I see broken, I ban it. I just wonder why people don't. Thankfully, they do. As the Karma, I would say an expected lock-in once again for IME. The ability to flex the pick is fantastic. One big thing that changes here, Thresh still not banned. OMG banned it in their 4th ban in the 2nd ban phase. But this still gives that window of opportunity for IME. However, with the Karma locked in, the flex is a little bit too potent, I suppose, for the early stages of this laning phase. They need their AD carry and jungler.
Yeah, and now we see World 6 finally putting Ben 4 on something different, as he's the one who picks Elise in the jungle. SMLZ is going to take Ashe away from Jin Zhao, so we get to see IME show us something new from Ben 4. And looks like he might look for this Lee Sin in this game. We've seen World 6 on it the past few times, in game number 1 and game number 2, and it is locked in.
Interesting pick. We have seen it a few times, as you mentioned, but most of the time, the Elise has been the winner. The Lee Sins haven't looked that great, but Ben 4, there's one thing he's known for, and it's going to be the Elise Sin kicks.
Yeah, the highlight hunter himself. Perhaps he will rear his head today. And question is, will it be the good highlights or the bad highlights? Which reel is he adding to? The one he wants to show everyone and the one that he wants no one to know about?
Yeah, exactly right. But with the Lee Sin, the playmaking is going to be there. However, he's against a pick composition. This is one of those support choices that has been slept on throughout this series. Just a little bit banned here and there. But with Lulu still available, there's always going to be a counter option for it. But if you're Road, do you really play Lulu? Do you want to be Lulu? It's not a road champion.
Yeah, I mean, we still have the ban phase for OMG. They could just look to ban that champion away on that next set. Cannon looks to be the follow-up for Amazing J.
I wouldn't ban it, though, to be honest. It's just not road. If he picks it, then maybe he's out of his comfort zone. Yes, it's a good matchup. But you have to run through this pick ban phase assuming that he is going to be the Karma and that Athena is going to be playing something flexible.
There goes the LeBlanc ban away from Icon. Looking at the next one. Second round of bans from IME has almost exclusively been towards that mid lane. We did have LeBlanc Syndra, and then in the last one, Lucian Syndra. So no surprise to see them sticking towards that strategy here. OMG commit to banning away Amazing J. Kled now taken off.
Kled ban makes a lot of sense. I may have looked really good playing it. Their ability to engage, find flanks even with the Kled, which is a unique strength of this team. It's just their flank play in general is always going to be outstanding, and Amazing J never going to have his Nautilus ever again, it seems. He's really proven himself on the champion.
We'll see if that's going to be first picked for Xiang, as Jace is now banned away from Icon. He's still got the chance to fall back on that Ahri. But
I'd almost say he needs to be something physical if they go towards the Gragas top lane. I mean, we've seen team compositions like this in the past with the Cassiopeia or something of the likes. They still just do magic damage, but at the same time, if they go for the Gragas, I'm almost expecting a Talon into something like a Talia from Athena.
We'll see what that's going to be. Perhaps they could be trying to predict it as Renekton is picked prematurely blind into the top of Amazing J.
But that's the physical damage as well, so Icon doesn't need to play an assassin in the middle lane so much anymore. He can be the Talia if he really wants. There's now options for Icon, and that's important, is that he has options of all players on this team.
So important for him. We saw how instrumental he was on that Ahri in the previous match. And now with the timer running out, looks like Gragas has picked up for Amazing J up top. Rather nice into that Renekton, and another blind pick for Athena mid.
Yeah, he'll be fine top lane. You know, Renekton bullies the lane a little bit. There's going to be some kill threat if Elise is nearby, but he's a Gragas. He excels at sustain, and that is a misfortune. Not a bad choice. It's in the Malzahar.
It is Misfortune support locked in for the bottom lane. Great at breaking the Nether Shift from 5. And of course, you can follow it up with some big damage from Jin Zhao. Really sort of try to get a lot of harass in that combo. Icon, though, seeing that locked in.
Okay, still did it.
Will lock in Zed to deal with Athena's Karma. So Icon, the Hitman, showing up.
Then I wondered why, if he would. Firstly, Icon is a big Zed player, very much a prolific Zed player, but I think the choice of going for the Zed over the Ahri is curious above all else. Like, it's actually super intriguing that he would go for this. Maybe if they had the Gragas top lane and we needed physical damage, right, which is why I said that. But now he has a Renekton up there. They've also got the Ashe, so they don't need physical. He's now overloading their physical damage. But because they've got a Misfortune with the Varus, both very killable champions, it's super important that Athena is always present in these fights to either take him down or to prevent him from killing people.
So looking at that, that turns into a 1-3-1, right? Where you've got the 3 set up in the mid lane, Zed and Renekton on side lanes, then collapsing on mid to find anyone who's caught by an Ashe Arrow or an Elise Cocoon or Flash Nether Grasp from Malzahar.
Yeah, the 1-3-1's always going to be quite prevalent with any Zed team composition that comes together. They've got super good pick from OMG as well, the Ashe Elise, not just the Ashe Arrows, and the Malzahar with the Flash Ultimate. So the way I see this, right, is that I may have picked themselves into this really awkward combination. Like, Karma has to run teleport is the first big thing that you take away from this, knowing that he's against a Zed, which means when he knows there's a 1-3-1, if he goes exhaust to survive lane, he won't have teleport. If he goes teleport to survive the strategy, then he won't have exhaust for the laning phase, and he's at risk of dying, especially against an Elise and a Zed, where even cleanse sounds like a good idea. So it's really important, again, not that Athena is just helping his team, which when it comes to team fighting he'll have to do, but he survives.
Yeah, and hopefully he'll be able to do that. We'll see how he holds up against Icon. So far his laning phases has been suffering, even in Game 3 in which he got those kills on that Vladimir. He was down in CS. So it's time to find out. Once again, this is still set point. It's 2-1 right now in favor of IMA. But OMG, with that win picked up, finally have got some momentum under their wings. And perhaps this will be enough to get them over the hill that is IMA and towards the victory beyond to advance to the semifinals and play against WE.
The 2-game advantage for IMA was going to be super crucial, but OMG getting one back. Momentum always plays a big part in best of series, and knowing that you can crack the armor of your opponent, OMG being able to get the win, super significant.
You can hear the crowd chanting once again. Game number 4, huge number of fans, and we see a grand total of 3 different masteries: Fervor, Thunderlords, and Grasp of the Undying, exclusively on Amazing J.
Yeah, no Warlord's Bloodlust to be seen from any AD carry. Even having only damage dealers as the supports of choice, no sustain to be seen. We'll have to see how that plays out in particular. You would imagine by having Fervor of Battle, you go towards a Longsword 3-potion start, but SMLZ's gone straight towards the Dorans, may have life still in his Quints to compensate.
Yeah. Perhaps.
Which is usually the way to go if you're going to run Fervor now.
Yeah, he is taking that into Varus Misfortune. The whole combo is Make It Rain, then Piercing Arrow. So once you see Varus start charging, Misfortune walks up.
That's the old school combo, where the damage was going to be lethality based. Now that Varus goes on hit, the damage is actually significantly less. So even the smallest amount of sustain will help you out there in the laning phase.
Junglers both start topside. Ben4 goes for a 2-camp start, whereas World 6 looks like he's going for a buff to buff as he clears out red. Dodges the vision from an early ward of Aime and heads over towards his own blue. He's got a defensive ward on that blue just in case, because they did not see where Ben4 was starting. Very defensive early start from OMG, as even SMLZ was sitting super far back. And now that we've gotten into the laning phase, we're starting to see why, as Road is making his way towards the blue buff to get vision on that.
Yeah, might be able to get a ward up, of course, just skirting around, perhaps pretending he's placing vision even, something that he may well want to do. You'd have to expect that until the Lee Sin shows up, it's risky to invade and place vision, but they also choose not to. Over that Spiderling obviously blowing up indicates something's amiss.
Yeah, thinks that the Elise is there.
He's
Ward
right.
placed by both of them in that brush, so they are able to spot each other out. Ben4 slightly faster, though, does get Scuttle priority, and World 6 turns towards Scrom for some bonus gold instead, while Ben4 will return towards his Raptor camp. So all in all, the lanes not interacting too much in this early endeavor. The World 6 has skirted around their vision.
He's dodged vision very well. 5 also now helping him out. And just in case there's a Lee Sin or someone nearby, getting a gank off as a level 2 Malzahar is non-existent. It's all about the silence. If you can get the silence off, and the Cocoon's guaranteed to hit, or vice versa, but then they can't actually escape you at all.
Great
well done.
Scryer's bloom from Ben4. Excellent presence of mind to know that this might be something that's happening. He goes to clear out the ward just placed by OMG. Keep that bottom lane safe. There is still a ward on his Krugs, but there's no real opportunity for World 6 to invade it anytime soon, as Athena playing against that Zed on that Karma. Very dangerous matchup if he finds himself behind.
And we saw before that he has got the Thunderlords as his Karma. I know a lot of Doinby Karmas and those now playing in the mid lane, even Easyhoon here and there, will have a Deathfire touch when he plays it out, actually. And I like the Deathfire touch, a little bit more damage over time to go down, especially if you're poking people out in lane repeatedly. But Athena is a different kind of mid laner. He's also potentially dead.
He eats a Cocoon to the face. First blood to the burst of OMG, and it's on Icon of all people.
And it is really that simple. Goes to place the ward, but World 6, honestly, only 1 second ahead of him, means a kill comes out immediately. Nothing that they can do to stop that from happening. No chance of survival. Has exhaust.
Doesn't even get to use it in time.
Didn't even use it, just dead.
Super early burst is so dangerous. You can see he's actually starting Ruby and the Sapphire Crystal for more sustain to keep himself safe in lane, but Icon, he's opened up a CS advantage. He's got that first blood. He's now got momentum in that lane.
World 6 also utilizing the kill and seeing Ben4 to invade and take out a camp here and there. Not that I may are unaware of it. And really this just means that they're not playing around their winning lane. Misfortune, Varus always pushing, always poking, pressuring out their opponents in Malzahar and Ashe. The bottom lane of OMG are a level 6 2v2 opposed to what I may have, which is level 1. They basically win. They're still good at 6, but they'll always win lane that early.
Level 1 through 5 versus 6 and so on.
Yeah. It's kind of tragic that it panned out this way. We already mentioned the exhaust as well from Athena.
Yeah.
Icon was out of range to all of his bursts before he went to the Shadow, so he was naturally going to get the kill, no exhaust available. It also means no teleport as we get to the 1-3-1 later stages against what is already a 1-kill Zed.
Yeah. Serrated Dirk and Boots, so he's even going for more kills, not even Hex Drinker. This is Icon, the Hitman, wanting to carry from the mid lane as Xiang catches that minion wave. 5 brings World 6. I see the Elise, I just assume it's Ben4. World 6 down there just in case there were to be anything happening, but recall from Ben4 instead. And everybody just sort of calms down a little bit. Icon is level 6, so Athena's playing very far back. Surprised he's not going for the Seekers first.
Yeah, he has the health crystal, which will help. Almost looks like he's going towards the Rod of Ages or a GLP type of build with what he has. And that's the makings of a catalyst.
And look at that, a single first blood under his name, and Icon starts spamming a laugh. Oh, this guy. His emotions got the better of him in game number 1 and game number 2, but now that he's got some air under his wings. He is definitely feeling better.
Yeah, don't get that laugh. Don't let that laugh get the better of you, however. Last time he did that, Road danced on his dead body.
Yeah.
Quite literally. In saying that, it's a different ball game entirely, having a misfortune against the Zed.
Yeah.
Road's not going to be the Thresh. Was available. They opted out of it.
And now everyone sort of resets their lanes. Blue buff passed over towards Athena. 5 going to clear out some of this vision, gets Void Shift pop, but he's able to get some pretty good damage. He actually has both Voidlings cleared.
Yeah, the double up does 2 health to the Voidling, so you can just tap it and then love tap it, and they are super dead. Always a good matchup into the Malzahar, assuming that the Voidlings don't actually gang up when you want to attack you quick enough.
With this, we now see bottom priority from Ben4. He is rushing level 6 at his red buff right now. And World 6, he's got plenty of vision on this side of the map. He's got a ward on the Raptor camp as well. And now they see that Ben4's on this side of the map. He's still not level 6, but now they see him hopping over the wall and rushing towards it. But Icon is being pulled down along with World 6.
So they know that Icon's coming. They 100% know. Ben4 gets 6 off Krugs, so there's a potential that ganking or even diving this bottom lane would be far too risky. But with everybody on OMG being closer to that level 6 point, we're just waiting on 5. Once he hits 6, Flash Mel's ultis, roaming around the map with his jungler. World 6 and 5 are completely unleashed onto the world. People will die.
Yeah, instead, they just sort of threaten and pose for it. As you can see, the dominance used by Xiang. That's Chain of Corruption on the SMLZ. Sonic Wave finds 5. He's still only level 5. And Ben4 gets a kill with a dragon kick to the face.
Yeah, uses the ultimate, secures the kill. 5 had summoner spells up and available. He chooses not to use them though because he was very dead. And SMLZ living is still a small victory for OMG. And OMG rotated bottom. They were the ones potentially looking for a play, maybe getting their eye in. And as they give blue buff over to Icon, they know where Ben4 is. But they assumed that he had to be somewhere else on the map. He'd done the red buff. Krugs were dead. He watched them kill Krugs.
Oh,
Icon.
No.
Road
Icon is about to get a kill. That's Exhaust and Ignite. Flash from Jin Jiao.
That's
He dodges
dodge.
the
Wow.
shurikens and will survive.
That was actually a sick dodge of the shurikens. The exhaust ran off. Icon had timed it fine. Didn't really use everything in his disposal. I thought he was going to go for Road. That would have been the free kill.
Yeah.
Didn't do it. Got greedy. And now is made pay.
And suddenly the momentum slowing down just a little bit for that Zed. He's still very big and still very scary, but not getting that kill could have slowed him down just a touch. And yeah, it looks like it is a Rod of Ages start out of Athena. He's got a Blasting Wand and that Catalyst.
Yeah, it means that he's not going to go towards the Seeker's Arm Guard immediately, you'd have to imagine. But from the Rod of Ages, could be going towards some kind of Haunting Guys straight penetration build. Because he's got the Thunderlords, you have to imagine he may even just go towards supportive afterwards. This is his version of the Athenes.
Yeah.
Just with health instead of supporting someone else, because he needs to survive.
Now the Raptor camp being cleared out by Aimee. A little bit of a contest from World 6. He gets 2 of them with a Volatile Spiderling, but not enough to finish off the entire camp as Ben4 holds onto his Smite. And the bottom lane continues to trade back and forth. Slight stat advantage for Jin Jiao, as you're seeing he's opening up a CS advantage over SMLZ. Bilgewater Cutlass and that recurve bow. But World 6 is down here. There's the arrow onto Jin Jiao. He's got nothing to keep him alive. Nether Grasp, no arrow or anything. He gets 5 so low. Ben4 flash, Sonic Wave, Amazing J gets the cast execution. So it is 80 carry for support when it's all said and done, but both teleports are blown and the mid laners were brought down as well. Oh boy, that's a fat wall there, Icon.
I mean, it is a big wall. Ben4 flashing didn't necessarily need to when Amazing J had the teleport, but either way, they get a return kill. Jin Jiao is the man who dies as Xiang.
They were both outside of vision.
Yeah.
And yeah, Xiang pulls the trigger a little bit too soon, and the rest of OMG are given away, just fighting over these wards.
Let it die,
World
Athena.
6 is on the other side. He might be caught out. If the cocoon lands, he could certainly die, and it looks like he just might flashes and still goes down. Deathmark is reset by Icon as Xiang accidentally procs the dragon.
And why on earth is Athena going for the control ward in the tri-bush? Just go back to your mid lane. Just clear the wave, draw Zed back up, then go down. You know they're there. Like 100% just greedy. And then he stands still to clear the ward with no vision of an Elise, no vision of a Zed.
Sonic Wave lands onto the Mountain Dragon as OMG are set to finish it off. They've brought Amazing J. That Sonic Wave, he gets into the pit, smites way too soon. It's picked up by World 6, and that's Ben 4 dying.
Look at Jinzhao.
Yeah, he's just free firing onto SMLZ. That's one, but the death mark has been reset. There's no exhaust to keep him alive, and will just barely survive. The rest of OMG are at such low health. Amazing J goes in, finds Icon, forces his flash over the wall. No way they get out of this with their lives, but so far they are. Piercing arrow misses. Icon trying to dive the minions here.
He's gonna go for the kills.
Execution, but Amazing J gets gifted that over with the damage he dealt earlier.
He had to choose between giving Amazing J the kill or trying to get a trade against Jinzhao, but that's too risky. Road could have just stood in front and been the one to get the kill either way. So he chooses that the top laner gets it. The Gragas is huge. The AD carry is still big from IMA. He's lucky to be alive, however, based off how that dragon fight transpired. And so now IMA, definitely still signs of life within this team. Their mid laner just needs to get it together. Such a polarizing player right now. He's hard carrying, and the next minute he's feeding.
Yeah, and it really sort of speaks to the experience from these teams. When you look at a player like Ben 4, game number 1 and 2, we saw such patient and intelligent play from him. But now here in game 3 and game 4, perhaps that mental fortitude suffering a little bit over the long day of games. As Road gets some harass onto 5. He's got bullet time, yeah.
Yeah, because Misfortune has ultimate, he can't actually, like 5 has to use his ulti on the closest target. He has no health to actually stay within this lane, or he would die to a single ultimate from either of them. If he ults Misfortune, Varus uses his chains, and now they know 100% that Ashe is alone. So tanking these minions, it's all a ruse. No chance, Ashe has to leave.
With Icon feigning towards that side of the map, however, he is able to make it back to his turret just fine. And World 6 is sitting just outside of vision as well. The arrow from downtown keeps on going.
Good idea, though. They were trying to catch him as he was wanting the Sonic Wave Icon, clearing the control ward. So the arrow was actually in the right position. It was at the right time. But Ben 4 thought better of it. The team decided that they did not want to actually commit to fighting a Zed without any vision of where the rest of the team was. So that means Asher is now gone.
Oh, Nether Grasp was up for 5. He gets the silence over the wall, but Road walks back to safety and keeps himself alive.
World 6, no flash. They couldn't connect the cocoon either way. And now we actually get to calm down a little bit once more, Dom.
It's so scary, though, when you look at the pick that OMG have got. Cocoon, Zed, Ash Arrow, Nether Grasp. They have so much burst if they find someone out of position.
My god, I just realized they could totally make an Elise skin based off the Lion King. Maybe Timon or Pumbaa.
For Elise?
Yeah.
Why?
Kakuna Matata.
Oh my god. We're 4 hours in, Rusty. You gotta keep it together. You gotta keep it together.
I think it's genius. You're welcome to disagree.
That is priceless. You had a pretty good one earlier between Rock and a Hard Mage as, oh man, Chain of Corruption lands on the SMLZ. They've almost got the burst, but he flashes back and survives.
That's the beauty of the chains, though, out of the Varus, is it stops the Malzahar from getting within range to use his ultimate. If 5 wants to have an impact in that trade, he actually has to flash ulti.
Like that. 5 immediately pops the arrow, looking for Road. Almost got the cooldown on Enchanted Crystal Arrow, but it's a little bit too soon. It's just now come up. Ben 4 getting damage onto Icon. He's got Death Mark and goes back in. That's exhaust to stall it out. He's still holding onto the Shuriken. It is going to hit, but the Death Mark does not do enough damage to kill Ben 4.
And that's why Athena has the exhaust in this lane at the moment to defuse the Zed.
Sonic Wave. Oh, man. And the arrow tags Athena. Cocoon follows up. It's all up to World 6. He's doing a lot. There goes a quick protection onto Athena. And another Sonic Wave lands.
Ben 4's on with these Sonic Waves.
Yeah.
But between Akama and Elise in, they can protect each other so well. As it stands, though, IMA outright winning on this bottom lane, and that's the biggest difference. When Athena finally recalls, Rod of Ages, he'll be happy. But for now, it's all this.
Yeah, keeping Icon locked down in that mid lane is allowing Jinzhao and Road to continue harassing back and forth. They're going to take the first turret of the game, 2,000 gold ahead, and immediately follow it up with the second as Amazing J converts. And Icon on Zed loses his turret.
And we mentioned this earlier in the game. The fight that happened at the Drake actually got Amazing J ahead.
Yeah.
And because he's ahead now, 2-0-1, the second he leaves top lane, he's not going to lose against a Renekton. That's already a concern. If you're not losing lane to a Renekton, then your Renekton's had an unfortunate series of events that have happened. Now he can go towards mid lane. 2 turrets simultaneously, and classic IMA victories. Jin Zhao and Road win the 2v2.
Yeah. They've got Ben 4 trying to follow it up with a kill of his own. 2 deaths on Athena, but he's making up for it by going for a tankier build. Here comes the collapse from OMG onto the bottom side of the jungle, and look for any openings. And Road on top of a ward. Clever enough to use the Make It Rain just to make sure he doesn't eat a cocoon to the face. Still has got to respect the 2 of them, as here comes Icon, who's his target. Chains of Corruption onto 5. They turn onto that support. They don't have enough to they do have enough. Icon has found Road in the back. That's the support for support. Teleport gets Xiang in. An Amazing J, he's going to teleport to the turret. There's Athena from the far side, but Renekton is in the back. Xiang is turned and is doing so much. Icon eats an auto attack and survives. The barrel doesn't go far enough. Jin Zhao makes it to his turret, and that is going to be a quick
There's nothing to save them here, though.
Athena lands the tether, has to respect the Ashe damage, but Piercing Arrow follows up. It's 2 for 1 in the extended engagement.
And Xiang's well gone, so there's nothing to save them with no turret down in this bottom lane. Already taken in advance by Aime's 2v2, and that is why they're able to continue that chase. This doesn't just result in a reasonably equal trade at the end of the day. It also turns out with an Infernal Drake going over to them. The second Drake in this game, but the more important, arguably, for raw damage stats, their team fighting gets amplified.
Yeah, and now we're starting to see the match is getting a little bit bloody, a little bit messy in these trades. Both teams diving for a support, flashing forward to follow up with another kill. Very close match. You can see how important it is for Aime to close this out, and OMG are holding on white knuckle grip. They will not give this up without a fight.
He's just going to randomly shadow in, I think, with a W.
Smite, Cocoon misses. Ben 4 holds on to it, gets slowed, and a Shuriken escorts him on the way out, but that's Aime stealing the red buff under the nose of OMG.
Yeah, Icon had time, but they just assumed the damage coming out of Ben 4 would not be that legitimate this early into the game. He's also gone for a Kindle Gem for himself, so stacking up the cooldown reduction sooner rather than later instead of getting resistances of any kind just yet. I like it.
Tank Ben 4, perhaps going back towards that more intelligent style we harken back to in game number 1 and 2. The maturity of the player starting to show.
This is the 4th time in the playoffs alone that Aime have gotten the first blood turret in their bottom lane 2v2. That immediately translates towards the opposite sides of the map, and that is how Aime have usually won games of League of Legends.
Ben 4 shows
he
up.
He is good.
Wow, how did he hit that? Did Icon walk through it?
Nah, he just hit the end of the shadow.
That is amazing. Top tier 1 now also goes down. I may continue to press. Look at Ben 4's placement. They're continuing to push forward. Xiang is going to try to answer. He does have his Dominus.
This is just a turret trade you'll see from both of them. Elise, very good at taking down turrets as well, but there's 4 people here committed to taking the turret down top lane.
Recall is cancelled. Are Aime going to keep going?
They definitely have 2 AD carries on the roster at the moment. This is banking on Karma being able to wave clear.
Yeah, here comes the collapse. There's a cast onto Xiang. They have to kill him before Icon shows up. He gets in and clears out the minions. Ben 4 is so deep for the kill. And that's the inhibitor going down for OMG. What is this base race that's going on?
Everyone's just gone from 0 to 100 committing, and OMG win because they have 2 people defending.
Athena's trying to hold on, but immediately the dive, once their job is done with the inhib, before even, they turn on to the dessert afterwards, and OMG just pushed down 3 turrets and an inhibitor in a row, then picked up a kill. All right, there goes that.
That's just so tragic for Aime. They set themselves up. They're so close to making the right decision, and then it just goes so horribly wrong. 20 minutes into the game, the perfect inhibitor goes down to pressure the Baron buff. They now look towards the next lane. This trio, the pick trio out of OMG, didn't even need to make a pick because they excel at taking down structures. Aime, no idea what they were thinking. Why did they not recall? Why did the Gragas not go back to base?
They tried to match the pace and got severely punished for it. Amazing J is now going to hold bottom. Luckily, that is pushing in towards him, so he will have some time to catch some golden experience, but this is a huge window for OMG to get back into the game. With SMZ and Jin Zhao mid, you expect them to just trade this CS back and forth, but OMG won't stop there. They will look for more objectives.
And the thing that hurts the most for Aime is that they don't actually need to OMG don't need to send anybody bottom. It will already push by itself just because of the super minions down there. And if they do send somebody, it doesn't even necessarily need to be Xiang anymore. It can just be one wave clear from somebody after it's pushed, then just go back towards the Baron. Like, they can keep Icon around is the most important part of this. Team fighting gets a little bit better.
See Athena trading with Xiang up here. He's finished his own Athene's Unholy Grail second. Still no Seekers as he is going entirely for team fight. He's going entirely for damage. And Amazing J goes for a late recall sitting on that teleport. There's a ward super, super deep that he can teleport to, but probably not going to want that one.
Oh, he went for Athene's after having a lot of ages as well.
Yeah.
Trying to be supportive.
Still pressing in mid, wave after wave. Jin Zhao is catching them. The arrow fired from the black. Misses, but only just.
Still has QSS, is what that means. And with no Ashe being able to ultimate, the Malzahar ulti is the only thing he really does need to QSS for now. So I may find themselves potentially with a chance to fight. Remember, Amazing J's big.
Ooh, great job from Amazing J to force the flash. Don't know if he needed the cask afterwards, but the top tier one has finally been dropped. Ben4 tries to get in, flash, body slam, gets Icon to about half health. Yes, they've won the fight. Athena's now trading with World 6 with an early exhaust. Repelled to get himself away, but they're continuing to chase. Super minions are streaming in from the bottom. Flash slow, and then the bullet time. They're trying to finish off the jungler here. Amazing J eats the cast. They're going to burst through the tank. Exhaust denies the damage. He should be able to survive the death mark. They managed to finish off World 6. Meanwhile, minions are about to get into the base. Amazing J finally gets that one. That's 2 members of OMG dead. Aimee, do they Baron?
The timing is really good for Aimee if they can get back and defend their actual base that is now completely bare. With that many super minions pushing in, OMG still trade the turret. They still have the minions threatening bottom. So this basically just means that they get kills for nothing if you're Aimee. They'll be happy with the kills. They're still at a gold advantage. That's the craziest thing about this game right now. How can you have a gold advantage and no inhibitor at 20 minutes?
Yeah, down a turret, down an inhibitor. Athena is taking so much damage from these supers. Amazing J has to be the one to answer this, or at least get some minions in front. 3 super minions are working their way down, battering their way into the base. And Amazing J still pushing top. He's gone for Iceborne Gauntlet, so a much more damaging build this time around. See Xiang is starting to come online with 2 items of his own, and really we're seeing some big spikes all across the board.
But still, all of those kills, all of this time, really just means time that OMG can't threaten the Baron, can't take a Drake, can't do anything. They just have to sit back and farm again. This is giving them just windows to let the inhibitor come back up in the bottom lane, and once that is respawned, then Aimee can look to properly strike.
A red buff being passed over towards Jin Zhao as he makes his way over. You can see Cloud Drake is on the map as well. A single ward from Aimee is the only one, and Ben4 looks like he's going to finish that off real quick as he's popped over the wall. Nice vision set up as blue buff gets gifted over to Athena. No,
oh, the auto attack.
That was close. The Spiderling very nearly stealing it. Ben4 is even going to pop a control ward down to make sure that he's safe. Meanwhile, the rest of OMG have got Mountain Dragon. They are turning it down. Oh, Icon dropping the Yomus to zone away the rest of Aimee. That's going to be spotted out by the blue trinket of Jin Zhao. Redemption to top themselves up. Road is making his way in. The arrow has tagged the support. Xiang is waiting behind the wings. He throws an early Dominus, but Baron has been finished. Road is doing what he can, but he's already going down. They've managed to trade 2 for 2, however. An Amazing J's in the back. SFLZ gets popped, and now they're turning this fight around as Jin Zhao is already dead. 4 members of OMG are dead.
Ben4 is just a god. This guy does not miss. Icon absolutely dismantled and ruins Jin Zhao's life. But the Varus ultimate was on. It connects to the targets around him. And Aimee literally watch OMG do Baron and then still win a team fight. Every single time, Aimee are just team fighting better. But the map is being won by OMG.
They're going to take another turret and continue to open this gold advantage. Icon is going to look on in envy as that is dropped down. And now with the respawn of Jin Zhao, he's going to be able to defend his freshly respawned inhibitor bottom. That relieves a significant amount of pressure on the map for Aimee. And like you said, they keep winning fights. This is set point. OMG cannot afford to lose this.
Okay, so 5 gets knocked up by the Baron. Immediately the Varus ultimate connects to World 6. That then locks him down. Meanwhile, Amazing J comes in. Ben4 hits the target. This trade is legitimately what 2 AD carries as your bottom lane can do. The amount of damage that they output even before dying, that's the kind of thing that should not happen if you're OMG. You should be able to stop that from happening. But because 5 gets knocked up by the Baron as it dies, like, Completely tragic. He just needs to dodge that next time, and he'll be fine.
Flash Sonic Wave, Ben 4, no way! Oh, he eats an arrow to the side and the suppression, but they immediately open fire. Icon follows through with the kill, turns onto Jin Zhao. He flashes back, tries to cleanse, but it will die to the burn. And Icon is winning this fight, takes it right on back, says, you win a fight, I win a fight. Athena's trying to kite it out. And Amazing J is almost popping off, but does not have enough. Now it's Athena, 1 versus 3. Icon is dead, so there's no Baron for OMG, but they've got a minion wave rushing down mid.
Welcome back. That was Chaos. Ben 4 had flash, didn't actually get it off because of Malzahar's flash. Tragic. You would have to imagine that Karma has the ability to defend all of these structures except this one from going down. They won't be able to further crack the base of Aime. The death timers are too low. We are legitimately at 27 minutes into this game. Edit is 14 to 12 in kills. In game 4 in the quarterfinals, like what is this madness?
Absolute chaos trying to break this open. Seems Aime are forcing the fights with a huge turnaround on the Ben 4.
The thing is, Ben 4 flashes to close the distance. I'm guessing he didn't have W up. If he used a ward hop and then flash kicked, he'd still be able to connect on the 5 perhaps.
Yeah.
It's just like, unfortunately for Aime, that's not how you're meant to engage. And at the exact same time, Amazing J is trying very hard to carry his team. He is a big Gragas, but he's big because he has armor. He died to magic damage.
And you saw that he flashed at the end of his death cocoon. Oh, just skirted the back of Athena's backside right there.
Yeah, it's actually
grazed
Fire's mistake though.
Yeah.
You can't show yourself and put down 2 Voidlings in anticipation of ult if you need to hit the cocoon first.
Exactly. Now we get to the 29-minute mark, and there are 26 kills in the game. 500 gold separating the two teams. Very close. Huge minion wave bottom from Icon, and he is on the prowl.
You know, the craziest thing about this game, Dom, is that this many kills in a game is OMG's ballpark. They want to be here.
No, Jin Zhao. Now he sees the Zed, and immediately Icon rushes in. Deathmark is dropped. There's nothing to keep Jin Zhao safe. He actually gets the Chain of Corruption flash as the Deathmark is still being held onto. There's Yelmus, but that's a lot blown by Icon. He's got low energy. He does have Deathmark, but the Sonic Wave again from Ben.
It's actually a skill shot. It's like you're not meant to hit all of them.
They're trying to collapse on the rest of OMG on the way out, however, but Amazing J is trying to lock them against the wall. SMLZ is there with the arrow ready, but they don't have an AD carry versus OMG without a mid laner. There's nothing to fight for here, guys. There's no dragon.
On the contrary, Road is an AD carry. That's the counter to Zed.
2 AD carries.
You can only blow up one of them. But still, that's a, I guess, for what it's worth, Icon was just hunting, and he found the target that he wanted. That is something that a Zed will always do to the ends of the earth. He will travel to find the AD carry and kill that AD carry. No hope against Karma. It's Road and Jin Zhao that he needs to find.
And you can see now an Ardent Sensor finished for Athena, so he is going purely for his team. Temporary detour to make sure that he himself scaled. But now, it's all up to Jin Zhao Road.
And actually getting some ability power now, so Athena's in a better position.
There he goes. Arrow misses Jin Zhao.
I mean, he had QSS anyway.
Yeah, and Athena.
How much do you want? Like, you wanted the red buff with it, I guess?
I mean, he had 5 just on the other side of that red buff. Maybe he could have tried to get past the Raptors for a Nethergrass follow-up.
That's adventurous.
Yeah. I mean, he's looking for it. Again, 30 minutes in, 2 minutes until Baron is back up, 30 seconds before that Cloud Dragon is up as well, and the game has reset. Aime pushed, and OMG pushed. Aime win a fight, and OMG win a fight. Just gotta get the Spiderlings to actually attack.
They did. They just reset very quickly because he was recalling. We're still at an even goal point as well. It's the craziest part of this. The next fight shouldn't be over a Cloud Drake, but knowing these teams from what we've seen in this game,
it's going to be over Scuttle.
It's going to be over a Cloud Drake.
Yeah.
We'll find a way to do it. Actually, though, Xiang is trying to trade. Doesn't have teleport just yet. He's going to be pushing the top lane turret. Best case scenario for OMG is that they push 2 turrets at once and force Aime into an awkward position.
Yeah.
We have to recall, not rotate.
Amazing J is trying to answer Xiang as he heads towards the top with a quick recall, but already that Black Cleaver is burning through. Meanwhile, the rest of OMG duck into the river. They might try to collapse on Amazing J if he overextends. He's continuing to chase forward and does not see OMG, but he sticks to his turret and
now
keeps it safe.
Just go straight up mid lane instead. OMG were trying to push it, knowing that Aime were going to get the dragon. So by going towards top lane, rotating from mid to top lane, they're okay. But now the recalls are forced out by their opponents this time. Aime have the inside track. They don't necessarily need to do the Baron. There's a blue buff to steal. They can just set up vision and maybe control the area. But as it stands, no wards to do so because they actually set up at the dragon.
And with that, they take blue buff. You've got bottom lane pushing out for you. Somebody's going to have to reset top for Aimee as they start trying to get vision back over that Baron. It's up in 10 seconds. And with the next dragon being an Elder, we're getting back towards that late game stage here. We already saw how fatigued the players were after game number 3. Perhaps that could be why we're seeing these reckless fights.
I think the reckless nature comes back to, again, the last game. When you really highlight how OMG won, it's by causing chaos and just beating them in that chaos.
How did he hit that? Goes right into a cocoon, though. Full tank Lee Sin does not take the damage, and he doesn't fade out the death mark either.
Yeah, he's going to be perfectly fine. This time, thankfully, there's a Malzahar in the game. That will kill you. Elise, all the burn, health damage, and the fact that they're stacking armor means that World 6 is a super crucial member for this game. 5, unfortunately, doesn't have the resistances that he would like. I feel like that's the first 2 I've seen miss from Ben 4 as well.
Yeah. Xiang is splitting bottom, though, and now Amazing J has to go and keep up. Renekton continues to set the pace in this split push and is now making his way back towards the rest of his team. If a skirmish were to break out and he could burn Amazing J's teleport, they just reset and do it again. Now, World 6.
Yeah, but he's he's not teleporting, he's rotating up already. So we're at an equal 5v5 footing. There's nothing to do in the bottom lane.
Oh, man. Stepping just under the enchanted crystal arrow.
Saying that, Aimee may want to fight now that they know that it's not available. This is a really good spot for them. Baron should be forced. Top wave's pushing, bottom wave's pushing. They have control, all of the vision is there. They have a Blade of the Ruined King user. And Amazing J will never die if he has a team supporting him.
Yeah, only as Merc trades a Negatron Cloak for magic resist because, as you said, he is stacking armor to deal with OMG.
And Icon should never hit him either, so that's the thing.
Yeah.
He just shouldn't die.
Aimee are now grouping up around that Baron. SMLZ is holding the mid-minion wave. They're making sure this is all clear, but now they're rushing for a fight. Flash from World 6 as they get chased forward, just sweeping out this vision even more. So now they know World 6 doesn't have Flash.
Even further control. They have the red buff jungle now secured by Aimee. They want to fight. They don't just want to do the Baron. It's a needless risk to take the objective, but if they can force OMG out of their own jungle, then there's nothing to stop them from doing the Baron. Very simple to execute on here from Aimee once they have the vision down, and they actually managed to get it down extremely successfully.
Yeah, Amazing J is actually completing a recall right now. He heads back to base as Ben 4 smites his Direwolf camp. So this is now 3 members of Aimee without support. OMG see this. SMLZ gets arrow on cooldown. They could turn and fight back for this vision. Amazing J is trying to get back to his team. Just running down mid lane. Finally groups up. And Chain of Corruption, they've caught out World 6. The arrow finds Amazing J, and that's Zhonya's to stall it out. Icon gets in with the Shadow. He's going to pop in, look for the assassination. He's on the back. Jin Zhao cleanses, but that's more than enough damage. Jin Zhao dies. Meanwhile, the fight is traded 2 for 2. It's 3 versus 3, but they pop the GA on Xiang. That's going to be 2 versus 3 if they kill Xiang.
They can't get in, so Xiang has to die here. And he will. All right. Road is still an AD carry. This is the biggest thing that we have to touch on every single time. Zed and Renekton all used to take out Jin Zhao, and he plays that team fight out so well that he survives long enough that Icon's going to die and that Xiang gets GA'd. Road is still hitting people. He's got a Last Whisper and a Black Cleaver, and he is absolutely doing enough work now in the support role that I would consider him that AD carry. Not for structure taking, to be fair, but Aimee, with their top laner, who does not die, are set.
They're actually forcing the flash out of SMLZ. He's free-firing onto Amazing J, but only gets him down to half with a turret attacking him. That full armor stacking and a Guardian Angel 4th means he is enormous. And with the rest of his team just behind him, they break the base of OMG. They've still got a minion wave pushing bottom. Now they can just reset and head back to the Baron to do it all over again.
And that's the thing. If they actually decided, the team fight didn't happen, they were going to set up for the Baron, that was the minion wave that takes turrets. That's the minion wave that could give you the game after the Baron is actually secured and the team fight happens. Right now, Aimee, they're playing the much more cerebral version of a fighting game. Still a fighting game. They're using their brains in it.
Yeah. And now they're setting up vision around that Baron for this. Game number 4. They find themselves even in gold with OMG, but winning fights back-to-back, reclaiming vision time and time again, and outplaying OMG in these extended engages. They just need to finish this game here to advance to the semifinals. And with a 2-1 lead, they can't afford to lose, but you know they don't want to.
And the last remaining problem that IMA had is now eradicated. A QSS under Ben4, he's now the engager. That's the one thing that they were really lacking. It's a Varus getting in kill range to throw out his ultimate that'll go down. Let's follow up onto maybe burst from Karma, but that's also a dangerous position. He's empowering the team. Ben4 is the biggest deal right now.
They're playing around the Baron right now. World 6 is there, doesn't have his smite, but he's in spider form, trying to take the long way around. Amazing J drops the cast to Zonomoy. Arrow onto Athena, but Baron is picked up. They are taking so much time to kill Amazing J, and that's going to be a reset fight. Road is going to be suppressed, but they've killed 5. Icon's in onto Jin Zhao. That's both of the AD carries. If he can kill Jin Zhao, he's healing up. Finally dies as the death mark pops, and Amazing J falls down. Athena is running for the hills, and this is Amazing J turning around to slow it away. They've got Baron on 2, but they have lost the fight.
Super crucial if Amazing J actually manages to live here, that he gets back to base, defends the push. Karma is the wave clear, and Amazing J is the tankiness. So they get the Baron, and they manage to get out with at least 2 members alive, but OMG have got the Elder Dragon to look towards. Unfortunately, by doing this, it'll take so long that Aime will be alive again, but now we've got a buff versus buff.
They are starting this off right now. Amazing J is spotted. You can see the retreat pings. Even his team thinks it's a terrible idea, and he decides not to go for the dive. Elder Dragon picked up by OMG. Baron buff for Team Aime.
We get to see this fight again. Remember, World 6 gets zoned away early by Amazing J's ultimate on the Gragas. Road actually cancels his ultimate by flashing, using his R, then using his E. So immediately cancels it. It's just blown to pieces by a flash Malzahar ulti and all of the damage. Jin Zhao is trying his absolute hardest to survive. Athena is using the shields on him, and he's still dying to the damage coming out of Zed and Xiang, the Bash brothers right now.
So we've got 1 minute and 45 left on that true Elder Dragon buff, and 2 minutes on the Baron. The top minion wave is cleared out, and though Aime have got the minion advantage, they're setting up their side waves. They're trying to play this properly. Icon level 18, full build, 39 minutes in. He more than stood up for himself in that last fight. If he can find an assassination on the Jin Zhao and Road, then they'll get another fight like the one they just took.
Yeah, and now there are no Guardian Angels for the top laners as well, so these tanks are very susceptible to dying. Aime with the Baron, losing out on the combat stats that the Elder Dragon gives, have to play a little bit more cautiously, work around the minion waves, and actually try and pull OMG around the map to get an advantage. They can't just straight 5v5 against the team comp of OMG with an Elder.
And this is what we see, bringing up the Baroned up minions. Cocoon misses, they're slowly working it down. Icon's waiting for that flank, but the tier 2 has already fallen. Looking for someone to fall apart for Aime to lose themselves, but they managed to hold it together and break down the final tier 2.
Breaking down that turret handy, gives them a bit of extra gold. The Baron power play not going too well for them ultimately. You can see that in the top right of your screen. OMG content with just having the Elder Dragon buff. They don't necessarily need to team fight. It's really hard to team fight against the Baron team that just plays the slow game around the minions. But it means that the Baron buff effectively grants them nothing.
Yeah, 1 turret and a net 1,500 gold. Negative 1,500 gold. They've still got it for about 30 seconds, though Elder Dragon is wearing off in about 20. So this window of opportunity for Aime has been denied by a very good team fight from OMG. Now you can see Aime already eyes on the next big objective, sweeping out vision around that Baron, preparing that side of the map for the respawn. Xiang is split pushing bottom, and Amazing J, though enormous, is going to have a tough time dealing with that Renekton.
Knight's Vow as well. I wonder if Amazing J selected Jin Zhao as the target. They do need to give as much armor to him as they possibly can. If he survives the Zed burst, then I may win the fight. If he dies, then OMG win. It's just that simple at the moment. Tanks will be tanks. Malzahar, Road, they're going to kill people. It's about how many they kill as well.
And OMG are going to pick on the shot caller of Amazing J right now. They've brought 4 people down here.
I'm aware they're recalling.
Yeah, they are all making their way back.
5 people are missing. Where are they going to be? There's no Baron, no Elder Dragon, process of elimination.
The rest of the team is all grouped up. Yeah. They sit back and play it defensive, responding appropriately to the darkness from OMG. They're still now just barely being spotted, though they are now walking through all of the vision on this side of the map.
Also classic Aime, you can see 3 wards, 1 just died. in deep pockets of OMG's map.
Yeah,
If anything goes wrong for OMG, suddenly there's a teleport flank that you never thought existed. And that is the IMA special, so you have to keep your eyes peeled for things like that.
The 1-2 goodnight. As Jin Zhao clears out the rest of that wave and the rest of his team. 42 minutes into the game. We're reaching full build for most of these champions. It's barely 1,000 gold lead for IMA, as both teams have managed to break the base, but neither team has been able to close it out. IMA are now rushing forward. They see that World 6 is up top and Xiang is bottom.
Yeah,
they might just try to rush it down.
World 6 needed to be here immediately. Not a teleporting member of the team, not a split pushing member of the team. Opportunistic move from OMG. They are trying their best, though.
Arrow onto Amazing J. Icon and 5 are looking for a flank. World 6 finally collapses. They get half health on the inhibitor, then just reset with the minion wave. Now they see all 5 members of OMG.
Resetting here is risky. OMG may not have an Ash Arrow, but they can still team fight.
Cocoon finds Jin Zhao. He cleanses too soon. Nethergrass means Icon can get into him. A huge mistake. Amazing J is being burned down, but Road is firing in the back. That's Deathmark from Icon. Exhaust is going to be more than enough. Athena is shielded, and Icon cleans it up. I may lose the fight again.
Every single time, but this was a Cocoon out of World 6 that you did not expect to connect. 5 hitting the Flash Malzahar ulti.
Whoa, Road tries to go for a super greedy recall. Even he's having a tough time killing that Zed with the Guardian Angel. Slows himself down, still getting some damage. Pops the GA. Meanwhile, Amazing J is trading with the rest of them. That's going to be World 6 making his way over, gets the slam, but it's not enough. One survivor, Road, has got to hold the base. One man, the myth, the legend. 20 seconds to go.
15 seconds on Jin Zhao, 25 seconds on Athena, and 15 now on Ben 4. Road may be able to hold this just from the health values of 5 and Icon.
He doesn't have his ultimate
likely.
just yet, but they're turning onto the Nexus turrets. OMG win a fight. The minion wave is cleared out. Jin Zhao is there. The arrow has tagged him. He's got no
He's
cleanse,
just in trouble.
but SMLZ is on the Nexus. It breaks, and ladies and gentlemen, we are going to a Game 5.
OMG bouncing back. Emphatic victory. And it was not clean. It was anything but clean for both of these teams. We descended into madness in game number 4. But you know who thrives in the chaos? Always OMG.
Yeah, they are coming up huge with this. Finally able to answer back. Even so, it's off of IMA's mistakes. They are still getting laning advantages. They are still opening up with the intelligent mid-game plays and trades. But look at how volatile that game was.
The worst part about it as well, IMA, with the lead they had at 16 minutes, you can see the biggest spike there. Only 3.8 thousand.
Yeah.
Never stretched past that point, because suddenly when they have the leads, they have the inside track, they make a mistake. Or they take a team fight, or they get picked off somewhere. The Zed was a big deal. Absolutely. Team fought like a god for a champion that usually doesn't team fight that well. Managed to top damage. And Road tried his absolute little heart out.
Oh, yeah. Huge performance from Road in that game. But it's just not enough to keep up with IMA. Here's that fight once again. It's all about the Cocoon and an early cleanse from Jin Zhao.
Yeah, watch this Cocoon. That kind of silly. QSS and then flash ulti from 5. The timing on that was impeccable. Look at Road's damage, though. He almost won that fight pretty much by himself. So close.
Yeah.
Athena almost survived as well. It's just crazy that a fight can happen like this. I may have decided they want to siege the inhibitor. Like, they make the executive call, you know? We saw the Elise top lane, so we're now going to siege the mid inhibitor.
Yeah.
And Elise shows up. They don't get the inhibitor. And Imay's decision is, well, we're
Stay.
here.
Yeah.
We may as well try and see what happens the second time with the Elise. And then Elise kills them.
Yeah, a huge, huge Cocoon from World 6, effectively winning the game for them. And it was so very close for IMA closing out this set. They won game 1. They won game number 2. But they were winning game number 3, and then they lost. They were winning game number 4, and then they lost. Going into game number 5, you've really got to be concerned, because now OMG have got all of the momentum. Sure, they still look reckless in their fights, but they are winning them.
Yeah, OMG, you wouldn't feel great getting both of those victories. You'll feel happy that you got them.
Relief.
Definitely more relief than anything else. It's still a very stressful scenario to put yourself in, but definitely the way that these games have panned out, IMA were the ones that feel bad about it. Coming into game 3, winning and then losing the game and then coming to game 4, having the gold lead and then losing the game hurts your mentality. It definitely affects you. And that why can we not close these games out? Like, why is OMG so chaotic? And why are we fighting them instead of just playing the smart game? The one time in game number 4 that IMA played it smart, they played the minions out. They looked for the objectives. They got the Drake, went over to the Baron or tried to siege it. Suddenly, they're winning the game again. But then, lo and behold, OMG find this fight and just kill them again, just wipe them every single time.
Yeah, and it's really got to be tough. We have to look towards the determination for IMA to pull it back. We know they're a hardworking team, but we call them that by name so many times. Here is the reaction of Icon as he wins that fight.
Oh, what a bad boy.
Yeah. Huge
Mate,
cheer.
That was a monster. That
Yeah.
Zed is an absolute beast. And that is something that actually looking at it, I was surprised he picked. We mentioned that during the drafting phase, the Ahri made a lot more sense with the Renekton top lane. Like, you didn't need to compensate physical damage. But with a performance like that, I can understand him picking the Zed.
Yeah. Huge showing over the course of that laning phase. There were so many times where he would be denied the kills, but every single fight he found the assassination onto Jin Zhao. The poor guy just didn't get a chance to keep himself safe from that Zed.
Yeah.
And again, we have to look at the mental determination for IMA. They're the team, the little team that could. Well, in order to turn themselves into the team that actually did, they need to close out this series. The person who actually saw success here was Icon, again getting the MVP here in game number 4. Both of OMG's wins.
Well deserving, honestly, to Icon. But I think World 6 as well, someone that we have to highlight, didn't have the best early game, was actually mapped a little bit by his opponent in Ben 4, but came back into the mid game extremely well, managed to find these team fights, and honestly picks onto the priority targets that win the game in the end. But this fight right here, this is the Icon and Xiang show, and it all starts with Road actually getting caught out of position. We mentioned it during the game. The animation cancelling that he did was tragic. Jin Zhao just gets popped, and the awareness from Xiang and Icon to go for the right targets, pick up a triple kill, but at the same time, do the whole badass, I'm not going to look at you while you're going to die, pop, and actually go and damage other people at the exact same time is what separates the good Zeds from the greats.
Well, yeah, Icon certainly making a name for himself now. It seems like he has figured Athena out in that mid lane. But ladies and gentlemen, we are going to game number 5, the ace match between OMG and IMA. We'll be right back. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to game number 5 between IMA and OMG. That's right, we have gone the distance. IMA won the first 2 games in the series over Team OMG, and slowly but surely, all the way until their backs have been against the wall, OMG have pulled it together. They have found their momentum, they have found their strategy, and they have found wins. And now, 1 match is left to decide who will advance to the semifinals to play against WE. Is it going to be the 4th place seed IMA, or is it going to be 2nd place OMG?
And you're absolutely right. We are going to 5 games here, down to the wire, Dom, but I did not expect us to go all the way to 5 with the way this series started.
Yeah.
That is the beauty of where we're at right now. IMA completely dismantled OMG. And then somehow, in some way, OMG have descended this entire series into chaos and have managed to thrive in that chaos and take us to game 5. And now it's anyone's game.
Yeah, it really can go either way. We've seen confident wins from both sides, huge performances out of Icon and other star players. Jinzhao has been doing work. Amazing J has really shown up now that he's moving back towards those tanky top laners. And with this do or die time, your whole playoff run on the line, is this the time we see something new?
If you're going to see something new, you would expect it to be only from IMA. The big difference between these teams right now is that one of them has momentum, and that is OMG. 2 back-to-back victories, the reverse sweep, well and truly in their sights. They'll just play the same game that they have been. Pick an assassin in that mid lane, rely on Icon, because he is a massive carry for this team right now.
Yeah, and we've seen how emotions can affect him. When he gets a little tilted, it becomes a problem. But once he gets some wind under his wings, gets a few kills to pad his coffers, he really starts to take off and carry his team. But as you can see, we have entered into pick and ban for this final match between OMG and IMA. 10 weeks will now be decided in the next 60 minutes.
And one of these teams is done. The other one goes through to the semifinals against Team WE, arguably the easiest side of the bracket, which means the best chance at making it to the finals, but they need to get through this one, Dom.
Got to actually finish the match first. We've got 2 top lane bans out towards Amazing J. You can see him rubbing his eyes, perhaps looking a little tired here, as that is Ivern also banned away from Ben 4. Shen and Rengar still banned from World 6, and they leave Kog'Maw and Fizz open.
They banned Twitch.
That is interesting. We haven't seen that since game 1.
That is... Yeah, like I understand we haven't seen it, but it also means that that's immediately going to be locked, right? So the reason that they would ban Twitch expecting a Kog'Maw to be locked in is because they want the Fizz. So there's a higher priority towards the top lane themselves. And that also means that realistically there's got to be an answer of some kind now down there in the bottom lane where they pick themselves the Karma right now. They flex the Karma one more time, and then look towards even maybe a Caitlyn or an Ez, like a champion that can just survive the laning phase, or do they want to kill lane to actually take out the Kog'Maw?
Looks like it's comfort picks from IMA. Ben 4 picking Graves away now from World 6. That means that he goes back towards that Lee Sin. You can see a bit of a smile creep across his lips as he gets to lock in that champion.
Of course. OMG are going to be sitting pretty at the moment as they also pick themselves up their support of choice. You would expect to be matched by IMA now. Kog'Maw Lulu. They got themselves the composition that they want.
Very strong setup from OMG. Aime, what are you giving over? What on earth are you planning? They're now going to look at Karma for Athena or Road. Again, that could be flexed. It's played by both.
Don't necessarily need to pick it now, but OMG will ban it in the second ban phase, so it makes sense that they don't go towards that. The only reason you would look at Karma is if it's a flex pick and you still want something in the support role. But now they can see the Lulu from OMG. They don't need to hide their hand, so to speak.
Well, they're hiding something right now, is it's jungle, top lane, and support. That leaves mid and AD carry for Jin Jiao and Athena. And with how Jin Jiao's performing, you've got to wonder, what on earth are they thinking? LeBlanc being banned away from Icon. We're expecting to see a Syndra ban as well. That's been banned away in every other game.
Kled probably to follow as well, but there's also a Fizz, so at the same time, who really knows what OMG are going to ban? And have they actually worked out that the Fizz is a top lane champion and not going to ban the Kled this time? Because Athena does still play it.
Yeah, he very well does, very well could. And now we get towards the next ban from Aime. Let's see if they do decide to go towards Syndra. I was incorrect. In fact, they left it open in game number 4. They had actually banned out Gragas, so the Syndra goes through once again. And now that's a Talia ban, so it looks like OMG aren't quite sure now that they see that Gragas.
I really like the Gragas ban. It's the pick of the series effectively into the Fizz. It seems to be the way to go. Always going to be the answer. So where will Xiang be against the Fizz? Is he going to default to a Renekton again? Maybe rush a Hex Drink or a magic resistance of some kind?
Yeah.
Get his Spectre's Cow and just hold on. How will he handle it?
And Echo now locked in for Athena in the mid lane, unless that is going to be swapped to tank top Echo. Very interesting to see that.
Partially a denial pick away from Icon as well. The Echo player in the LPL. Athena can play it. Excels on Assassin, surprisingly. Has been known as much more of a control mage player.
So we've seen Athena play Echo once so far in 2017, and he's actually lost. That's the only time we've ever seen him play Echo professionally. So this is going to be something new from him. And yeah, there's the Renekton that you expected. So he's taking that into the Fizz, and now Icon gets to pick whatever he wants into that Echo. And they are saving AD carry to last for Aime.
OMG are a very traditional team in the LPL, the old Chinese roster. The mentality of a Kog'Maw Lulu composition is that assassins are necessary.
Of course.
To flank the opponents, distract them perhaps away from the Kog'Maw that is going to be hitting them the entire time. Multiple flanks. Flanks are scary. The Kog'Maw then gets free hits.
He will have to make it towards that point, however, and he's up against the likes of Graves, Fizz, and Echo. And final pick is Ziggs AD carry for Jin Jiao. So this is the secret strategy that I may have been building for this entire time.
They hovered a Varus. They decided they didn't want the Varus. And now they've picked themselves up the Ziggs AD carry. SMLZ is the Ziggs AD carry player. So this has definitely transpired a little bit differently to how you would expect. In fact, I would imagine that if we swapped the bottom lane over, it would be normal. Anyway, Aime. That is curious. The fact that they've gone for this Siege champion, this champion that can usually hold minion waves quite well, but they put a Nami with it for sustain, means that they kind of want to win lane, but they're not fully committing to just winning lane.
Yeah, and again, this is the second time that we're going to see Jin Jiao on this Ziggs. He also has only played it once professionally in the LPL, and that was also a loss. So both Athena and Jin Jiao playing champions they've only played one other time and lost with.
Competitive games,
in competitive, of course. Ranked is a whole different story. But this is game 5. This is 10 weeks worth of progress on the line in one match. And they're breaking out these champions that they have not had success with. I really hope Aime are going to show us something here.
They've just made such a risky decision. And again, their bottom lane, Ziggs Nami, not going to outright win. Kog'Maw Lulu will kill you before they actually deal with minion waves. They'll be okay. If they can get the push, though, if the jungler can show up to the Kog'Maw lane, keep him under the turret, then the Ziggs wins. If you look at the Lee Sin for OMG, probably the most important member on this team right now. Aime have a Fizz. You'd expect the Fizz to do well in the top lane. It trades pretty strongly into Renekton. Renekton has to be in auto attack range, so you'll get really good combos off for the Fizz. Mid lane, I mean, it's an Echo against an Ahri. You're both just going to clear waves, probably disappear. There's a chance for 1-3-1s to be seen through the assassin-style champions we have got in this middle lane. And it's bottom lane against bottom lane. But it's what the junglers can do to impact the map.
And one of those is Graves, one of those is Lee Sin. Let's see if OMG can do it and complete the reverse sweep. Close out this 3-0 set. Again, or excuse me, 3-2 set against Aimee, whereas Aimee trying to regain footing after stumbling not once but twice in game number 3 and 4. We have loaded onto the Rift for our final match in this best of 5. The ultimate decider, and the crowd is chanting as loud as they can.
That's not as loud as they can.
That's the Aimee. I mean, it's the same few folks that we've been hearing every time.
Still definitely a lot of enthusiasm in this crowd. Game 6 basically at the moment as we are on. We have a Monarch Cogmore as well from SMLZ.
I am really going to be looking forward to this jungle pathing from the two. I mean, you already mentioned how effective they are going back to it, affecting these bottom lanes super early on. But we also see both the top laners being pulled down as well.
Yeah, so what I mean by that as well, like it's a Lee Sin against a Graves. So when we're talking about pathing specifically, Lee Sin's a buff-to-buff jungler, may look for an invade, may look for a gank. Like there's a higher probability that he does. Graves' best bet is getting the double buffs and then potentially looking for a gank, but he's much more of a farming jungler. So Ben 4, you'd expect, will be opportunistic, perhaps level 2 cheese, things like that can happen all the time, whereas World 6 has defined windows where he has buffs and actually wants to gank. But there's also the possibility that because we're referencing pathing, he's a level 6 jungler. Yeah. He can actually just sit back, farm his jungle, do the level 4 clear, and just hard farm towards the level 6 point. And that's when you'll see him actually impact the lanes. By doing that, I would say the onus is a little bit more heavily onto Ben 4 to upset the balance of the bottom lane specifically, whereas World 6 can come down as needed and actually impact it.
And that's what we see out of World 6 right now. He went for Gromp. He's doing Wolves right now. That's half of his jungle being cleared. Here goes an invade, and they're actually catching out just as the ward dies. So Ben 4 doing Scuttle Crowd right now. He sees that the bottom lane from OMG is pushed in. They do still have a ward for SMLZ, so he's going to drop that in the river to keep himself safe.
Yeah, the one thing we are seeing, however, is that World 6 has done the full jungle clear, so he goes for the Gromp, which most Lee Sins would not go towards. Whereas Ben 4 foregoes the Krugs, of course, as you would do. He's now going to do the blue buff himself. So delayed blue buff, better clears as time goes on for the rest of the map.
And with that, we see the lanes interacting rather freely. SMLZ going to be quite happy that there's not going to be a Graves in his lane for at least a little while longer as Ben 4 heads towards that top side. And as you said, looks for that Krugs. World 6 already at his own, just as the wave begins to push back.
Good harass being seen out of Jinzhao as well, but the minion wave's now pushing back. This is really the battle that SMLZ and 5 will have, is preventing it from getting under their turret. Pushing the waves, but not pushing too hard. You don't want to be stuck at the enemy turret against the Ziggs, and especially not with the Graves and an explosive plant readily available, especially where you don't know where Ben 4 is.
Yeah, you can see Ben 4 showing up mid just in case that Chronosphere had landed, so just trying to time that a little bit. There's a good trade. Charm makes it answer right back. There goes the range. Ignite from Icon. Athena flashes, but Icon can follow up, and World 6 gets the first blood.
Yeah, World 6 just comes in and collects the kill. Compliments of Icon even using the Ignite early. 100% aware of the fact that he would take that down. Well done from OMG, especially with Ben 4 being there initially, reacting to the fact that Athena had no W, had no shield available, nothing to keep him alive. That's big from OMG.
Yeah, huge mistake from Athena. I appreciate the idea, but definitely not the execution. And now that's a 1,000 gold lead very early on for OMG. You can see how pleased the audience with that is, with that. Words, man.
They're tough.
And now you've got to imagine again, with all of the momentum of 2-0 behind them in their last 2 games, even taunts from Icon in lane.
He is one of those guys.
I may have got to be feeling this.
Yeah, Icon potentially, I was going to suggest, brings the minions towards his turret, holds it. The closer he gets to 6, the better it's going to be, especially against the no flash Athena. Always going to be the risk of getting kills there in a 1v1 scenario. More so, controlling the minion wave, getting a good recall in, which he had, and then impacting the bottom lane, or going top lane and killing Fizz. Champion with no flash. Every Fizz goes Ignite.
He does pop level 6, and Athena catches the wave as it comes in. Misses a handful of minions. He's only down about 1 minion wave after giving up that first blood, but any amount of gold under Icon's belt is going to be effective.
And it is good for Athena to only be down 7 CS and still have the teleport.
Yeah.
The fact that he managed to keep the teleport after dying, didn't just use it to come back to lane, means he's got the potential to impact side lanes if Icon ever decides to leave, which is why he would have a higher expectation towards lane kills opposed to rotation.
Meanwhile, the junglers have been rather comfortable just hard farming all around the map. World 6 is getting so close to level 6, and Ben 4 is getting close as well.
World 6 is about 3 roughly camps off, but he's banking on the damage that would come out of the Ahri anyway.
Yeah.
Very achievable if the charm connects.
Sitting just outside of vision. Now Athena sees it, so he shows up just in time.
Nothing doing.
Yeah. And we're seeing this game take a much slower pace than most of the others in the matchup. It's been all about the laning phase, all about that jungle pathing to see who can open up a slight advantage. And it means that we're not seeing too much excitement very early on. Mountain Dragon is the first one on the Rift, so there will be some priority to get that early on, especially if your name is Aime and you've got a Ziggs on your team.
And Xiang's definitely adept in trading against Amazing J as well. You just saw the trade pattern there as junglers are fighting over blue buffs. The trick against Fizz, always dash away before the W proc can go off. So Xiang actually using his leap. Well, Ziggs gets it.
Yeah, smites his own blue. Athena actually tries to go for it and immediately Chrono breaks back out as Xiang and Amazing J were down there as well.
It's the kind of play that's going to get you killed in this middle lane if you don't have your ultimate against an Ahri.
Against Icon, sorry.
But, for what it's worth, taking away the blue buff from the Ahri is a big thing. Even though Ben 4 doesn't get it, and World 6 does, it means that Icon doesn't. Really, that's what they want.
Meanwhile, Vision is now being set up on the bottom side of the map. Road completes his first recall for a Sightstone and starts to control that backside of the dragon just in case.
Feels bad, man.
And that's just Icon things.
What are you going to do?
He wants to make you have a bad time. So far, 1 minion missed. Soon to be 2 as Xiang trades with Amazing J still. That's Dominus used very early on. Again, no flash for Amazing J, but he's able to walk under the turret.
Yeah, Amazing J living there. I mean, honestly, an expectation now that Xiang has no ultimate, will be able to turn things around himself. However, Amazing J doesn't have a lot of health to speak of, so realistically, he'll have to go back to base after clearing a wave. The question is, when he recalls, does he teleport to the lane? Because if he does, he's looking to kill the lane. If he doesn't, he knows that they want to do the Mountain Drake as a team, but based off Ben 4's movements at the moment, I don't think it matters too much.
Yeah, that's
not looking at Drake.
Dark Seal, Cloth Armor. He's still sitting on Fountain before making his way towards top. And Ben 4, as you said, clearing out on that top side. Teleport from Athena as he gets back towards the mid lane. Merc treads to keep himself alive against Icon. And Drake could still be an option. They're still holding onto that teleport for Amazing J at the cost of a few minions. But they are going to be at a significant stat disadvantage.
Not the easiest with trades. But speaking of trades, this is kind of how it works down in the bottom lane. Jin Zhao tries to keep his distance and poke with the bouncing bombs consistently, but if Kog'Maw ever closes the gap, then you know the pain train's coming in your direction.
Oh man, Ben 4 is starting up blue buff for Athena, but World 6 is sneaking the dragon.
Yeah, it's a Mountain Drake, so very easily soloable. Drake attacks slowly as a lumbering, mountainous...
gentle giant.
Yeah, I guess he's gentle. Come back.
Oh, whoops. There he goes. Managed to get the auto attack to finally pop it off. But that is now Mountain Dragon for OMG. And again, OMG, this is a team that just started to come together towards the back half of the LPL split, getting out of cross-conference and back into inter-conference play. We saw them really start to unify and play as a more cohesive unit.
You know, the week we saw them actually start winning the game and playing better, Dom, was the week that they started playing Kog'Maw.
Oh, yeah.
The craziest thing about this right now is that when you hit that late game team fight, SMLZ is the player that you want on Kog'Maw. Kog'Maw or Lucian, his 2 standout champions at the moment. Honestly, he's been having a great split. Really stepped up as a captain for his team. But the fact that Aime have given him this champion really concerns me.
And you have to look at what did they trade for it? They got Echo in the mid lane,
went for
they've got
Fizz.
Ziggs bottom, and they did get that Fizz priority.
The trade was entirely for Fizz. They acknowledged first picks are going to be top lane instead of bottom.
World 6, though, looking to gank Athena. A kick and a follow-up. They're just going to burst him out. He gets the chrono bake, but Icon reads it. And with 5 showing up just in time for the polymorph, they get another kill onto Athena. Ben4 shows up top as the Chum the Waters misses. Imay's play misses, and OMG succeeds.
In fact, Xiang actually wins that trade in the top lane with the ultimate gone from Amazing J. OMG sieging mid.
Flash, silence, and the Sonic Wave. Another kill for OMG, and Imay are falling apart at the seams.
They are definitely suffering still.
Mega Inferno Bomb. The burst from Graves is not enough as OMG scram. The turret is still up, but they don't get any kills.
Yeah, Ben4 looking for Icon in particular there, but he flashes out to safety. Ari having no ultimate still has a mobility summoner spell available to his name. Unfortunately for Imay, Ben4 was looking top lane, not where his team was being ganked. And now OMG. Jinjiao knows.
Yeah. Turns it around. The bouncing bomb will only proc if it hits a champion or it bounces 3 times.
It bounced twice.
Bounced twice. So he gets bottom to defend his tier 1. SMLZ gets a few hits onto it. You can see we're starting to see a CS advantage for that Kog'Maw. The question that I wanted to get to earlier, with Imay prioritizing that Fizz so much that they gave up Kog'Maw for it, who wins late game? Fizz is unkillable, but Kog'Maw kills everything.
That's relative to how much can a Ziggs do late game, right? This is basically, it's the funniest thing about it is, Imay banned the Twitch. They're like, no, we're not going to play the Twitch. And then they realized that they're against the Kog'Maw and needed to find a late game carry anyway.
Yeah.
So they've found themselves upon a Ziggs, the champion that Jinjiao's only played once, as you have alluded towards already. Late game, Ziggs is still a monster. He's a turret-taking machine. If you ever give him an inch, he will take an inhibitor.
I like how that figure of speech just escalates for a Ziggs. Ben4 is even zoning World 6 away down here as Jinjiao looks to get a push. I'm curious to see if he is going for the satchel charge max first on Jinjiao, or if he's just going for the sustain with bouncing bombs.
Bombs, based on how much damage he's been doing.
Yeah, Athena finds Icon on the roam just to follow and feign. He's on top of a ward. Drops out the Time Winder, and Icon has a nice hearty chuckle before heading back
Still
to
looking
the bottom
towards
lane.
the bottom lane, most importantly, is the lane that SMLZ needs to be protected in. The coveted carry of this team must be at all costs looked after. Icon even going down towards his bottom lane. He is a fed member of the opposing team, but it's also the fact that if Jinjiao and Road ever break the turret, if a turret ever dies, they lane swap, they get another turret eventually in the top lane as well. And throughout all of this, that's the global gold advantage that Ziggs will always give towards you. And the longer that they can prolong that from happening, the more that a Kog'Maw will scale, the better off that they're going to be.
You just saw Imay, Amazing J, roaming mid, looking for an opportunity. But this is OMG who are finding a bit of momentum as they get bottom. They brought Icon and World 6.
That was a teleport ward, so all eyes on
Veered
bottom.
out. Sonic Wave finds Ben4. That Graves will happily let that Lee Sin dash onto him, because that just gets him closer in range for those auto attacks.
In saying that, there's a Hex Drink Lee Sin, so not a lot is going to kill him except Ben4. As it currently stands, the Graves is a very important member on this team, especially with all the magic damage they've got going for them, except for Ben4, who's physical.
So very respectful from World 6. We're seeing him play very intelligently in this, looking for those priority targets and even building towards it, as he just goes around and invades this jungle. Right there is Ben4. He's got Xiang to help him. Oh man, the Tempest clears out all those tiny ones. Ben4 was so close.
They're sieging this middle lane most. I don't think they actually want to go for the red buff all that heavy-handed, especially with Amazing J rotating, but they're fighting.
Yeah, he's trading back and forth. There's Xiang. Chum the Waters is going to knock him up. Sonic Wave misses. Athena's on the side.
Whoa,
Icon goes
in.
He gets good damage onto Ben4. He's still got 2 charges of Spirit Rush. 1 charge, 0 charges of Spirit Rush. I think he tried to get over the wall twice.
Hey, he's just playing Athena for the full, I think, ulting on the spot. Again, not the red buff that they were actually looking towards. That was already gone. Just trying to find picks. Those picks honestly would not have meant a lot. There's no Drake to get. They wouldn't have done Elder. Maybe Rift Herald.
Mid-tier 1.
What does matter though is after this blue buff goes down, where does World 6 go? Because there is a Mountain Drake in 20 seconds. And if he's not there in time, Ben4 has the inside track based off just where his blue buff spawns.
Yeah.
Map advantage.
There is a ward on that side of the map on that blue buff to spot him out. Athena is going to be passed over towards that blue right now. And Let's see, finishing out those Dire Wolves. They both walk out into the river. Still no Dragon just yet, but SMLZ is pushing bottom. He's low on mana. Enough gold for the Bladed Ruin King. Looks like OMG want to try to get a recall first.
Pretty much no emphasis towards the Mountain Drake whatsoever. It's the second that OMG would be able to pick up for themselves, and that is very valuable.
And Ben 4 immediately turns onto it. He's spotted out by 5 and turns to pull it out of the pit. World 6 is around the side, a full level ahead of Ben 4. Athena's going to try to burst it down. They're doing a lot of damage. Bouncing Bomb, Sonic Wave misses. Ben 4's got his smite ready. And this is Mountain Dragon. Ooh, the max range Glitter Lance. He's got to finish it! Okay, that was a little unlucky there.
He had no smite. World 6 did. So they had to burst it down as soon as they possibly could. Or it might have just been walked out and stolen.
That feel when the slow return of the Time Winder is what gets it back. Teleport mid lane now from Athena. You can see Amazing J is walking down to defend it. He's still got blue buff and has finished off his Proto Belt, so he can do some damage. But slowly but surely, he's losing chip damage on that tier 1 turret.
Yeah, and eventually the turret will just fall. At the same time, you know, the bottom lane turret starts to get pressured. Zig's very good at holding off, but because of World 6 and 5 always going towards the jungle of IMA, he has to abandon the turret here and there. Maybe throw his ultimate just to try and help clear it.
Yeah, Athena now trading a little bit with Icon, gets himself a shield, a bubble onto SMLZ, but World 6 is diving. Lands the Sonic Wave, there's Tidal Wave. Knock up onto World 6, it's going to find 5 as well. They've got enough burst with Ben 4 to get their first kill of game number 5.
IMA actually on the board. Very good counter gank, a little bit too aggressive from World 6, I think it's safe to say. And now this is where the danger game begins for OMG. They don't have any vision of Ben 4. Yes, he doesn't have his ultimate, but his presence should actually help them secure turrets. However,
whoa,
SMLZ
Blade of the Ruin King. 2 autos brings Jin Zhao to below half health. That's flash from SMLZ. Ben 4 doesn't have one, but he does have got the end of the line for 5.
A simultaneous bomb and Graves burst means another kill, but the turret stands. And whilst it's a bad trade for OMG, you have to count your blessings that they haven't broken any structures just yet. Zig's getting Mountain Dragons. Not okay.
Yeah, he cannot be allowed to get that. Next dragon, luckily, though, is an Ocean. So not going to have that much pressure from it. 539 health. That's what, 3 auto attacks from Kog'Maw? 4?
I think it's a bit more than that, but it's definitely within a stone's throw of being knocked down.
That wave clear from Ziggs is doing a lot of work. The Morello's already finished off as Icon continues to taunt Athena, just trying to play him, not only in lane, but player to player, man to man. Slowly but surely, he is opening up more and more of an advantage as this lane goes on.
He's definitely having some words, though, the devil, isn't he?
Yeah. And look at Athena's face. That is the face of a man who's not happy.
I mean, his face is never happy.
It's the same as it always is, but now it has a different context.
I mean, currently, he is holding on for his life. He's 0-2, not having the best of laning phase experiences, and that'll happen pretty early as structures.
Ooh, good wave clear. They brought World 6 and Icon with his priority rotation. Sonic Wave on the road. He immediately is like, no, please, let me live.
And Icon finally being freed in lane. This is what we mentioned a little while ago. Basically, if you ever find a moment.
Sonic Wave onto Athena. Ben 4 is there, but that is not going to result in anything.
Speaking of moment, you ever get a moment to free Icon from his lane? The fact that he is 101 completed items there, his impact is going to be huge around the map, as is Echo, but Athena doesn't have teleports. That was a really good window of opportunity to try and push their way through the bottom lane, get themselves the structures, and now we look towards OMG again. Where are you going to put your Kog'Maw when you want to have the Renekton against the Fizz presently?
Currently, he's still hanging out bottom, hasn't completed his recall just yet. Jin Zhao is still down there as Ben 4 holds the minion wave for Amazing J. They are still hanging on to that teleport. And Amazing J is actually heading top. Baron's up in 20 seconds. Slow game this may be compared to the previous one. We're already moving forward in time, and this is game number 5. It is do or die.
Yeah, and it's about prolonging laning phase in this particular game. So while we're looking at a Kog'Maw, of course, the longer he stays in lane, the better. Legitimately has 230 CS at 19 minutes in the game, so
yeah.
Fantastic farming, taking the Krogs where he can, always getting the last hits on the minions. SMLZ is an absolute monster. But the Ziggs is also content with extending the laning phase, because sooner or later, if he stays bottom, the turrets will fall.
Yeah.
And then when he gets 1 turret, he can get 2. And OMG aren't the best macro team in the LPL. or running around on Summoner's Rift at all. They are prone to making mistakes quite often, and if you just wait for that one mistake, IMA can take the base just based off their team composition alone.
Yeah, that's what they've got with that Ziggs for Jin Zhao. And it's just a matter of time. This is a composition a little similar to what they played against Team Invictus Gaming. If you can harken back, we saw Ziggs mid for Athena and Varus, and they just let themselves lose the early game in the first 20 minutes and
Athena might have his way
base.
in here. This is actually pretty big if he gets it off.
That's Chronosphere. There's the tidal wave. He gets SMLZ as he's being knocked up. There's a huge amount of damage from the Mega Inferno Bomb, but they don't finish it off.
He is one tick away from dying. Does Athena not have Proto Build?
He used it already. There goes a charm onto Ben 4 as Icon holds on to his Spirit Rush. And that is how close that was.
His Proto Build.
Oh yeah, he does.
Well, OMG by not having the Kog'Maw die. Oh, there we go.
Charm onto Ben 4. There's the Spirit Rush. Now they push forward onto the Tier 1 turret. World 6 pushes Jin Zhao back.
Rather perplexing from the mid laner of IMA. Still has his teleport, but the top lane turret is also at risk of dying here. So OMG, they get the first turret of the game. They break the second structure of the game, and they're now looking to get the third consecutively with no reply from their opponents. That is a massive gold lead that basically just comes through from laning phase. And now in the 5th game of this series, OMG have laning phased to potentially victory.
Yeah, and to talk about the Invictus Gaming match versus IMA, they ran this sort of Zig-style composition, but the whole thing was compounded on defending their inhibitors until 55 minutes, winning a single team fight. It didn't matter if it was at 45, 50, or 55, as long as everyone was 6 items. Then making a run for the Nexus across the map.
Oh, you know we're going to 50 minutes with the Zigs. There's no way around it, Dom.
IMA seem to be doing that same strategy once again. This time it's up to OMG to break it a little bit sooner.
I mean, I'd say it's a tried and true strategy, but the way that it's currently playing out proves that it's not always going to be true. However, it is definitely tried.
Yes. To be fair, they did lose that match against Invictus Gaming, but they were on the Nexus. They were, what, 250 health away from finishing the Nexus?
Health off winning the game.
And they didn't quite finish it off.
Yep.
So now they're...
Watch towards OMG here, specifically the Kog'Maw again though. All the outers being broken unlocks the map. So I may now have to place deeper defensive vision. It's not always going to be as safe to run out to the river. The next Drake that spawns, a bit harder for them to contest. But where are OMG actually going to have their lane assignments? 5 is...
Ben 4 actually used his whole combo for burst, perhaps expecting some assistance.
That was, speaking of burst, Icon just lost most of his health. With the item build that he's got, he's a fragile Ahri that will one-hit people. That's really good from IMA. Swapsies.
Trading places from Amazing J and Xiang. They high-five on the way through. As the rest of the teams continue to just fight over vision, Ben 4 is right there.
Oh, well.
Gets the slow. Flash kick gets him to safety. But we're continuing to see OMG just sort of strong-arm IMA back.
But that's the kind of decision that World 6 just made that will lose you games. Ben 4 has the jump. You're by yourself, and suddenly you're getting 3-man because you're looking to be aggressive. Just to hit a Nami for Raptors, it's small things like that that will actually lose you games in the end, as it does appear that based off Athena's teleport that was just cancelled, they were worried about a Baron.
They really were. Getting a ward over the wall, perhaps showing that IMA might be panicking here. 24 minutes into Game 5, down 6,000 gold against a Kog'Maw, who's completed his Rune's Blade of the Ruined King, has a Hex Drinker to keep him alive, plus there's a Lulu behind him, and that is one threat. There is Xiang, who's opening up CS over Amazing J. There is Icon, who's on that trademark Ahri once again.
Here's what we haven't mentioned as well. It's a Hex Drinker from the Lee Sin and a Hex Drinker from the Kog'Maw. You can't afford to go a QSS when you're against the Ziggs because his burst is too high, but you're also against an Echo, so you kind of want to have a QSS. We'll have to watch where SMLZ finishes out his item build.
Yeah, OMG go, rotate bottom and take down that tier 2 turret at the 25-minute mark before IMA can respond. Ziggs is great for clearing minion waves, but if he doesn't have his ultimate or doesn't use his ultimate, he can only do it one lane at a time. Athena keeps on chasing onto Xiang, but that is a tanky Renekton. You mentioned the Spirit Visage.
Yeah, just chasing his dreams. Doesn't have many left to hold on to, Athena. Don't lose this for him, Dom. His dreams are dead.
Not trying to. Okay, sorry. It's my fault.
Look what happens.
As red buff is picked up by Ben4, World 6 goes in, Athena flanks onto 5. Tidal Wave is going to knock him up, and Ben4 continues to follow, looking for the burst. End of line pops. World 6. Meanwhile, SMLZ is getting those objectives. Icon flanks, he's found Athena and gets him before the chrono break. And that is a 1-for-1 trade. Mid laner for jungle. Amazing J teleported in from behind. Ben4 is caught. He dashes back, but Icon tries to follow through. Xiang gets the stun. SMLZ is firing across. Amazing J has now died by the execution of SMLZ. And that is 4 members for 2 as OMG win that fight.
Jin Zhao is still alive, but with these 3 members, they will at least destroy the Baron's health. Watch the Ziggs. No junglers.
No Mega Inferno Bomb. He's got Flash Heal. 1 mage against all of them. He gets a huge amount of burst. Actually gets the
Jin
satchel
Zhao's
charge.
doing work
Dax
here.
Hex Drinker lands the bomb.
No,
Baron!
die.
Oh my goodness, Baron Flash Auto! Jin Zhao solo kills and saves his team from the threat of OMG with Baron.
And what were you thinking, OMG? You get a team fight. You don't get a Baron for free with the Ziggs alive. We get to watch the team fight. The moral of this story is how much do you want it, Ben4? Because Ben4 wanted it a lot. He does get the kill. This is where they need to back away.
Icon shows up and the burst that man does.
As in Ben4 ulted to get over the wall away from Icon, and yet they still teleport in. They still continue to fight, and look at what happens. Just unfortunate. The SMLZ, he'll rock up. Took him a little while to get here, but when he arrives, the damage is enough to destroy Amazing J, who is the tank of the team. Look at the excitement.
Yeah, that man, the bad boy himself. He's putting his team on his back once again. 2-1-5. 30 CS up over Athena. Has been able to keep that Echo down. He's 0-3 in this matchup. Void Staff picked up for Icon means he's going full damage. If he catches you with the charm, it is going to hurt.
You're going to die if he ever charms you. Even Amazing J would be at risk of dying right now. No magic resistance. Barely any.
Oh man, but they try to catch out Icon. That Spirit Rush used to get back to safety. SMLZ is holding minions mid, and Xiang is pushing a minion wave in bottom. Teleport is on Athena, but he's grouped with his team. Aime, Flash Charm onto Ben4. He actually has got the cooldown back up. He gets in and assassinates the jungle for Aime. He's found Athena with no chrono break. And Icon might have single-handedly forced this play.
Icon is a one-man wrecking crew at the moment. They've got Xiang pushing bottom lane. Amazing J has to answer. And Athena gets his his recall cancelled with teleport still up, however. He can still make the fight. OMG, I do not feel like there is a response available from Aime. With their jungler dead, yes, Baron is something that they could force, but they've learnt their lesson. They're now sieging structures.
Oh yeah, that's Mega Inferno Bomb to clear out the minion wave, but it's still got a cannon, and there is a Kog'Maw free firing. With the minions in front alive, he finishes it off.
They've got themselves the turret, now reset. Again, look at the cooldown of Ahri's ultimate on the left of your screen. It is up pretty much now. And so now another period of concern begins immediately for Aime, as everybody does die to him. We just saw it.
Yeah.
No exceptions.
Killing Ben4 now is no one safe. Needlessly large rod afterwards. Goodness, that's going to be another Rabadon's death cap. He's not even going defensive.
No reason to go defensive when you're this far ahead. 295 CS, 313 CS as well from SMLZ. We said he was ahead at the clock in around 18 minutes. Well, he stayed ahead of it.
Oh yeah, he's way ahead right now. That Kog'Maw is enormous. Ocean Drake now being picked up by OMG, their second of the game, as Aime are falling further and further behind. 30 minutes into Game 5, OMG have made the cleanest and most consistent showing for why they should advance to the semifinals.
You have to say the biggest deal about 2 Ocean Drakes for this team is the mana regeneration that SMLZ is going to be getting on his Kog'Maw. That could be the difference between one extra ultimate to come down, and with the execution that it has present on the kit, that could be something that determines the game. It's a small detail, but it does mean a lot.
We'll have to keep an eye on that regeneration as the game goes on, but for now, Aime are just sitting back and trying to defend, trying to control vision over this Baron and stem the bleeding. As OMG just keep on jabbing in time and time again. They look for some damage onto World 6, but he's very tanky. A bubble still catches him. Satchel Charge flings him back.
Yeah, it's good damage, but it's never going to be damage that results in a kill. Of course, if he has jungle camps present or a smite on the red buff, which is about to spawn from Aime, then World 6 will be back to full health. It's all about that kick from him anyway. He's not meant to be a damage dealer on the team. He's just going to be a tank or someone that kills a carry for his team, and then he's done his part.
Yeah. Meanwhile, red buff picked up by Ben4 despite a contest from OMG. You can see Amazing J is continuing to split push down. Athena, who hops over the wall, and actually they collapse onto Icon. They have killed the primary carry of OMG. SMLZ is still huge though. He's got his Triforce, and this is Aime walking through a choke into a Kog'Maw. Teleport from Xiang means that he is nice and safe, but Amazing J is right behind them.
Xiang shows up to play. It means a big no-no for Aime to actually pursue that one any further. Yes, Icon is dead, but there's 2 major carries on this team.
They see him on top of a ward as well, yeah.
Let it happen.
just let it happen. Just relax. It's okay.
Breathe.
You've got the satchel charge from Jin Zhao that is fully leveled up at this point.
That's
and SMLZ is getting huge damage onto Ben4. He's caught by the bubble, but Xiang goes deep to finish off the kill.
He's not
Jungle
gonna
Waters
die.
gets in there. Athena has joined the fight. Chronosphere, and he hesitates to go in. That means World 6 lands it and gets the insect kick, but Athena buffers his dash to get over the other side of the wall. SMLZ will not let that kill go without answer, though.
They get another kill, so Athena's dead. Amazing J is alive with teleport. But Ben4, the smite is gone, and Kog'Maw is here.
They are now turning onto the Baron, doing so much damage as they shred through.
do it again.
Jin Zhao, it's time for your second huge play of the night. It is not enough. OMG, take the Baron. They have twice as many kills as Aime, and with an 11,000 gold lead, they have got momentum.
The timing was right, but the steal was not there, so Aime on the back foot. All of the expectations right now are that OMG get themselves the victory from this point. They've got the team composition. They've scaled themselves up to pretty much maximum power. All they're missing is that death cap from Icon. And that's pretty much lights out.
Oh, yeah. That is a very big OMG. Here's that fight again. They find Ben4 and just chase him to the ends of the earth.
And Xiang, honestly, never at risk of dying. The amount of shield he gets from his Sterix, SMLZ, gets 2 buffers in the W off during this team fight. Cool interaction between World 6 and Athena. I don't actually think he needed to flash kick, but at the same time, just a cool animation buffer.
Now OMG with the Baron immediately starts sieging up. They've got that Mountain Dragon and are setting up in front of these turrets. Xiang heads bottom. He doesn't have teleport, so it'll take him some time to get that wave. So brief window for Aime to breathe easy, but slowly but surely the shutters are closing and they are running out of time.
They've got a Ziggs. That's all I'm banking on.
They do.
If you're Aime or a fan of Aime, you're looking at this team and you say, well, we have Ziggs. They do have Baron, which is one of the better tools to actually beat the Ziggs anti-siege.
Also missing bouncing bombs, generally not great. Minions crash onto the turret, and they have to respect the damage from Aime, sitting nice and far back as a bouncing bomb just tickles Icon. Luckily, he is Ahri, so we can get that health back without problem.
You actually need to threaten more than one lane at once if you want to be successful here, OMG. So Xiang's never going to die. He doesn't have teleport, though. And so his job, if he does split push, is actually to keep Amazing J there with him. There should just be no situation where Xiang and Amazing J are not next to each other if they're split pushing. However, affecting 2 lanes at once, sending multiple members around, works.
Yeah, the minion wave is cleared up top. Xiang dives along with Icon. Charm under road. They're getting a lot of damage onto the support Redemption to keep himself alive. And now Aime are grouped up. It's time to fight. It's time to decide it. That's the back as Athena goes in. Athena manages to kill Icon. He drops his Zonius, but will almost certainly die. Ignite burning down, and he walks away with his life. Aime, you can't win this fight. That's not allowed. They're doing so much damage, though. Okay, so they don't win the fight. They take the kill onto Icon.
That's a teleport,
They're teleporting from Athena and Amazing J to get in there. Amazing J looks for Icon. That's Athena on the other side. And again, Aime backs against the wall. Game number 5. They are trying to take this fight, but SMLZ is doing so much damage. He gets 1. He looks for 2, but cannot find it. He's still got Baron buff and the rest of his team.
Aime barely survive that fight. They barely keep themselves in the game, but somehow they managed to only lose the inhibitor. It is remarkable that Aime are even still in this game whatsoever.
Against a Kog'Maw, against Icon on his signature Ahri, with Athena on his 2nd time Echo, Jin Zhao on his 2nd time Ziggs, and they are still winning late game fights. Backs against the Nexus. Huh?
caveat winning, to be fair, with that
Sure.
one. The inhibitor still
They kept
goes
themselves
down.
alive.
What they did get is the duration of the Baron to be significantly reduced. In fact, I believe it just wore off with only the one inhibitor to go down. The Elder Dragon, however, they just got a death cap onto Ari. SMLZ has got his complete item build. The Baron's nice. They broke the base with the Baron already, so they achieved their purpose with that buff. Now they get an Elder Dragon buff. They'll actually kill you instead of just breaking the base. Like, you are just going to pop. SMLZ will look at you and you'll run away.
That is an additional 180 true damage on top of the huge stats that you just mentioned with the items that they picked up. As 5, they are running right down bottom. Recall from Ben 4 and Athena to quickly try to get back and defend. But 2 minion waves are already about to crash. Jin Zhao, luckily, they are only regular minions, but look at the damage that is being done. SMLZ takes a little bit of a chunk. Athena's caught by the charm and dies! Now there's the go button. Jiyoung walks forward as the rest of the team follow up behind him. They finish off the turret without minions. They look now for the second inhibitor. They've still got the Elder Dragon buff, and they have got super minions pushing down mid.
They're not
That's
done.
the dash from Icon. He's going to try to end it. Jin Zhao dashes back to keep himself up, but he's slowly burning down. SMLZ is firing onto the turrets. He gets one, turns onto Amazing J. OMG are just a few thousand health away from moving on to semifinals, and they are doing it. They turn onto the Nexus, and Jin Zhao is firing. He's doing what he can. He dies. Ben 4 is gone. Amazing J is on the fountain, and he's just getting these kills for glory because OMG have done it. They have reversed sweep IME and taken the series.
And how does it feel, IME, to be reverse swept yourselves in a turn of events? OMG. Second team in their group, and they proved their worth. They managed to retain their spot as the second best team in their group and actually go to the semifinals.
You can see huge smiles, big sighs of relief as OMG step up and now begin shaking hands with IME after a long and very hard-fought war of attrition. Yet the higher seed, OMG, come out victorious. They will move on to play WE, as you said, in just 2 days on Saturday in that semifinal match, as they take a deep bow and finally get a chance to rest easy, as 8 hours after the beginning of the set, they wrap up their best of 5 against IME.
By winning in Game 6, Dom.
Yeah.
OMG, well-deserving victory, well-deserving bow. You have to give them credit for coming back. A reverse sweep is a very difficult thing to do, but IME, their opponents, they came into this 4th place. They went through their first round. They beat QG very convincingly, and that was a team that said they're happy just not getting relegated. And you couldn't help but feel bad for them being 2-0 up and still managing to lose.
Yeah.
They could have gone to the semifinals. That is so much better than just not getting relegated.
One of the top 4 teams in the league. Well, we're still seeing huge performance out of IME as Icon with a big smile to the camera making his way backstage. You've got to take that smile with a grain of salt after seeing how he treated Athena in lane. That man is a monster.
Yeah, absolutely right. Icon being able to body someone in laning phase that 2 games beforehand managed to beat him speaks well to the character that lives in the middle lane for OMG. The whole team coming together. Getting to 5 games, but winning in 5 games shows the mental fortitude out of this all-Chinese roster. They've got what it takes.
Yeah, they certainly do. They'll have to show it once again against WE, but as you were saying, IME, they just wanted to avoid relegations. Their second thing was that they wanted to beat EDG. They did both of those things in spades. Looking forward to the summer split, this is a team that could actually really compete against some of the top-tier teams. We've seen them take wins off of these higher-level players. And now they get to show us some growth. They have a month and a half before the summer split will return. Perhaps IME could make a second run towards Worlds, not by stealing it out from one of the better teams, but by deserving it themselves.
Yeah, perhaps, but unfortunately for IME, their run does end here as they were beaten by OMG in game number 5. Unfortunately for IME, they got progressively worse as the series went on. It could be tiredness. It could be coming down to drafting. Maybe they were just exploited a little bit. But small things, like picking the Fizz being #1 priority. We're coming to the 5th game, and Renekton now beats it.
Yeah.
Suddenly Xiang is playing like an absolute beast, and that to me carries over as momentum. OMG just has so much momentum, bringing it back in Game 3, Game 4, and there was nothing slowing them down in the 5th.
And the craziest thing was that it was halfway through Game 3 that they found their momentum. OMG were down. They were behind, back against the wall. They were losing tier 2s. They were losing turrets across the map. But then they started winning those fights off of the huge Xiang. They started winning those fights off of Icon, getting absolutely huge plays on that Ahri. And from there, they just brought it back. All right, we've won game number 3. Let's do it again in game 2. It was a chaotic brawl. It seemed like they tried to match the style of OMG.
Yeah.
But really, no one in the LPL has quite been able to match OMG when they are that chaotic.
When they're moving with momentum as well forward. So they're behind, but they get a team fight. And the thing is, the pace of the game shifts after you win a team fight, that you feel like you can win progressive team fights. And that's the momentum that OMG need, because they are that team that they force chaos onto you. But if they actually make the chaos work, then suddenly the whole game pans out perfectly for them. This is one of those big replays, 21 minutes into the game, where you thought IMA had a possibility here. Athena had Proto Belt. I'm still tilted by that.
24 health on SMLZ as he made his way out of this. And then Icon, boom, nails the charm. Speak of the man, and he shall appear. 4, 3, and 7. He gets the MVP for the 3rd time in a row this series.
3 wins for OMG, 3 MVPs for Icon, 2 Ahris, 1 Zed, and a semifinals berth on the back of this man.
Huge performance from him. I mean, you saw how happy he was getting to walk off stage, being able now to advance towards the semifinals. Definitely deserving of it with those charms that he was landing, the constant flanks onto Jin Zhao, and even on the Zed performance, just diving him, killing Road as the game went on. And if you are WE, how do you prepare for a team like this that just went to Game 5 against Diamond?
Cool thing about WE, and why I'm a little bit curious as to how this matchup does actually play out, is that WE, to me, feel like IMA with a laning phase, and that they are a very aggressive early game team, and you're going to see a very difficult time for World 6. Condi's the kind of jungler that will 100% try to exploit you or take you down. He's very opportunistic, but he's so aggressive early.
Yeah.
That early aggression is something that gives WE either 26-minute victories, or if it doesn't work, they sit back to the 35-minute mark and turn it on once they get items. But that fast-paced play is something that OMG you would expect would be good at, but not when it's going at them that quickly.
Well, they've got 2 days to prepare for it, and I'm sure they've done plenty of research looking towards WE. Again, that's happening in 2 days. But now we look at the likes of OMG, even perhaps looking beyond that, looking towards the other side of the bracket where we've got our second best of 5 coming up in just a little bit. EDG and NewBee are playing. You've got RNG on that side as well. Is OMG a team that could go the distance? Is this a game that to you says they can compete with those top tier teams?
I guess it's curious as well. Like, OMG are in the easier side of the bracket, I think it's fair to say. They've managed to get they've upgraded to the hard game. So by going through these teams, and now congratulations, you've got WE. On the top side of the bracket, EDG, RNG, and NewBee. The way that NewBee played in their first round, being able to 3-0 Invictus Gaming, only speaks praise towards NewBee. I feel like they were surprised with how well they actually played the game out themselves to get a 3-0. That now going up against EDG is a scary prospect. So can OMG beat any of that? Not with the way NewBee played in the first round, but with the way that OMG played in Game 5, absolutely. I feel like it'd at least be a close setup between all of those teams in OMG.
Yeah, we'll certainly be looking forward to see their progress over the course of the next few days. We're not done quite yet, though. We do have another match coming rather soon. And again, this is the last chance that we will get to see IMA before this summer split. So hopefully they'll get an opportunity to go back and practice a little bit more. Here's a look at the brackets after OMG's win. You can see they managed to reverse sweep, going 3-2 over IMA. They now will play against WE later this week.
And the winner of WE and OMG goes to the Nanjing Stadium, where they're going to be duking it out at a live final in front of potentially 13,000 people, I believe it is, Dom.
Yeah, we'll be there in Nanjing as well, casting those games live from the Nanjing Olympic Sports Arena Gymnasium. Of course, the loser will also play in our third place match happening this Sunday. That has not yet been decided because we've still got the other half of the bracket to fill out. Our next best of 5 between NewBee and EDG is coming up in just a few minutes. And Rusty, we've gone through a full 8 hours of broadcast so far, but what are your thoughts on that matchup?
I'm going to say it's a clean 6-game set from...
I
actually have expectations that EDG will probably surprise. I feel like whilst NewBee, that is a 3-0, even though it says 3-1 on your screen, that was a slanted best of. They straight up destroyed IG. I don't know if that's enough to beat EDG, because when they're playing in form, EDG still look like the best team in our region by far.
Absolutely. Going so far as to perfect game Team WE, the first team in their group when they played the second time in inter-conference play. So with that sort of presence, we're looking forward to see how EDG performs in this next best of 5. Of course, you and I will be retiring for the evening because we've been on camera for so long that we can barely speak straight. But we're still doing good so far, and we're ready to wrap things up over here. Still, though, NewBee, they have a chance. If if IMA were able to take a few wins, the lower team seed come back with that advantage and run it all the way out to Game 5. IMA were still able to even continue in this set against OMG. Anything could happen here in the LPL.
I mean, when you actually look at the next set, I'd be highlighting the jungle right now because Swift has a possibility to go absolutely berserk. And he's against Firelolly, who you have to question, stage presence. Is he going to show up to play? Or the jitters get the best of him because this is his first time playing, actually starting in the playoffs.
And this is something that's been a real problem for Firelolly in the past. Sometimes we see him go into these games and he really suffers and falls behind, and you can clearly point out the problem here was Firelolly. But hopefully he will be able to turn things around and show us some good growth in this set against EDG versus NewBee, which is coming up in just a few minutes. So on behalf of Rusty and I, thank you so much for tuning in. The broadcast isn't over. Don't go anywhere. We've got our next set of games coming up in just a few.
远古巨龙的血量非常非常低了，看孙子这边有机会抢到了，而且是摸眼下去直接抢到的，再 Q 过去一段。大到了想先杀 Pinus 这边给了一个女警给了个治疗，自己再给个大招 ，Mistake 的位置有点差呀，岩雀过来 ，Mistake 是暴露在。
拿了一波双杀，这个泰坦交了闪现过去，好像还是没有办法救到自己队友。
这边是没有闪现，没有那个治疗的。
哎，这边是有一个小破败，闪现，哇，闪现
这一波伤害计算非常的漂亮。哎，这边的话感觉两个人要完成 PK 了，哇，这个瞬间的伤害直接把姿态打到了残血 ，W 定到了。哇，这个 QW 是在空中把这个鱼的第二段给挡到了。怕的就是对面的新上场的选手打顺了，
自信了，
自信
打出来了呀，
很可怕了。
这边一块打到，挂了个虚弱，这边是保了一下宝蓝，
伤害够不够？
二神这边有点打不过，往后一拉，这边有机会吗？能换掉 Echo 吗？换掉了 ，Echo 这边是
看见这边吸血
没有伤害了，没有伤害，还是这边少 A 了一下，但反正一个 W 是带走了蜘蛛。
一个人成功的守住了 OMG 至关重要的一个中路外塔，这波莫要跳进去被踢出来，盲僧跟到右边，这边这个沿途，
这一波双 C 位全部倒下。
6的血，1600的血，1400、1500，谁的龙？瞎子抢到了，
而且这一波2v2怎么说？
瘦了，这波斯科特瘦了，看一下这个梅口也过来，
哇，完了，
过来又砍了一脚，哇呀，这一波的话 QG 打龙出了大问题，
他们最大的核心点狮子狗被带走了，才2个，
阿龙没血。在这边还要踩过来，还要伤吗？
但是这一下踩是刚好在印记的 CD7啊，没有打出印记。
这里又是抓了一个骂，
这一波射到杀不了蛤蟆的，这一波感觉EDG有点失误。
上台传送过来，艾伦这边残血，这边泰坦的位置非常
哇，9孔
全部
爆炸
杀了过来，一个大招
，9孔这一波太可怕了，
双响就是怼死了一个。
勾起了一波机会，泰坦来了，大招给到 Scott， 被勾到了 ，Scott 要被秒了，
上的危险 ，Scott 漂亮，来波的大招放的很不错，安心疯狂的输出，这波的话还不好说，这边是破败吸了一口 ，Q 这边全员被打完，
阿龙走来了，想 A 人，结果被 Q 到了，
杜一斌的状态很好，这边带走了，又是磕到了艾罗莉，这波 Scott 被秒，对于 ED 来说非常的关键 ，Z 也被杀掉，那这的话是 QG 打了一波0换4。
新手大兰博，兰博中间上路给上去，而且大招也交出来了。
打死马老贼这个位置，
大招打到3个人，还看一下正面的一个团战，但是生姜哥这边也是扛不住。
老贼被杀了，
老贼在后面被收本给偷掉的话，那 OMG 这波要想
想办法撤退，因为对方的双膝状态很好，是及时的一个反手大招打到了，姿态也是被打出了闪现，icon这一波的反手大招很漂亮，小五在旁边控制住了以后，让中路的蛇女可以一个人在高地上追杀对方的2个双膝 ，OQ 知道自己走不掉，最后被毒牙给咬死。
icon 在后面猥琐，等到对方能走进这个腹地，一个大
4个
全部都搭在自己的 W 腹地上，
姿态进化交了以后还是被毒死了。
我们看到这边弗兰多路也是被一个 Q 技能毒死了，这大 DP 加上 Q 技能的持续伤害太猛了。
When the nights were long and the sky was painted black, had a broken soul. Then you came along, and I'm never looking back. Made a house a home. Now every time I close my eyes, I feel like I can fly. Like a butterfly, never been so high. Now I'm letting go. When I lost it all, no tomorrow, no way out. Couldn't take no more. No. Suddenly you're here, and I never need to doubt. Nothing left to fear. Now every time I close my eyes, I feel like I can fly. Like a butterfly, never been so high. Now I'm letting go. Oh, now I'm starting over. Gonna take it all. You're the one I've chosen. Never let you go. You're my one and only. You're my one and only. I feel like I can fly. Like a butterfly, never been so high. Now I'm letting go. Now I'm letting go. Like a butterfly, now I'm letting go. Now I'm letting go.
Welcome back to the LPL Spring Playoffs. We're here with our next best of 5 of the day in our quarterfinals, and it will be EDG going up against NewBee. My name is Pulse, and I'm here with the Rush Hour Casting Desk Takeover alongside my friend Raz. Hello.
Hey, how's it going? It's been a long night. You were a part of that 4-man desk not so long ago. Very long ago. How did that feel?
It was long. It definitely felt long. However, at the end of that series, I just felt incredibly hyped because we were rewarded after that 3-hour pause with honestly an incredible set. Like just watching the emotions that happened on stage and watching how emotional the players were and how invested they were in the series just made me equally invested.
Yeah, and there was a lot of people that counted out OMG. I was one of them. Going into Game 3, you would have thought that they were down and out just based off of the momentum. You would think that there would be mental boom off of that one because 3 hours paused onto just Game 1 is absolutely ridiculous. So the fact that they were able to claw it through, win that the third game, which was their first, and then go into a reverse sweep is incredible. It definitely builds character, and you know it's going to build them on going into the WE matchup for themselves.
Yeah. especially when they had players like Icon, like World 6. These players are very young. I mean, World 6 did play in the LPL before, but you look towards Icon and even 5 as well. Very young players, and you could see it took a huge hit on their mental going into Game 1 and Game 2. They looked honestly crushed as soon as they started losing team fights. It was honestly just downhill, and it was that one point in Game 3 where they turned it around. And the fact that a team like that can ride the momentum from a single play and then take the entire set speaks towards the character of the players. So, I mean, I just got to commend them straight up.
Yeah, so they got to go back into it. Of course, the road's not done yet. It was an incredible journey to getting to that point. Remember, OMG, not so long ago, with essentially the same roster, save for the World 6 matchup, just him being changed out for Shueisha, they were in the relegation tournament not so long ago, right? That was a split before. Now coming back into this, being able to ride that massive momentum, second place into their group, and now they're going on to the
semifinals. Yeah,
that's
absolutely insane for the lineup. I do want to draw it back though and talk about the matchup that we have at hand, which is EDG going up against NewBee here. And I'll start with NewBee because NewBee in the regular season, if you hadn't joined us until now, honestly didn't look like an incredible team. They looked like a passable team. They scraped into playoffs. They came into round 1 of the playoffs, in fact. But then they looked like an entirely different team. Every part and every component of that team that looked good was emphasized. The synergy that we saw between Coco and Swift was on a different level from what we've seen before. V just came out swinging as well. Like, I don't know what happened to them in, honestly, what was a day and a half, 2 days before we went into the playoffs, because we had a tight turnaround coming out of week 10. I don't know what happened, but apparently a lot did with the team.
You definitely put it right that they look like a different beast. Not so long ago, week 9, they got O2'd by Vici, the team that they were fighting for, essentially, which created that entire sense of race, where are they going to be playing in the promotion tournament? Are they not? They were able to just scrape in through just by barely beating game talents that did leave the LPL, another note. So going into playoffs, it seemed like a done deal for them. But the fact that they were able to completely dominate Invictus Gaming, Invictus Gaming, they brought in a completely, not a completely different lineup. They brought in Rio, and they had Kid in the AD carry position, but they sure still had some amazing talent on that team, and they were well off in terms of being able to hit second place in their own group, sure they had a bit of a fall, but falling that hard to NewBee, it showcases how much growth that team's had.
For sure. And just to speak about Invictus Gaming, I mean, they still had the backbone, and their backbone was Rookie and Duke in the top lane. And through the regular season, they were immaculate, honestly, as a backbone. If they got ahead, you were probably winning the game if you were Invictus Gaming. But then NewBee didn't even seem to matter to them. The fact that Duke was shaken in the top lane, like, this guy was a complete badass in the regular season, but then V just made him look like a small child. Like, it was honestly ridiculous, and I just wasn't expecting that from NewBee.
Yeah, I was going to think, okay, maybe bring in 2 people to stop Duke, even if he's on a tank. Maybe go towards the Rookie, because they do have incredible individual talent, which is why we thought that this matchup would be very difficult for NewBee, because they would win out in individual talent, not so much in teamwork. But then V came out as a beast. There was a time where V was just subbed out for Sky. And so V comes back in it. And it looks like this guy, as we mentioned, he was just kind of training in the Himalayas for whatever reason, because something changed about the man.
And about the entire lineup. So it's worth saying that NewBee have a genuine chance. Had you said that to me out of week 10 coming into playoffs, I would have called you a madman. But now the fact that they're going up against EDG, having taken down IG, there is a very real chance that NewBee look to take games off of EDG. That being said, it is EDG. And EDG have looked better and better as the split has gone on. They even brought in a random Min into the top lane, the 3rd top laner, and he also looked good. And let's actually take a look at that lineup, because it won't be Min starting. It is Mouse in the top lane with Fire Lolly in the jungle, Scout in the mid lane with Zet and Mako manning the bot.
This has been the lineup they have been using more consistently across. So even though they have Min, even though they have another top laner as well, they're just going to put into Mouse.
And on the opposite side, it will be NewBee's lineup with V in the top lane, Swift in the jungle, Coco in the mid, with LWX and more in the bottom lane.
And we hit on this just a little earlier on, is that this lineup came in looking like a beast. Incredibly confident, especially LWX and more in the bottom lane, where they were just completely shattering the duo lane of Kid and Megan.
Yeah.
And so the fact that we see this, it's going to be a great matchup in the bottom lane, because they're going up against Zet and Mako, 2 of the essentially strongest laners in the league. So we've seen time and time again where Zet and Mako are able to take down that bottom lane turret with just like 6 minutes, 7 minutes, right? And they play towards that bottom lane through either Scout being on an assassin. If he gets a lead early on, he goes through bot. And of course, Fire Lolly has just been getting progressively better as a jungler. And so that's a real worry, especially since Mouse has been on an island we might as well just name it for him because that's just been something he's been getting used to lately.
Yeah, Mouse Island's up in the top lane, but in the bottom, once more to touch on Zed and Mako. Zed, of course, had to fill some very big shoes that was essentially deft. And honestly, he's had some very good performances in the split, specifically from the start. I think he came out of the gate swinging. Maybe some of that petered off as we got to the mid part of the split, but this guy is still a force to be reckoned with because he will pop off. If you get him something like an Ezreal even, he will have some insane performances. So it's something that NewBee cannot count out, and especially if they are locked into that 2v2.
Yeah, we have seen a lot of times where the 2v3 comes through because the jungler is somehow able to impact the Mako Zet, and they turn it on a dime because they have a lot of confidence in their 2v2. And Zet is also fairly mechanically and confident in himself. So he's confident in his own mechanics. That's always something you want to be able to value. So that just comes down to the conversation of what they would look to prioritize, because they're similar in RNG where I really like their pick ban. Before when there were lethality changes coming through, you saw a lot of Varus priority with the team. I still believe there is going to be a few more bot lane priorities. You might even see Ashe and Karma, which has been sprouting about far more often.
Yeah, for sure. I am also wondering what NewBee are going to bring out here as well, because one of the changes, in fact, was the fact that we haven't seen Cool go into the mid lane yet in playoffs. And Cool was honestly the better performing mid lane. It didn't have the same synergy with his jungler Swift, but he was pulling a lot of his own weight in the mid lane. Now, the fact that we've seen Coco just look like an entirely different player heading into playoffs, maybe he is the guy to just keep in there until we actually see NewBee even lose a game.
Yeah, and I think that's a fair point to make. I think that Coco, when he got to mid-game, late-game, going up against IG, was really solid. He was matching with Rookie early, and Rookie is a great laner, so the fact that he was able to match that pressure, sure, he fell behind a little bit in the Victor matchup, which is something that we are seeing a little bit more often, and Rookie's incredibly confident on the Victor pick. So Coco, he doesn't have to win the lane, apparently, because of how his other laners are just winning out. The side laners are coming out really strong, and Swift is able to get some solid jungle matchup pressure for himself. And so, sure, there might be a game that they lose towards that, and maybe they can just immediately sub in Cool. That's something that's really nice about NewBee, is that they have a lot of players in their back pocket.
They have a lot to play with, and it's almost weird to think about as well, because NewBee was one of the teams who was struggling, right? So when you look at the LPL and how it's been over the split, some of the struggling teams at the bottom of the standings bring in their sub members, but now we're in a point where they're vying for a semi-final spot. It actually could play into their favor. We're into Game 1 Champion Select. EDG up against NewBee. There's Jace, Rengar, Caitlyn for EDG to start this one off. On the opposite side, Ashe and Lee Sin towards EDG.
I really like the Jace ban coming towards Coco, but the Ashe ban coming straight away against EDG, so they don't get the AD carry that they would like, they would prefer. They have the AD carry prep, and it's not going to happen this time around, as 3 AD carries ban comes through. Caitlyn, Ashe, and Varus.
A lot off the table, and to be honest, those 2 AD carries will be big players in this matchup, so it just makes sense that we see that priority towards EDG. Instant pickup of the Graves for Fire Lolly. Make sure he's in the right situation, right place for this game.
Yeah, may not have a very high win rate here, which is surprising to me. Graves is such a nice pressure jungler, even though he did receive the nerfs. This is 7.7, so the magic resist on his E is definitely there. It got nerfed out. One big point, of course, is that you can pressure most jungle matchups, and that's what Fire Lolly has been a lot better at lately, that he's been, you can tell, communicating a lot more with his lane, that he's working quite well with Mako, so if he pressures bot side, that's definitely a point where Mako can really make an impact on the map. So I want to see how this gets worked out for them.
Meanwhile, NewBee lock in their bot lane. It will be the Kog'Maw Lulu lane coming in, so instantly brought out. So obviously NewBee have a strategy.
Yeah, this is interesting. We've seen this in the prior series where Kog'Maw Lulu was such high priority, especially now that the AD carries are completely pulled out. EDG they do usually go towards an Ezreal Karma. If that is the case, we might see it here. There's also Lucian, but you don't want to be able to pick Lucian because then you just get outright bullied in the lane in terms of skirmishes.
Meanwhile, EDG pick up Karma as the flex for mid lane and bot lane. We're waiting on that third pick to come out. And maybe that Ezreal, we mentioned it pre-game. And the fact that Caitlyn, Ashe, and Varus off the table does bring Ezreal up in priority.
And Zed is a great Ezreal player, so just him having the pick, it's nice that he was able to pick it up now, because if they did not pick their AD carry going into second phase, that would definitely get completely demolished. He wouldn't have a lot of picks for himself. But get himself the Ezreal, get himself the Karma. That is a fairly strong lane for themselves that they can actually just get poke out until they have to go back to base and then suddenly have to deal with the itemizing choices that they have to go for. But we've seen Ezreals that don't go towards the Trinity Force immediately. They just go straight Blade of the Rune King. Sit on the tier. They don't upgrade it. So then you can actually have a decent damage flex. So you can consistently deal the damage going forward. So it's not too much of an investment.
Sure. And NewBee lock in their final pick on the first phase of picks. And it will be Elise for Swift. I do like to see Swift move towards the Elise. We've seen many a highlight clip from him in this split from that champion. And Syndra banned out against Scout.
Yeah, and we talked about a little bit just about the nerfs going to Graves. So Elise has been the pick that we've seen lately that just immediately, they would love to pick that Elise into Graves. Because as the game goes on, sure, it's just the first E that does like, okay, you're not losing that much damage. But if he's using that dash throughout an entire team fight, you're losing a lot of resistances that you would have before.
Yeah, for sure, especially against those big AP carries. LeBlanc, a ban against Coco here. Meanwhile, Talia aimed at Scout, big pick in the LPL. And EDG, final ban. Is it going to go mid lane again? They are also looking towards top lane. Something you want to take against V?
The
like
Rumble ban, right?
Rumble.
Because Rumble has been incredibly key for V, and that has been the priority in the last set that we saw. But that's going to be
just kidding. It's talent.
Yeah.
Back towards Coco. So don't really care too much about what V is going to bring out so far. But we've also seen some really good Shen performances from him, especially with a Cogmore pick.
Yeah.
This is something that NewBee could run. However, still open for them if they want it. NewBee.
There we go.
Hovering it.
And they still have counter pick towards mid, so they can have something. And as I say that, they're just hovering over. That's just a troll. I would actually prefer them to pick up the Shen and have counter pick towards mid, so they can have the pressure with Elise and a strong mid laner, and then allow the Shen, Kog'Maw, Lulu to really carry them through the game. But that's just them. They really do favor the victor, especially since last series Rookie did show them, teach him a few things.
I do like the priority on Victor though. Victor has been very good in the last couple of weeks for these mid laners and has seen some really good performances. And it's actually just 2 control mages in the mid lane from both NewBee and EDG. So nothing crazy going to happen in that 1v1. But EDG look towards their final pick, which will be a top laner.
All right. So that's just going to be fine in the mid lane. I do wonder what NewBee is saving for. Maybe they just wanted to take the Victor away from Scout in terms of just the blind pick potential. Coco has had some bad games up against the Victor, so maybe it's a priority instead of just a pure looking for counter for V.
This could be a bit of a bait and switch though. NewBee just saying, hey, we might pick the Shen. What are you going to pick? It's like, oh, we'll just pick up Gragas, who's good into the Shen and also good into the Rumble if you want that one as well. But NewBee might go towards Renekton. They were thinking about it, but they're hovering the Jarvan. And with 1 second remaining, it's going to be locked in for V in the top lane. Now, we've seen it a couple times before with mixed success.
Yep.
I'm actually trying to think of a Jarvan game that's actually won in the LPL, but they're going to bring it out in this game.
It had an incredible set. I'm trying to remember because it was in the playoffs. It was in the
promotion tournament.
Yeah, it was in the promotion tournament. And so there's great points. Remember, it's 7.7. So Flandre did pick it up, and it had a great impact in the sense that the changes did go through that you can go straight help, still deal a lot of damage like Titanic Hydra per se. And then the buffs that came onto Jarvan's W, so that he's able to get shield based off of his own maximum HP. It's really nice.
It is. But the statement still stands. In the LPL, we haven't seen a good performance because technically they are fighting to get back into the LPL in the promotion tournament. So bring it out here in the playoffs is, I would still say, a bit of a risk, but something that is coming back.
All right.
And we just need to see it go into more matchups, I think, personally, just so we actually see a bigger sample size to see how it does.
What's nice about it, even though they do go towards HP later on, mid-game, late game, the itemizing is nice because it is Titanic Hydra, so you still get the longswords for the lane. One nice thing about Jarvan, we've seen it in North America just a little bit with the C9 sub-top laner.
Yep.
He's picked it up for himself. He's able to take out just like pure damage in lane. You can just be able to pick out certain jungle matchups and then target out any squishies like mid laner, AD carry, blast them as the game goes on.
I mean, full AD Jarvan does feel very good,
Yeah.
but sometimes isn't the most successful. Regardless, we did have those full compositions, as we'll be seeing these two teams go head-to-head as NewBee and EDG. And coming into the day, you'd usually think that EDG should be a whitewash. If you saw this during the regular season, we'd be like, this is an easy 2-0. I'll go away, go outside, hang out with my friends, come back, and it'll be like, yep, as predicted. But this could be very different as it is a best-of-5 and the playoffs. So much coming into this game as we head on to the Rift here, Raz, for EDG versus NewBee.
You can even hear the fans.
It's been a long day for them, Raz.
It
This
has.
is what, hour 9, hour 10?
The fact that they've stuck around, and of course you people, the English viewers out there, congratulations. Pat yourselves on the back.
Yeah, you deserve it too. As we head into this best of 5. And technically, we're halfway through the day. So
Technically.
this could go on for quite a while.
Anything could happen.
It could indeed. And let's take a look at some of these Keystone Masteries. So, with speakers on Lulu, it is either that or Thunderlords. Anything else interesting? Interesting to see that the has gone for Grasp, for example.
Yeah, that's true. I would say Thunderlords on the Victor. We've seen the Deathfire touch more so on the Victors lately, but this time around he's going to be able to trade through lane. He's going up against a more passive pick in the Orianna.
Yep, so less interactive in that mid laner, rather, than we may have expected, since Coco up against Scout. Scout has been known for getting some of those solo kills during the split, but less likely.
He's definitely been a major power point for EDG. In times that EDG has had some tough routes. Ooh, this is going to be interesting though.
Coco's coming in from the side. Mouse will block him off, and somehow that body slam hits. V comes out here and just kind of bops Fire Lolly on the face. Spike comes down, Fire Lolly secures the Raptor. Swift will be behind in his early clear.
Yeah, they were prepared for it, but they're not going to be able to do much because EDG did use their top laner, and of course mid to just secure that. And this is something that now Fire Lolly, he's done that for himself, like in later portions of the split. If he gets that lead for himself, he's going to be able to just look to constantly engage. So it's good that he has technically winning lanes in both mid and bottom lane. He wants them to go look out and push. He's going to be able to secure his own Raptors, hopefully, after he's cleared out topside. And then just look to track a lead. That should just be his game plan here.
Pretty much the goal, because EDG do want to scale up a little bit here, getting into those mid-game skirmishes. Meanwhile, Swift, those earlier ganks, you'd have to assume onto topside mid lane. Try and get this bottom lane to work as well, because we haven't even touched on the fact that LWX is on Cogmore with more on Lulu, and LWX was a force the other day up against IG.
Yeah,
an incredible performance, back-to-back incredible performances, honestly. So now he's on this pick, which does kind of put NewBee in this do-or-die situation. However, it's more likely to be lit because LWX has shown his prowess.
Yeah, he's a very confident player, and so once he starts to gain items, you'll start to see it in how he plays it. A little bit risky, but that's something that NewBee has kind of used to their own advantage, where sometimes, yeah, sure he does. But other times you can really see him take those double kills, triple kills, so I like how he plays out. It's definitely different in comparison to Happy, who was in their AD carry position for quite some time. And so was primarily, before he was in Tanchisa Gaming in the LSPL, but once he joined this roster, he didn't have that many positives. But you can definitely see once he got that stage presence, once he was able to be there for a lot more time, was on stage with more often, that their 2v2 has gotten significantly stronger.
Changed man. You have to see them once more in this bottom lane. There is a slight CS advantage to Zet at the moment, but there is a minion wave resolving, and oh my, 84% to EDG, and it makes sense, you know, like NewBee perhaps they got a lucky set, and IG maybe weren't performing, and they definitely weren't in some aspects, but they were trying their hardest, and NewBee still brought it to them. So I feel like that's maybe in actuality it could be a more even series, but for now we just have to wait and see how this first game turns out. For now, these lanes are pretty even.
And that's something that's always worth mentioning, is that EDG, sure, they have the fans because they are a popular team. Popular based off of the constant success that they've had in the LPL for years and upon years. And this time around, sure, they don't have the recognizable names on their roster. A lot of these players are starting to build up a name for themselves. Zet, formerly Cry of Rock's Tigers, not so long ago in their sub lineup. Scout and Fire Lolly trying to build their own names. Mako's essentially the only one. You could say Mouse, but it's really the only real name that has had strength on the roster. Here comes a gank coming in from Swift.
It's being spotted out by Scout, and he will actually just simply walk away from it. Felt a little bit too easy, honestly. Went for a stroll through the jungle and actually just meet up with his good friend Fire Lolly. You know what? Go for this invade. So.
Oh wow, that's linked up. That worked out nicely.
Swift gets the smite this time around. Just 1-for-1 on those Raptors, but Fire Lolly will not be dissuaded. I just see this crab that has been taken out by Swift. We'll continue this invasion.
And this is the proper control that EDG has been utilizing in the later portions of the split. Sure, they had a bit of a trough in the mid portions of the split, but this time around, they played around Fire Lolly consistently well, and Fire Lolly has definitely become a much more disciplined player. He doesn't have to be a constant pressure point for the lanes, especially if they can build themselves compositions that they don't require pressure from jungler. Sometimes you see compositions from NewBee or from OMG where they definitely need the jungler's presence constantly in lanes, gank after gank to really get them going. For Fire Lolly, it's just been a lot more focused on, if he gets Graves, then he can constantly look to track jungle and just abuse on experience.
Feels like Swift may be a little early to the party, honestly, in bottom lane. He's going to be sat here for a while as Moore is still walking in.
Yeah.
You ever want to be too early? There's such a thing as being fashionably late.
Maybe.
Swift is still coming in, misses the cocoon, and will back away.
That was a little risky too because of the incoming wave, so he only had a small window. Mako and Zet knew of that, so that's just going to miss. Thankfully, he wasn't waiting too long.
Yeah, it's okay. Moore was making tracks to the bottom lane. I do want to touch back on Fire Lolly as a player, right? Because in this split, it's not even like he was the only jungler on that roster to be subbed in. They had Clearlove. Clearlove came back. But Fire Lolly was simply performing better and almost felt like Clearlove came on as a fan favorite, not a contender. Because he was fine, but he wasn't on the same level as Fire Lolly.
That's a definite story to tell because Clearlove, everyone expected, oh yes, the moment that Clearlove comes back, he is just here to stay, right? That Clearlove has always just been known as the best jungler in the LPL. Sure, there's a lot of growing junglers now with people like Condi taking up that crown. But Fire Lolly is someone who's constantly been growing, has been with the team, and you would say, okay, once Clearlove comes around, that's it. But once Clearlove came in, he was actually fairly passive. He didn't really mesh in very well with the team, but also in terms of just the meta. He was still sticking to that Rek'Sai pick when everyone else was on Graves, was on Kha'Zix. And sure, he kind of made it work, but he still had lanes that were carrying him through. And Fire Lolly just gives through. He has better communication, you can tell, with his lanes. But also, he's just pressuring much more, and he's just playing the meta picks a lot better.
Yeah, it really is, and it's been a better and better fit for the team. And for the longest time, it's like, all right, where's Clearlove? When's he coming back? And it was like we like 6 or something, and it was crazy. But he eventually came back into the lineup, but it just wasn't the same. And now with this new blood, this is a new era of EDG, and you felt the hit in the standings. Like, they finished second in the standings. They got pushed down to 3rd to 4th even before bouncing back up. And historically, EDG were always at the top. They hadn't even lost a domestic best-of-3 in a year and a half before they did, and that was very early on to the split. So it's a different team, it's a different era, but they're still strong.
Yeah, they've been definitely racking up losses, and it's sure they're a team that... Oh. Alright, it looks like... Yeah, Graves has blue buff for himself here.
Yeah, it looks like Fire Lolly just took that away from Scout, and Scout did just go back and pick up the lost chapter, so he might be saying, hey, nothing's happening in mid lane. I'm just trading in this 1v1, and I'm absolutely fine, so I didn't really need it. Coco's going to take it, however. Feels like he has a great wave clear, may even look for these roams, but Scout just saying, I'm fine with the mana, you take it, Fire Lolly, so he's accelerating this player ahead, the guy we were just talking about. Okay,
and something about Victor too is that once he gets to his upgrades, once he gets an upgraded E, that he starts to be completely fine. One of the bigger reasons about why he got shoved out of the meta was that nerf to his gold in terms of the first upgrade that he would get was pretty massive, and you would find yourself losing lanes more often than not, and not being able to pressure for your jungler to be able to take scuttle grab. And so the fact that he wasn't able to get that for himself, that or at least help out the team in pressuring out mid was a problem. This time around, it's mostly been in through Death Star touch and 4 matchups, but here, of course, he was able to go and get the pick into like an Orianna because of the bans that have been coming through. But the fact that he's got that upgrade for himself is actually really comfortable. Sure, now that he has blue buff on Orianna, it's going to help. Just a little bit. So Coco here is someone we should watch out for.
For sure. Looking back at this bottom lane, see how it's shaking out. Zet still ahead in terms of farm. It's to be expected. Of course, it is a laning phase for a Cogmore. Checking on top lane as well. Basically even. V hasn't gotten a massive advantage, and he is also going tank at this point in time against Mouse. Meanwhile, Mouse has gone for the classic triple Durans, which we've seen so often from these tanks nowadays, and also going into a bit of armor as well. He's going up against V for this laning phase, but honestly, predominantly there is a lot of AP damage on the side of NewBee.
Yeah, and something I'm really surprised about is V going towards the straight tank because, yeah, he's building up for that because there's a lot of AP on the EDG side. Wait a minute, there's a trade happening here.
Yeah, LWX is going in more there to back him up, but he's low on mana, and he's actually just going to go straight down. Zet with the insta-kill. And he realizes there's no point even going after Zet with the Icathian surprise. I'm going for the farm. I have no idea what that was about.
Yeah, LWX was just not in tune with both Flash, Heal. They had all their sums up for themselves, and they had a nice trade earlier on, right? But they just doubled down on it, and he just got killed for no reason. There was no reason for it. The best thing about it was that Firelolly was starting to pressure up in this lane. He was in the area. He was going to look for an invade, especially with Scout looking to roam bot side and take advantage. But he had a positive trade. You could have used that, pushed them back, and had at least there to defend. In fact, Swift was there for that very reason. So that's a major loss coming in. And LWX, we talked about him being confident. That was just... That was just not thinking ahead for him.
It was also 100% on him and nothing towards Moore whatsoever. I'm pretty sure Moore didn't have mana for his ultimate. I'm pretty sure he was underneath 100, so he couldn't even use it, so he couldn't save LWX, didn't use either of his summoners, and was in too deep by the time he realized he was losing the trade. So a rare misstep from a player who's honestly looked better and better through this split. And that's going to put NewBee on the back foot heading into this early game. The fact that EDG didn't take the bot lane tower in that exchange was a godsend, honestly.
Yeah, but that's going to be the next target, right? Essentially, they might just go straight back into it. Firelolly is just farming up top side, but you got to expect that at some point with how lanes have been going, that bot side is going to be the priority. That tower is just essentially waiting to get killed. So pressure now has been in favor of Zet and Mako, but with that kill, yeah, it's going to be a little easier.
Yeah, this top lane still just trading blows. We see both junglers in the top river here. Swift and Firelolly. But the crab was secured by Firelolly there, so it's just ships passing in the night for now, I'd have to think, but many danger pings coming in, probably from Scout saying I'm not there.
Yeah, a lot of jockeying for positions, and just to mention that point, Firelolly just playing a bot, he doesn't have to pressure anything, especially with Orianna not being anywhere near there.
Honestly, just looking at this bottom side of the map, it feels like everywhere where the camera is not, stuff is happening. I'm waiting on anyone passing through Coco's line of sight. As he's waiting in this brush, moving towards this bottom side. He knows there's going to be a push from EDG.
Ooh, there are pings coming in. There are nice wards if a TP play comes down.
Coming in, but he's locked up in place, and Coco was coming up river. Coco with the instant kill. And Swift also gets tagged by the Ezreal ultimate, but it was another kill. This time, over to NewBee.
Yeah, they just didn't have vision on Coco for such a long time. Scout was just securing a mid lane push, so they could have just waited it out. Really poorly played from Firelolly. He just thought he had a nice look on to Swift. Could have easily blew him up, but yeah, just wait. Play the discipline game. It should have been in their favor had he just waited for Scout.
Getting a bit impatient. You know, these players are starting very late into the day. They've obviously been at the studios for hours upon hours. So you expect them to be a bit jittery heading onto stage as a semi-final spot is on the line.
Yeah, you see both mistakes on both sides. As you mentioned, they've been here for a very long time, just waiting in their rooms. So game one's definitely just them, A, gauging each other's strength, but also B, just warming up.
Yeah,
right?
finding their feet, right?
Yeah.
Because those are some uncharacteristic mistakes from a lot of these players so far into this game, but in the end, since it is a 1-for-1, it doesn't mean too much in the whole spectrum of the game. But I do look towards some of the farm differentials, in fact, like bottom lane, 20 CS different, mid lane, 11 CS, top lane, even 8. It all adds up. As Swift is looking for an invade here onto Firelolly. He's got the help from his mid lane, but I just saw like 70 on the way pings from EDG, so they were well aware that this was happening.
So the best thing about it, you talked about the laning phase being able to get those leads. Mouse has been pressuring her up on this turf for so long. He felt that free. It's good that he's just been kind of eating pressure primarily throughout the entirety of the split. This game, it's been the same. He hasn't had the jungle pressure. He hasn't had that presence. But the fact that Graves has been constantly pinging out where Swift is, even though he's not honestly going all in, he constantly knows where the jungler is, and it's an Elise as well. So that's just been helping them out. But Swift, he might find himself something, but he catches out on a ward. So
yeah, that play's going to fizzle out. But the fact that EDG aren't doubling down on their bottom lane, just taking out this tower. I mean, obviously Firelolly got caught in the river. He was on his way to the bottom lane.
Yeah.
Right now he's looking to go elsewhere. Maybe it is because Swift, it's a little too easy to say, oh, well, I know Firelolly's going into the bottom side. I'll just look for the counter guy and can stop you as a 3 versus 3. As a result, he's gone to this top side. V has been forced away from the tower. honestly, very smart.
Yeah, they changed up tempo because of the communications. Mouse has been on this turret for so long, wave after wave after wave. I don't even think he has ever had a chance where he was pushing in on this matchup. So that's just Mouse recognizing that he can bring the jungler up. He doesn't even need mid lane for himself. And they just take a tower for it. The lanes are just going in favor of EDG. The jungle matchup has been for ever since level 1. Ever since that level 1, it's been in favor of EDG.
It just feels like NewBee are a little bit shaken today compared to how they were performing up against IG. The skill shots aren't hitting. The plays are a little sloppy. Random calls are being had. And as a result, EDG just have the star power. You look towards Scout. You look towards Mouse in the top lane. And if you've seen him internationally, it's just like, well, this guy's an average at best top laner. But you see him domestically, the guy's a monster. So when you're playing up against these two solo laners, even Zed in the bottom lane, you're seeing these lanes gradually being pushed in. And Swift will find a bead on towards Scout. Mako coming in from the bot side, looks for the lockdown. This could get turned around, looking for the kill, and there it is. Over to Scout. A flash out of the disco ball as well from Coco. Could not have been played better from EDG.
There was just no way out for Swift. Mako was waiting in Lu, and on top of that, the TP play coming in from Mouse. There was no pressure coming in top side because he had that wave pushed in, and he now, once he's just taken that Gander all the way back to the top lane, he's going to be able to hit that entire wave. So he missed absolutely nothing for that TP. Sure, he didn't get anything out of it. It was an insurance policy, but had he had at least been able to get out of that, that would have been a positive play. So overall, that's just them playing a safer game for themselves.
And now, every single lane is losing from NewBee. Like, arguably, Coco is even.
Yeah.
But everyone else is getting screwed. Top lane got the full tower gold, 650, full item, on his way to his second item as well. Mouse is gigantic. He's not going to die in a hurry. Bot lane, almost taking the tower. Literally could walk up, literally do anything.
Yeah.
And that's gone.
And the only reason it's not down is because Graves is back at base. So even just a counterpoint to that, NewBee, they recognize that they are this far behind. The only thing that they're going to be constantly thinking is that at least they're keeping up in terms of just somewhat competitive in CS, and they have a late game composition that's still to be feared. EDG has a really good team fight comp as well, and it's how you play it out, but it's something that you look to the Kog'Maw and the Victor, that's something they will have confidence in.
Quick knock up here. This is going to be a very long trade. Both of these guys are full tanks, but Fire Lolly will take this advantage and just turn it into a red buff. There is no one to contest. So all over this jungle. And it's really just down to Swift. He has one option, and that's execute a good gank. And he's looking towards it in the bottom lane here.
Yeah, some people would think that that top lane thing was oh, wait, Mako's going to get cut out.
Mako's just going to straight up face check. He's 100% dead. Tries to flash away, was mashing the button, but didn't happen in the end. And that's just a simple kill to NewBee.
Yeah, that was just a major mistake coming out of Mako and Zed, because they knew that the jungle pressure was topside. In fact, they were playing very well around Fire Lolly and Mouse. Mouse covering Fire Lolly and taking that jungler, that red buff. They knew where the pressure was coming from, but they just stuck their head into a bush randomly. Uh-oh.
Another flash coming in. Scout locked down, looking for another kill. Shockwave being used, but Repel comes up and Fire Lolly in this 1v2. He's already used his ultimate, and another kill to NewBee, and just like that, they're coming back into this game.
This is really well played coming out of Swift. He's making play out of play. In just a minute, 2 minutes even, A, they get the bottom lane tower, but B, they get 2 kills for themselves. NewBee is back into the game, and it was just a long, hard, fought out control coming out of EDG. They get these passive lane advantages, and they immediately lose it.
Another one. Swift catches Fire Lolly in the jungle, looking for that knockup, but Moore was not in range at the right time, and Fire Lolly will jump away. Still had the flash on top of that, but we just said it, Raz. NewBee have one opportunity, one chance to come back in, and it's going to be from Swift, and it's going to be from the gank. EDG did not recognize this. 2 kills over to NewBee and the bottom tower. The fact that bottom tower fell over to LWX and more before EDG took theirs, when they made that play in the early game, is honestly baffling.
Yeah, that one, we talk about EDG having proper discipline throughout the end point of the split. That is one key hole that they had. And Swift was able to just completely take advantage of it. So that bottom lane being opened up, they're going to be able to get it. That's at least something for themselves, but they really have to play a little smart, because they are getting slow and calm advantages, but now it's all coming falling apart.
But it was standing gold at that point, Raz, and NewBee knew it, so they'll send LWX and more, they'll unlock them from that lane, send them into the top lane, and then now EDG, someone has to react from them. Do they sacrifice a player? Because that's essentially what they're doing. LWX and more will push that lane in. And LWX is being given all the time in the world when he was so far down and farm before. He's right back into this game, and now he's actually just taking this tower. Nice ultimate there from Zet, but we need to see a reaction from EDG, and we need to see it now.
Yeah, they can just push this away. They don't have to force the fight. All they need to do is take the waves, because with how low that mid lane tower it is for EDG, EDG can just take that as a pressure point. With Orianna, all she has to do is stick in that lane, push this wave out coming out of Zet and Mako, and then immediately pivot mid. Then NewBee have to answer that. They don't want to lose their mid lane tower, which has just being chipped at by Scout time and time again. That is a time where EDG can take control of the tempo once again.
Just pushing out these waves, pushing it in. I feel like the next objective from EDG has to be towards that mid lane, but they're almost letting NewBee take the tempo of this one and letting NewBee dictate where EDG are allocating their resources.
And that's great for NewBee to be able to find that hole and be able to take advantage of it. They didn't have much of a choice because of the earlier points in which they lost their leads, right? In the mid lane, in the bottom lane. So now they're regaining that control. They just can't fall once again. So top lane was pushed out. They're already centering around mid. If they can take the control between both top and mid, then more cannot walk this
that's
way.
so much damage out from Scout. He almost gets the insta-kill despite more of the ultimate. Fire Lolly from downtown. Massive collateral damage for the kill. Master's coming in. Another flash. Scout does so much damage. Looking for another command attack, but it's not quite in range. Swift gets tagged by it. On both LWX and Swift will back off from that one. Scout is unbelievably strong.
Yeah, this guy's a beast. And all he has is, he doesn't have that many items. Oh, wait a minute. They're just going to be going for the
22 minutes. Coco throwing the laser over the wall. Swift knows he's there, but he's chunked, has no flash. It's going to be a one-way trip. Takes that full damage out from the True Shot Barrage. And now that there's a ward there, it's almost impossible. A single auto attack from Zet takes him out. Repel comes up, and he's waiting for him to come back down. And that's the Baron over from EDG.
22 minutes into the game, EDG, and it all comes off the back of Scout. He deletes more, and he just pushes the rest away from it. They had to back away from that entire point. They had to go back to base. That's 3 people off the map from NewBee. Swift, he stuck around, but he's not going to, in no way, shape, or form, is he going to be able to impact that Baron play. So EDG, they just turn it on immediately, and that's Baron for EDG 23 minutes into the game.
Turns out Scout's a good player.
Yeah.
Comes out of the LCK under the shadow of SKT and starts destroying people in the LPL, and this is not the first time we've seen it in this split. Scout is an incredibly good player, and we just saw it right there, securing basically the Baron for his team by himself.
Yeah, and honestly, EDG has relied on that throughout the split, right? They've relied on Scout to be able to carry the games for them. They've gotten better and played around him a lot easier, so now that's why they've become a team that you can really fear in terms of the playoff contention. But those plays, you just expect them.
Well, there's the Shockwave looking for another assassinate, this time a little too deep. V finds the ultimate on top of Zed, but the Cataclysm is not really a Cataclysm. Jumps in, almost instantly dies. Scout was looking for the kill, doesn't quite connect. But Swift, why is he in so deep? Ooh. This tower will be going down regardless, and NewBee are trying to grasp onto it a little too hard.
And it's always off the back of Scout's ulti. Every single time, they pick one target and they go for it. LWX is trying to farm himself up as much as possible to get to his items, but the game is ending far too quickly here.
He needs his team not to fall in on themselves like a house of cards. This middle tower is getting sieged in. NewBee just needs to concede it like they did with the first, or not like they did with the first. That's how they should have played it.
Yep.
And EDG move towards the top side. Now, NewBee are putting up some resistance, but I mean, we have separated members. This is not the way that you do it. Swift jumps out of the bush and turns onto Zed, but it's not the full damage coming from just him. And Zed will almost kill him by himself. Firelolly waiting over the wall, but Swift is already dead. Scout coming out here doesn't have the flash, but has the ultimate almost ready to go. Chaos Storm from Coco will start zoning away some of these players from EDG, but now this push got a whole lot harder to defend from NewBee.
It definitely did. Swift is Mouse!
Oh, Mouse is looking for the engage. Big ultimate happens, and the engage from V, but he's by himself. Shockwave, instant kill onto LWX. V has to leave the premises, and now the top tower is down.
What happened to these guys? 25 minutes of it looked like this was just going to be a slow-paced game.
That's what I thought.
Yeah, but then EDG just turned it on a dime. The one thing I can say for NewBee was that was looking good from Swift. They were looking to get a pick off of it. He was in a bush. He was undetected, but then he just didn't go on Zet. Zet would have been the easiest target. In fact, Zet died without even getting cocooned. We're not even going to look at that. We're going to take a look at this incredible play coming out of Mouse. And so NewBee tried to double down on this play, but take a gander at that. Yeah, LWX has just been deleted.
Removed from the map by Scout. And didn't we say it at the start of the game, Raz? Mouse and Scout domestically, absolute monsters. And you saw it right there. It was the 1-2 punch. And NewBee went right down. Completely KO'd. And they'll lose the top tower. They lost 2 towers in the mid lane. Well, all of a sudden, we're looking at almost an 8,000 gold lead from EDG. Next Baron's not up for at least 3 minutes. And EDG, I find it hard to see a reality where they lose this game outside of LWX popping off. And when you look at EDG, how is that going to happen? Scout's always going to be there to delete him.
Yeah, at this point in time, it's just going to be all in on the next Baron, funny enough, because NewBee cannot realistically take a fight. Even with Mouse just sitting right on top of that. They have a decent fight in terms of if EDG go into towards the Baron and NewBee can look to contest the very next one with Victor, Kog'Maw, Jarvan, right? You can see it in which they could somehow take this game. But for now, they have to stop the bleeding as much as possible. They're losing tower after tower. With how much vision control that they're losing on the map currently, it's lit up completely by EDG. And so currently, they just need to try and farm up and hold out.
That's what they're trying to do, and at the very least, LWX is working his way towards a 3rd item, but he's been sat on 2 items for like what feels like 20 minutes, but that meaning it was 7 minutes ago, so that's unrealistic. But LWX has been sitting on those items for such a long time. Meanwhile, in this bottom lane, still a lot of damage. You can see V there as well, disengaged from Mouse, and as a limber fat man, because he's already out.
Yeah, he just didn't want Jarvan blocking him out. What is he doing now? All right, get out of there. What are you trying to do, Mouse? You don't want to snake game 3. You don't want a point where you just had such a massive early point lead and then just lose out just because the top lane is just thrown out into bottom side alone. So a little cheeky coming out of Mouse, but just play discipline. Baron's coming up in about 1:50. This is honestly what NewBee want to look for. But if EDG play their cards right, they're just really playing out the vision that they have here, because they have 3 control, or at least 3 members with control wards. Graves, Orianna, and Karma. They do want to set this up. They're shoving out these waves, and it's all going to be on the next Baron.
LWX. You can see the team is just feeding him farm quite literally in the top lane. It is the way that they will come into this game. It looks like he will build towards that Triforce. Has that one no magic mantle, which could honestly build into anything. Could be a Wit's End. Could be a Morpheus. Who knows at this point in time.
With how much damage Orianna is doing right now, he definitely needs himself some defense. I don't even think getting an auto attack off that, so I would like a Hexbreaker at the very least.
Yep. More certain.
Because he's just been getting blown up. Scout's shockwaves have been on point so far to set his team up for these fights, so that's something you constantly have to worry about.
All right, Raz, what do we need to see from NewBee?
NewBee, they have to play it still until they are sure that EDG is starting on that Baron, which does mean that they have 2 blue trinkets right now. That is nice. They don't need any more than that. That's fine. They just need to be able to play it slowly until they are sure that EDG is starting up Baron. And it's either going to be off of a steal, off Swift, or they can try and take the fight because they do have a lot of AoE damage. It's going to be a little bit risky, but it's that's their only hope at this point. Because if this Baron goes down and they don't get anything off of it, then with how EDG was able to play this game out with their last Baron, you can realistically expect to get steal.
All on that. But they have the combo right there, right? V jump in. And Coco on top of him with Chaos Storm. LWX was free fightering with the Lulu on top of him. The idea is sound in theory, but in practice, way harder to execute.
And honestly, V is not even as tanky as they want him to be, because he has that Titanic, he has the Spirit Visage, but my goodness, Ezreal's doing a lot of damage right now in this point of the game, but they're just going to start off on this Baron. They have 3 members into the mid lane, so NewBee, they don't really have a reason to believe that this is being started.
I mean, it's being 2-manned by a Graves and an Orianna.
Yep.
And to be honest, that was a little overzealous because there was no way they were actually going to do that. They needed someone with more consistent damage, but they felt like Scout was fed enough to make it happen. Now we picked up Leandri's, so it actually becomes almost a thing that could happen because Leandri's percent damage will make it a lot easier. That being said, EDG are finding creative ways to sneak this Baron away.
Yeah, had they had the damage for it, obviously it would have been good because NewBee wouldn't have known. But it looks like they're just trying to sneak these objectives. Good thing about this is that, sure, Cloud Dragon, not very useful, but it's kind of like rolling the dice and hoping that the next one's going to be Infernal. With how much this game has been going in their favor, if they can get a hard reset, it's just going to be Elder Dragon, obviously, because it's 30 minutes into the game. So yeah, there we go. I forgot about that.
I was waiting for you to finish, Raz, but...
All right, man. This game, you got me.
Yeah, 100% prediction on that one. It is, in fact, the Elder Dragon.
Oh, you got me.
But, I mean, the point is still the same, right? For EDG, they want the next dragon to be an Elden, despite it being 10 minutes away. It just gives them another condition in which to fight over.
And that's fair. Currently, they're holding so much control of the top side. They already have the control wards put out. They don't want them to be put to misuse. They just want to be able to hold those control wards. So Graves going to go back to base. Wonder what he gets because these resets are pretty key. Still long sword and then actually control ward, so it's just whatever. But at this point in time, they do need to start towards playing towards this side of the map. They can do whatever they want. Look at the wave in the bottom side of the map. It's already pushing in Mouse's favor, so someone does have to answer to that at some point, especially if Mouse just shows his face and pushes out another wave.
It's worth mentioning that the game has slowed down, though.
Yeah.
NewBee have been staring out EDG for a good kind of 4 or 5 minutes.
But that's how EDG has been getting a lot of their wins recently, is that once they gain that control, usually it's on Mako when he has a threat, or when they have another point of pick. Like in Elise, for instance. They've been running a lot of pick compositions, even with Ashe. This time around, it's a little harder to get these fights. But the control here is as good as it has been. Okay, you know what? Moore's going to stick around. He can chug that potion. But if they keep poking them out like this, then suddenly someone does need to go back to base, and they can get these this Baron there. They are just going to go on top of it.
Good blue trinket timing, though, from NewBee. Instantly as EDG starts, so they'll know it's happening.
That being said, though, no blue trinkets anymore for NewBee. They don't have any more lifelines for themselves. They could just start on this once again.
Man, EDG have just taken all the resources away, and NewBee have no idea what's happening. Quick ward over the wall. Swift, this is down to you, buddy. You have to make something happen. Has the flash. Looking for this to jump in, but it's secured by Scout. A little close for comfort, but still, EDG do secure.
That's really risky, but my god, Scout does so much damage at this point in the game. Zet's going in.
Oh, Coco is by himself. Was trying to find the assassinate onto Zet, but not going to happen. Barely took a scratch from that maneuver in from NewBee. And with 2 kills and the Baron, looks like it's going to be game here.
Yep, that was incredibly clean from EDG, and it took some time. NewBee definitely looking back and saying, this game went by really fast. We were in it not so long ago. But EDG, once they gain control, you can see those control wards on the top side of the map towards Baron, they've been up for so long, and they used them to such success.
Right now, NewBee waiting on these respawns for Swift and Coco. But Coco being level 17, his respawn is going to be way off. 17 seconds left, and EDG at the very least are going to take 2 inhibs.
Yeah, there's really nothing NewBee can do. That was their one condition, was to be able to steal it or force a fight. They were not in a position to force a fight with how much they were getting dubbed out completely. It was going to be all in on Swift taking it, and he was fairly close. He actually was. It could have worked out if Orianna didn't do 1 billion damage. And of course, Fire Lolly doesn't have Smite himself and out-leveled. So the out-leveling of Fire Lolly and Scout just being able to just burst it on top.
Yeah.
That's good for EDG to be able to time that well. But at the same time, that's it. Like, Swift tried, and that essentially went under. This game is definitely looking really, really tough.
It's just impressive to me how disciplined EDG have looked. As soon as they had that advantage, despite a couple missteps in the early game, it was just from beat to beat. EDG knew exactly what they needed to do, and he executed it on it superbly every single time. And some of those weren't calculated plays, it was just Scout going off and NewBee just not being able to respond to that. But regardless, EDG have been so disciplined.
And it's something that NewBee will not be able to take away from it, because yeah, Scout did go off, but a lot of them advantages came off of passive advantages, like the outer turrets, the communication from Mouse being able to just hold Fire Lolly and take that outer turret really easily. But oh, they're just going in for this tower.
This tower's already gone, Raz. Here comes V into this top lane. He needs to find that initiate, but I'm not even sure the person he jumps onto won't just kill him by themselves. Everyone's so unbelievably strong from EDG.
Yeah, and Mouse positioning really forward here, so the backline with that Scout, it's going to be hard to be able to get right on top of him. V's going to try. He's just getting shoved out by the bodyguard here.
Now Mouse is just stopping this from happening. Scout looking for the flash to get the assassinate down, but didn't quite happen. V, once the initiate, goes right onto the Orianna. He's got the team behind him, but Scout hasn't even really taken much damage just yet. Now he's down to half. LWX is going in onto the back lines, finds one, looks for another. Not going to happen. Down into the Akavian surprise, but NewBee are actually holding for a second. But Zet, he's still alive, and Zet will run down the whole of your team. Not just Zet, but look at Mouse. V did look for the assassination in the backside, and that was a 4th of 3. So at the very least, it was the best that NewBee could have looked for. But Zed, he's not letting V escape. He could end the game, but he wants blood.
Yeah, this is it coming in. It's going to be the slowest take. And the team fight really did end off of Mouse just ulting Coco away from it, so it really had to take a long trek coming. But that's the end of the game. EDG take game 1.
Impressive win from EDG. Cold, calculated. That's all we needed to see from them. Not a single shred of emotion on Zed's face. And he just completely bodied his opponents.
That has to be a tough one for NewBee, because they really felt like there was a slow burn from them. In the laning phase, usually, NewBee has strong lanes, in the sense that, strong lanes in pick ban. That was not afforded to them this time around. But also just stronger laners relatively, not in this matchup. And so they lost out, especially with Fire Lolly being able to control Swift early, which is a condition Swift never wants to happen. And you can see that right from the beginning of the game, and it just slowed burn right into the end, of course.
Yes, you can, and pretty much from the 15-minute mark, there was a couple wins here and there in the skirmishes and the picks. I'm not even going to say skirmishes, it was more about those picks from NewBee. It did work out for them, but Zed, you saw the instant assassinations from Scout, but he actually did less damage than Mouse. It was more about what Zet was doing in these team fights in the end. It's a 50-50 though, because what Scout did was secure that initial Baron for the team, and it did kind of explode from there. The dominoes were set up for EDG.
Yeah, they both have their different benefits, where Orianna was setting up plays for them so they can get the Baron, but also just be able to pressure forward. He had a lot of positive early game influence, and then of course Zet in the later team fights played exceptionally well. So he's going to be able to do that, especially with the composition really catered to him being that backline damage.
There's this play onto the Baron where NewBee were completely starved of vision. Tries to go for this steal. It was incredibly close, to be fair, but it was just instantly timed from EDG. They had the health that they wanted to burst at, and it was nothing that Swift was going to do about it.
Yeah, NewBee in no way, especially since they lost their jungler, as you can see. You could see him just going off on this 1v1. Yeah, there's no way they thought they could even take the fight, especially with the lost Baron on that one. Elise is immediately down. Jarvan was pivoting for the fight, but there was no way he was going to be able to take it because he knew that they were far too healthy, and the back line of EDG was in a really safe position. So EDG is going to be feeling really nice about that. They'd much rather get the same composition again. NewBee, on the other hand, they definitely want to change up on that. I think the jungler is going to be incredibly impactful because of how well EDG was able to play around their Graves, especially from level 1. He was able to control his Raptor camp incredibly well. In fact, he went and controlled the red buff, and it was because of that Swift was able to make use of that and go bot side and take that initial advantage. But Swift does not want to be able to get, he doesn't want to get controlled early. Because that's usually the winning point of NewBee. So that's definitely something that has to get changed. This is going to be a long set. Potentially can go all 5 games, so there is definitely learning points for NewBee throughout the set.
So you think it all is reliance on draft, or do we also look at what happened in game? Because it was a lot of missteps in the early game, specifically by the bot lane LWX. That was an uncommon mistake, and we could put that onto stage jitters because they have been waiting for so long in the wings to get into this game. We saw a similar mistake from Fire Lolly, but it did not set them up for success in the bottom lane where they were being pushed in. That being said, it was turned around by Swift having a good couple plays. It was just in the end, EDG almost knowing exactly what they needed to do. The fact they were starving out resources from them. So I don't know if it's early game mistakes from NewBee or the fact that they just couldn't play the same macro game as EDG.
I think the one thing they will focus on is when Elise did get advantages for them. When Swift was able to go bot side, get that kill, and then go mid immediately and get an advantage for them, they still could not pressure lanes. In fact, they immediately lost top. They immediately lost mid. They couldn't immediately use those advantages because they had to scale up. So that's something they don't want to have happen again. They usually have proper pressure in lanes, especially top lane. This time around, Mako's going to get that MVP for himself.
That's pretty interesting. Yeah, Mako finds the MVP here. He did everything he needed to. He supported incredibly well, had those good rims in the early game, supporting with the vision.
Yeah, and 91% kill participation is something that he's going to like. I think that Mako he's always been that player for them. In fact, he made a play happen towards the jungle. This is it, actually, where he's able to come in and get the kill onto Swift. The TP comes through, but that was just insurance. Swift is dead nonetheless. It was going to happen, so Victor had to walk away. So that was a positive play he made. But we did have a lot of positive plays coming out of the mid lane and Scout. And so, of course, out of Zet, he had a lot of plays that he went in. And I guess it was a team game. A lot of them got a lot of incredible advantages from themselves, and they showcased it through the game. But I would have given it to Scout.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, like, we look towards the damage and like, what, 10k on Orianna? But the fact that he was nuking people down, like the times that he did hit, he was getting those assassinations. He secured the Baron basically for his team multiple times in that game. So it felt like he was deserving. But regardless, Mako will pick it up. We are going to take a quick break before we head into Game 2 of this series between EDG and NewBee. What's up, guys? Welcome back to the LPL. EDG and NewBee going head-to-head once more, and EDG completely smashed NewBee in Game 1. Was not really even a contest outside of that early game, Raz. And we now need to look towards this second game and actually see what NewBee can even do, because NewBee looked incredible, let's be honest, up against their opponents IG the other day, but they did not look like the same team this time around.
Yeah, that's a fair point. I think it's fun to talk about NewBee because they have those moments, right?
Oh, yeah.
Remember in the regular season, they took a 2-0 off of EDG. And sure, just recently it was a 1-2 in favor of EDG, so they can say, oh, yeah, we 3-2 advantage in the regular season. We're the better team here. But we talk about it. They looked great in the quarterfinal, first round, going up against IEG. But EDG just stomped them this game. It looked really hard to watch. NewBee's looking a little frustrated, but game 2, you have to really just clear that out of your mind. Go into this one. You can start with pick ban, and then if it doesn't work out, then of course, then you're in game 3. You have to talk about play. Then you're saying, we're getting outplayed, guys.
And we may just be witnessing that divide now between a 4th place team and a 2nd place team. That is EDG. And we saw that during the regular split, that 2nd place in both Group A and Group B was head and shoulders above the rest.
Yeah.
Did shake up a little, I have to say, in Group A for sure, with OMG and IG going at it. But definitely in Group B, EDG and WE head and shoulders. So we may be seeing that divide here today. That being said, we did see a glimpse of what NewBee can show. We saw Swift, he had that one shot, the one opportunity, and he actually dragged the game on for an extra 5-7 minutes because he made those 2 plays, the pick in the bot lane, pick in the mid lane, and actually gave a lifeline to NewBee when they needed it the most.
Yeah, but that's what's so interesting is because usually those kind of lifelines brings it into a skirmishing or a scrappy finish where we saw NewBee go up against WE. They can take that win. Problem here is that when EDG regained pressure, they just knew what they had to fix up. So in the vision control that they had, you'd see, oh yeah, let's throw another blue trinket in there. And then another one. Oh, we don't have another one? They're already starting up on Baron? A lot of teams would be half-hearted in terms of just getting on top of it. EDG even experimented. They tried with just 2 members, while 3 were sitting mid. Didn't work out. They're like, all right, we need more members. We'll just walk into red side jungle and take a lot more control before we go at it again. So EDG going into game 2, you got to think they're a stronger beast. NewBee has a lot to work on going into this game 2. They know at the very least priority in game 1. Their prep was good in how they just banned out AD carries. I think Kog'Maw is a little bit of a mistake. It's not so bad simply because LWX did play it poorly. He did have those moments where he got himself killed.
Yeah.
But this time around, I do want him to showcase a Lucian, something that he has had a lot of success with in his own career. You know what? It's good in this case because this man does play Lucian. I understand. I know where you're going with this. But Lucian is his best champion.
You can't always just say that because you main a champion. No, I completely agree. Lucian could definitely work right here. I do say I want to see Kled every single game, but sometimes it is the right decision in the LPL.
Sometimes you're watching game times and you're like, give me a Kled.
Yeah, this is the first big priority. Regardless, we're into game 2 here. NewBee and EDG champion select. And Ash comes in as the first banner. Again, Set once more, we're seeing priority into those AD carry picks.
Yeah, and the change here is that NewBee now has blue side. So Graves is going to be a priority. EDG might as well ban it. But the fact, if they do ban it, if EDG goes towards a 3rd ban towards that Graves, suddenly that's not an issue anymore. NewBee has an even jungle playing field, theoretically. Let's see how that plays out.
Theoretically. So EDG take away Rengar and Jace, while NewBee will take away Gragas in here as well from Mouse and Fire Lolly. Mouse had a fantastic performance on Gragas in the last game.
He definitely did. And that's something that's great about Mouse as the series has gone on, as the split has gone on, is that his TP flank plays have been ridiculous to watch. And so, yeah, take the champion away from him, especially since he was able to just completely body the lane.
That's the jungle priority you were alluding to towards Raz. So Lee Sin away from Fire Lolly and Graves aimed at Swift.
You might just first pick the Elise, because there are so many junglers that just got banned out here. NewBee wants to solidify a proper jungle pick, but they might actually go towards, I wonder what this man has down. He does have a Kha'Zix sitting in his champion pool. Hasn't gone to it recently, but I would be surprised if they pick a Varus up. All right, there we go.
It comes out, and that's brought in here for LWX immediately, so really wanted that for him. I mean, Caitlyn was still available for LWX, so it wasn't even like he was pressured to bring out Varus right now, but they wanted it for their composition, apparently.
Wanted it for the composition, wants it likely for the lane.
Yeah.
You'd expect EDG to take the Karma. Yeah, the instant hover on the Karma, but the pickup on the, yeah, there we go.
The Ivan, yeah, coming out.
All right, so this is a response. I like the Karma for the lane, because NewBee were definitely going to look to take on the second phase, but the Ivern pick coming out of Fire Lolly is a cheesy one that you don't want to get invaded on early. I wonder what NewBee would look to pick up. They don't have a Graves, which has usually been a strong one up against that pick.
Did you expect Ivan to come out here?
I did not.
From Fire Lolly?
Definitely did not.
Yeah. has not historically been a pick from EDG, but NewBee bring out the Rumble for that top lane for V. So he'll bring that in very early, and we were talking about that last game as well. Maybe that's something he'll bring out. And now that Gragas has been taken off the table, it just makes sense, but Kennen is still here if Mouse wants it.
Yeah, they are definitely prioritizing stronger push in lanes. That was the change from last game, as I mentioned. They were getting shoved in. They couldn't really use the advantages they were given to them because passive advantages were just coming in through EDG and proper laning phases. So this has been their response, is to just pick everything. Pick that Rumble. We don't care what you're going to look to counter in the top side against us. Fizz is open. Don't mind. They should mind, but they do not. So Shove should be in favor of Rumble. I do expect Mouse to go towards the Fizz, but it's in the second phase. So NewBee has an opportunity to just ban it.
That is true, because EDG's final pick was Caitlyn as we head towards the second phase of bans. We'll see what will come out here from EDG. There's a jungle ban. And yeah, of course, NewBee haven't picked up a jungler yet, so they're going to just hit him twice probably. NewBee, I'm expecting top lane bans, specifically Fizz. Okay, it's going to be another ban against Scout. You almost probably have to take away at least a pick against Scout, to be fair.
Yeah, and even just to hit that point harder with EDG now just going to go right into jungle because they already had 2 in the initial phase. What is NewBee going to play? Kha'Zix is still available, and they have Rumble, Zyra, so it theoretically can work. It's just usually the Ivern is strong into it.
Yeah.
And in the composition.
There's the Kha'Zix
They're
as
just
well,
going to ban that too. They don't even care.
Rek'Sai?
Rek'Sai, likely.
This is one of those scenarios where I actually think Shyvana could work.
I
Like,
don't
no
hear
joke.
that.
It's a possibility. I know some teams were playing around with it. And into Ivern, you actually just take away all of his camps before he gets rolling. I'm just saying. I'm just putting it out there. And if it gets picked, I look like a god. If not, I'm a play-by-play. Regardless, NewBee are going to final pick or final ban the Syndra towards Scout. And that means that both Fizz and Kennen are up. Kennen is the traditional counter against Rumble, but Fizz is just Fizz right now. He's absurd.
Yeah, and if you pick Fizz in the matchup, you essentially recognize that you're going to get constantly shoved in, and you're going to be hopefully picking up waves under tower. This one's a little bit more of an aggressive one on that one, and you can itemize a lot better. So that's a pick. And they have Ivern too, so they don't have to worry about having too many squishy champions.
I'm not going to get excited until it gets locked.
Are you sure about that? I can see you. You're already excited.
Nah, it's not going to happen. But even if this Nautilus does get locked in, it means that the Rumble is going elsewhere.
It's going straight into the jungle.
Yeah, for Swift. So I like the early pickup of the Rumble because it actually gave NewBee that opportunity.
Yeah. So one thing to take note of is that Rumble jungle was it was being played quite a bit in week 1, primarily out of RNG. Had a pretty low win rate. It is a very passive jungler, so thankfully for him, he's going up against an Ivern, so he doesn't have to worry about having a jungler that trades into him. So he gets that. He gets proper lanes to shove, and at the same time, he can farm up himself for proper team fighting.
And as we all know, fire types are strong against grass types, so it does make sense. And final pick was Talon coming in from Coco, so we'll get to see that one once more. Coco has had some really good performances on Jace, on Talon. I'm almost a bit surprised that we didn't see Jace yet in this series because it was what he was having incredible performances on the other day.
Yeah, it just keeps getting banned. EDG recognized that.
Oh yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah, that he's doing too damn well on that Jace pick. His highest win rate champion, and he just keeps picking it for himself. So take it away from they definitely saw the VODs out of this man going up against IG on the Jace pick. Jace was a primary pick for him going up against IG. I don't understand why they didn't ban it. But that's another rant for another day.
It was like 3 games in a row as well, so at least EDG know what's up. That being said, we've seen equally good performances from his Talon, so I am very excited to see what Coco does with the pick. However, going into Game 3, if this is another loss for NewBee, I would like to see Cool come up. The fact that we would possibly see NewBee get knocked out of playoff contention, not seeing Cool come in, would be a big hit. At least for me as a viewer.
Yeah, and for people out there who hasn't seen Cool play, because that was just through the regular season, he just really had incredible days. Like just racking up MVPs in the games that he would come out in. And so individually, you would see that he was a star performer. But for Coco played a lot better in tandem with his jungler. And sometimes you wouldn't even see it. You wouldn't see the differences. Which is why we would favor towards Coco, but they definitely do, and that's probably why they're catering towards Coco more so than not. And the regular season was split between Cool and Coco in terms of 22 games for Cool and 20 games for Coco.
And the funny thing was as well, like, Coco hasn't even been playing that much with Swift.
Yeah.
Like, in these series and in this playoff run, they haven't even been interacting that much. So then I'm like, well, why not put in Cool, who is a player who is very much self-sufficient and will do his own thing and do much of the heavy lifting by himself? It almost feels like that would affect the team more. That being said, if Coco has a killer performance on talent, it does speak towards why you would keep him in.
And remember that they do have a lot of performers just sitting in their sub lineup. They also, like Sky, as I mentioned, they've never pulled out 9 as a jungler. But all of these players are incredibly hungry to come out and perform. Happy as well. So they want to be able to get that chance to prove themselves on that big stage. If they win out in this one, of course, Coco gets a second chance. He can prove himself and his worth in this one. The last game wasn't even poor from him. In fact, he actually had a decent lead in that early on in that game for himself. But yeah, going in, if there is a possible game 3, if EDG is able to take this one, then NewBee has options to put out their hungry players to really shake things up and get EDG guessing a little bit.
Meanwhile, on the opposite side, EDG are in good spirits and they have every right to be. I mean, that first game was almost too easy for them. So I'd like to see a bit of a bigger fight being set up from NewBee as we take another look once more at these full compositions. Scout back onto that Karma in the mid lane. And honestly, a big setup for Zet in this game to do well on his Caitlyn.
It's a setup for Zet, and it's also a setup for Mouse. I have not seen this kind of a composition coming out of EDG. Not primarily, of course, Ivern. We don't see Ivern a lot. We don't see Ivern on Fire Lolly at all. But a split pushing carry coming out of Mako. I haven't seen that since he played Jason like week 1, week 2, which is nice to see now that he's back on it. But that would just mean that, you know, at some point you'd have to play towards him, because if he ever falls to this Nautilus early on, suddenly Nautilus is getting himself a ninja tab. He's stacking up armor, and you can mitigate that and meanwhile play towards team fights or a bottom lane dive. You don't want that.
No, you do not.
So, yeah, EDG definitely has to pay attention to Mouse, who they have been leaving on an island for the most part in the latter portions of the split.
Does anything jump out to you here, Raz? I think everything is pretty standard from across the board. We've got Grasp of the Undying from V, which is, I guess, more uncommon than the Courage of the Colossus nowadays. Mako has gone for Thunderlords.
Yeah, Thunderlords for Scout is something. It's usually Deathfire Touch once again on the Karma that you can take lane strength and just get proper poke out. But he is a range matchup into Coco, so he's probably a little bit more confident that he can proc the Thunderlords.
It's true, and Swift is getting the pull of his life.
Oh, this feels good.
Yeah, he's not even taken a hit yet from Red Buff. So,
no,
God bless plants. That'll be a bit awkward though. He'll get it. It'll be absolutely fine. There was a bit of a contest over Raptors as well. Swift will get that level 2. Fire Lolly is, of course, setting up his top jungle and is probably looking to steal this one away. Rootcaller comes over the wall. I believe he was tagged out by that preemptive ward from NewBee, but it's not going to matter because it's Ivern.
Yeah, and you can't do much about it. We see teams going up against Ivern, and the way they deal with that stealing act is usually level 1. They try and trade sides. Like you would invade their blue side, and you would force Ivern into just clearing out top side to your blue, so you can trade half for half. What you would do is you would give up top side, give it away to Ivern, but you would take full control of the your bot side. And that would primarily just secure yourself the same amount of farm that Ivern would get. And you wouldn't get cheese like you just saw right now.
Yeah, and Fire Lolly, I mean, that was the easiest run of his life. He just goes into his jungle, takes 2 camps, takes the enemy blue, goes back to his own blue. Might even give it over to Scout here as well. Like, he just had the perfect start, triple buffing Swift while he's on Rumble, which struggles as it is. I mean, blue buff isn't the biggest thing.
It isn't.
Of course, he's a resourceless champion, but it is still pretty big regardless. And you can see just the nerfs on 7.7, 2 talent. Bit of damage, shaved off just the early game from him, and that was more of a top lane nerf actually against melee matchups, but still something we'll see today.
Yeah, you get a few times where Coco, or at least the talent pick, would get a lot of all-ins with the passive, and the damage that you get off of it would be a little bit oppressive. It's not going to change too much, of course. It's just a tiny bit of damage. In this matchup, it should be a little harder since it is against a Karma, but my god, LWX, feeling that pain in the bot.
He is. He's up against a Mako Lulu and a Zet Caitlyn, though, so it's kind of to be expected. This lane is very oppressive. Amor is trying his best to land these roots, but they're just not hitting.
And I just wanted to see this lane, or this 2v2 matchup, because LWX and more coming in, they've dominated the bottom lane of IG. So I want to see how they would do against Zet and Make, who have just played bot lane so damn well throughout the split. And even though the matchups have been still going in favor of EDG in the laning phase, they've been definitely making it work for themselves. So a massive CS lead in favor of Zet. It's not too big. Yeah, Varus still has to pick it up from the under tower, but it's really early on in the game.
Top lane is also getting blasted. Mouse just completely pushed V out of lane. Going towards the bot lane once more as More will get a nice route down onto Mako and even up the playing field just a tad. Seen teleport initially from V back to the top lane. Mouse will get the preferential back timing, and he's almost 2 waves ahead of his counterpart. Bot lane is also having a great time in terms of CS. It's only the mid lane that is equal. So all in all, EDG having a great start to this game. 400 gold ahead and there's been no kills.
What's interesting about this is that EDG are technically in the same position as they were in Game 1, even though NewBee have picked themselves comps that theoretically you can imagine like an early game lead for them. Especially Talon, that really does rely on being able to get his early advantage and pushing it on to roams towards spot side. And then Varus and Zet, or at least Varus and the Zyra, you would expect to get one pick and then you can turn it into something. They're just getting shoved in. They can't even get picks for themselves because Mako and Zet have been positioning so well in this. And so you could see that they're still getting punished. These picks aren't paying off. And they do rely on the lane working out, but also perhaps a rumble gank, which is very awkward to even say. So something has to change.
Yeah, I mean, Rumble has to hit both harpoons, and even then it's just a big slow. It's not even hard CC, so even in that perfect scenario, it's difficult to gank 3-6.
And it's just 5 minutes, nearing 6 minutes into the game, and this tower is almost about halfway down. And that has been the case for EDG lanes, or at least the bottom lane, time and time again. And usually when it gets to this level, that's when you start to see EDG start to pile onto the bottom lane. That's when you start to see Fire Lolly start to pressure that lane, start to take that side of the jungle apart a little bit more, and start putting in weak pressure. That might not happen. Swift is looking topside.
Yes, Mouse has level 6, and V has his own ultimate. He's going to use it. Mouse is dropping low very quickly. Swift with the kill. Surely, no. Mouse with the stun. Swift coming after, is burning out the rat, and down goes Cannon.
There we have it. That was the first gank of the day. And it goes straight into Swift's pocket.
Well, Coco looking for his own kill on the mid lane. Ignite comes down, but the shielding out from Scout is enough to keep him alive.
All right, but he gets pressure in lane. That's all he wants. But just to hit that point at the top side, Mouse is far behind, so this is going to be nice leads coming in for NewBee. They definitely needed it. Now, Nautilus goes back to base, gets a Ninja Tabbies for himself, goes back into lane, and it's suddenly not going to be as bad as it was then. He's not even that far behind in CS, so he's definitely going to be coming back into lane a lot more comfortable. Oh, Fire Lolly has to get out of here.
He wanted to take out that red buff. Not going to happen. Swift will meet him there. Both level 5. So Swift being level 6. Fire Lolly would not have been in good shape, but Swift places down another ward. The rest of EDG is on their way. More comes up. He's also low himself, but he's able to provide fire support over the wall of these plants. V coming down. Staggering blow onto Fire Lolly. Has to burn the flash. Stayed around for too long.
Yeah, Swift knew what was bound to happen. Coco was about to come through. My God, what happened to LWX and more? They definitely felt some kind of pain. But just to hit the point even harder, Swift was sitting around because he knew that Talon was coming back to lane. V was even coming back. The risk now is that because the NewBee pulled in their top laner for that play, all the way up in the top side of the map, Mouse was just hidden up on that turret. I want to see how low that turret is now. There's a lot of low people here.
I'm feeling very anxious, Raz. The fact that LWX is literally an auto attack away from death, and the level 6 just got hit. More. Oh my God. Had he been very slightly to the left or right, I mean, he was confident, and LWX knew that he had the health. It just still made me extremely anxious.
Yeah, it starts to stand up a little tall.
Yeah. Stand on end. Fire Lolly is looking for this invade. He is probably going to spot this out now. He's placing a ward over the wall. Notices a control ward in there now. He's playing defensive because he knows that A, Mouse is still ahead of him, and B, Fire Lolly could be around the corner waiting for a gank. So he has to play like this.
Yeah, he made a bit of a risk, even though the first gank came in his way. And thankfully, that turret is not low at all, no matter how much time Mouse had with that turret. But he came in late. Mouse was able to secure himself a CS lead, and Firelight didn't get killed in that entire invade. Sure, he burnt Flash, but he got away scot-free. And so he got a bit of a lead just in terms of Nautilus getting the assist gold.
Sure.
But just pure wave after wave coming in favor of Kennen.
Also helps the composition that NewBee are looking towards, trying to get these mid-game skirmishes and fights, and Swift already getting that kill will help out him accelerate towards Magic Pen for his equalizer. So everything is going according to plan for NewBee in this early game, despite the lanes definitely going the way of EDG. The first blood helped out a lot. And Mouse is going to get this red buff as well, so that's going to help him a lot.
That is the moment V sees that in lane. It's an instant tilt. Yeah, there we go. Take a look at that.
You get this one minion, and I'm not getting anything else for like the next 2 minutes.
Yeah, he's going to constantly get chunked out if he decides to walk in range of auto attack. But that's also extra damage on turret once Kennen starts to really hammer at that. So this is the same position we hit on what EDG was strengths in last game, is that Karma should be able to deal with the Talon. Even though Talon does want to roam, Karma should just consistently jump in and force Coco to sit in lane or lose hits on Talon. Same thing top side of the map, and bottom lane we've been seeing that for a while now. So NewBee need to set these skirmishes, they need to make these plays happen quickly. Thankfully the gank top side was one example of that, and of course Coco being able to all-in, uses ulti. Oh!
It's gonna hurt. Ultimate as well to the face of LWX, and I'm a little surprised that Zed didn't hit him with that headshot he had prepared. But regardless, LWX did have heal, so he would have still stayed alive. More was around the corner. We're 10 minutes into this game, and Mountain Dragon is up, and Swift and Firelight are going to cross paths. In comes Scout as well. Places down the brush and hides his opponent from himself, but Zet is here, and Firelight, this is not entirely going well for him, but he'll turn it around onto Swift. What? That was a lot of damage as Daisy is coming in there as well. Coco comes into the fight, lots of damage onto Zet. He has the shielding, and down goes Talon. Swift is so incredibly low, pilt over Peacemaker, not going to find its mark. Meanwhile, what is V doing here? Why are you there? He's going to die to somebody, and it's actually going to go right over to Zet. There is no escape for the big tanky Nautilus. But I'm fearing for the life of LWX as Mouse is coming in. Will trade auto attacks. He doesn't have the red buff, but he's looking for the kill anyway. LWX into the brush, and the shielding for Firelight. Don't know what that flash was about. Oh, he was getting away from more, apparently. Zed finally takes down Nautilus. And Daisy just wants blood. Daisy is a bloodthirsty killer.
And they lost nothing in one fell swoop. EDG just takes that team fight, and it was all because Swift was caught out without Flash. He got Flash afterwards, but he had to all in that fight or he would have died. And so they just decided to all in on it. You see the TP coming through from V, and that's how he just got himself caught out. They tried to all in on Zet, but the moment Zet got Lulu ulted and flashed away, it was just everybody on NewBee just being in the wrong position because they were trying to back up Swift in an initially poor play from him.
I mean, EDG will take a fight like that any day of the week. A prolonged fight like that, where everyone can get multiple rotations of their shields up, like, that's literally the perfect fight for EDG. It didn't happen in an instant, which is what NewBee are looking for with a Swift ultimate, with Coco coming in, looking to assassinate. If you don't get that assassination down, it's not going to happen, and EDG are going to beat you out.
And that's going to be really painful from NewBee, because they definitely wanted to be taking these skirmishes as the game went on, especially with the Talon, but with the lead going straight into EDG's favor with that massive skirmish. Yeah, ain't looking good now. Zet's going into a costlier build too. Usually see Caitlyn's going straight into a Blade of the Rune King. This time around he's going for the crit build. Sit on that BF sword, go straight towards Runans. Not going to get punished with how much gold he's able to accrue in the lane, but also with that entire kill and assist that he got himself.
It's definitely become more of a 50-50 as the last couple weeks have gone on. V and Swift looking for a gank onto Mouse. It's all going to come down to this hook, and V's holding it. Launches himself around top, but Mouse finds the kill on the 1 versus 2. Turns it around onto V. He's got the teleport from Scout, and he is walking the Nautilus down. He'll have to flash away, but Mouse is just too damn strong.
Yeah, the man is squishy. Swift instantly died in that scenario. They're going to take a kill off of a play NewBee tries to force, and they're going to go for a dragon here. Earth Dragon for EDG. They're wiping them up.
This is ridiculous. Coco's going to try and find a straggler as EDG make their way towards the middle lane, but not going to happen whatsoever. EDG, off of a couple fights and a couple mistakes from NewBee, are now significantly ahead of their opponents.
Yeah, and it's looking bad, especially now that EDG have put their lane assignments through, where Karma's going straight bot side, able to take that wave. Caitlyn's in mid, so where's Talon? You want Talon to go side wave at some point, but he ain't ready now. He shouldn't be able to take on the Karma. Karma is far too defensive at this point. So they want to keep him mid to rotate two sides, but might not be an option here.
And we'll see. There are still tools in the NewBee arsenal to fire back in this game. Specifically, looking at these team fights, like a full-blown 5v5.
Yeah.
It will be harder and harder if EDG want to accelerate this game, because while they've got the advantage here, Raz, if they'll look to engage on NewBee, you've got multiple ultimates coming down. The Queen of Disengage, Zyra coming in, so it's not done and dusted just yet.
Yeah, and I think that even hitting on Zyra a little bit more is that Zyra Stranglethorns into LWX's ulti. That has been a primary point of which people have created picks and skirmishes for themselves in the lane, and of course, and out of the lane. Because you just CC them to death if they don't have QSS. More is caught out here.
Well, speaking of the Zyra,
yeah.
She's dead. But tell me about what she could do, right?
She could, if she was alive. Be able to get down to Stranglethorn and immediately just combo into LWX's ulti. And just try and kill that one target down and back away if you can't go further in the fight. But they're getting picked apart. This is just sad coming out of NewBee that Moore was going in for a pick, or he was just trying to clear out a vision control, but he didn't have anybody else from NewBee to help him out. So he just gets caught out and completely demolished. Caitlyn's doing a lot of damage with that ulti.
She's now 2-0-1 and is very quickly making herself towards those 2-item power spikes. And that's, I suppose, bad news bears for NewBee, honestly, when Mouse is equally as strong on the top side. Like, V, he gets stunned out here, is going to take a lot of damage from Mouse, as you can see. Well, there's half his HP gone, so yeah, good luck, NewBee. This is going to be difficult now.
So the NewBee, the task they have to face right now is that Caitlyn's going to be constantly shoving up mid, and they've already chipped down that mid lane terror quite a bit. They're not even moving Mouse. He's stuck in that lane, and he's going to be able to chip down the Nautilus as well. So they need to look towards what LWX and Moore can push. They want to be able to push out bottom lane, but once they tried, it was not the case. So they're trying to push out mid and try not so much to outpush, but to just match Zet and Mako's push. So they don't get their mid lane chipped out. They're trying to find plays for themselves, but they themselves are getting caught out. So they're trying to slow this game down, and they really do need to. Oh no.
I'll take risky teleports for 600 points. As he got stunned out there, which he probably will in a second as Mouse will get these auto attacks down. He could have lost all of his health once again. But still, V will stabilize, I say with quotation marks in the air, because he's almost lost his tower. As a result, Swift will head towards the top side along with Moore to try and stop this bleeding, but Mouse is just relentless.
Yeah, and the question is, what is Swift going to do about it? Because the last time he went there for a 2v1, he himself died. He didn't have any resistances because obviously he wants to go towards the AP. He has himself the AP jungle item, and you can get a little bit of HP if he goes towards the Andre second. But that's still not enough because Mouse is just going to focus him and him alone. And Nautilus isn't doing enough damage for him to focus him otherwise, right? That being said,
well,
EDG have set their target.
More now Duret's heading in here looking for the combo, but Zed is doing so much damage. In comes Swift as well, lays down the equalizer, but it's hidden in the brushes. Coco comes in, he wants this assassination onto Zed, but he's got the shields on top of him. Another one from Fire Lolly, and finally Zed will go down, but they've traded their own AD carry for it. Root Caller connects, and Coco, he's not going anywhere, or is he? He has the parkour, he has the moves, and he'll make it out of that mid lane. It's a 1-for-1 trade with Mouse. Will take the top lane tower.
And that was all focus from NewBee to be able to get an advantage for them. But take a look at this. Mouse is going straight into V.
Mouse has one stun. He's finding the second. V will be stopped momentarily, but I think he should be good to go. Finds the final dredge line onto the tower. And it is a 1-for-1 plus the tower in the top side as Swift drops low in the mid lane.
Yeah, a net advantage for EDG because they trade AD carries. They tried their hardest to get on top of Zed, but there was a shields upon shields upon shields. This shield composition's a little hard to deal with. Zed was able to survive for quite some time, and they traded out, and Mouse has just kept to his own.
Oh, Fire Lolly connects the Root Caller over the wall, and that just signs the death warrant for Coco. He was not going anywhere.
35-second death timer for Coco, and he was the one tasked to clear out mid, or at least hold it for just a little bit, means that EDG is going to come right back mid. It's oppressive, but there ain't nothing you can do about it. They tried before, and they literally went out in a net loss for trying to challenge it.
But that's just Ivan in a nutshell. If he gets ahead, he was incredibly oppressive. Moore is going to take a full headshot to the face. The hidden trap is the deadliest. He'll have to take a trip back to base now.
All right, and it just comes down to the next wave, and the next wave is going to come back much faster than that Zyra. So EDG just take that time which they have when waiting to give Mouse that Rift Herald. What can you say?
NewBee are getting dissected is what I can say, Raz. This is insane. EDG with another game like this. It was even at the start. It was a couple kills going over to NewBee, but as soon as they decided they want to win a fight, they do, and they just take that momentum and take the whole game. Like, NewBee need to do something and need to do it right now.
They're going to have to try. And this comes off of Coco because he's the one that has the most mobility, can create a numbers advantage for himself if NewBee tried to go for these 1-3-1s. He's just not finding proper opening in these fights because that's so well protected. So you have to either get Mako or maybe a free Mouse.
Free? Oh, we'll see about that one, Raz.
We'll see. They're
5
doubling
members
now.
are closing in. He needs to kill him very quickly. He's dropping low. Everything is thrown on top of him, including the kitchen sink. And Mouse will indeed drop. This tower should fall here to NewBee. And Firelolly is not going to try and defend, but we've got pressure on top and mid.
Yeah, it could turn into a race. It's a race that NewBee does not want because they're going to be losing quite a bit. So they have to back away and defend because they're trading 1 tower for 2 towers separately in different lanes here.
Well, it's a half-hearted play from NewBee because they're sending 3 people to push, 2 people to try and defend, but mid's going to die, top's going to die before they even get that to happen.
They don't even have the pressure once they do get here. If Rumble had ulti, then sure. But he used it in the play bot side. So that's a 2 towers in the bottom side of the map. Maybe that works out in the future, but they don't have a split pusher themselves unless if that's who they're sending Talon down. But if that's the case too, then suddenly 20 minutes, Baron is up. EDG's instantly going to press onto this. So Talon has no way to be able to pressure bottom side. EDG is completely fine with that because Kennan's going to constantly just shove out this wave. Doesn't matter to him. That's just gold going on to NewBee, and that's the only thing that they valued from that push. The trading gold. That's it.
Because that may be the worst trade deal I've seen in the history of trade deals. Maybe ever.
Do you know something about trade deals?
What?
No, I was just asking you.
Oh. I knew it was bad. Is
No,
what
there
I'm saying. The fact that it was like a 1 for 3 in terms of towers for NewBee. I mean, yes, they got some gold, but they just increased the differential between them and EDG. And normally, okay, yeah, if you're only looking at yourself, but they have an opponent in this game, League of Legends. Like, they need to try and catch up and actually get into these fights on an equal footing. As it is, EDG have the item advantage. Caitlyn is now 2 items and the QSS, even harder to kill in these fights. Mid lane, just going for the classic supporty build with a bit of AP thrown in there as well for good measure. Top lane's in good shape, even going for the Sterix. Could even be a Frozen Mallet, we don't know. Mouse could go for that feasibly at this point in the game.
Yeah, I definitely should go Frozen Mallet. This is what's going to be ridiculous. And you talked about it. It is definitely a bad trade deal. But it is something, any trade deal for them is a good one. They want any bit of gold that they could take in a Hail Mary team fight. Because they know it's coming down to this Baron play, which is why they're sending Nautilus bot side to just hold Mouse at any way he can. Any way. They know it's a ticking time bomb because Mouse is just completely shoving in and going to be able to harass out the matchup. But if they can just find that one opening, which EDG has just not been showing, then they can pick a fight. Leandri's is up and available for Swift. That's going to be pretty key if you can get a proper ulti on top of the constantly shoving out 4-man mid here. That's going to be the question. They need to be able to upset this play.
Still pushing.
Yeah.
I can't emphasize how disgusting this composition is from EDG when ahead.
Ooh. This has to work.
It has to work. Mouse is going to pop the ultimate as soon as he comes back down. Coco looking for the assassinate. He's still pretty tanky. But both sides pretty even at this point in time. Got a shield coming in from Scout. And that's going to turn it right back around in terms of Mouse's favor. Here comes Daisy, turning this into a 6v3. And NewBee are trying to look for table scraps, but Mouse is still alive.
And with Varus pushing up mid, they're going to segue this straight into a bottom lane siege. That was a one play that NewBee thought they had a bit of time to be able to get that kill, but it had to be fast. That had to be really fast because Mouse is pretty tanky in the sense that he has a tiny bit of health, but he has a lot of life steal for himself in the attack feed. He was able to just completely, he was very close to killing out Coco, but of course with that extra bit of shield coming in from Scout, who was booking it in his direction.
Yes, he was.
Helped him. So, yeah, this is NewBee starting to fall behind. I don't know what they can do now. It has to be off this Baron. That was a cute play, but Talon just not doing the damage needed. It had to be all Talon on that one.
And when Scout gets these shields onto either Mouse or Zet, that's extra life steal, is extra shielding, coming out from Scout with his item pickups. Like, they are not going to die in a hurry, and they're going to deal more damage towards you. It's just such a big augmenter in these trades. And plus Firelolly, I'm pretty sure he threw down a long-range redemption as well, which also saved Mouse's life. So it was everything coming together from EDG, and it's just his composition. When it's ahead, it's incredibly impressive. Getting ahead is hard, but once you have it, very difficult to fall back behind.
Yeah, we saw these comps coming up initially when Xiaogu was utilizing Karma, and then suddenly Karma was coming up out of nowhere. You started to see Arden Center, Athene's and Holy Grail. Doesn't matter if he's going into an AD matchup because that's just all on the shield. B is coming in. This might be the last play they can make to come back into this game.
Depth charge right on top of Scout. We need this engage to happen. Dredgeline comes in. Big Strangleforms and the full combo out from NewBee. Finds the first kill of the fight. Coco into the back lines, waiting out this exhaust. Jumps onto Zet. There's too much shielding. Zet will slay him over the wall. LWX, if he walks in, instantly dies. But Zet taken out. Big fight for NewBee. This could be it. Swift backing away. Has the overcharge damage in from the passive. But Mouse comes in there for the kill. And Mouse still alive with Mako. It's a 2 versus 2. V looking for the tuck, connects it onto Mako, but just has more damage coming in for the double buffs. Mouse's damage will add up in the end. That turns into a 4 versus 4.
That is as good as you can get, NewBee. They took down Scout, and so that's the one point of safety, a major point of safety for Zet. So he came down falling incredibly fast, and you can see it started out. Look where Firelolly is. He has no way to come into the fight. He could come in at a flank, so that Scout immediately dead. He could stand alive for the redemption that was falling through. So look at Zet. He has no way to shield up for himself. The shield it's just a tiny bit, and that was the Lulu shield. He was able to kill down Talon, but yeah, they all go on top of him. They kill him out, and thankfully they have Mouse, who was able to rotate from the bottom side of the map to this place. Otherwise, it would have been a complete loss for him.
I gotta say, well played to V as well, getting his last bit of damage onto Mako. I didn't think he could do it, but in the end, of course, he was gonna die to Mouse. And well, as a 4 for 4, as Mouse is completely by himself, NewBee will find that instant pick, and now Baron may be on the cards.
Yeah, 44-second death timers out of Mouse. This is gonna be the one opening NewBee needs to get back into this game.
This could be a blunder from EDG. We'll see how this play turns out. More. He's gonna take that full ace in the hole from Zet. Firelolly just around the corner. He wants to try and contest. Zoning ultimate. Would have looked for the horizontal one, really. Coco's dropping low in the backside, looking for this to come down, and it's secured by Swift. Firelolly comes in, looks for the kill, gets one onto Swift. Zet on the front lines, but he's getting torn apart. Huge shielding coming in from the side of EDG, and that's going to find what? Find 2 kills, and try and salvage the situation. Moore wants to get away. Piltover doesn't land, but Firelolly is on the hunt. He's derping towards Moore. Doesn't find that root caller, and Coco has already made it out.
Yeah, thankfully for NewBee, they get 2 people with Baron on. Even though they lost that fight, that's what they needed. Now, with 25 seconds in terms of death timers for V, and LWX and Swift, EDG doesn't have anything they can pick up, so what they can do is back away in base, get the gold that they have, to just get it on top of items. Maybe we have a rapid-fire cannon for Zet, and just go on to the next team fight. Because suddenly, NewBee can look to start shoving out these lanes.
Coco's on the hunt for a Firelolly, but Firelolly will just hit him in the face with a root caller, and that's Ivan.
Take a look at that champion. At least he's not playing it with the skin.
Yeah, at the very least. Small mercy.
Yeah.
Like, he understands he has to play it in this game, but he understands at the same time he doesn't need to inflict pain on the viewers and the shoutcasters.
Ain't nobody want to listen to those sounds.
No, none at all.
The nastiest sounds I've ever heard.
It really is. But EDG, with a couple small missteps there, has led NewBee to the situation where they are holding. I mean, it's still very much dire straits for NewBee, but they have a foot in the door.
Yeah, they don't even lose out too much. Sure, the dragon goes down here, but Cloud Dragon, so they can actually just accrue farm in the bot side of the map. Looks like Varus is going towards the IE. You see some actually going towards the Guinsoo's Rage Blade. It's going to be an IE build. But if they can get these items for himself, LWX was really manly in the last team fight, and how he was able to flank out and look at that instant kill on Zet. If he gets a little more items for himself, a lot more crit, maybe he has that opportunity that Zet has had throughout these entire fights where he's just able to get these lucky crits for himself. Sure, he's stacked up crits, but he's been getting every auto attack has just been a crit. So I just
that's true.
It's a little unlucky for the side of NewBee.
Yeah, a little bit of RNG coming out there. Knight's Vow completed as well from Fire Lolly. And Zet, this team is really just built around him, killing everybody on NewBee. He's been doing a great job so far, 7-2-3. He's out on 3.5 items.
Ooh.
But NewBee are setting up a good old-fashioned death brush.
I'll tell you right now, there's no reason for them to walk in towards
I was going to say, of all the brushes to check
that was
and to sit in.
A lapse in judgment, I'll tell you right now. They would have every single one of those members
might as well just sit in their base. It's like, all right, let's camp this one specific spot behind our Nexus turret and see if they turn up. Fantastic. Well, EDG is just going to walk through the jungle, take everything away, give this red buff over to Zet. And look for another siege, honestly. Next dragon, it's not even going to be Elder. It will be a final elemental dragon of the mountain, which again would be good for EDG. Baron's not going to be up for a while and is just stalled out EDG while they accumulate advantages, consolidate their gold into items.
Yeah, that's what's making it a little harder for EDG is that primarily they would want the mouse to pressure the opposite side, where they can just sit on top on Baron and have NewBee just walk towards them. Now NewBee have no reason to be on top on anywhere in the map, so they can just sit and defend as a unit. But they do have to worry about now that they've started to pressure up into this wave is Kennen on the top side. Who are they going to send towards it? It can't be V, because V has just been getting bullied so frequently and he does not deal enough damage to actually threaten Mouse.
Here comes the siege. It's being set up from EDG. The line of traps, the line of brush, Bakoko waiting over this wall. Wants the assassination. We've seen how difficult it has been in the past, but if he had landed that.
We've seen some ridiculous hooks coming out of him in previous games.
Yeah, minus 1,000 gold Baron power play, as expected. I mean, they were on the back foot, and it wasn't a clear-cut win for them. And it's not like they were able to fire back necessarily in this last couple minutes. And he takes another one, and man, that is just has a lazy collection of blue buff right there.
You don't even have to touch it. But yeah, sure it was a negative Baron power play, but
it was
items, time. It was time, and it bought them a few items like the IE being built on LWX finally. He's going to be happy about that. Would not have been able to buy that item had EDG played that one out passively and got themselves that Baron pressure. So he's going to be happy that he has a second chance at life in this game.
Fire Lolly. Collecting another buff, because why not? You get a buff, you get a buff, everyone gets a buff. Because EDG are just setting up for another play onto probably a monster objective. They want to play it slow. They've had the same kind of calculated air about them as they did in game 1.
Yeah, and I think their focus this time around is going to be towards Baron. It's not going to be up for, it's going to be up for a minute and I guess 2 minutes.
Sure.
But they're already setting up for it because they know that's going to be the main focus for them. It's tough, and they recognize that it's going to be a hard point to look to dive. They definitely don't want to do that with how NewBee have been contesting them.
Well, that's all of 1 HP.
Alright, there we go.
Yep.
Yeah, that's nice.
You go back to base.
Life of a Zyra.
Yeah, pretty much. And he's even itemized some health, so didn't even like he's that squishy. But yeah, an empowered Q from Scout, and he's in the hole does that to a person. Regardless, it's 2 minutes until the next dragon, a minute and a half until Baron. Coco still waiting for these flanks. It's exactly what he needs to do, but he's being revealed by a nice forward out from Mako.
Yeah, so they're going to keep chipping this one down until they feel the need to back away and go towards the Baron because of how much vision has been cleared, but this is V going in.
He's pulling the trigger, but the hook didn't land. More's coming in. Big strangleforms, but only Fire Lolly really caught, and there's lots of damage out from Coco. He flashes away. Daisy taking the brunt of the damage, and Mouse is in the backside with a flank. Finds one, but he just has no Zhonya's in this one. Zet's on the front lines. That's a little too ham, as he'll get the shielding out, and LWX was just going in. Zet turning it back around. Just not going to get caught in the rake, however. It's a 2-for-2 jungler support for top lane, mid lane.
They're just going to reset this pressure because Zet is back at full HP. He's such a monster at this point, and Coco and LWX, they can't even dream of essentially getting on top of him, so.
Zet is so manly. He was literally on the front lines in that team fight when he was up against a Talon, when LWX was wailing on him, Swift and V was still alive, but he just had faith that he'd get the lifesteal and the shielding out from Scout, Mako, and Fire Lolly to stay alive.
And granted, if he did not play forward, then they would have lost these fights. Look at that massive shielding. And they tried their hardest. Take a look at how Zet was completely backed away from it. It was a beautiful Rumble ulti. Mouse did this one perfectly fine. He went in there, was able to get the kill on top of Zyra, and gave EDG some time to reset the fight. They didn't lose it out completely because of how well Mouse played that out. With that being said, V getting caught out a little bit.
Oh, right into this trap, but EDG do not have enough time to burn him down. And that last fight was, it was still pretty close, and it felt like EDG maybe not quite on the same page as Mouse, because they weren't jumping on top of NewBee when they were all stunned.
The problem with the EDG's composition, or at least how they played it, they should not back away into the jungle itself. They need to find those wide open spaces so they can actually maneuver away from Rumble's ulti. The stronger he's getting right now, he has himself so much magic penetration that he's definitely going to be burning Zed alive. But he had to get zoned away completely. This could be the fight they're looking for here. NewBee's on top of Baron.
It's a little risky because they're corralling themselves into this small area. Hook onto Fire Lolly, but I mean, he's got so many shields on top of him. But NewBee are going to resume the Baron. It's down to 4,000 HP. Here comes the teleport as well out from Mouse. We're gearing up. EDG are looking for this initiate. More over the wall though. Massive knockup going to come in along with the equalizer. Zed cannot move in this team fight whatsoever. But now he turns it around onto Swift. But he'll fall. The AD carries down for EDG. Mouse comes in from the side. But a big win for NewBee. 4 kills for 1. They may look for the Baron, but they are so low.
That was beautiful coming out of Moore. He completely demolished Zet. He just nailed him down. And when he was stun locked, Baron was hitting him too. He was taking damage both from Rumble ulti, the Baron damage. There was no way EDG can save Zet. So this protection composition is not working out well for EDG because NewBee is doing so well at just being able to flank around those positions.
Let's take a look at that one more time, and look at this flank coming in from Moore.
Yeah, just take a look at where Zet was, because the Nautilus one just hit him right up. He's starting to take damage immediately from Baron. Coco gets right in there. Perfect ulti coming out of him. Sure, Mouse is doing a bit of damage, but the team fight's already done from that point forward.
Whoa, NewBee have started this one off, and Swift is low. He needs to stay alive for this smite. He'll get it in the end because there's no contest from EDG, and NewBee are in a very good situation now. I cannot believe they pulled this back, but with 35 minutes in, Raz and NewBee have a second Baron to their name.
Yeah, and this one's definitely going to be a lot better than the last. That last one was just them holding on to the game. This one is actually them now looking to push that power into a later team fight. Maybe this next Earth Dragon, that's going to be a start. They're going to be able to push down bottom lane and look to focus down that Earth Dragon. I think depends on EDG. Do they feel lucky? Do they want to pick out that fight? From that point forward, then they should be looking towards getting the towers that are still up and available, the mid inner tower and top inner tower. Top inner tower looks like it's hanging on just barely. So that's a lot of latent gold that NewBee can attain for themselves.
And at the same time here, NewBee have picked up 2 mortal reminders, making the sustain even harder to execute in these team fights for EDG. So their composition is starting to fall off just a little. And it was really just down to that initial Baron. And while it was a negative Baron power play, it's what it turned into in the end. It was time, it was allowing NewBee to stay alive in this game, not have it just be finished off from the snowball from EDG. And here comes Coco, looking for the kill on top of Mouse. He just had the Guardian Angel, so they're going to have to kill him twice. But with the ultimate, he's turning around onto Coco. He's going to fall down, though. The rest of the team is on the way. It looks like this is just going to be a pick onto Mouse, in all honesty. He's going to flash away, and the Dredgeline still somehow hits. But, I mean, Mouse, honestly, I wouldn't have flashed there.
Yeah, he was already buying time for his team to get Baron. There's no reason for him to flash, especially since just save it for the next fight when it does come down. Save it for the next time that you set up for the next split push. Except that you lost Gia. That you lost that. You're not going to be able to get out of there 100%. They're bringing so many people for you. So, that's just him panicking a little bit. At a time that you definitely don't want to. NewBee's starting to really push this game forward.
Yep. And V is incredibly tanky, just taking all of these headshots to the face and shrugging off the damage. Tower goes down, and NewBee, now we've got EDG thoroughly on the back foot. Zet getting these kind of flank headshots down, but the ultimate's coming in from V. He wants to find a hook as well. Flashes over the minions, lands the staggering blow, but Zet has so many shields on top of him that he'll easily take out V. The tower exchange, however, from NewBee. And overall, that is a net win for NewBee.
Yeah, no one on NewBee looked to push in that one. They're all flashing away. They're just getting out of there. They just used the time that V gave them to just take the tower. Honestly, probably not the best use of Reforce. You could take him without it, just pressure forward. You don't have to fully commit to the fight, so that's just V being on the different page for the rest of his team. You don't want to flash in. You don't want to look to just all in on Zet. Of course, they're going to be able to protect him under that tower. But either way, they get the power for themselves. Now they should be able to come back for inhib when they're well and ready. It's a long death time run, dude.
It is. EDG push up mid once more, just try and get some of this pressure. Place down deeper wards for themselves. There's 19 kills to 15. It's gotten very bloody over the last 15 minutes or so here, Raz. And EDG, despite them having these 3 dragons and being in the driver's seat for such a big part of this game, it's now become a game that is pretty much anyone's up for grabs. It's going to come down to these monster objectives because Elder Dragon spawning in the near future. Looking towards the next Baron as well. Of course, the current one's still on NewBee.
Yeah, and NewBee right now should feel confident. Reason why is that in the team fights, Rumble's doing a lot of work in terms of just Nautilus. If he gets the ulti on top of Caitlyn, can layer on top of the Rumble ulti, so she's just going to burn just a little bit. But then, of course, Coco's been playing these flanks incredibly well, so they have to A, focus on him so if he goes down and Zet can feel a little bit safe, not being threatened in that aspect. And it's giving this guy right here, LWX, a lot of time to free fire. So A, Coco, when he does get a lot of damage down with those flanks, it's really impactful solely, but if he's not being able to get a lot of damage, if he dies immediately, it still gives LWX to fire a lot in. Because right now he's so much damage that Zet does have to watch out if he gets any time alone with him.
At the same time, when Zet has those shields on top of him, he's basically a tank at the same time while doing an insane amount of damage. That being said, he's having to do the damage of essentially 3 people because many of these members on EDG are just built to support Zet, so he's got so much weight on his shoulders to make this happen for them. But if he does, EDG could still pull it out of the bag. Just the fact, the tenacity from NewBee to come back into this game. This is what I was expecting coming into this series, when NewBee would actually have more of these equal games and actually make these team fights work for them.
Yeah, now that they've wrestled themselves out of a really poor early game, their team fight focus is definitely a lot better now that they know that that primary focus is either, kill Zed if they can, or take a primary support. If you can take down Lulu, suddenly that's ulti and an extra shield that Zed's not getting, or Scout as they have initially. So suddenly that's the Ardent Sensor buff not coming down so cleanly. They might have caught Mouse or...
Mouse doing? He's got his team behind him though, and V has been locked down from the root caller. Everyone's going to jump right on top of him. Daisy is getting into the scrum of things as well. But V is a little too tanky and a little too fast. EDG will just kind of shove him away.
Okay, Mouse thought he could slow them down and get a fight going for themselves. That was just really risky. It was nice to see Moore just get a 3-man snare. You have to watch out for him because he's definitely looking for these flanks so they can get on top of Zed that much easier. Mouse is playing keep away.
It's Coco. He's looking for this flank once more. So NewBee are keeping EDG at arm's length.
And take a look at that top lane turret. A, it's low, but B, there's a wave already just crashing into it. EDG have to deal with that. Someone has to take that. So that resets pressure coming out of EDG.
Such a crucial time in the game as well here, Raz, because Baron is coming up in less than a minute. Elder Dragon coming up soon as well. EDG need to make a decision on where they place down this vision, and they're going to be slow and late to the punch, meaning NewBee will be there to contest that vision.
Should be Baron. EDG's already setting up for it. And they already have such a good comp if they can get the initial stuff. They can't take pressure if they lose it. That's what's really worrying. Okay, that's a massive.
Yeah, that's
crit.
a lot of damage.
Right, you know what?
Okay. Well, if Zet starts hitting people, he's going to hurt a lot. We've just realized that was one auto attack. EDG are setting up on this Baron now, taking away this crab. They're in a great position. I was just looking at Mouse, and he is double Flame Horizon V. I guess that's the Mouse Horizon. We can name that. Over 200 farm ahead of his opponent.
I suppose. V has definitely not been paying attention to sideways. As he should. He's trying to get any fight as he can to get on top of Zet. Meanwhile, Mouse has just been playing the game. And right now, Mouse is with the team. Probably more value with him just being in the side lane. But if he's with the team, they might as well just start on top of Baron immediately. Go.
They do so much damage. They're burning it down. They're looking for the smite. It's already gone. Smite over to Fire Lottie. Looking for disengage. Mouse dragged in, but he's stunning up the front lines, and he's got a Guardian Angel as well. Meanwhile, Zed trying to get these auto attacks down. Instant kill into LWX, and it's all gone wrong for NewBee. Mouse, everybody chasing down all of NewBee's lineup. Coco, the only one remaining. And as soon as that was unlocked, there was no escape. Scout wants the kill. He's chasing down Coco. He's locked up by the ace in the hole and almost finds the kill, but the minions are in the way. Regardless, it's a 4-0, and EDG look for the win.
Yeah, 40-second death timers and the waves coming in. You have to expect that's a win from EDG. And what a clear-cut focus. They were able to burn that Baron down so quickly. And take a look at this.
They're right on to the Nexus. The minion wave's flooding in, and there is nothing that Coco can do about it. NewBee was so close to come back into this series, into this game, but EDG stop it in its tracks and take them out for game 2, 2-0 to EDG.
It wasn't as clean as game 1. NewBee definitely had a bit of life left in them. That they crawled right back into it. But once EDG got control of Baron once again, that team fight looked phenomenal. NewBee was a little desperate, especially since they didn't expect Baron to go down that quickly. They went on top of Mouse, but Mouse, that's not your primary focus.
As soon as that hook went in, he was like, I've made a terrible mistake.
Like, can I
everyone's stunned. Like, everyone is stunned. And Zed is killing everybody because he was untouched. And that was very much a red graph, but that massive dip, that cliff that we saw at around the, what is that, the 36-minute mark in from NewBee when they found the first Baron, the second Baron, started turning this one around. That was an extra 20 minutes onto a game that would have been a very fast win from EDG, but NewBee's shown that they do have tenacity. The question is now, Raz, do they have the mental fortitude to carry onwards?
That's a good question. It definitely would have been a stronger question to ask if they had lost this one, because losing to NewBee on that front, with the composition, with the early lead they had, really difficult. But they were able to still secure the victory with this comp. I don't think they'd go back to this composition, because they could look at this. Zed was that primary focus, and it made it a lot easier for NewBee to focus on this team fight. And you could see this was the last fight that happened. Yeah, they go on to Mouse. He was able to get a solid ulti, so they all get stunned. But then just take a look at it. They just got absolutely demolished by the backline of the Runan's Hurricane, firing at every single one of them. Kalen was a beast.
I mean, that was basically Mouse, though, because Zed got knocked away because he had to get out of the Stranglethorns, and then Mouse was still just hitting everyone in the front lines and just killing everybody. So it was really that dual threat that we saw coming out of this lineup, and while it was good for one game, it was almost like a 25-minute win. The fact it was stalled out showed that NewBee adapted to it over the series, and that made it harder and harder for EDG to close. So I would say move away from that composition. It got you a win in this series. Great. Go back to something else now. But just the fact that EDG have so many different ways to play the game just speaks more to them as a team, and why they've been so prominent in the LPL.
That's a big point, is that their composition definitely changed in the aspect of mid to late game, right? It was a primary Zed-focused lane composition, but how they played their lanes was exactly the same as game 1, whereas suddenly NewBee didn't find any passive lanes that they were getting ganks up top lane. He was able to get a lead, but then Mouse came straight back top lane and started to hammer on these turrets. The passive advantages are going straight for EDG, and that's just like a applaud the pick ban coming out of EDG. They're able to still get themselves massive leads, and it's mostly based off the fact that NewBee were able to get themselves primary picks, like the Rumble pick, for instance, right? Or at least in this case, it was the Rumble for jungle, because they were getting pinched out in the jungle position. I would have liked it if it went topside. But they had to get Nautilus, mostly because they were really worried about their jungle pool. So they definitely didn't expect the jungle getting instantly hit time and time again in the pick ban. And so that's something that, once again, NewBee will go back to. We'll want to pick something that's a little bit more swift pressured, so they can get stronger lanes and not have to rely on gank after gank, especially with a Rumble jungle.
Sure.
So that's a little worrying for NewBee, especially now that they're down 0-2.
Yeah, exactly. And you look towards the team, and it's like, is this a team who can bounce back from that? Because 2 days ago when we saw them take out IG, it was a clean sweep. Right? Every single game they built on their own momentum, and it looked like in that game that was maybe the start of the momentum being built back up. When they found that 4-for-4, instantly go back into the Baron and almost like find a win in that game, could have been the turning point for them. And I guess we just have to revisit that game and say what actually went wrong in it, because it did come down to a single team fight. But was there anything else that NewBee could have done perhaps in the setup? We saw that EDG had to go back early, for example, before getting that vision down. Could they have contested perhaps? Because as it turned out, EDG just instantly burned down that Baron, and NewBee were 4 or 5 seconds out.
I mentioned it just before they walked into Baron that EDG has a difficult time with their composition to gain control of Baron if they've lost it, right? Because they want to be able to center around Caitlyn, but them pushing forward into a Nautilus, into a Talon flank that you don't know where he is, so they should be threatening that flank more often than not. But if NewBee is able to get onto Baron first, then it's suddenly really difficult for EDG to regain pressure. But they were easily able to regain in that last play. They just walked right in there, and that was NewBee on the map first. So that's a problem with NewBee, where they're not prioritizing the pressure first. Like, for instance, if the focus is towards Dragon, then go to Dragon first, right? But more often than not, they're not really working well as a team. But speaking of that, of course it was the Zet show, because that was a composition tailored to Zet.
Yeah, it was.
And he's going to pick himself up the MVP.
It was. I mean, that composition was literally a tailored suit, right? Everything was built to fit. And Zet, he made it work. His positioning was honestly very good. A lot of the times I was like, Zet, what are you doing?
Yeah.
But it still worked out because he knew how much shielding he had. And we're going to take a look at that final fight once more. Well, actually, no, this was the previous Baron.
Yeah, there's a lot of Baron fights to really take a look at. This one is... I actually don't even remember which one is it.
It's the one where Zet is just killing everybody. It's the one where they were actually able to kill NewBee a bunch of times, so their Baron power play didn't turn into much at all. It was just the position that we saw from Zet. The fact he was dragged in there by the dredge line and still was able to recover and knew, I don't need to go backwards, I can keep going forwards and still hit people. And it was just that presence of mind to be able to say that he's able to do that. And to be fair, that whole composition was a massive trust fall for him.
Yeah, it is.
But he still had the clarity in those team fights to go for it.
And it's good that he had that, and that's kind of a base point, because you mentioned if he didn't play forward in that at all, then the composition would have failed. With how many shields that were coming down on him, with the damage being fallen off of Karma, she's not going to be able to deal damage anymore. It was going to be off of Kennen and the Caitlyn. If he doesn't walk in that far forward, then they're not doing damage anymore. So he did well in that aspect. I still think that Mouse played really well, even though he did fall earlier on, just level 1. He still continued to pressure. He was put into 2v1 situations constantly. He outplayed that one. So there were a lot of times where Mouse was able to win them team fights and also just win out the laning phase, even when he got 2v1 pressured, which is that's why I think that Mouse played that one just a tad bit better. But he still got that one, Zed.
Yeah, what I liked about the second game and the first game in contrast was we got to see the strength of the mid laner, Scout, constantly just killing people, and we got to see in this game the strength of Mouse and also Zed as individual carries. So when you combine all of that together, it seems very difficult to actually defeat that team, honestly, as a lineup. But still, NewBee are going to try it, as we will go to another quick break as we look towards Game 3 and see if NewBee can pull it back, or it will be the clean sweep coming out from EDG.
To the rhythm of my empty soul, nothing here to let go. Back to the rhythm of my empty soul, nothing here to let go. Give me something to let go. Give me something to let go. Give me something to let go.
something to let go. Give me 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 something to let go.
Welcome back to the LPL and the Spring Split and our playoffs. We're looking towards our third game and may even be the final game of the night, but I don't want to jinx it because EDG going up against NewBee has been an incredibly intense set so far. Almost NewBee managed to bring it back, but we're now in the third game. They're 0-2 down, and I've just heard that they're not bringing in Core. They're going to stick with Coco in that mid lane, and for me, that's a bit of an oversight. I feel like at least one game Cool should come in here, just even as a fresh set of eyes, but
And
it's
that's
also
the
what he
thing.
brings to the team.
Yeah, and that's the thing, because there's I guess a good example would be Vici. If they lose out a set or if they win, they would just still bring in a fresh set of eyes, because of course, last player was sitting in the back with the coach, having a conversation. So they definitely have the coach's perspective, but also at the same time, just a different vibe altogether, a definite positivity, because they weren't in the set to begin with. And hunger, because Cool is a hungry person. And Cool is definitely stacking up MVPs. Now, Coco played well later on in the set. It's not so much who's playing well and who's not. It's just more so the fact that they need a change in pace, and they are definitely just being choked out of the map.
I'll tell you what, Raz, we are not wasting any time as we get back into Champions Select for Game 3 here. And EDG 2-0. Let's look towards their bans. It will be Jace and Rengar coming through, while on the opposite side, Ashe and Gragas. So one aimed at the top lane, also a Fire Lolly ban, and Zet as well.
Yeah, NewBee will definitely ban Graves going forward, or maybe they will keep up the ban, because at this point in time, they've put themselves, or at least this entire set, has just been jungle priority and jungle bans. They'll leave it open. You got to expect EDG to pick it up. But with that being said, they still, at the very least, put Swift on a comfortable jungler. Maybe not a comfortable matchup, but it's going to be something that he will be a lot more happier with. Not so much a Rumble.
And we are really looking at this key. EDG have the key to success.
Ooh.
But they also pick up Graves, so we'll see if that is equally as good for them. We also had Caitlyn and Varus banned out away from EDG and NewBee, so a bit of a hit towards the AD carries.
Yeah, NewBee does have a larger pool. We haven't seen the... Oh, you know who I'm going to talk about.
Who's that, Raz?
Lucian everybody. We haven't seen a Lucian from him yet this series, and he is a strong Lucian player.
He is, he is.
Only reason why he wouldn't want to pick it now is because he wants to be able to get shove priority, which would mean not so much the Ashe, because that's been banned out. but it would mean an Ezreal and a Karma. It wouldn't give you Shove, but it would give you the Pokken lane. And we've seen that in EDG's hand. I believe it was game 1. And they were able to take you apart. So, yeah, they're actually just going to hover over it.
They're looking for it. They have locked in the Karma, though, that being from the side of NewBee, so we have that flex already. I could see that on Coco, but I prefer him to be on a bigger playmaker. Of course, his Jace has again been taken away. Not going to get his hands on that one after that IG set, but...
yeah, I'm never going to have it.
Nope.
No.
Ezreal coming in as well for NewBee. So bot lane, mostly locked in.
Yeah, so the NewBee definitely had bot lane priority, but yeah,
okay.
I know where you're at. I know where you're looking. I know where your eyes are at. It's the Kog'Maw.
It is, of course. And now I feel like with Lulu being open, this could be another pickup from EDG, because certainly NewBee will take it away in next rotation, and there it is.
Exactly. But remember the last time round, we did see a very similar composition on different ends, where Ezreal Karma was able to take control earlier on, just through poke in the lane. Problem was LWX had a bit of a trade, but then of course killed himself, but that was just nerfs, everybody. I'm just going to sell it in that way.
Yeah.
That's how I want to sell it.
Wait, Fire Lolly?
No, LWX.
Oh, LWX,
he had the Kog'Maw. So this time around, it's going to be completely swapped lanes. Unless, of course, if the Karma goes mid. Then that would just be incredible, because I have not seen that on Coco.
Now, we've seen, we're also seeing the Lee Sin be picked up here for Swift, while the Syndra banner will come out against Scout as well. His Orianna is still up if they wanted that towards helping out the Kog'Maw, but this is the LPL, so their version of protecting their ADC is bringing in an assassin towards the mid lane so they can kill whoever's coming towards him. That is typically how the LPL set up their Kog'Maw comps, but here's the Rumble being banned out as well from V and Swift, I guess.
And honestly, that's probably the reason he picked up Lee Sin instead of Elise, is that get that Kog'Maw. Be able to kick him in. Because Lee Sin might still have a tough time up against the Graves, but as the game goes on, level 6 Lee Sin, he's going to hop right in to the backline, be able to kick you that Kog'Maw in. So that's going to be the biggest focus coming out of NewBee. Gragas is something I mean, it's already been banned, so that's not even an option. Where was I going with that? But NewBee still want to be able to pick themselves a top laner that can get to that top backline, and that could very well easily be like a Nautilus.
Will be Shen being banned out as well against Mouse, so NewBee are trying to block all of these protection spells, all the protection champions from EDG as they are setting up for this Kog'Maw. And LeBlanc banned out against Coco as well, so another one of his staples taken off the board. NewBee are looking for their next pick now.
And don't hover that champion. If you're going to hover it, at least have Sky in the top lane. That's not going to be the case. But Fizz is a champion we've actually had eyes on for quite some time. Had rarely been seen in this set.
Yeah. And okay, who broke his win rate? Because it used to be over 90%. But still, over 18 games, 77% is still pretty good. Fizz is exceptionally strong at this point in time. That being said, many picks in the top lane are still available, like a Fiora, like a Kennen.
And that's a bit of a worry because NewBee are still falling into that trouble where, sure, Fizz is going to be great if you can get yourself that 2v1. You can get a gank going for you once you have items on the Fizz. But he's blind picking that. And so EDG will just be fine doing what they did last game, where they just have shove priority, have trade priority, and just chip you down, and that's where the Kennen comes in.
Yes, it is. And EDG are deliberating on their final pick, which will be their mid laner for Scout. They thought about the Victor and the Talia, both of which could work in this scenario. And in the end, it will be Talia for Scout, so he has a bit of kill pressure as well on that mid lane, and we get to see the counter pick now from Coco.
Wonder what it's going to be. We have seen some Victors into the Talia pick. Talia is great as a blind pickable champion. Scout on that pick has been immaculate, and I guess it's going to be someone who will be traveling across the map to follow her.
Yeah, Twisted Fate coming in, and very similar champions pushing out that wave, looking for the roam. Both do it in slightly different ways, but this will really just come down to this early game, and both teams are laughing, both teams are smiling. NewBee up against it. One game away from elimination out of playoffs, but they put up a hell of a run so far. EDG, however, just another day in the office.
Yeah, this is going to be something you worry about because Scout's Talia has been beautiful so far this split. Every time he showcased it, even if he falls behind, as the mid to late game comes through, just throw down the wall and it's the best utility you can get. If you work well with your team, you can blow down flashes and of course come around and start up the next fight. So I want to see how it is. It got banned out last time too.
It's true.
So finally Scout's going to have his hands on the champion.
Let's talk a little bit about the EDG composition here, Raz, because it bears some similarities to the Game 2 composition. They have the hyper carry in the ADC role. And we'll be looking to scale up, and top lane once more with the cannon. But there are some other components thrown in.
That's true. To say the least, it has less protection with a little bit more pressure in the solo lane. So we're going to have to expect Kennen and Talia to be putting out pressure, both mid and top. That's going to be where predominantly you'd like to see Swift coming topside. And how the team fights do play out, you'd want them to, even though they have Kog'Maw, to be able to set number advantage in those fights. That's where Twisted Fate's fairly key, because he's going to be able to follow up incredibly well. I think he even picked up TP for himself. So TP, Twisted Fate's going to be just damage control. And perhaps he can even get himself a nice top lane gank. So I want to see a top side pressure coming out of NewBee. Get that fizz ahead. Meanwhile, EDG will likely be looking to dogpile on that bottom side of the map.
I mean, there's a very real chance that we see a snowball coming in from NewBee as we set up for Game 3 here. And it's match point for EDG as they have 2 wins over their opponents in this best of 5. Let's see if NewBee can pull it back and bring it to that Game 5. First Dragon's going to be Infernal as we head on to the Rift. And that crowd has some energy, Raz. They have been here for 11 hours, but they are still yelling because they are very passionate about their players and about their teams.
I feel like they're going to be missing their transit. That's just going to be the case. You can't be sitting in that venue for that long and expect to have a nice ride home. So
everyone's taking the taxi.
Yeah, everyone. Just hopefully they work with each other.
That's true.
Get their Uber rides.
Capture Swift. Takes a bit of damage. Of course, he's going to recall anyway, so it's not the biggest of deals in the world. But on the top side, EDG are just setting up. A couple wards coming down. Let's see if that actually culminates into anything, because we may see this 3-man invade from EDG onto Raptors.
And definitely NewBee's going to know about this. If Graves not starting bot side himself, not going to be starting red buff with the usual take, or Raptors, they know that theirs going to be taken, especially since, of course, they're on top of them. So that's going to make it a little easier for Lee Sin playing a sneaker ride. But there's definitely a ward here too, so here we go.
Coming in from 2 angles, Mouse and Fire Lolly. Mouse is being opened up on from Swift and V, but Swift has to get out immediately. He cannot take this much damage, flashes over the wall. Fire Lolly almost with the kill with the point-blank shotgun shells.
I don't know what they expected. I feel like that was definitely very easily telegraphed.
I mean, both teams saw exactly what the other team was doing, so yeah.
I believe NewBee were just taking the gamble because they didn't believe that red buff was warded 100%. So they thought they can just sneak out the red buff and walk around. The safer play was just to start bottom side and to look to steal red. That's it. Either steal red or look to trade Raptor. That's not the case, but it looks like Swift.
He's getting his ass beat by these wolves.
He definitely is just rumbling here. All right.
I wanted to see the end of that trade.
Definitely same. It's a definitely more interactive trade than what's happening here.
Meanwhile, in the top lane, V is getting his early advantage against Mouse. He did have the lane push, so he got the level 2 over Mouse, which is why he got the punish there.
Oh no, don't do this now.
We need some help from more. We need requesting fire support.
They're actually just 2v1ing this Grump. I've never seen this.
Yeah.
The greatest tag team alive. Yeah, this guy is he's so far behind. Finally hits level 2.
Well, he's got smite for this blue buff, but it's going to be close. I mean, Firelord is having the time of his life. He's level 3, he's going on to his wolves, he's going to go into his bot side, he's going to take his next red as well, he's going to get this triple buff rolling. Meanwhile, Swift may actually die to this Sentinel.
He very well could. You know what, the Observer's just holding back. He's holding himself back. He needs to look towards his bottom side. He needs to look to another lane other than looking at this man's paint. Swift looked into this game thinking it would be different than game 1. Where Fire Lolly had full control, but he definitely didn't expect him to outplay himself with that level 1. Fire Lolly knows very well of this, so he might as well just be taking constant shots and looking into this jungle. But here comes Coco.
On his way to the mid lane, gets the flick. Coco gonna have to burn a flash here surely as Fire Lolly comes in, and Scout will get those final couple pebbles thrown at Coco, and that will be the flash burn.
Yeah, he didn't want to get the Thunderlord's proc being taken down by Scout. Scout would have been able to kill him. So it's smart for him, but that's flash burned onto Twisted Fate. So that's definitely going to be a little bit more painful if Fire Lolly takes another second guess coming around.
EDG's early game, just so strong. And at the start of the game as well, around the red buff, did not help the cause of Swift, especially when he's on Lee Sin. The fact he's trying to play catch-up and then has to try and look for these ganks. He's once again put in a very similar position towards game 1 Raz, when he was trying to look for these ganks, and he was like, well, I have to get these ganks or we lose the game. And you never really want to be put in that situation if you are Swift.
And thankfully, this time around, he actually has lanes that are dealing very well with the opposition. So LWX and more, now that they have Ezreal Karma into the Lulu Kog'Maw, doing very well. And that is a nice breath of fresh air. He's going to help him out a little bit. That's level 3 game.
Yeah.
I don't know about this one. I actually think this is the worst idea you could go for.
I didn't think he's going to go for these croaks, but he does have Coco coming down now as well.
All right, that could help.
Yeah, by the time EDG have figured it out, NewBee are already trying to execute on this dive. They need to clear out this minion wave pretty much. LWX and more are low, and everyone's going to run away. The minion wave was dissipating. They didn't want to try their luck against this bottom lane.
And honestly, LWX had taken so much damage there, so he wouldn't have been able to just all in with the team. They needed him as the primary form of damage in that entire affair. And so Zet and Mako played that out incredibly well. In fact, they're just firing back.
Absolutely are, and we'll even up some of these minions. Regardless, LWX has a sizable CS lead over Kog'Maw, so it's not like he's in the worst situation in the world. And it's also to note that Zet has gone for the longsword start. Now, we do often see longsword on other AD carries, but for Kog'Maw, for the most part, you see even a dagger or boots, for example, Doran's blade, something along those lines. But it looks like he's going for Blade of the Ring King.
Yep, Blade of the Ring King's not that far-fetched. It's completely fine for him. It's just usually that it feels like a bit of a greedy start. It's efficient, but with that being said, Fire Lolly, who he is now.
Well, let's call him out in the jungle, but Fire Lolly's almost killed him by himself, so there's that.
I thought he was getting surrounded too. The scout would have been able to help him out as he was shoving out mid.
Yep.
Hit on the earlier point. Yeah, you usually see boots pots, but he wanted to be able to contest the shove in that lane. So is that now he's going to be able to get Blade of the Rune King. I wonder what he's going to get next. Looking at this team, not much can. He feels like threatened him immediately. Like, yeah, sure, maybe Coco and B.
Yeah, Wits is a possibility because there's 2 AP threats. You might just go for the Runans anyway. We've seen that from many ADCs actually today.
Yeah.
Where it's just like, oh, this is a risky competition to play into. Double Assassins, Runans.
Yeah, I'd say
okay.
Runans on that one then.
Yeah, just because we know these players. Otherwise, I would say, any sane man's head, that you'd go towards something like a Wits End or even an early Hex Drinker, something like that.
Agreed.
But regardless, these teams make it work. I have faith with Scout as well that he's able to put enough pressure down in these fights. NewBee will make it, will find it very hard to get on top of the Kog'Maw. Meanwhile, Fire Lolly is trying to exacerbate his early game lead, but as it is, he's level 5 to level 5, so Swift has definitely caught up.
He's caught up, but with how much these lanes are constantly never going to be able to converge, Fire Lolly's is never going to relent. He's going to be constantly pushing. One thing that he does have to worry about, though, is that Coco does have his ulti up.
Zet taking a lot of damage, and here comes Twisted Fate as well. Once again, the stun card down onto Zet, and hits it. Auto attacks come in, courtesy of LWX, and that'll be first blood right over to NewBee.
And beautifully played. Talia was looking to rotate to help out Fire Lolly in his invade, so he found that as an advantage to go down bot side. That was a great adaptation. I actually would have expected Koto to ulti on top of Fire Lolly to really make that work their wild, but he knew that scout was there, but Mako.
Very low himself. Moore's coming in. Mystic shot doesn't land, but Moore may even pick up the kill by himself. Gonna take a tower shot. LWX following through. And this should be a sure kill over to NewBee right here. And just the sidestep, but in the end, there's too many things to try and dodge. V in the top side. Mouse gonna take this full fish to the face. Has to flash away. One more, not gonna land. And he is home and dry. That was a little close for comfort, but makes it happen.
But they finally get the trade. Plays were happening bot side, and EDG, Zet and Mako were definitely just getting dive, having a bad time, so they had to make this play happen. They will definitely get this first brick gold for themselves. He doesn't even have a wave.
Nope, already down. It goes to Mouse and Fire Lolly, going to be split on this one. Zet has made his way back into this bottom lane, but nope, NewBee are on the way out. So, first blood tower to EDG.
Not even answered too.
In pretty good shape.
they're pressuring topside a lot more. That Mouse is definitely looking like he can be that carry for his team as well. And so now that he has this sizable gold advantage just based off that tower gold, the CS, and the dive that he was able to get a kill on, since the kill was gifted to him, suddenly you just look at Mouse and say, yo, you carry us. You would usually see Zed and Mako to be that primary focus, but it looks like they're going to be having a little bit of time just scaling up.
Yeah, hey, we saw it in game 2 as well, where it was Zed and Mouse pretty much. The composition was built around them. And honestly, in both of these series, Raz, Mouse has been the bane of the game.
Mouse has had, and it's good to talk about because Mouse throughout the entire split actually has been showcasing some great plays. And this one, just the last game on his Cannon pick, went to team fights and was able to create so much space for his backline when they were just constantly getting threatened. You just saw Zed getting picked off time and time again. But it was mostly Mouse that was being able to create a lot of space, deal a lot of damage, get a lot of pressure topside. It's a nice look for Mouse, especially since it's more of a redemption split from him.
It's just interesting seeing his mid lane trades as well. Every time Coco steps up with a gold card, throws it onto Scout, but can't follow up because he needs to spend the rest of his time waiting to see where the flicker's coming from and not getting hit by it. Otherwise, he's definitely losing out on that trade. Swift and Coco tag teaming, but many on the way pings from EDG signaling they are on the way. Did you know? Over this area.
Yeah, they can never take control here, even though they try. EDG is always on that case. Now we're looking towards this mid lane turret.
Turning away, using the seismic shove. Coco stepping up. Wildcards come in. Flash onto Fire Lolly. V as well throws out the lobster. Fire Lolly will jump away.
That was a nice roam coming out of V to threaten EDG as they were sieging up, but the problem is now you look towards top lane. Mouse is taking that advantage.
Yep, AD carries are left to their own devices in the bottom lane. LWX still has that pretty big advantage. He's picked up the early Mana Moon over what is Zet's Bilgewater Cutlass, but mid lane's being sieged and Coco taking a lot of damage. Kick lands. Swift, what are you doing? Takes a lot of damage and gets blown up on the spot from Fire Lolly.
He didn't even get polymorph. He actually could have made that kick happen.
Yeah.
That's embarrassing.
I think he just fat-fingered because everyone was on top of each other. So it's just like, well, it's literally RNG of who I'm going to kick right now. And then didn't do it in the first place.
I was ready to talk Mako up, say, oh, he can polymorph. No, he didn't.
Nope.
No, it was just...
Mako knew.
He knew he'd mess up.
Apparently. Top lane, he getting traded on. Mouse going to jump away here. And mid tower on its last legs. This is going to go down to EDG very soon.
And that's what's tough when you're facing EDG is that they are the most obvious team when it knows like, oh, yeah, they're definitely going to pressure this mid lane. But how do you stop them, right? Thankfully, LWX and more are creating pressure top into the bottom side, so EDG have to respond. So that's the only thing really saving this mid lane turret.
And EDG, again, in this game, it's not a massive advantage, but it's about to get a lot bigger. As that mid tower goes down. Let's see if we can get the kill. Swift jumps in, but Fire Lolly and Mouse are here. Oh, the Q killed the minion, so now he has to turn around onto Scout. That is straight up unfortunate as Scout finds the kill.
Swift is feeling really sad. I mean, you kind of have to feel sad for him. He's trying to make those plays happen. He's trying to open it up for the team, but suddenly 2 members coming up to follow up Scout while he gets that turret. Any other team, yeah, that would be a free kill. Because Scout would be overreaching, he'd be getting a turret when he knows he had no pressure. But at that moment in time, his team recognizes what he's trying to do and they back him up. So sure, NewBee's going to be able to take this bottom lane tower. Whoa.
Has to burn heal. LWX really wants this tower.
Get it.
But EDG are going to defend this with their lives. Scout's saying he wants to go though. He's got ultimate.
Yeah, he's going to be able to take this kill. I feel like he should just press the go button right now. LWX is far too low, and Moore has no mana.
Gonna have to back away. Zed even went back to base. We've got Fire Lolly on the way. So this tower, miraculously, is going to stay alive. Yeah, it's on 96 hit points. But EDG keep it alive. So for now, they consolidate their lead.
Yeah, sad day for them. That being said, Coco, he's going to look at this and say, okay, sure, my tower is down, but that gives me a little bit more freedom to leave my lane as he got shoved in constantly. When the team has made some advantages this game, it's been off of his TF ports. So we expect that to happen in the bottom side, mostly because EDG has been like, hey, that tower, they're already pinging onto it because they know they want to get it. But if they ever send a member down, like where Talia is currently, they can look to collapse. It's a possibility.
And heads up play from Mouse, seeing that Twisted Fate has left his lane, backs away, but then returns as Twisted Fate goes back to this mid lane. And Fire Lolly is actually just soloing Dragon. So this will go over to EDG. First one of the game, 14 minutes in. And EDG just getting more advantages once more. NewBee again on the back foot. A constant in this series.
What do you even do against this? Swift is trying to get topside, but Mouse recognizes that his team is essentially taking the entire win to the opposite side of the map. But this play is going to have to happen.
Oh, a tiny lobster lands onto Mouse and he jumps away and jumps to safety. Swift coming in here. Coco eventually with a kill from the wild cards. Well aimed. Will be the kill in the end. So NewBee commit a lot of resources, but it does pay off.
Yeah, V must have used Playful Trickster on that because he was taking aggro, but was able to get out of that one scot-free. But here comes Scout.
Scout's going to build a wall. NewBee are going to pay for it. At least more is. Eldrix makes his way over, but Mako comes in. Collateral damage. One goes down. Coco into the fray. Is trading up, but he's exhausted. It was hold of Mako, and Fire Lolly coming in. Kill over to the Lulu. And a 2 for 0 in the bottom lane. Everything traded back towards EDG.
Yeah, and at the end of the day, that's a pretty fat Lulu. They're going to be able to take this tower down, and EDG had all the right to be confident in that play. Scout was going in for that dive, and there was no way they were going to be able to survive out, or at least NewBee's bottom lane was going to be able to survive that one. That was them overreaching, especially since NewBee made that top lane play. Swift is not going to be able to be there to help you out. So overreaching coming out of NewBee, they disrespected. They thought that Coco was going to be enough, but exhaust on top of him immediately. Really well played from Mako.
Now top lane's still ahead in terms of gold though, if you look at the side of Mouse. Bot lane is catching up now. It's somewhat unfortunate that Mako managed to pick up both of those kills, but at the same time, if you're Mako, you're pretty happy because you're already
raking in that gold.
Yeah, he has so much gold. He's the richest support. 2 1-on-1 in this game. But even so, Zed is catching up. He's got his first item, laid at the Ruin King. Good to go. Item spikes across the board coming in from both teams, in fact. Triforce is going to feel really good from V on top of that. Try and trade up against Mouse. So when you have 3 members thrown up there, you can kill Mouse. It's still very difficult, but they are making it work. Trying to decipher what these pings mean here as. I think it means EDG are going up top.
That's going to be the trade. Lee Sin's in the bottom side of the map. It looks like it's going to be just a race. Not sure why Lee Sin's there. Makes no sense to me, but EDG's going to take advantage. Just push this one right in.
Here's a true shot barrage. Doesn't clear out the wave, and inner tower down. Trying to be traded back on towards the bottom tower here from NewBee. Ooh, that was a little close. Swift and V will take down this tower, but push gets stopped, and all in all, that was an equal trade from NewBee, so pretty heads up.
Okay. One positive you can take away from this if you're NewBee is that V wants to start to split push anyways. You don't see a lot of fizzes going straight into the Trinity. Usually they go straight into a first item, defensive, then into Trinity. But his focus is just going to be looking to split push. He thinks that he's confident. Ooh, he's actually going to be setting something up. But if he goes for an all-in onto Mouse.
Oh, and Mouse, he's going that way as well.
Oh, does he want to?
He chooses the wrong door, and V and Swift are there to meet him. The knock-up right on that fish, but here comes Zed, gets the healing down. Isn't enough, he's bleeding out, but V dropping low. Here comes Scout, finds one, moving on to Swift, jumps over the wall, but he's locked in place. Whereas the rest of the team, he has the support coming in from Karma. And on the opposite side of the map, the Herald goes down to Fire Lolly.
It's a really late Herald too, 17 minutes in. So that's going to be active for quite some time. And that's just the trade. They tried very hard to really get Mouse down. They're trying their hardest to put V in a position to carry this game, get him a split pusher to do that dirt. Unfortunately, yeah, EDG is being able to react fairly well to this, so they get the kills for themselves. Thankfully, Swift remains alive in that one. But now even Fire Lolly is going to be blasting some people. He has that Rift Herald, level 11. So that's going to be on him for, I'd say level 16, 17, depending how long this game goes.
Yeah, and from that 18 minutes in, just another kill over to NewBee. I'll tell you what, Mouse, you're a good League of Legends player, but I'd recommend not playing the Arrogant Trail. Would choose the wrong option every single time.
He knew too. He was pacing.
I know.
Should I go through that door right into the base, the safe way, the safe path to my friends? Nah, nah. I don't know what it is.
I just need to know what's behind that brush, and it was death, unfortunately.
At least he knows.
At least it was a 1-for-1, and it was Herald going over to Fire Lolly, so if he finds Lee Sin by himself in the jungle, he's going to murder him. And it's not going to be pretty. Here comes V, though, looking for another kill. Who's up here? It's Scout. He's caught in the net. Teleport as well. Out from Coco. Lands the stun. Instant cleanse, but it's not going to matter whatsoever. Swift with the kill. 3-on-1.
Yeah, EDG's going to have a tough time. There's no objectives to trade for, and if NewBee keep doing this, yeah, EDG's going to get a lot really frustrated from this play. It's going to happen time and time again. And they don't have answers. Just don't have Talia split push like that if they don't have an objective to immediately go on to. Dragon's going to be coming up soon, but of course, what are they going to do now? So, heads up play from NewBee. They're making plays happen. They're just not bleeding through. They're at match point where EDG can take the series, so they're trying anything. Double down on that aggression.
I mean, every single kill, every single play counts for NewBee. They just need to get anything that they can. Because EDG, they're feeling pretty good. They could drop a game here and there. And they can still take the set, having this nice buffer underneath them. This nice blanket. And as it is, we're looking towards these items once more. Zet, item and a half. He's scaling up, top lane. 2 items himself on top of Mouse. And V, he's just looking to be a tank right now. We'll go into those defensive items. Try and trade off against Mouse in these side lanes.
One thing to note of is Coco's just getting into his Lich Bane fairly soon. So the towers that they invested into the bottom side of the map could pay out fairly well. If they cannot get control of Baron side, then they have the option to look to split push, look to pick apart Mouse if he's looking to split into D. So they do have options. The problem is if they were ever to make those decisions in that high of a stake situation, they do concede Baron. So they don't want to ever find themselves in that position. Option does remain. It's more of like a snake style, which is a fun composition to see, having this split pusher on top of a Twisted Fate. Something that they've gone towards quite a bit, and you see those hectic finishes. EDG even lost a game to Snake in this very same way, but it was a Camille in the top lane.
It's true.
Swift. Ooh, here we go.
He's looking for this flank. Taking the teleport out from Coco. Zet knocked into the enemy team, but he's actually going to turn it around onto LWX, and he's got the wild growth on top of him. Scout is caught up by himself, but a massive flick into Mouse's Maelstrom. We'll find one. Look for another kill. 2-0 for EDG. Swift will reclaim the kill onto Zet, but with this angry Cogmore, he's going to get a birthday present, and that's the Icathian surprise coming out at 3-for-1. EDG still come out ahead.
Yeah, thankfully they got Zed, but it took so long. It was hard work, and Scout was able to obliterate them anyways. So they're just going to turn onto this Baron.
Scout will take 2 hits from the Baron, however, which is not ideal. Blue Trinket comes out from NewBee. They know this is happening. LWX and more. But 2 people standing in the way of EDG, confirming this Baron kill. Mantra Q coming out. The flick zoning away. This Baron dropping low. LWX looking for it, but Talia will be coming out with the Baron kill in the end. Fire Lolly with the early smite. Little dangerous as LWX was still alive, but let's see how all of that shook out.
So this looked good from Swift, but take a look at Zed. He just doubled down the moment he knew he was in a tough spot. And put fantastic ulti on top of Zed. And then look at that. The wall comes through, and so LWX had to completely retreat. Down goes Fizz, down goes Twisted Fate. And it was just cleaned up based off, of course, the Renon's Hurricane coming through from Mouse. And Scout able to get a primary burst there. So. Solid from them.
Not again.
Don't choose the right bush. He chose
Swift
the right
and V, they played the long game, honestly. But no, they're not going to commit the time to it because they see so many members in the mid lane from EDG. They know this push is happening.
TP's coming in through, so that's a proper flank position.
Everyone's closing in. 5 different angles, the ultimate pincer. But let's see if EDG can fight their way out of this one. Zet's going to go down, even with the shielding. Mako jumped on top of him to try and help, but he'll also fall on top of his ADC. Scout and Fire Lolly kiting away, and Swift is off to the side. Here comes the wall, cutting off more, and Swift into this fight. Down goes one, and Mouse is going in on top of 3 people. Finds one, gets 2. That's the 3rd kill of the fight to EDG, and Scout will clear out this minion wave. Unbelievable from EDG.
They set, NewBee set that up well. It looked like, all right, we got the Cogma boys, but then guess what? Yeah, Mouse shows up, Mouse blows him up, goes in, flashes in, and then just rips them apart. Suddenly a winning situation from NewBee. Nah, EDG takes control once again.
Absolutely unreal. These two carries in this team are so incredible to watch. Scout and Mouse know exactly how much damage they can deal, what situations they can put themselves in, and still come out ahead. And what looked from a fantastic fight from NewBee, you can even see it on the face of Coco. He looks, honestly, so crushed from these sequence of plays because it should have worked.
Yeah, they're just not planning out ahead on what those kills actually do. So we can take a look at this replay as it comes through. This is a good flank initially. It looked fairly scary for Coco because as he walked up to Zet, yeah, Zet just takes his HP quite a bit. But they immediately blow him up. And this is a great positioning. They even kind of chunked down Mako and killed him out. So look at this. Back away from this or look to all in on the fight. But where Moore is currently, completely isolates himself in the fight, and Swift follows through. So then, yeah, that's just poor positioning from the rest of NewBee when they had won the fight. It makes no sense whatsoever how they played that one out. It's two plays. Take the kills and back away, or, yeah, we actually got a few kills. We feel fairly confident. Move in as a unit, move in as a team.
Because you're 5v3, but if you're up against a Tavir who still has ultimate, then they, like, EDG turn that into a 3v2 and then a 3v3, and then win it out both times. Mouse gets pinned down, big damage out from LWX, but the rest of the team from EDG are coming in. Wall has been built, Lobster lands onto Scout. He's knocked up, but he's good to go. Redemption just heals him. All of that and more. LWX not landing these Qs, not landing his harass. There's a big minion wave in the bottom side from NewBee, so they do have that as a saving grace, but does last a little bit of Baron. Let's see what EDG can do with it.
Might just double down on the wave coming topside. It is a cannon wave. So just take a look at what we see here. Cannon is coming along with them. That should be theirs.
And Baron's literally about to wear off in like half a second. But somehow EDG are still pushing with it. This inhibitor's going to go down. NewBee not doing anything about it just yet. He's trying to find his flank here, Raz, but not going to happen.
Yeah, and it was just smart from Scout to zone him out. That's all Scout wanted to do. He didn't put any auto attacks onto the inhib. There was no reason to. Just set up Zet to be able to do that. And so when V tried to go in for a flank, just force him out with your Q. You do a lot of damage to him. He's not as tanky as you would seem. He's cut corners in terms of having the Spectre's cowl, but also just the bit of armor for himself, so you can rip him apart. This is a lot of damage, so they just, he's not able to find an opening.
That's what's really interesting in that push, because while the Baron buff was about to expire from everyone else, Firelolly was running Runic Affinity, and because he was grouped up with the team, they had extra time on that one. So EDG just kind of heads up knowing that they could make this push happen with that extra bit of Baron from the Mastery. So pretty crazy. Oh no, Mako. No! We've seen Mouse do this before. Alright, well played to NewBee setting up another death rush because no one was expecting them to do that. The fact they lost top inhibitor and they were waiting in a random brush, that was actually really cool from NewBee.
Yeah, they're pulling out all the stops, all the fanatics, everybody sitting there. Because as you mentioned, this game has gotten to a point where, yeah, they've lost full control of topside inhib. And it's not too bad in the sense that at the very least it's top inhib, not mid or bottom lane because of Baron coming up in just 2 minutes. So they can send members to push it and still have the ability to contest that Baron. So it's not lights out just yet, but it is pretty damn hard. And they would have to take a lot to come back into it. So just setting up those Fnatic bushes to get one pick, one after another, get a bit of gold so when you do send someone back, you can actually buy yourself a nice sighting for yourself. That works for them.
At the same time, LWX actually has more gold in the bank than Zet does, so he has that going for him. Then again, it is a Cogmore, so gold on him is going to matter a little bit more when we get into these fights. That being said, Dragon is going to come up in around 2.5, 3 minutes. Baron's up in 1, which is more important for these teams at this point in time. Pings coming out from both teams.
I wonder, it looks like that even though Baron's comes up in 1 minute, that's their afterthought. That inhib is a real problem for NewBee on the top side, and someone has to deal with it. And if it's going to be LWX, 100%, EDG is going to be able to take this tower. So it has to be V, but V is not equipped well enough to be able to just clear that wave and still be able to impact this fight.
At the very least, Coco needs to be there beforehand to clear out these minions, because that was 2 caster minions. And EDG did that damage to the tower. NewBee need to be fast to the punch. Here comes the wall, blocking off NewBee. And the tower's just gonna die here. There's nothing that NewBee can do, and Tadirius is so good when ahead.
And they have no Fizz ulti because V threw it out earlier on too. So they cannot force this fight. NewBee are ill-equipped to fight this one out. V is threatening, but he should not be able. Scout did take a bit of damage. That's a little worrying, but they're likely, I wonder if they're gonna run right back because Inhib topside is down still. That tower is getting whacked around.
By these minions, yeah. Really down to half. And Coco's gonna have to stop it, but EDG back to base.
Okay.
Will pick up all of these extra items on their side, so hitting those big power spikes. And Baron's up, Dragon up in 50 seconds, so EDG want these objectives.
And one thing to note, of course, is that Scout's ulti is fairly low on cooldown. Should be back up enough in time if NewBee want to set this one up. So this is really worrying.
So what does the win look like for NewBee if they get it here, Raz?
Well, if the objective is Baron, which is looking like the case, it's gonna have to be a steal, or they would have to pick off of Mako. That being said, Swift, get out of there.
Okay, well, this is definitely not the setup to a win, but Scout getting caught out off to the side,
no.
has the Zhonya's. Coco coming in, they still want this kill onto Scout, and they'll find it, but Swift may trade his life for this one as V jumps into the backline, takes out the AD carry, removes the support as well, and this is going disastrously wrong for EDG. Mouse trying to get out, big could Firelottie with a fast kill. Meanwhile, V's chasing after, and Firelottie's going to trade his life for it. 3 members still alive from NewBee, but Mouse is still up. Look at the bottom side, minions are pushing in. NewBee have to make a choice.
Ooh, they didn't go for the tough choice. They're going to try and defend these waves, which is smart from them. But that does mean that they lose out the chance of taking the Baron. So no risky call of taking Baron first. Even taking a look at where Mouse, their sole surviving member of EDG, who would have been in prime position if they were taking Baron to take the bot lane inhib. But good news for NewBee is that they won the fight, of course. They got the gold in their pockets, and that inhib is up and available once again. So they can reset pressure. It's going to take a little bit of time. They're going to lose this dragon, of course. But they should be ready for the next Baron, or at least the next time they could test for Baron. And they won't have their inhib constantly threatened by waves.
At the very least, that fight bought them time. And that's what NewBee need. They need to survive in this game. Look for another Hail Mary fight. And even the fact that they were able to find a fight at this point in the game when they had a 8,000 gold deficit is insane, honestly.
It is.
To see that they can do this against Edward Gaming. But that being said, EDG are still very far ahead. And NewBee need to be aware of that fact.
And you asked me just before that entire point happened, what does a win look like for me? And for me, the biggest point was Mako simply because, A, he's the swishiest member. Sure, he has ulti, but if you can take him down first and foremost, he won't have the utility for the later on portions of team fight. Scout is an option. The only reason why it was difficult, they're just going to take this inhib. All right, ain't nothing you can do about that.
Oof. Sonic Wave doesn't connect. Banana comes through as well. And Swift, yeah, you probably want to back away.
Yeah. So the reason why it was hard to take Scout was just because he did have Zhonya's, but he did go down anyway, so they were able to blow that one out. It's going to be back up. But now that the bottom lane inhib is down, EDG should just go straight towards pushing that mid once again and going straight towards mid.
Take a look at this though, Raz. Push coming in from NewBee. Looking for table scraps, but they're aggressively going after them. Scout landing these pebbles onto Moore. Threaded volley coming through. Here comes the wall. Coco has flash, but he's getting chased out. He's dying so quickly out from this Cogmore. Moore comes in, but he's low as well. They lose the Twisted Fate. Scout, not going to happen. Swift goes down. And 3 members remaining from NewBee. They're being chased down. And EDG are looking to run them over. Oh! Living Artillery takes out the support where he stands. LWX, no escape from Mouse. And V hops away. But he is the lone survivor from NewBee.
Yeah.
And this may be the game here.
They just weren't going anywhere. And that was a nice play coming out of NewBee, but they got run down. And you know what, V? Yeah, back away from that.
It's just not going to happen. It's too long on these death timers. Minion waves flooding in from the bottom, from the mid. And EDG looking to put the final nail in the coffin. There was no last chance saloon because there's nothing that V can do. He'll go down into the Guardian Angel. And EDG onto the Nexus. A 3-0, a clean sweep. EDG progress to the semi-finals.
3-0. Decisive one at that. They've been sitting in those studios for a very long time. But once they got warmed up in game 1, they kept going. They made a few errors, but NewBee just could not find a consistent opening on EDG.
Just did not happen. Game 2 was the closest that NewBee honestly got to finding a win in this series, Raz, and even that was a long shot. EDG pulled it back, and in Game 3, complete domination. Took a little bit longer, but that final team fight wasn't even a team fight. It was someone getting caught out, and then the rest of them being run down. That's a little bit sad to see NewBee go in that fashion, but they put up a fight. They tried their best in Game 2, but in the end, they were simply outclassed by EDG.
And not so long ago, NewBee were in a position where they would head towards the promotion tournament, right? They were having that battle with Vici, who were able to take them 2-0 in Week 9.
Sure.
And so the fact that they were able to even get to the playoffs, but then B showcase such nice play up against IG. That's them going much farther than anyone have ever expected them to. So good on them. They were already on the tough side of the bracket on this. If they had beaten EDG in some wild dream, they would have went on to RNG. So that's they went pretty far, and that's something they will look towards in terms of VODs and re-aim in terms of summer. Summer split's going to be a different one for NewBee, but this was, you could say it was some few rocky roads, but it's a success nonetheless.
I'll say one thing, Raz. If you look towards NewBee, and if they do perform like they did against IG and even up against EDG in this match, they could go a long way in summer, especially if they build upon what they've already brought in this series, because the fact that they even survived this long against EDG and how strong they looked as the tournament went on does say something towards the organization and the players. So props to NewBee of what they managed to do. Eliminating IG in itself was a massive feat. So well played, but in the end, 3 quick wins over to EDG, and you can just take a look at this goal graph as well. It was a bit mixed, and LWX was trying his heart out as well. He did so much damage in that game, had spectacular positioning, but in the end, it was just the carries from EDG just a little bit too strong.
Yeah. Better performance coming out of LWX, better performance coming out of the team in general, but as you mentioned, EDG looking monstrous right now. This was a good play simply because it was that 5-point flank that Zet just had no option to survive. He was on his own in this mission. He gets completely deleted. And so this is a good example of, yeah, this is a nice play coming out of NewBee. That EDG were kind of exposed on this front. But then, of course, they see one play, and instantly they go right on top of it. And they were able to just pick apart and regain control of this entire situation. So that's good on EDG to be able to take note of that. It was off the back of Scout. Scout had an amazing performance on this game. And when we finally see him on the Talia, he really sets them up, has a proper laning phase, really well done. And then, of course, those walls constantly making it a very tough time for NewBee, even when they had winning engages, to get out for free. They couldn't even go back to base and spend their gold. They'd likely see a gray screen. That's just what happened.
There was a reason why it was banned out against him in multiple games, honestly. And we saw in that game, there was so many good turnarounds coming in from Scout. And I think of all these games that we saw in this series, this, at the very least, needs to be an MVP towards Scout. Because I think he definitely deserved it in Game 1 for the Orianna play. Didn't have the highest amount of damage. This time, I feel like he did enough damage to push him over the line. And just the pure plays that we saw out of him through the entire series. He really has just been a massive force for the team. And it's not just him. You look towards the top lane, Mouse doing a lot of work, Zed in the bottom lane as well. And Zed has had some 50-50 performances as the split has gone on, but he's still a solid AD carry. And when you actually put the ball in his court, when he is the one actually driving this one home, he will make it happen. The Game 2 composition was built around him, and he made it work.
That's true. And that's what's really fun to see, because they take second place. And then you already said it. We said it. MVP goes to Scout.
Makes me happy.
Yeah, makes me happy too. But you talked about it. Every one of those players are definitely playing to their roles, playing a lot better as the split goes on. And you said 50-50 to Scout. To Zet. That's sure. But like, he's had very consistent laning phases, to say the least. So we see EDG constantly getting those early leads, and then they have problems in terms of flopping it in mid-game. Their mid-game decision-making has always been under question marks.
That's true.
But it's gotten better. We still saw a few holes, but it's gotten better to a point where we start to, well, EDG were always in contention in terms of, like, are they the best team in the league? But it's primarily been RNG and WE. Well, it looks like now they have their second chance. They're going to be going up against RNG. That's going to be really fun to see. And if they can actually usurp them, because that's a really good matchup.
It is, for sure. And I guess it's worth talking about, honestly, because it's going to be coming up in a couple days from now. Of course, tomorrow will be the promotion tournament, so make sure to tune in for that as well. But semi-finals will be happening 2 days from now. That'll be RNG up against EDG, and on the opposite side, W against OMG, also a very interesting matchup. Let's touch on RNG versus RNG. RNG versus RNG.
Nah.
I mean, they are technically fighting themselves, but RNG versus EDG, they have looked stronger and stronger, especially with their full lineup. There's a couple question marks around, I would say, week 10 and week 9 on what they showed.
Yeah.
It felt like when Uzi wasn't in, maybe that was the best iteration of the lineup. Because NXG, let me confirm that one, because NXG was not forced into the bottom lane. The calls were not constantly around the bottom side. And then when the rest of the map was opened up, it just became so much easier for the team to win. That being said, Uzi is Uzi. And Uzi has insane mechanics, and once he gets a lead, we'll hold it and we'll just go off. He has those Uzi moments, but sometimes RNG kind of fold in on themselves.
And that's the thing about it. I think one of our major criticisms come to week 9 and week 10 of RNG, and that's when they've essentially solidified first place for them. They even said in interviews that they're kind of experimenting a little bit, and that's fair. We even saw the Lucian mids. That's something we will likely not see in playoff time. So what RNG will see is something that what I'm really interested in, because they must have been practicing quite a bit in scrims, but not really going all out in stage is something that I'm fairly worried about, because even though you solidified first, you still need that stage experience. So that's a little worrying. But RNG versus EDG, that is a tried and true legacy matchup. We've seen them spring split when they had Mata and Looper in the top lane, and they were able to come into MSI fairly strong on that one. And then they go into, I guess, Worlds, and they come out falling flat to EDG, of course. But it's always fun to see RNG and EDG, even with different players, different rosters altogether. That's going to be a ridiculous matchup to see, right? I know we have OMG and W in the bottom side of that bracket, but seeing EDG versus RNG, and it's for free. That's not even pay-per-view. That's not going to the finals. That's going to the semis.
Yeah.
So you guys can stay attuned to that one.
Yeah, look forward to that as well. And no matter who drops out from there, it's still going to be an amazing third-place matchup, because pretty much anyone out of that top 4 is going to be fun to watch in the third-place matchup. So I'm even glad that we get to see both of those sides of the bracket meet in that third-place matchup. But talking about OMG and WE as well, OMG we did expect to win, but that was a lot harder fought in the series that we saw at the start of the day as well, up against IMA. But all the more credit to them. They fought their way all the way through a 3.5-hour pause, which is insane, especially for those new players. And they brought out the reverse sweep. So credit to them. Hopefully they don't get put in that situation once more as they head against WE, who are very much veterans. This lineup has been together for quite some time. And when they come together, look like an incredible team.
And that's a big point to hit on, because even though EDG versus RNG is a very close one, it's going to be difficult. You might even expect to go all 5 games. OMG versus WE could just be decided based off of the fact that the experience alone. WE's been together the entire split since last year. The only question, of course, has been from 0 to Ben, and Ben has been phenomenal in that support position. Has been working very well with Condi. So the raw experience coming out of WE might just usurp the young talent, of course, but they still have a long way to go. I think that's something. It's great to see OMG thrive with the new players that they've had, but going up against W could be very difficult for them.
For sure. So we'll close the show on that one. So thank you very much for watching. On behalf of myself, Raz, all the casters we've had today, and indeed the production crew, we thank you again for watching, and we'll see you tomorrow for the promotion tournament, and 2 days from now as we continue the playoff run.
the rhythm drives me. Just the rhythm drives me. Just the rhythm drives me.
It follows me around every bend, like a voice in the breeze. It's a curse, it's a shadow, it's a friend. Got me down on my knees. Can you feel it? Can you feel it falling? I don't know what else to try. I can't escape it, baby. It's you and I dream it in the evening. It haunts me in the daytime too. You better get believing, baby. All I want is you. We go in where the others won't. Walking straight to the fire. We see things that the others don't. Fueled by helpless desire. You tell the woman no matter what I do, I just can't shake your cold. When your heels come strutting through, every man's gonna fall. I can't escape it, baby.